3551, the final victor, 2. Fortunately, these 5 people were seriously injured. Judging from the current situation, they were probably dead. This saved him a lot of trouble. Huang Sanbai looked at Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who were huddled together, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Even heaven is on his side. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the final victory still belongs to him. Huang Sanbai quickly took out a crimson pill from his interspatial ring, and stuffed it into his mouth. This god-level elixir, as long as there was still a breath left, it could snatch one back from death's gate. This crimson pill was extremely precious. The existing pharmacists in the god realm can no longer refine it. It was obtained by accident when he was out on an experience many years ago. This was the very last one. However, when Huang Sanbai swallowed the elixir, he didn't feel any pity at all. On the contrary, he thinks this medicine was worth taking. Because it only took a few breaths to take the pill, Huang Sanbai could clearly feel that the damage to his meridians and lungs had all been repaired. Even the massive consumption of profound energy has been replenished. Now, his state is almost the same as before he was not injured, and he can even exert 80% of his power in his prime. Huang Sanbai got up from the ground and walked straight towards Li Moying and Huang Yueli. He didn't deliberately shield his voice, and the noise he made was not small. As expected, Li Moying discovered his existence very quickly. However, seeing Li Moying turning around with difficulty, Huang Sanbai could hardly control the smile on the corner of his mouth. This extremely talented, seemingly incomparable peerless genius, finally fell at his feet. Huang Sanbai slowly walked up to Li Moying, looking down at the two of them. TSK, young Master Li, what's wrong with you? Aren't you the most talented genius in the god realm? Isn't your strength tyrannical? Not only are you invincible among your peers, but you even look down on masters at the Tao Profound Realm? Li Moying listened to the cold sarcasm coming from above his head, but the expression on his face did not change. It was still extremely indifferent. At this moment, he doesn't care what Huang Sanbai said about him. Now, the only thought in his mind was to protect Huang Yueli. Even if he himself was smashed to pieces, he must ensure that his little Lear can survive. He almost exhausted all his strength, wanting to get rid of the current state of powerlessness. Even if he had a little strength to explode himself, that would be enough. But no matter how hard Li Moying tried, he couldn't move. The profound energy in his body was constantly merging with the evil qi, and powerful energy was filling every meridian. However, his body seems to have been administered a paralyzing poison as he felt his strength leave him, and he felt himself getting heavier and weaker. Just now, he could barely turn around, but now, he couldn't even move a finger. To make matters worse, his consciousness also began to become blurred, as if he might fall into a coma at any time. Huang Sanbai has been staring at Li Moying, observing his reaction. He knew that with Li Moying's arrogance, anyone who had the strength to resist would not let others bully him like this, but now not only did he not jump up to resist, but even his gazes began to become blurred. Huang Sanbai suddenly kicked Li Moying's face. 3552, the final victor, 3. Huang Sanbai kicked quite hard. After becoming an elder of the Holy Phoenix clan, he hasn't lost face for many years, but in the past 6 months, he almost fell into the hands of Li Moying and Huang Yueli again and again. The resentment accumulated in his heart has reached its peak. A large bruise suddenly appeared on Li Moying's handsome face, and a trace of blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. Huang Sanbai was just about to kick him again, wanting to vent his anger. But who knew, the moment his right foot touched Li Moying's face, another huge force came from him. Huang Sanbai yelled "Nuo" in his heart. However, it was already too late to retreat his foot at this time. Huang Sanbai once again felt the backlash of receiving the rebound of double the profound energy, and quickly retreated. But fortunately, he just wanted to vent his anger with that kick. He only used brute force and didn't use much profound energy. Therefore, the rebound was not too strong. He just flew back a certain distance and fell to the ground, and the injury was not serious. Huang Sanbai quickly got up from the ground again and went towards Li Moying. Li Moying glared at him with a piercing gaze. If eyes could kill people, Huang Sanbai would have died hundreds of times already. When Huang Sanbai saw him in such a state of distress, he felt a morbid sense of excitement in his heart. These two god-level geniuses, who were rare in the god realm, could only be humiliated by him now, and he can do whatever he wants. What's the use of having high talent? Huang Sanbai sneered, "Sect Master Li, I'm really sorry. Everyone says you are the most handsome man in the god realm. There must be many girls looking at your face? If they knew that you were almost disfigured by me, I wonder how distressed they would be." "Oh, yes, and your wife, she should be the most distressed, right?" As Huang Sanbai said, he looked at Huang Yueli, who was protected by Li Moying. At the moment Li Moying was attacked, Huang Yueli also opened her eyes suddenly, glaring at Huang Sanbai. Huang Sanbai said with a smile, "Young Miss Li, you are really too courageous. As a member of the Holy Phoenix clan, you dare to marry the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and dare to swagger in front of everyone. As the elder of the clan, if you beat this kid up, it is helping you. Don't worry, this kid will die when he dies. If you are not dead after the Sky Phoenix ring is taken out of your mind, I will definitely find you a better man. After all, you are so beautiful, even if you are a fool, there are probably many men willing to accept such a bed-warming maid." When Li Moying heard this, he became anxious, and the profound energy in his body even loosened for a moment. As soon as he raised his hand, a burst of profound energy rushed directly towards Huang Sanbai's chest. The speed of this attack was astonishingly fast. It was as quick as a flash of lightning, twice as fast as Li Moying's previous attack. Huang Sanbai couldn't react at all, and he was struck directly in his chest without any defenses, and was sent flying back. This time, he fell very hard. Although it wasn't as strong as the one that was unleashed by the black mist just now, it still made him ache all over his body. His internal organs seemed to be falling apart, and he spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. Huang Sanbai fell to the ground, his face was full of horror. Because, the profound skill that Li Moying used just now was so powerful that it had completely surpassed his imagination. That was almost comparable to the normal attack of a strong exponent in the middle stage of the Tao Profound Realm. 3553, the final victor, 4. However, Li Moying shouldn't be so strong at all? Although his talent is very high, but just now, he was completely at a disadvantage in the face of the attack of the Tao Profound Realm powerhouse. Why did he suddenly increase in strength? Huang Sanbai quickly took out another handful of pills and swallowed them. Feeling that his body had recovered a little, he climbed up tremblingly. He had lingering fears, and when he approached Li Moying again, he walked very slowly, taking a step to observe for a while. If Li Moying really regained his ability to move, and he didn't know how to greatly increase his strength, then he might fall here if he underestimated the enemy. However, fortunately for Huang Sanbai, Li Moying fell back to the ground after delivering that powerful blow, and there were more blood stains at the corners of his mouth. It seems that the last profound energy has been used up. Huang Sanbai was afraid of being cheated, so he circled around Li Moying and Huang Yueli several times very cautiously, before confirming that the two of them were really unable to move. However, he no longer dared to provoke the two of them anymore. Although ridiculing and humiliating them could make him, who was not talented enough, feel unusually satisfied, but if it stimulated the potential of the two of them and caused any accidents, it would not be worth it at all. Huang Sanbai thought for a while, before he took out a dagger from his pocket. He had already noticed that the black mist above the secret realm was now covering Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Although it doesn't look so dark and thick, the ability to counter still exists. When he kicked Li Moying just now, it was rebounded. So, if he attacks with profound energy again, maybe while killing the two of them, he will also die. Fortunately, you don't have to use profound energy to kill people. Huang Sanbai squatted down slowly, raised the dagger, and stabbed it at Li Moying's temple. Even without the injection of any profound power, Li Moying would surely die if the fatal parts were severely injured like this. Huang Yueli's eyes widened, wishing she could pounce on Li Moying to block the knife. However, she inhaled more evil qi than Li Moying, and at this moment, her whole body was stiff and unable to move. Seeing that Huang Sanbai's dagger was about to fall on Li Moying, Huang Yueli closed her eyes in despair. But at this moment, a strong wind suddenly hit from a distance. Boom! This burst of profound energy hit Huang Sanbai's wrist, and the dagger flew out of his hand. Huang Sanbai's wrist was in pain, and even his bones were about to be broken. He knew that a master was coming, so he hurriedly turned around. Who is here? Huang Sanbai, how dare you lay such a vicious hand on the young master of our Cloudy Qilin clan? It's shameless. Leave your life. With a stern shout, 2 bolts of lightning fell towards Huang Sanbai's head. Huang Sanbai's face changed in shock, almost rolling and crawling on the ground to avoid. Even though the time was short, he had already recognized the sudden glimpse just now. The people who came were the 2 6-star generals of the Cloudy Qilin clan, Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai. The cultivation base of these 2 divine generals was slightly lower than Huang Sanbai's, but after the experience of the allied armies, their actual combat ability was not inferior to Huang Sanbai's. Even if he wasn't injured, facing one of them, he wouldn't dare to say that he would win. Under the current situation, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Huang Sanbai quickly realized his own weakness, so he didn't bother to fight back at all. After dodging Li Yuntao's first attack, he immediately rolled his body and hid directly behind Li Moying. He even grabbed Li Moying's waist, trying to grab him and use him as a shield. The 2 divine generals who were originally furious were completely merciless when they attacked, and they no longer had any qualms about abiding by the peace agreement. Each of their moves were all filled with murderous intent, and the only thought in their hearts was to kill Huang Sanbai immediately. However, the true face of Huang Sanbai was beyond their imagination. He was actually so insidious and shameless. The usual dignified appearance in the Holy Phoenix clan was all just a pretense. His shameless move forced Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai to forcibly halt their attack as they saw their lightning-infused attack narrowly pass Li Moying's side. Because of the temporary withdrawal, the 2 divine generals also endured a certain degree of backlash. Huang Sanbai reacted very quickly. Hiding behind Li Moying was just a stopgap measure. He didn't intend to really confront the 2 generals. Taking advantage of the moment when Li Yuntao and the others were furious, he had already dodged and rushed towards the depths of the dense forest. Li Yunhai was about to go after him, but was held back by Li Yuntao. That old man. If you want to kill him, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so it's more important to save young master first. Li Yunhai's struggle was fully shown on his face, and he angrily released more than a dozen bolts of lightning towards the dense forest, but the forest was pitch black, and he really couldn't see whether he had hit Huang Sanbai. He stomped his feet resentfully, and turned back to Li Moying. At this moment, a slender figure also ran towards this side. Still some distance away, someone came and shouted, "Seniors, have you found young master yet? Is he all right?" Li Yuntao's face was very gloomy, and he said in a low voice, "Do you think he's all right?" "How could he be all right? He's in a really terrible situation. But fortunately we caught up in time. Although he passed out, the injury doesn't seem to be serious. The profound energy in his meridians are sufficient, there should be no danger to life." As he said that, he looked at Li Liyun, who had just arrived. "It's really thanks to you this time. If you hadn't told us that young master left Medial Arch City suddenly, and there were people from the Holy Phoenix clan following him, we would never think of coming to check on young master." This time, you have saved young master's life. Li Yuntao already hated Li Liyun very much, but after this incident, he changed his opinion of her. Li Liyun couldn't help feeling secretly happy. Half a month ago, Li Yuntao and the others kicked her out of Medial Arch City even though she made a fool of herself in Grandmaster Zhao's competition. However, she was still unwilling after all, so she never really left. Instead, she was still near Medial Arch City, looking for an opportunity to get close to Li Moying. In the end, she couldn't get close to Li Moying, but found out that he and Huang Yueli were leaving together in an airship. Li Liyun couldn't help but wanted to follow. However, it was precisely because of her actions that she spotted the suspicious-looking Huang Sanbai and the others. At this time, Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai happened to be carrying out the mission of the Allied armies near Medial Arch City. After she realized that something was wrong, she hurried to explain this situation to the two divine generals. It was a matter of their young master's safety, so the two divine generals did not dare to be negligent, so they quickly dispatched their airship to follow. However, they came relatively late. Li Moying and Huang Yueli had already entered the secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow a few days before. Even Huang Sanbai and the others have found Huang Yueli's location and set up a vicious trap. But Li Yuntao and the others were like headless chickens, unable to find any clues at all. Even the waiter who had seen Li Moying before and provided information to the Holy Phoenix clan was killed by Huang Sanbai. Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai stayed in Forest Shade Town for several days without any clue. They thought Li Liyun had made a mistake and almost planned to leave. Fortunately, before they left, they happened to see Huang Sanbai hurrying along the street with 5 killers. Li Yuntao and others hurriedly followed, and they arrived in time, saving Li Moying's life. Also because of this, Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai's impression of Li Liyun has also changed, and they feel that she still has merits. At least she was sincere to the young master, and she was still quite clever. Although Li Yuntao and the others didn't say these words, their eyes and expressions said a lot. Li Liyun saw it in her eyes and was happy in her heart. Especially when she noticed that Huang Yueli beside Li Moying was unconscious, not knowing whether she was dead or alive, her mood became even better. While talking, Li Yunhai had already carried the unconscious Li Moying. He said to his elder brother, "Brother, the young master's injury is not so serious, but he has been in a coma for a long time. I gave him several pills, but nothing worked. There's something weird, we can't delay, we have to hurry up and take him back to Amethyst Paramount Palace, and ask the clan doctor for treatment." Li Yuntao grimaced and nodded, "That's true, we can't delay here, and take the young master back safely first." As he said that, he looked at Li Liyun, "Yunhai and I must escort the young master back immediately, and you will be responsible for the rest of the matter here. There are quite a few cultivators from the clan who came with me this time, and they should all be here now. They are rushing here as we speak, so when they arrive, you have someone take all the guards around the young master back, and treat them well. I saw them just now, they were seriously injured, but they are still alive." Li Liyun nodded emphatically, and said in response, "Two divine generals, don't worry, I know the seriousness. Brother Tanny and the others have done a great job in protecting the young master, and I will definitely do my best to treat them." The two divine generals trusted Li Liyun very much at this time, and at the same time they were concerned about Li Moying's injury, so they had no time to think about it. They took Li Moying with them and used their profound body skills, but within a few breaths, their figures had already disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing them walking away, Li Liyun's eyes flashed, and she lowered her head to look at Huang Yueli, who was still on the ground. At this time, the black mist above the entrance of the secret realm had completely penetrated into the bodies of Huang Yueli and Li Moying. It was also because of this that Li Yunhai was able to carry Li Moying so easily without being backlashed. Huang Yueli's body was no longer surrounded by black mist. She fell to the ground, her eyes closed tightly, and her whole body was limp and weak, but her face looked normal. Now, the profound energy in her body has been completely mixed with the evil qi. A large amount of evil qi poured in, along her meridians, entered her dantian, and even spread to her brain. Huang Yueli couldn't even move a single finger. Because of this, even though she was so shocked that Li Moying was taken away, there was nothing she could do. 3556, completely lost it. 3. From Li Liyun's point of view, Huang Yueli was no different than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She slowly approached Huang Yueli, and first kicked her on the waist. Seeing that she didn't respond, she immediately showed an icy smile. "TSK, TSK, you stinky girl with the surname Li, you still have today. Aren't you very arrogant and proud? You think that as long as you can use despicable tricks to captivate Brother Moying, you can ascend to the sky and become the young lady of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Huh? But look at you now, aren't you lying at my feet like a dog?" At this time, Huang Yueli had completely lost consciousness. Although these evil qi had integrated well with her own profound energy, there was still too much. The raging evil qi poured into her dantian crazily. It was fine at first, but later on, it increased more and more, and it almost caused her dantian to explode. A blush appeared on Huang Yueli's face, and she began to feel pain. Seeing that she was silent, Li Liyun felt annoyed. She lowered her head to Huang Yueli's ear, and said again, "Speak. Why don't you speak? Is it because you're hurt too badly, or did you not put me in your eyes at all? Do you think I dare not kill you? Now that Brother Moying has been rescued, and there is no one else here, no one will know if I kill you." The evil qi in Huang Yueli's body flowed more violently, and beads of perspiration started to form on her forehead. But, she still couldn't move. Moreover, she couldn't feel any movement from the outside world. Even if Li Liyun spoke so close to her, she didn't hear anything. When Li Liyun saw that there was no response at all, she was disappointed. She said these words in order to humiliate Huang Yueli, and she wanted to see panic and unwillingness appear on her confident face, so as to remove the psychological shadow caused by Huang Yueli's repeated slaps in the face. However, Huang Yueli didn't respond. No response, what's the point of scolding her then? Li Liyun's plan to kill Huang Yueli was originally just a threat, but as soon as she said the words, she suddenly realized that this was really a golden opportunity. After killing Huang Yueli, no one will come to snatch Li Moying from her again. Moreover, there aren't any witnesses here, and she wants to deny it afterwards, without any effort. All she needed to say was that when she came, Huang Yueli was already dead. Even if Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai might think of her, they will definitely not stand up and testify, because they definitely want Huang Yueli to disappear quickly. Huang Yueli did not hand over Grandmaster Zhao's business to the Cloudy Qilin clan, but instead cooperated with the Black Tortoise clan. This matter made the two divine generals very angry. Thinking of this, Li Liyun suddenly became terrified. She raised her right hand, and the profound energy in her body condensed towards her palm, and soon formed a bluish-purple ball of light on her hand. Li Liyun narrowed her eyes, ruthlessly slammed towards Huang Yueli. Boom! A loud bang. Li Liyun held on to the idea of not doing one thing and not doing the other, so she acted extremely viciously, and used the secret method of the Cloudy Qilin clan. But this time with all his strength, the attack was clearly aimed at Huang Yueli's heart, but it seemed to hit an iron plate directly. At the same time, a force of counterattack turned towards Li Liyun instead. Li Liyun did not expect such a thing to happen. 3557, completely lost it. 4. Just like those black-robed men experienced just now, she was defenseless, and she had no time to dodge, and was directly sent flying. Pft. Li Liyun vomited blood in the air and fell to the ground. Fortunately, she only had the cultivation base of the heart-profound realm. Although the blow was heavy, she still managed to save her life under the doubled rebound. She was in so much pain that she collapsed on the ground, tried her best to turn her head, and looked in Huang Yueli's direction in disbelief. After enduring Li Liyun's attack, a black mist suddenly emerged from Huang Yueli's body, wrapping her in the middle. At the same time, the stones around Huang Yueli suddenly emitted a golden light. This is actually a teleportation array. Where will she be teleported? When Huang Yueli was attacked, the evil qi in Huang Yueli's body suddenly overflowed and filled a small area around her. The evil qi poured into the teleportation array, providing enough energy for the interrupted array. So, the teleportation array was activated again. Li Liyun didn't realize that it was a teleportation array at first. She didn't realize it until the golden light came on, but it was already too late. Now she was seriously injured because of the backlash, and it was impossible to rush to stop it. She could only watch helplessly as the stunning beauty she hated to the marrow slowly disappeared into the golden light. Li Liyun gritted her teeth angrily. What's going on? Why is that damn girl so lucky? She ran away. I don't know where the teleportation array leads to. I hope she falls into a crisis-ridden place. I hope she'll end up in a horrible place and die before she can even wake up. That would save me from having to do it myself. Li Liyun cursed Huang Yueli fiercely, and still couldn't get over her anger. She clenched her fist and hit the ground forcefully. At this time, the young disciples of the Cloudy Qilin clan who were sent by Li Yuntao to aid had already arrived. Seeing her acting so strangely, they couldn't help but look at each other. Young Miss Liu. Young Miss Liyun, what's wrong with you? Why are you injured so badly? Is it those bastards from the Holy Phoenix clan attacked you? Li Liyun didn't answer them, but instead asked, there's only me and those 5 black-robed men here, right? This question she asked was terrifying as a cold glint flashed by Li Liyun's eyes. Several young cultivators couldn't help but shudder. They scanned the surroundings tremblingly before replying in a low voice, yes, yes. We only saw you and those 5 black-robed men. Very well, remember your words. These were all her witnesses. What a help. Now, Li Liyun felt that it was time for Huang Yueli to disappear. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. In the southwest of the forest, there are 4 bodyguards of Brother Moying. Li Tianyi and the others were all seriously injured. They seem to be on the verge of dying. Hurry up and save them first. The young cultivator made a stretcher and carried Li Liyun away. Before leaving, Li Liyun turned her head to look at the place where Huang Yueli disappeared. The teleportation array, which was shining golden just now, had completely recovered its calm. Even the cloud of black mist that suddenly appeared just now has disappeared. The teleportation array that had calmed down looked very dilapidated and inconspicuous. That dead girl. Where did she go? I hope she never comes back alive. Huang Yueli's felt as if an eternity had passed as she fell. During the short time she passed through the teleportation, her body kept shaking with the fluctuations in space, and the evil qi in her body was also under such pressure, and penetrated deeper into her meridians. Not only that, the dizziness caused by the teleportation made Huang Yueli, who was already unwell, feel more and more uncomfortable. Especially after she fell into the secret realm, the evil qi in the secret realm also began to pour into her body. The evil qi in her body became more and more abundant, and in the end, it almost burst her dantian. Huang Yueli frowned, her whole body was hot, and she didn't know where she was. She didn't know how long it took, but the evil qi running wild in her body suddenly calmed down a lot, and her consciousness gradually returned to her mind. Huang Yueli opened her eyes in a daze, and the scene in front of her shocked her. She was actually in a richly decorated palace. There was no one in the room, and there was no way out. The surrounding walls were engraved with complicated patterns and various mechanisms. Even a genius armament master like her couldn't understand the function and mechanism of these mechanisms at all. Huang Yueli shuddered in her heart, and immediately felt that she was in a rather precarious situation. Although she was not conscious just now, she roughly knew that at the moment when her life and death were on the line, the teleportation array suddenly activated by itself and teleported her out. However, according to common sense, she should have been teleported to the secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow, right? But the palace presented to her now was completely unfamiliar, completely different from the abode she left just a day ago. Could it be that the teleportation array could lead to other places? While thinking about it, Huang Yueli propped herself up, trying to get up from the ground. However, as soon as she tried hard, she realized that she was still unable to move. Although her consciousness had become much clearer, her body was still limp and weak. Just then, she suddenly heard a mysterious voice sound above her. "You can't move around yet." Huang Yueli had already seen it just now, and there was no one in the room, but suddenly there was someone talking, which really surprised her. She widened her eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. What appeared in front of her was a middle-aged man in a white robe. He looked about 40 years old, and he was very elegant and handsome. It could be seen that he must have been an outstandingly handsome man when he was young. Huang Yueli looked at him and asked in shock, "Who are you? What kind of place is this?" The man in white frowned. "You can break through the many tests I left behind and enter my abode, but you don't know who I am?" After hearing this, Huang Yueli's mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and she couldn't help blurting out, You are Saint Iniquitous Shadow." As soon as the words came out, she felt something was wrong again. "No, haven't you already passed away?" I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend." Saint Iniquitous Shadow was not angry because of her words, but laughed instead. "It is true that my main body was already gone tens of thousands of years ago. This is just a trace of my consciousness left in the abode. It is the limit to be able to last for tens of thousands of years. I have been waiting for a suitable candidate who will be able to inherit my skills. At first, after such a long time, no one could successfully pass the various tests I left behind. I was already planning to give up. I didn't expect that a genius like you, who is suitable for cultivating my lifelong skills, would appear." Saint Iniquitous Shadow looked at Huang Yueli, smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Huang Yueli. Originally, as long as that person had a heavenly talent and met the other conditions he set, he was ready to pass on his skills to the other party. After all, god-level geniuses were extremely rare in the god realm. They could be met but not sought after, and they had other conditions to meet as well. It was really hard to find them. Saint Iniquitous Shadow did not have such extravagant hopes. But now, seeing Huang Yueli, this really surprised him. After hearing this, Huang Yueli was not that excited. After all, she has also entered many secret realms, and has a certain understanding of the inheritance of various masters. The moment Saint Iniquitous Shadow revealed his identity, she had roughly guessed why this once peerless powerhouse showed up. She asked in bewilderment, "Test?" "Senior Iniquitous Shadow, sorry, but I'm very confused. What kind of test did I pass? How come I don't understand anything you say at all?" If the so-called test was to decipher the arrays at the periphery and the entrance of the secret realm and successfully enter the secret realm, then when she entered with Li Moying and 4 guards a few days ago, she had already fulfilled the conditions. However, she was not able to obtain the inheritance at that time. Even after they searched inside and outside the abode for several times, they did not find the secret room or any clues related to the inheritance. But this time, she didn't come in by her own strength at all. On the contrary, she fell into a state of semi-consciousness and embarrassment. How could the conditions be met at such a time? Hearing this, Saint Iniquitous Shadow smiled and said, "You must be very surprised. Why didn't you meet the conditions when you entered the abode last time? In fact, the treasures and medicinal materials I left in the thatched hut and the medicinal field were originally what I was going to give to passers-by. As for the real inheritance, I will only leave it to young cultivators with certain qualifications. Certain qualifications. Huang Yueli repeated in a low voice, thoughtful. Saint Iniquitous Shadow further explained, that's right, the most important requirement for me to find a successor is that this person must have a special physique and be able to withstand a large amount of evil qi entering the body. Huang Yueli was startled, then remembered her current state, and couldn't help but let out an ah. Saint Iniquitous Shadow said, actually, when you first entered the abode, you should have noticed that the air in this secret realm is full of evil qi. Ordinary cultivators have very low tolerance to this evil qi. Those who are a little higher, although they can barely use their profound energy to resist for a while, but after a long time, their meridians and spiritual consciousness will be damaged, and they cannot last for a few days at all. However, for cultivators with special physique who can become evil cultivators, it is completely different. Evil qi enters the body and can perfectly integrate with their original profound energy. Not only will they not be injured, but they will also feel very comfortable. Having said that, Saint Iniquitous Shadow paused, with a look of doubt on his face, and looked at Huang Yueli. Strange, why didn't you absorb these evil qi when you first entered the secret realm? Huang Yueli blinked, I'm not an evil cultivator, why would I absorb the evil qi? Besides, if the evil qi enters the body, if it's really harmless, I wouldn't be so immobile now, right? This is enough to show that I didn't take the initiative to absorb evil qi. Saint Iniquitous Shadow was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed, you are quite shrewd, little girl. No wonder. Actually, the concentration of the evil qi I left in the secret realm is not high, even if you absorb it all, you won't be able to absorb it all. There are too many disadvantages. Moreover, the conditions I set at the beginning was like this, only when most of the evil qi in the secret realm is absorbed will my spiritual sense be clear and the real inheritance will be opened. After hearing this, Huang Yueli finally understood. It turned out that Shi and Li Moying were afraid that there would be negative effects, and that they could force these evil qi out of their bodies. This action made them unable to meet the inheritance conditions of Saint Iniquitous Shadows. But now, when she fell into the secret realm for the second time, she was in a trance, and her profound energy had been completely invaded by evil qi, so she couldn't counter these evil qi. As a result, the evil qi in the secret realm also entered her body and evidently triggered the inheritance. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli couldn't help sighing secretly. The behavior of these seniors and strong men really made them puzzled. Saint Iniquitous Shadow looked at Huang Yueli, and said, you fell from the top of the secret realm just now, is it because you accidentally touched the mechanism of the entrance when you left, causing the evil qi to impact into your body, and you almost died? Huang Yueli gave a wry smile, and replied, Senior Iniquitous Shadow, you guessed pretty well, but I didn't touch the mechanism by mistake, but when I was leaving, I was attacked by the enemy, and the other party's attack destroyed the teleportation array and also dispersed the large mass of evil qi above. These evil qi bounced off the opponent's attack and saved the life of my husband and me, but they also invaded my meridians, making me unable to move, so I could only fall in. Hearing the words, Saint Iniquitous Shadow shook his head and said, this is really your fate. To tell you the truth, my original idea was to screen through the thin evil qi in the secret realm. Once I selected a disciple, I would teach that person how to refine the evil qi with my cultivation technique, so that when he leaves, he can just absorb the large cloud of evil qi at the entrance of the secret realm. Don't underestimate that cloud of black mist, it was carefully refined by me over the years and absorbed countless devils and the energy of the God Clan powerhouse. If it weren't for your great destiny and extremely high talent, under the impact of so much energy, you would be dead now. After hearing this, Huang Yueli also felt a wave of fear. Unexpectedly, the large cloud of black mist outside was actually a legacy left by Saint Iniquitous Shadow to future generations. While cultivating, one had to also pay attention to the step-by-step process. The concentration of evil qi in the secret realm was very low. She did not feel any discomfort after inhaling a little. If she could follow the plan of Saint Iniquitous Shadow, first learn to refine this energy, and then gradually increase the intensity, so as to absorb the energy from the outside, her safety was guaranteed. But now, she was directly hurled into the unknown. Without any basis at all, such a large amount of evil chi was directly poured into the body. One had to know, the evil chi contained in that black mist was once enough to drive dozens of arrays within a radius of more than 10 miles in the entire dense forest, and countless cultivators died in these arrays. Its magnitude of power could be seen. If so much evil chi is poured into the body of an ordinary cultivator, it will definitely be the result of instant kill. She was able to survive, so it was definitely a blessing. However, she was not completely out of harm's way, at least for now. She was still completely unable to move. Moreover, she could also clearly feel that the influence of evil chi in her body has not been eliminated, but that these evil chi feel fear in front of Saint Iniquitous Shadow, and she has hibernated herself. Once Saint Iniquitous Shadow leaves, the torment she had endured just now will definitely reappear. Senior Iniquitous Shadow, then, what should I do now? So much evil chi has invaded my body, can I force them out again? Please give me some pointers. Saint Iniquitous Shadow smiled and said, forcing it out? Why do you want to force it out? Although you can't completely refine the chi contained in these evil chi, as long as you practice my unique technique, you can store them in the Dantian, it won't affect you anymore, just refine it slowly in the future. A look of anxiety appeared on Huang Yueli's face. But, Senior Iniquitous Shadow, I don't want to cultivate evil cultivators' practices. You must have noticed that I am a cultivator of the ancient gods. When I was in the secret realm, I didn't absorb the evil chi in the air, because of this consideration. Huang Yueli spoke very cautiously, for fear of angering Saint Iniquitous Shadow. But upon hearing her refusal, Saint Iniquitous Shadow still showed obvious anger on his face. Little girl, what do you mean? I am also a cultivator in the fate-profound realm after all, and I am willing to accept you as a close disciple. If you can't ask for it, you don't like it anymore? You, like those vulgar people outside, think that evil cultivators are some villains who are insane and do evil, don't you? Actually, Huang Yueli really had some considerations like this. Not long after she arrived in the god realm, she had a falling out with her clan again. She didn't plan to have another identity as an evil cultivator at this time. It would be conceivable that a lot of trouble would come to her, which would not help her improve her strength at all. Even if the inheritance of a powerhouse in the profound fate realm is really powerful, for her, the loss outweighs the gain. After all, with her talent, she could become a top expert in the god realm through normal practice, so there is absolutely no need to follow such deviated ways. However, she didn't dare to tell the truth to Saint Iniquitous Shadow. But Saint Iniquitous Shadow was not someone who had not seen the world, so he already guessed it in his heart. The gaze towards Huang Yueli became more and more harsh. Huang Yueli was sweating profusely from behind. She knew that although Saint Iniquitous Shadow looked gentle and refined on the outside, there was no one who could be easily provoked by such a peerless powerhouse with such a cultivation level. She suddenly thought of a reason, and quickly said, Senior Iniquitous Shadow, please don't get me wrong. I just don't want to lie to you and let you take in the wrong disciple. Take in the wrong disciple? What do you mean? Saint Iniquitous Shadow frowned and said, I'm lucky to be able to receive a disciple with god-level talent. Huang Yueli hurriedly said, Senior, although I'm a god-level genius, it's true that I was able to absorb these evil chi not because of my inborn special constitution, but because of other reasons. I'm afraid I'm not the successor you're looking for. Another reason? Saint Iniquitous Shadow sized her up for a while, then asked, suspiciously, what reason? As far as I know, apart from possessing the physique of evil cultivators, no one can absorb so much evil chi. Huang Yueli explained, this is a long story, we have to start from 20 years ago. 20 years ago? Saint Iniquitous Shadow frowned, but then he seemed to think of something, and his gaze towards Huang Yueli became deeper and sharper. Huang Yueli nodded and continued, yes, 20 years ago. At that time I was a cultivator in the lower realm, and I was hunted down by my enemies. Due to the large number of opponents, I had no choice but to explode my soul. At this time, my husband arrived, but he was one step too late after all, and could only helplessly watch me perish in front of him. My husband and I have gone through many hardships to be together. He was unwilling to be reconciled to such a result, so from an ancient manual, he found the technique left by you, Senior Iniquitous Shadow, the legendary soul-splitting technique. Hearing this, the eyes of Saint Iniquitous Shadow suddenly shone with excitement. Although he had guessed a moment ago, he was not as excited as hearing the news with his own ears. What did you say? Soul-splitting technique? How did my skill spread to the lower realm? Forget it, this is not important. Then did your husband really use the soul-splitting technique? He used the soul-splitting technique. The technique saved your primordial spirit and saved you. Then what happened afterwards? As Saint Iniquitous Shadow spoke, he became more and more excited, and couldn't help but rush to Huang Yueli in 2 or 3 steps. Huang Yueli was taken aback by his eager expression, but she still nodded and said, yes, my husband did learn the art of splitting the soul, and gave me half of his primordial spirit. Later, we both reincarnated, we experienced a lot of things, and finally we are together again. Although she only briefly explained the situation at that time, recalling the scene of Li Moying tearing his soul apart for her, Huang Yueli still couldn't help but tremble all over. Sometimes in her dreams, the scene of the night when she saw Li Moying's soul splitting, occasionally became her nightmare. She has always been afraid that Li Moying will encounter danger again in order to protect her. Because of this, she has been working hard to improve herself, in order not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Today, Li Moying almost died because of her again. Fortunately, people from the Cloudy Qilin clan showed up in time. Although Li Liyun tried to kill her just now, if time goes back, she still hopes that people from the Cloudy Qilin clan can arrive. At least, Li Moying was safe and sound now. While Huang Yueli was in a daze, Saint Iniquitous Shadow had been sizing her up. After a while, he suddenly asked, that's not right, after splitting your soul should be in an extremely unstable state, but your soul is very complete, moreover, it's stronger than ordinary young cultivators. It must be hundreds of times stronger, and there is no damage at all, so what is going on? Huang Yueli lowered her eyes slightly, that's because my husband and I got married again later and successfully consummated. What? Successfully consummated? Hearing this, Saint Iniquitous Shadow couldn't help exclaiming, then how can you still be alive? What about your husband? Isn't he too unreliable? Did you consummate? Or is it that the exercises he got are incomplete? When Huang Yueli heard what he said about Li Moying, she immediately put on a stern face, how can my husband be unreliable? If it wasn't because he saved me, I would have been dead 20 years ago. 3563 Secret Inheritance, 6. Saint Iniquitous Shadow was full of disapproval. Yes, he did save you. However, he should also know that once the marriage is consummated with you, that part of your primordial spirit will return to him. In this way, all his efforts to save you will be in vain. Unless he is tired of you and wants to take this opportunity to get rid of you. Shut up. Although you are a senior, you can't slander my husband like this. Huang Yueli was still explaining well at first, but after hearing such wild speculations from Saint Iniquitous Shadow, she finally couldn't help it. What she can't accept the most is someone slandering Li Moying. Not a single person. Saint Iniquitous Shadow glanced at her coldly, what? Am I wrong? Huang Yueli snorted, of course not. Besides, you were the one who wrote this manual, and you must know that if I don't consummate the marriage with him, then sooner or later he will die due to the exhaustion of his soul. How can I just watch him die? Saint Iniquitous Shadow said nonchalantly, since he has chosen to save you even at the expense of cutting his soul, he probably regards you as more important than his own life. If that's the case, how can he give up halfway? Huang Yueli said seriously, I'll say it again, he didn't give up halfway, but I must save him. At that time we were trapped by the enemies, both of us were going to die, and I also peeked at the secret manual he hid, knowing that consummating our marriage can save him, and it can also greatly increase his strength, so For him, my life is more important than his, so why not for me? Saint Iniquitous Shadow had no expression at first. However, after hearing Huang Yueli's accusation, his expression became more and more serious. After Huang Yueli finished speaking, he didn't reply immediately, but narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he remembered something. After a while, he sighed deeply, you and your husband have a deep relationship, which is rare in the God realm. After a pause, he asked again, however, in this way, your own life will be lost. Why are you still alive now? And the soul is so stable? Could it be that, with the help of some top-grade treasure? If you rely on treasures, it's not impossible, but, this at least has to be the natal spirit armament of a strong man in the profound fate realm, right? Moreover, there must be a strong external force to help your primordial spirit and spirit armament fusion. It seems that what Huang Yueli said just now moved Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Now, his tone has become much calmer, and his gaze towards Huang Yueli has also become gentler. Huang Yueli didn't intend to tell the truth at first, but she didn't expect Saint Iniquitous Shadow's eyes to be so sharp. Hearing what she said at the beginning, she deduced that she had a spirit armament on her body. Huang Yueli realized that in front of a top powerhouse like Saint Iniquitous Shadow, she couldn't hide her little secrets from him at all. After a little thought, she chose to tell the truth, yes, I did have a spirit armament to recognize me as its master at the time, and the circumstances at that time were very coincidental. The lower realm we were in was originally covered by demonic qi, which cut off communication. On the way to the God realm, the barrier formed by the demonic qi was broken at that time, and a large amount of profound energy poured in, which happened to be absorbed by me, helping me complete the fusion of the primordial spirit and the spirit armament. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, a man as well informed as Saint Iniquitous Shadow couldn't help showing some surprise. 3564 Secret Inheritance, 7. I didn't expect such a thing. I didn't expect that the luck between you and your husband is really good. This is simply unbelievable. Saint Iniquitous Shadow even paced back and forth in the room excitedly. Meeting Huang Yueli's puzzled eyes, he explained, do you know that the soul-splitting technique is very, very difficult to succeed, and the person who needs to perform the technique has a very powerful primordial spirit, which is better than ordinary heaven-level geniuses? Not only withstanding the bombardment of the tribulation lightning by 100 times, in the process, we also need to ensure that the primordial spirit splits into two halves instead of completely collapsing. For tens of thousands of years, counting the 3,000 planes, including the God realm, there are only 7 or 8 people who can succeed. It's enough to surprise me that you two were able to accomplish this. However, among the 7 or 8 people who succeeded in splitting their souls, almost all of them died within 15 or 16 years after reincarnation due to the exhaustion of their primordial spirit. Those who survived the consummation, those who were rescued, died as a result. You and your husband are able to survive. You are young and in the lower realms, and you have a spirit armament in your body, and it just happened to be a great opportunity when the magic barrier shattered. Your luck is like the gods. It has never been seen in millions of years. Huang Yueli was stunned for a while, and finally, when she heard that the words of Saint Iniquitous Shadow became more and more exaggerated, she hurriedly laughed a few times. Senior Iniquitous Shadow, you're flattering yourself. We're actually just lucky. When we encounter dangerous things, we can often turn bad luck into good luck. Hearing this, Saint Iniquitous Shadow immediately shook his head. For ordinary people, this is good luck, but for a peerless genius like you, this is your luck. Being able to have such a powerful luck shows that you in the future, he will definitely become the top powerhouse in the god realm. While talking, Saint Iniquitous Shadow laughed again. It seems that my luck is not bad, although I waited for tens of thousands of years to wait for a disciple, but he is a peerless genius whose future achievements may be higher than mine. Saint Iniquitous Shadow once again mentioned the matter of taking Huang Yueli as a close disciple. Huang Yueli felt bad when she heard it, so she hurriedly emphasized again, this, Senior Iniquitous Shadow, as I said just now, I don't want to become an evil cultivator. To be honest, I just descended from the lower realms and married my husband not a few years. My husband is the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, the future patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan. If I become an evil cultivator, I'm afraid I won't be able to be with him. You should understand us. Huang Yueli had always been clever and shrewd. She has already seen it, because after she told the love story between herself and Li Moying, the attitude of Saint Iniquitous Shadow towards her improved a lot. Thinking back to the rumors she had heard about Saint Iniquitous Shadow over the years, it was obvious that Saint Iniquitous Shadow must have had a woman he loved deeply before, but he didn't know if they were able to get together successfully. It's easier to get the approval of Saint Iniquitous Shadow if you talk about the relationship between husband and wife. Saint Iniquitous Shadow didn't answer her right away, but asked, by the way, what about your husband? When you entered the secret realm last time, the handsome boy who was with you should be your husband? Why didn't he come in together? Huang Yueli's eyes darkened, and she replied, at that time, we were hunted down by people, we were all seriously injured, and because of the evil qi entering our bodies, we couldn't move, and when we thought we were going to die, people from the Cloudy Qilin clan suddenly appeared and rescued him. He left you behind? Saint Iniquitous Shadow asked with some dissatisfaction. Huang Yueli shook her head and defended him. He had already lost consciousness at the time, but somehow I triggered the teleportation array, and as a result, I fell directly into this place. Saint Iniquitous Shadow looked at her aversive gaze and knew that she was not telling the complete truth. However, he did not continue to probe, but snorted coldly and said, so, your husband is out of luck, maybe he will die. Huang Yueli was startled when she heard his harsh verdict and quickly asked, Senior Iniquitous Shadow, what do you mean by? What's wrong with my husband? Could it be that evil qi entered his body and caused him to be seriously injured? But, he is from the Cloudy Qilin clan, don't the ancient gods have a way to resolve these evil qi? Resolve evil qi? Hee, most people in the god realm have never seen real evil qi. Moreover, after these evil qi enters your body, they will fuse with your own profound energy. It's hard to tell the difference. Tell me, what does the Cloudy Qilin clan use to defuse evil qi? Huang Yueli's eyes widened. The Cloudy Qilin clan can't resolve it either? Then, isn't my husband in danger? Saint Iniquitous Shadow glanced at her, and said coolly, you still have the heart to think about others? Why don't you think about yourself? But you have also been invaded by a lot of evil qi, and your husband still has clan resources to help hang on to his little life, but you, are not so lucky. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, then said, it doesn't matter what happens to me, but my husband. What? You really want to save your husband? Huang Yueli nodded, of course, he was the one who saved me before, this time, I will save him. Saint Iniquitous Shadow did not speak, stared at her for a while, and suddenly smiled, then you should be my disciple. To save your husband, it is nothing more than teaching him the method of turning evil qi into his own use. The method can save him, and it can save you too. You have to save yourself first, then you can save him, can't you? But, I really can't. Huang Yueli was still hesitating. Saint Iniquitous Shadow said casually, you have to think clearly. If you are not my disciple, why should I teach you the method of dispelling evil qi? Your life and death have nothing to do with me, let alone your husband. You don't want to live anymore, and you want to drag your husband into the water? These words can be regarded as hitting Huang Yueli's Achilles heel. She paused, and finally nodded, then, "No, master, please accept me as a disciple. It's a pity that I can't move now, and I can't kowtow to you as a master." Huang Yueli had always been straightforward, so since she had already made her decision, she immediately addressed him as master. Seeing her addressing him so naturally, Saint Iniquitous Shadow showed a hint of a smile. "Isn't it good to have a master early? Why delay it for so long? I owe you these few heads first, and wait until your cultivation base reaches the heart-profound realm. Don't worry, master, I will not treat you badly." Heart-profound realm? Huang Yueli was stunned. She was only at the 7th level of the heart-profound realm, although with her talent, it should take less than a few months to advance to the heart-profound realm. However, Saint Iniquitous Shadow's tone sounded like, "I'll talk about it after you finish this meal," which really surprised her. "Look at this for yourself." With that said, Saint Iniquitous Shadow threw a golden scroll at Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli saw the scroll flying towards her, and subconsciously wanted to dodge it. However, she realized that she was still unable to move. Looking at the direction in which the scroll was flying, it seemed that it was about to hit her in the face. Huang Yueli couldn't help but scold in her heart, secretly thinking that this new cheap master of hers seems to be very unreliable. However, just as the scroll was about to fall, a halo of light suddenly enveloped the scroll. Immediately after, the scroll stopped in front of Huang Yueli. Saint Iniquitous Shadow had a panoramic view of Huang Yueli's expression, and couldn't help but sneered, "Why are you nervous? Do you think that your master will harm you?" "Hey, I didn't mean that." Huang Yueli nervously laughed twice. Saint Iniquitous Shadow glanced at her and said, "Look carefully, open." Following his words, the golden scroll slowly opened before Huang Yueli's eyes. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked over at the scroll. This was the lifelong mastery of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. And, as soon as she learns this, she could move. However, she only glanced inside, and suddenly there was a buzz in her head, all distracting thoughts disappeared instantly, and all she could see in her eyes was the golden light radiating from the scroll. These golden lights formed extremely obscure symbols in her mind. These symbols were not any kind of characters that Huang Yueli knew, and they were not even pictures, so she couldn't understand what they meant at all. However, when they were projected into her divine consciousness, Huang Yueli could clearly sense that the profound energy in her body was pulled, and the evil qi that filled her dantian was like being injected with chicken blood. Same, jumping up and down excitedly. Huang Yueli felt a surge of energy and blood, but she was unable to calm it down. At this moment, the voice of Saint Iniquitous Shadow sounded in her mind, "Relax a bit, don't try to control the evil qi with the skills you practiced in the past, look at the talisman in front of you, let the qi in the meridians flow smoothly. Relax a little more." Huang Yueli quickly relaxed her body according to the technique taught by Saint Iniquitous Shadow. By doing this, the effect was immediate. Originally, she felt pain all over her body, and her meridians felt as if they were to explode any time, but after choosing to let nature take its course, her body suddenly felt relaxed. She could still feel that the evil qi was circulating repeatedly in her meridians, and the direction of the flow was completely different from that of her past practice. Such a disordered flow direction could easily lead to the consequences of a qi deviation. However, Huang Yueli couldn't do anything else now. She could only choose to trust the judgment of Saint Iniquitous Shadow, and let the evil qi flow in such a weird way. I don't know how long it took, Huang Yueli gradually felt the benefits of such a flow of qi. The evil qi in her body returned to her dantian after circulating for a few big rounds, and unexpectedly, transformed into profound energy bit by bit. Moreover, it was more pure than what she usually cultivates. Such a good thing actually happened, which made Huang Yueli happy with such an unexpected outcome. She couldn't help being excited. Judging from this, if she can continue to practice according to this, she could turn all the evil qi in her body into profound energy. That was enough for her to directly rush to the Tao profound realm. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli no longer hesitated, no longer had her original worries, and began to intensify her cultivation. 3567 Hurt Strangely, 1. After all, Huang Yueli was a god-level genius, and her talent in cultivation was astonishingly high. Once she decided to cultivate well, her speed of cultivation exploded exponentially. Saint Iniquitous Shadow had been standing beside Huang Yueli to protect her. Seeing this scene, he was also taken aback. I've expected that this little girl is extremely talented, and she will achieve great success in practicing this set of cultivation skills. But I didn't expect that she would master the skill of transforming evil qi so quickly, and the speed is obviously accelerated. What kind of level of comprehension is this? Terrible, terrible. Saint Iniquitous Shadow has been in the god realm for tens of thousands of years. He thought he was well informed, but he had never seen such a genius. It's unimaginable. I didn't expect that my luck would be so good. This is really... In this way, she should be able to complete the first level that originally took 5 years to complete within 2 months. Fortunately, Huang Yueli could no longer feel any changes in the outside world, and did not hear his words. Otherwise, she would definitely be so angry that she would curse out loud. Saint Iniquitous Shadow never told her that it would take at least 5 years to cultivate this set of techniques. She was still in a hurry to rescue Li Moying. How could she delay here for 5 years? Saint Iniquitous Shadow looked at Huang Yueli's sweaty face and nodded. This little girl is really nice. I just don't know how talented her husband is. Seeing how smart she is, she shouldn't have married someone useless, right? But, it's impossible for her husband's talent to be higher than hers. No, it's impossible to be almost the same as her. Just when Huang Yueli started to cultivate, Li Moying was sent back to Cloudy Qilin continent as quickly as possible with the desperate efforts of the 2 divine generals. Li Shihong, the patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan, greeted him personally, followed by several elders. He had already received a summons from Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai in advance, and when he learned that Li Moying was attacked by Huang Sanbai and was seriously injured, he immediately became very anxious. As soon as he saw Li Yuntao get off their airship, he hurried up and asked, "Where's Moying? Where is he? Are you awake?" Li Yuntao's face was heavy, and he shook his head. The young master is not seriously injured, but I don't know why he has been in a coma. Subordinate doesn't dare to move him rashly. Patriarch, subordinate did not protect the young master. What's all this? How can you still say such things? If you two were not alert enough and arrived in time, Moying would have been killed by that old man, Huang Sanbai, long ago. We have a common hatred with the Holy Phoenix clan. We must seek justice in the future. Don't talk about it now, let the doctors go and see Moying. The best doctors of the Cloudy Qilin clan had been summoned long ago and have been waiting. Hearing Li Shihong's order, they hurriedly followed Li Yunhai into the airship to give Li Moying a diagnosis and treatment. Li Shihong also followed in person. In the most magnificent room on the airship, Li Moying was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, his face flushed, and cold sweat constantly breaking out from his forehead. This symptom can be seen as a serious internal injury, or damage to the primordial spirit. Li Shihong was very anxious, but he didn't dare to interrupt the doctor's diagnosis and treatment. He could only forcibly suppress his anxiety and wait for the results of the diagnosis and treatment. Several genius doctors took Li Moying's pulse in turn, and after observing his other symptoms, they all had puzzled expressions on their faces. 3568 Hurt Strangely, 2. They started discussing in hushed tones. The young master's veins don't seem to be internally injured? Yes, but how could he be unconscious? Could it be? How about? No, it's too risky. I haven't even figured out the cause. Several genius doctors discussed each other one by one, but after a long time had passed, no progress could be seen, and the expressions on their faces became even more confused. Li Shihong couldn't wait any longer, walked over, and interjected and asked, "Several esteemed doctors, how are you doing? Moying is the hope of the clan's future, and his life is even more important than mine. Please be sure to try your best to diagnose and treat, no matter what kind of medicinal materials you want, we won't be stingy." One of the old men with a gray beard turned his head and bowed to Li Shihong. "Patriarch, don't worry, we also understand the importance of the young master, we will do our best to treat him, but it's just that." "Just what?" Li Shihong asked. The old man replied, "The young master's symptoms are really strange. Judging from his pulse, his external injuries are only flesh injuries, but there are some internal injuries, but they are not considered serious injuries, and his soul is also very complete. According to common sense, even if he was stunned for a while, he should have woken up long ago. It is impossible for him to still be unconscious." "Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your diagnosis? According to what you said, how could Moying still be in a coma?" Li Shihong's heart skipped a beat. If something goes wrong, he may suffer from qi deviation and even lose his sanity. Especially in the world of cultivators, anything can happen. In such an abnormal situation, it is very likely that the enemy has used some kind of secret method. If they can't solve it, then their god-level genius might really end here. Seeing that his face turned ugly instantly, the old man quickly comforted him and said, "Patriarch, please calm down first. This is only a preliminary diagnosis. In fact, there are many reasons for being unconscious without internal and external injuries. It's just hard to judge now. Please find someone to carry the young master back to Amethyst Paramount Hall first, so that we can take more time to diagnose him." Li Shihong hesitated and said, "It's really inconvenient here, but, in his current situation, can he move? It won't cause any damage, right?" The old man shook his head and said, "That's not true. The young master came all the way here, by airship. If he moves, something will happen. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it here alive. Li Yuntao has been waiting at the door." Hearing the conversation between the two, he immediately understood, and took the initiative to go out and call for someone. Not long after, Li Moying was carried to his residence in Amethyst Paramount Palace. As the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, he occupies one of the best places in the Amethyst Paramount Palace. Not only is it gorgeously decorated, but it is also the most abundant place in the entire Cloudy Qilin continent. There is also a gathering spirit array in the room, to further gather profound energy. Therefore, the concentration of profound energy in this room is several times higher than that in the outside world. Li Moying was lying motionless at first, but when he entered this room, he suddenly trembled all over, his face showed obvious pain, his eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and the cold sweat on his body became more intense. Li Shihong suddenly became nervous. "This. Dr. Zhang, come and take a look, what's going on here?" The old man from just now caught up quickly, and probed Li Moying's meridians again, as a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. "This? I really don't understand. There is no change in his body, why is he in such pain all of a sudden? It's really hard to understand." Li Shihong was so anxious that he bellowed at them, "Can you stop saying I don't understand? As a doctor, if even you don't understand, who else can save Moying? Can't you think of a way? Could it be that you are all just casually shirking responsibility?" All the doctors were shocked and cried out injustice. "Patriarch, we've really been wronged. It's not that we are unwilling to contribute, it's because the young master's injury is simply out of the ordinary." "That's right, Patriarch." Just now, the old man checked the young master's pulse again. "I didn't feel any signs of aggravation of his injury. I really don't understand why he suddenly seemed to be in more pain." Li Shihong was even more speechless, and flicked his sleeves. Whether you are wronged or not, quickly find a way for me. If you can't cure the young master, you will stay here forever, and don't even think about going back. Seeing that the patriarch was really angry, the doctors didn't dare to say anything, and quickly surrounded Li Moying again. Li Shihong waited on the side for a long time. He saw that the doctors were checking the pulse and examining again and again. Some even took out golden needles, but couldn't see any effect. Seeing that Li Moying's suffering seemed to have intensified, Li Shihong was full of anxiety and almost lost his temper again. At this moment, Li Yuntao came over and whispered in his ear, "Patriarch, this subordinate has an idea. What do you think?" "Say it." Li Yuntao said in a low voice, "This subordinate thinks that the young master's room is not suitable. Perhaps this was what worsened young master's condition?" Li Shihong was startled. "What do you mean?" Li Yuntao said, "When I brought young master back, there was no time to think further. All I wanted to do was to return to the Amethyst Paramount Hall as soon as possible, but at that time, the young master's condition was very stable. It was not as bad, the injury worsened only after entering this room." Li Shihong recalled the situation at that time and found that it was indeed the case. But what's going on here? Moying's room has the strongest profound energy in the world, and it's the best for healing injuries. Why is it like this? He frowned. For cultivators, the body's own recovery ability was very strong. If supplied with a large amount of heaven and earth profound energy, it can better stimulate the body's potential and help them recover. Li Moying's room should be very suitable for recuperating. Because of this, no one thought of it at first. Li Yuntao shook his head. This subordinate doesn't understand either, but why don't we let the young master change the room and give it a try? Alright, then let's bring him to the bamboo house in the back mountain first. The bamboo house was located on the edge of the Amethyst Paramount Hall, and behind it was a large medicinal field. It can be said to be the most secluded corner in the entire palace. After being carried to this room, Li Moying immediately seemed to relax a lot. Although his face was still a little red, the tightened furrowed brows had eased a lot. Only then did Li Shihong heave a sigh of relief. However, he was still puzzled. Several doctors were already under pressure because they couldn't diagnose the cause of Li Moying's coma. Now that the patriarch has been watching them all, they are all sweating, and their actions and words are even more flustered. Li Yuntao saw this, and walked up to Li Shihong. "Patriarch, shall we go out and wait for the result?" Li Shihong looked anxiously at those doctors, then at Li Yuntao, and finally gritted his teeth. "Just right, I haven't asked you in detail what Moying was like when he was injured." Li Shihong followed Li Yuntao out of the room, and couldn't wait to ask, "Tell me carefully, how did Moying provoke Huang Sanbai?" "This?" Li Yuntao hesitated for a moment, and said hesitantly, "I don't know what's going on." The young master took a few guards and left Medial Arch City secretly without telling his subordinates. He went directly to a remote place in Forest Shade Town. The subordinates speculated that he should have found out that there was an ancient secret realm nearby, so he went there. After hearing this, Li Shihong couldn't help sighing. "Oh, this kid is just too willful. It's reckless to do such a thing. Even if he wants to practice, he should tell you and let you protect him secretly. Such a thing will not have happened. Young master is still young. Besides, true geniuses must grow up through dangerous trials. He has the heart to experience, so it can't be said to be a bad thing," Li Yuntao said quickly. However, only he himself knows that Li Moying didn't tell him not just to be able to hone himself. The bigger reason is for his wife who ascended from the lower realm. Among the people Li Liyun brought back this time was not that little girl, and he didn't know how to deal with it. This matter was exactly what Li Yuntao wanted, so although he knew that there was something weird about it, he didn't expose it at all. He even deliberately concealed the fact that Huang Yueli was there when Li Moying was injured. Li Shihong did not doubt his rhetoric at all. Because Li Moying's personality is like this, after this year, most people in the clan have already understood it. So, he turned to ask the next more important question, then how did Huang Sanbai end up fighting with Moying? Could it be that the Holy Phoenix clan also discovered that secret realm, and the two sides fought for the treasure? This subordinate is not sure. Li Yintao said while thinking. Miss Li Yin first discovered that the young master left Medial Arch City, and she also noticed Huang Sanbai and the others, because she was worried about young master's safety, hence she came to inform me and Yintao. When we learned about it, we immediately chased after him. When we arrived at the scene, Huang Sanbai had already injured the young master. If we were one step late, the young master would have suffered that from the murderous hand of that old thief. They are simply incorrigible. After hearing this, Li Shihong was so angry that he slapped the nearest pillar heavily. A pillar that could only be embraced by two people was shattered by his blow. Li Yintao quickly persuaded, "Patriarch, please calm down." Li Shihong was so angry that his chest kept heaving. "From what you said, I'm afraid the two really had a dispute over treasures. These bastards of the Holy Phoenix clan are simply audacious now, completely ignoring the agreements between the major god clans. Maybe he deliberately found an excuse to simply try to get rid of the god-level genius of our Cloudy Qilin clan." Li Shihong's face flushed with anger. Seeing this, Li Yintao didn't dare to persuade him anymore, so he could only bow his head and stand aside. He didn't dare to intervene easily on such a topic about the grievances between the two great god clans. However, he also agreed with Li Shihong's judgment. Who would believe that Huang Sanbai didn't deal such a poisonous hand at such a moment without any hidden intention? 3571, Strangely Hurt, 5. Moreover, Huang Sanbai chose to kill Li Moying near the secret realm obviously out of bad intentions. This time, if Li Yintao and the others hadn't retaliated and beat him into a sorry state, no one would have known about Li Moying's death at all. Even if the incident happened, Huang Sanbai would have enough reasons to deny all allegations. After all, there are many crises in the secret realm, and the symptoms in Li Moying's body are so strange, who can tell clearly how he died? While the two were talking, several doctors came out again. The oldest Dr. Zhang came up to report, "Patriarch, we have really tried our best, but the young master's injury." "What's wrong with the young master's injury? Is there nothing you can do?" So far, we haven't found a cure, but we have some guesses about the young master's injury." "What guess? Say it quickly," Li Shihong urged impatiently. Dr. Zhang hurriedly said, "The young master's symptoms are definitely not caused by injuries. We speculate that if the young master is not seriously injured but unconscious, either he was poisoned, or someone used some special skills to open the meridians, and did something to it." "Poisoned? What kind of poison has he been poisoned by?" "Special skills, what skill exactly?" We don't know yet." "I don't know? How could it be possible that we don't know? Our Cloudy Qilin clan has been passed down for millions of years, and we can't even identify a single poison or skill? The situation of the young master is indeed very strange. Besides, Huang Sanbai is an elder of the Holy Phoenix clan. He is already more than 1,000 years old this year. His knowledge will definitely not be less than ours. It is hard to say where he found this unfathomable poison." Hearing such evasive words, Li Shihong was furious, but he couldn't say that Dr. Zhang was wrong. Just like what he said, if Huang Sanbai really intended to murder Li Moying, he must have come prepared. It's normal to have a potent poison on his body. He stared at several doctors. "Then tell me, what should we do with this matter? How long will it take you to determine the specific reason for young master's coma?" The doctors said one after another, "This is really uncertain." Seeing that Li Shihong was about to get angry again, Dr. Zhang said cautiously, "Patriarch, I think it's best for the clan to come forward and negotiate with the Holy Phoenix clan. It's best to find Huang Sanbai, and let him take the initiative to explain what happened to the young master and let us know what kind of poison he has administered. If possible, it would be better to let him hand over the antidote. This is much better than us pondering like headless chickens. Li Shihong frowned. Although he was dissatisfied with the performance of several doctors, he had to admit that this was the correct way of thinking. He called Li Yuntao over and handed over the matter to him. Yuntao, you saw Huang Sanbai attacking someone with your own eyes at that time, so you will be in charge of this matter. On behalf of me, put pressure on the Holy Phoenix clan and make them hand over Huang Sanbai. Yes. This subordinate obeys the order. Li Yuntao immediately went to carry out his order. Li Shihong stayed in the bamboo house for a while more, and only after seeing that it was really impossible for Li Moying to wake up in a short time did he leave. Before he left, he had to repeatedly order the doctors to guard Li Moying carefully, and report to him no matter what happened. I want to see what Huang Tianhao, that insidious and cunning person, would say. This matter. Humph. We'll wait and see. The secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Huang Yueli was still in the process of cultivating the new inherited skills. At the beginning, she cultivated with the mindset to just be able to get back to action as soon as possible. With the sole intention to quickly leave to find Li Moying, she persevered on, but as she delved deeper and deeper into her cultivation, she gradually felt that Saint Iniquitous Shadow was indeed worthy of being a peerless figure that appears once in 10,000 years in the God realm. What he had created was broad and profound, and it was more effective than all the martial and profound skills she has ever cultivated before. The evil qi in her body was gradually transforming into her own profound energy under the circulation of this new skill. Moreover, it wasn't just her profound energy that increased. The golden characters kept flashing in her mind, which deeply stirred her consciousness, and made her comprehension of conception improve by leaps and bounds as she felt a sudden enlightenment. Such a chance of enlightenment was more than what she comprehended through the conception drawing. It was not even limited to the fire attribute itself. The conception contained in the golden characters belongs to the origin of heaven and earth, one that harnessed all attributes. Although Huang Yueli's talent was best displayed in the fire attribute talent, and her improvement was the fastest, but in the process, she also gained some understanding of the conception of other attributes. Although these comprehensions do not help her improve her cultivation, they could play a great role in actual combat. When Huang Yueli's dantian was filled with profound energy, and her conception reached a higher level, advancement became a matter of course. On the third day of cultivating, Huang Yueli steadily advanced to the 8th level of the Dream Profound Realm. On the 10th day, she had rushed into the 9th level. As long as she advanced one more time, she will be able to become a cultivator in the Heart Profound Realm. A person in the Heart Profound Realm who was less than 20 years old was unprecedented in the God realm. Huang Yueli was immersed in her cultivation, so she didn't feel anything, but Saint Iniquitous Shadow, who had been protecting her from the side, looking at her incredulously. This was the real peerless genius. It was a very honorable thing to be able to help her reach the peak and become one of her masters. However, after Huang Yueli cultivated for a few more days, her progress was no longer so obvious. From the 9th level of the Dream Profound Realm to the early stage of the Heart Profound Realm, it seems that there was not much difference, but it was indeed a big leap. For the vast majority of cultivators in the God realm, this was a huge bottleneck, even an insurmountable moat. More than 90% of cultivators will never be able to break through to the Heart Profound Realm in their lifetime, and can only stay at the 9th level of the Dream Profound Realm. Of course, for a genius like Huang Yueli, it was impossible to really get stuck here, but it would take a certain amount of effort to pass this limit. Huang Yueli was so absorbed in her cultivation that she completely forgot where she was. In fact, she had been able to move since the first time she advanced, but she didn't move at all. Saint Iniquitous Shadow looked at her focused face, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not only is she gifted and savvy, but she can also concentrate on cultivation without any distractions. Such a genius is really rare to meet. If so, let me help you again. Saying that, Saint Iniquitous Shadow suddenly raised his hand, and swung his palm down heavily. It actually hit himself in the chest. Receiving a blow with the power of the life-profound realm, he himself couldn't bear it and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, once his blood touched the air, it instantly turned into a black mist. The black mist was exactly the same as what Huang Yueli and the others saw at the entrance of the secret realm before. It was the evil qi that was so dense that it had manifested into a black mass. These evil qi slowly drifted toward Huang Yueli, and the moment they touched her skin, they penetrated into her body. After being invaded by these new evil qi, Huang Yueli's body shook suddenly. But immediately after, the speed of transforming evil qi in her body also began to increase rapidly. The mixture of evil qi and profound energy circulated continuously in her body, helping her break through the threshold as she entered the heart-profound realm. Seeing this, Saint Iniquitous Shadow smiled even deeper, and lightly clenched his fists. I hope you don't let me down. Empyrean Fox Continent, Medial Arch City. As an important stronghold of the Allied armies, it is also the Empyrean Fox clan, which has a good relationship with the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Holy Phoenix clan. The young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, Li Moying, a god-level genius, was attacked by Huang Sanbai, the elder of the Holy Phoenix clan, causing serious injuries and is still in a coma. This incident has become the most shocking gossip news in the God realm. In just a dozen days, it has spread to every corner of the God realm, and it has become the topic of conversation for everyone after dinner. And this high-level negotiation between the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Holy Phoenix clan also attracted the attention of all the various God clans. Although the 12 God clans signed an agreement tens of thousands of years ago, they no longer fought with each other, but united and led the clans to fight against the devils. Moreover, each and everyone had their own little calculations, so they were naturally very interested in this negotiation. However, both the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Holy Phoenix clan rejected the request of the other God clans to act as peacemakers. On the day of the negotiation, apart from the host, the patriarch of the Empyrean Fox clan, no one else showed up. Patriarch Huang, Patriarch Li, both of them are my old friends, and we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. This reunion of old friends really makes me very happy, and it's worth getting drunk together. Lan Yuanjun, the patriarch of the Empyrean Fox clan, was really a well-rounded person. He is called Old Fox by people in the God realm. Seeing the two clansmen meet, they glared at each other as if they had eaten gunpowder, wishing to rush up and fight on the spot. He came out and said a few words, trying to smooth things over. He can be regarded as one of the top powerhouses in the God realm. His status is comparable to that of Huang Tianhao and Li Shihong, and they usually give him a lot of face. But now, when he spoke, neither of them seemed to hear him. Not only were they still confronting each other, but the atmosphere was obviously becoming more and more tense. Cough cough, Brother Huang, Brother Li. You two have traveled a long distance, and you must be very tired. I have already arranged a quiet place for you. You two might as well take a rest first, and negotiate things tomorrow. Before Lan Yuanjun finished speaking, Li Shihong couldn't bear it anymore. He glared at Huang Tianhao, his voice was full of anger. Huang Tianhao. Where's Huang Sanbai? Hand over that old man to me. Li Shihong himself is a master at the peak of the Tao Profound Realm, and he is only one step away from the Life Profound Realm. When he glared at him, the coercion he exuded was enough to make people tremble and not stand steadily. However, this was of no use to Huang Tianhao. The cultivation bases of the two patriarchs were originally equal to each other. Besides, on such an occasion, Huang Tianhao would never show weakness. The two glared at each other, and the elders, behind them, couldn't help scolding each other. Where's Huang Sanbai? Hurry up and hand over that old bastard. Bah. Why? Who do you think you are? Moreover, you are from the Cloudy Qilin clan. If you want us to hand over, and we'll just hand him over? Huang-sanbai, get out. You dared to attempt to murder our young master, but now you don't have the guts to admit it? Are you asking for a beating? How dare you insult the elders of our clan like this? What's wrong with scolding him? It's obvious that you hurt others first. Let's hurt people first? You know what you Cloudy Qilin clan did secretly. Both sides insisted on their own opinions, and soon quarreled with each other. Lan Yuanjun was listening on the sidelines, suffering from a headache, and could not help but secretly groan in his heart. Originally, he thought that accepting the entrustment from the two great god clans would not only make the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Holy Phoenix clan owe him a favor, but also be the first to know the truth about the conflict between the two great clans. Unexpectedly, this was really a chore. If the current development continues, the two clans will inevitably fight on the territory of the Empyrean Fox clan. Seeing that the two sides were really going to fight, Lan Yuanjun couldn't care about anything else, so he rushed into the crowd with a stride, and just stopped between Huang Tianhao and Li Shihong. The two patriarchs had already started mobilizing their profound energy, and were about to make a move. Suddenly seeing Lan Yuanjun rushing out regardless of safety, they could only stop abruptly. Patriarch Lan, please get out of the way. Patriarch Lan, this is a grievance between our two clans, and it has nothing to do with you. Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao spoke at the same time. They didn't even look at Lan Yuanjun, they still stared fiercely at each other. Lan Yuanjun said helplessly, Brother Huang, don't embarrass me. You all promised me before that you would never do anything in Empyrean Fox continent, so I agreed to be the middleman. Why? Are you going to regret it? Only then did the two patriarchs think of this, and their faces froze immediately. Then, both of them snorted coldly at the same time, and took a few steps back. Patriarch Lan, then I will give you this face, and let these bastards live a few more days. Li Shihong sneered. Li Shihong, what do you mean? Do you really think that the Holy Phoenix clan is afraid of you? Huang Tianhao's anger immediately surged up again when he heard this. Lan Yuanjun pressed his forehead with a headache. Two patriarchs, please be quiet and don't be impatient. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. No, we can't talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to find out old man Huang-sanbai today. Li Shihong's face was gloomy, and he cut Lan Yuanjun's words decisively. It's not that I don't give you face, brother Lan, but Moying's injury can't be delayed any longer. That old thief Huang-sanbai, I don't know how to give Moying any face. What kind of poison did he administer? It's too vicious. Moying has been in a coma for more than a month, and he still hasn't woken up. Li Shihong was really in a hurry. Although the doctors of the Holy Phoenix clan judged that it was Huang-sanbai who poisoned Li Moying, Li Shihong didn't plan to come to the Holy Phoenix clan to ask for the antidote at first, and the trouble became known all over the world. Li Moying is the pride of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and the hope of the future. His life and death was uncertain, and how many forces were secretly gloating. Therefore, at the very beginning, Li Shihong still placed his hopes on the medical skills of the clan doctors. 3575 Stick to one's word. 3. However, even though all the doctors in the clan were grandmasters from the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, they were helpless against Li Moying's injury. As a last resort, Li Shihong had no choice but to secretly seek out famous doctors in the God realm. All grandmaster-level doctors who had a little friendship with the Cloudy Qilin clan were invited to treat Li Moying. The result disappointed him greatly. Not only has no one been able to find a way to detoxify, but because some foreign doctors are not tight-lipped, they even spread the news of Li Moying's serious injury. This kind of news spread the fastest, and it didn't take long for everyone to know about it. When Li Shihong heard the news, he almost fainted on the spot. However, since the news had leaked out, he no longer had any qualms. He simply denounced the shameless behavior of the Holy Phoenix clan and asked Huang Tianhao to negotiate in person. When Huang Tianhao heard Li Shihong's words, he also knew that he was very anxious now. However, not only did he not empathize with him, but he even laughed triumphantly. Li Moying hasn't woken up yet. TSK, it's really not going to work, right? You really deserve it. What did you say? Li Shihong was already very angry, but being fueled by Huang Tianhao, his anger became even more intense. However, Huang Tianhao was not affected by his aggressive appearance at all, and sneered again. Li Moying will have today. I'm afraid it really is retribution. Li Shihong's eyes gradually turned cold. It seems that I guessed right. This incident was not an accident caused by a secret treasure hunt at all, and Huang Sanbai himself did not have the guts to plot against our god-level genius. Your Holy Phoenix clan's secret plan is to get rid of the god-level genius of our Cloudy Qilin clan. Li Shihong's voice was cold and hard, but every word he uttered was enough to make people shudder. Lan Yuanjun was listening on the sidelines. He had already forgotten about the matter of persuading to fight, and was so overwhelmed by Li Shihong's words that he couldn't even speak. A genius who murdered other god clans. This is something that was clearly prohibited in the agreement signed by the 12 ancient gods, and it is the most criticized thing. A peerless genius is the hope of the clan, and it is also the factor that is most likely to cause conflicts among the major families. In order to alleviate the conflicts caused by the struggle between geniuses, the agreement stipulates that the 12 great god races must treat all the geniuses of the god race and the human race equally and cultivate them together. In fact, this is of course very difficult to do. All races must have selfishness towards their own geniuses. However, on the surface, no one will show their jealousy and hatred for other god clan geniuses. Such assassination of foreign geniuses is even more important. It hasn't happened in tens of thousands of years. Lan Yuanjun held his breath, his gaze wandering back and forth between Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao. If things are really as Li Shihong said, then the Holy Phoenix clan will become the object of boycott by all the god clan. Huang Tianhao sneered when he heard Li Shihong's accusation. Yes, you guessed it right. It is the wish of all members of our Holy Phoenix clan to kill the scourge of Li Moying. Admitted. Huang Tianhao actually admitted it. Lan Yuanjun couldn't believe what he heard. Li Shihong was even more shocked, trembling with anger. You, how dare you do such a thing? This is a violation of the God Clan agreement. You actually dare to blatantly commit such crimes. You are waiting to become the public enemy of all god clans. Although he had already guessed, Li Shihong never expected that Huang Tianhao would admit it directly. He admitted this, but it was tantamount to pleading guilty. At that time, the other 11 great god clans will put pressure on the Holy Phoenix clan together, and the Holy Phoenix clan will not be able to bear such pressure at all. Li Shihong originally thought that although this matter was definitely a conspiracy of the Holy Phoenix clan, it was absolutely impossible for the other party to admit it, and the two sides would definitely have to argue for a long time on this issue. Who knew that the other party would admit it so readily? How dare they be so arrogant? Could it be that the Holy Phoenix clan has anything else to rely on? Thinking of this, Li Shihong looked suspiciously at Huang Tianhao, and as expected, he saw a gloomy and calculating look in the other's eyes. Huang Tianhao took a step forward and said loudly, "Since Patriarch Lan is here, let's explain it right now. Let Patriarch Lan judge who is right and who is wrong." Li Shihong frowned, and the ominous premonition in his heart became more obvious. What do you mean? You have already admitted just now that you deliberately attempted to murder our clan's god-level genius. What else do you have to say? What do I have to say? Huang Tianhao glanced at everyone in the Cloudy Qilin clan disdainfully. Don't play dumb for me. Li Moying first assassinated the god-level genius of our Holy Phoenix clan. Clan seniors, don't you know? It's clear that you Cloudy Qilin clan used their brains first and used such low-handed means to kill our genius. We had no choice but to take revenge with an eye for an eye. What? How can that be? On the Cloudy Qilin clan's side, from Li Shihong to several elders, they never expected such a thing to happen, and they all looked shocked. However, the members of the Holy Phoenix clan had long believed that they were pretending to be stupid, and they all looked at each other with resentment. If Huang Tianhao hadn't stopped them, they couldn't help but rush forward and tear the enemy apart. Lan Yuanjun was even more scorched by this thunderbolt. He knew that he would definitely hear some secrets today. But I didn't expect to hear such shocking secrets twice in a row. Not only did the Holy Phoenix clan assassinate the god-level genius of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but the Cloudy Qilin clan also killed the Holy Phoenix clan's god-level genius. Moreover, Li Moying of the Cloudy Qilin clan did it himself. Lan Yuanjun wouldn't even have dared to think about these words if he hadn't heard them with his own ears. However, Li Shihong behaved more like a normal person than Huang Tianhao before. After being stunned for a moment, he came back to his senses again, and immediately denied it. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. We did find out that there might be a god-level genius in the Holy Phoenix clan, but no one has even seen the person, and I haven't verified the authenticity of the matter, so how could it be possible to kill that person? After Lan Yuanjun heard this, he also said, Patriarch Huang, this matter. Is there any misunderstanding? When did the nobleman produce a god-level genius? We, the Empyrean Fox clan, have never heard of it. What about the news? Come to think of it, the Cloudy Qilin clan may not know about it. Isn't it a bit arbitrary when you say that? Is there any evidence? Before today, Lan Yuanjun was really not sure if there were any god-level geniuses in the Holy Phoenix clan. The rumors did circulate outside, but after a few days, there was no other news. Moreover, the so-called god-level genius of the Holy Phoenix clan did not appear in front of everyone like Li Moying, let alone made any splash. He had long believed that the feat of killing the powerful devil was a rumor. Only now did Lan Yuanjun realize that the rumor was actually true. In this way, it's no wonder that there are only rumors from the Holy Phoenix clan, but no one has seen that god-level genius. It turns out that the other party was killed by Li Moying just after arriving in the god realm. Lan Yuanjun had made such an assumption, which others would also think about. Especially the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan, they immediately remembered that when the clan first learned that the Holy Phoenix clan had produced a god-level genius, the patriarch specially called all the high-level officials to discuss the matter. At that time, the clan sent people to Soul Connection Ocean to inquire about the god-level genius of the Holy Phoenix clan. And the person who was sent was Li Moying. Moreover, since Li Moying left Amethyst Paramount Palace that day, he has never returned to Cloudy Qilin continent. No one knows whether he has seen the god-level genius of the Holy Phoenix clan, let alone what he did after he left or something happened after he left. Thinking of this, several members of the Cloudy Qilin clan lowered their heads, feeling a little guilty for no reason. Although, they all thought that, judging from Li Moying's usual behavior, he was arrogant, and it was unlikely that he would do such a dirty thing, but, after all, people's hearts are far away, so who can say for sure? Li Moying has only been in the god realm for more than a year, and she didn't grow up in the clan. Li Shihong also thought of this, and his expression changed several times quickly. However, he is the patriarch after all, and he has a very clear mind, knowing that no matter what the truth of the matter is, they absolutely cannot admit it. Once admitted, it will be their Cloudy Qilin clan who are unlucky. He immediately said in a cold voice, Huang Tianhao, I know that your Holy Phoenix clan is shameless enough, but I didn't expect that you would be so shameless. Knowing that you can't deny the fact that you murdered our genius, you actually made up such a lie? Aren't you just bullying Moying, who is now in a coma in bed, unable to wake up and confront you? Huang Tianhao sneered disdainfully, our Holy Phoenix clan has always been upright, so why do we need to do such a thing? Li Moying assassinated our genius, this is what Elder Huang Sanbai saw with his own eyes. Elder Sanbai, what did you go through at that time? Tell the truth, and see how they deny it. As soon as Huang Tianhao finished speaking, Huang Sanbai walked in from the back door of the room. In fact, he had already arrived at the door, but for his safety, Huang Tianhao asked him to wait outside the door, and only let him appear at the critical moment. Huang Sanbai walked behind Huang Tianhao. Before he could speak, 2 lines of tears had already flowed down. He choked up and said, "Patriarch, please. Please be sure to seek justice for young Miss Li. This little thief, Li Moying, deserves to die. He not only killed young Miss Li, but even my sister Elder Xuanyu, Elder Zhao, also died at his hands." An old man with white beard and hair, a master who has been famous for a long time, was devastated in front of so many people. For a while, Lan Yuanzhen felt a little moved, and before Huang Sanbai started to testify, his heart was already biased towards him. Huang Tianhao was even more angry and sad. "Elder Sanbai, don't be sad, tell them the truth." "Yes." Huang Sanbai lowered his head slightly, covering the darkness in his eyes. "Half a year ago, our clan sensed that there was a possibility of a god-level genius in the lower realm who was about to ascend. When I met young Miss Li, she did have a god-level talent." Lan Yuanzhen sucked in a mouthful of cold air as he gasped. Huang Sanbai's words positively verified the rumors about the god-level genius of the Holy Phoenix clan. Huang Sanbai continued, "The old man was afraid of delaying time, so he personally escorted her to return early on Azure 1. But who knows, it was such a hasty decision by the old man, but it killed young Miss Li." When he said this, he began to choke up again. Huang Tianhao was furious, but seeing the elders in the clan so sad, he couldn't help comforting him. "Elder Sanbai, don't blame yourself so much. You are also thinking about the clan. If you want to blame this matter, you can only blame Li Moying, that lowly bastard. He wants to harm people, and you can't guard against him." Huang Sanbai had a sad look on his face, but he was about to laugh out loud in his heart. Originally, he failed to attack Li Moying this time, and was rescued by the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan. He thought that the things he did must not be hidden. When the truth is revealed, he will definitely die without a place to bury him. For this reason, Huang Sanbai has been wandering around in anxiety, not daring to return to Sacred Phoenix Continent. But who would have thought that, as time passed day by day, what he was worried about did not happen at all. Li Moying didn't know what happened, but he was poisoned by a strange poison, and he is still unconscious until now. Moreover, judging from the anxious appearance of everyone in the Cloudy Qilin clan, he was likely to die because of it. Moreover, the guards around Li Moying are said to be seriously injured. 2 of them have already died. After hearing the news, Huang Sanbai couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. God is on his side. He is the final winner after all. Hearing that the Holy Phoenix clan and the Cloudy Qilin clan were going to negotiate in Medial Arch City, Huang Sanbai came here on purpose last night just to pour dirty water on Li Moying again. Anyway, Huang Yueli probably died, and Li Moying seemed to be dying too. No one will ever know about the crimes he committed. It was impossible for Li Moying to stand up and defend himself. He was proud of himself, but he didn't show it at all on his face. Huang Sanbai raised his sleeves, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said, "Patriarch, although you and the other elders are magnanimous, this old man is still to blame." Seeing Lan Yuanzhen's questioning gaze, he quickly continued to explain. The old man and young Miss Li walked halfway to a deserted riverside. We wanted to take a rest, but Li Moying had already spotted us. Taking advantage of the darkness, he first killed Azure 1, and then hurt young Miss Li again. The old man lives with young Miss Li in the tent beside hers. When I heard something strange and rushed over, it was too late. Li Moying had already led someone to hold young Miss Li hostage and was about to leave. I chased after him and fought hard against him. Although he was defeated, he had already severely injured young Miss Li, and even threw her from the airship that had flown high into the sky. Having said that, he paused again, as if he was suppressing the grief and indignation in his heart. Li Moying is so mad. The old man didn't care about chasing him, so he turned his head and wanted to rescue young Miss Li first, but he couldn't find it after several searches. The place where young Miss Li fell is a wild place, maybe it's true, real. Huang Tianhao had obviously heard it countless times. Just when Huang Sanbai was busy pretending to cry, he turned to Li Shihong with a pale face. Patriarchally, have you heard Elder Sanbai's words? The majestic young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan actually did such a thing. It is simply a disgrace to the entire god realm, and he deserves to die. After Huang Tianhao died, the elders of the Holy Phoenix clan were all inexplicably sad and angry. That's right, Li Moying deserves death. It was he who murdered our god-level genius first, and now it's just letting him pay back his life, which is as it should be. Even if Li Moying is dead, it can't cover up the shamelessness of your Cloudy Qilin clan. I really admire you, Cloudy Qilin clan. You actually have the face to accuse our Holy Phoenix clan of harming people? Humph. Why don't you take care of yourselves? The elders of the Holy Phoenix clan were all deceived by Huang Sanbai. The anger was definitely from the bottom of their hearts. The more they talked, the more excited they became, and they were about to fight again. Lan Yuanjun hastily stepped forward to stop him. Elders, please calm down. The truth of the matter has not yet been determined, so let's listen to what Patriarchally said. Listen to what he said? It is absolutely impossible to admit that a shameless person like Li Moying is the future heir. They are clearly the same as birds of a feather. Huang Sanbai was afraid that everyone would calm down, so he quickly poured another spoonful of oil on the fire. Hearing this, Huang Tianhao immediately looked at Li Shihong. How is it? Li Shihong, what else do you have to say? Listening to Huang Sanbai's testimony, Li Shihong's face became more and more ugly, and his heart gradually sank. However, Li Moying was cultivated by him alone. He has a much deeper understanding of Li Moying than others. Although he hasn't been in contact with him for long enough, he believes that Li Moying was definitely not such a person. If he didn't believe in Li Moying's character, he wouldn't have recognized Li Moying as the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan in such a short period of time. To sit in this position, talent alone is definitely not enough. Li Shihong's thoughts turned. He looked straight at Huang Tianhao without fear, and snorted coldly. Dare to ask Patriarch Huang, apart from the testimony of the old man Huang Sanbai, what evidence do you have? Huang Tianhao was startled. Huang Sanbai stood up and glared at Li Shihong with an expression of being greatly insulted. This old man guarantees with his own reputation that everything he said before is true. This is the evidence. Hearing this, Li Shihong snorted coldly with disdain. Who wouldn't swear? So, you are the only witness in this matter? Just based on your empty words, you want to slander the young master of our Cloudy Qilin clan and kill him? Then I also want to say that this matter was clearly fabricated by you Cloudy Qilin clan, in order to cover up your dark purpose of assassinating Li Moying. In my opinion, you just want to pour dirty water on him while Moying is unconscious. In fact, you don't have any god-level geniuses at all. Hearing Li Shihong's words, the elders behind him also reacted. It is true that not all of these elders are like Li Shihong and believe that Li Moying is innocent, but when it comes to such an occasion, everyone knows what they should say. That's right, the intentions of your Holy Phoenix clan are really sinister enough. He fabricated a god-level genius out of thin air, just to push the responsibility onto our young master. Huang Sanbai, you old man, you dare to use your reputation as a guarantee, bah. How much is your reputation worth for the bastards of the Holy Phoenix clan? Everyone spoke in unison, and turned their spearhead to the Holy Phoenix clan. Huang Sanbai's face was flushed red, and he pointed at the other party, his hands trembling a little. "You, don't make any blatant accusations. Our sacred Phoenix clan has god-level genius, and I am not the only one who has met her. Moreover, it's not only our clansmen who have seen Li Moying at the Sea of Soul Connection Ocean, even the steward of Soul Connection Ocean can also prove this point." Li Shihong said unhurriedly, "What can that prove?" "Li Moying has indeed been to Soul Connection Ocean, but having been there does not mean that he killed someone. If you can't find evidence, don't bite around like a mad dog. You are really going to deny it to the end, right?" Huang Tianhao was furious. "This is not denial, but that it cannot be slandered by others. Moying will never do such a thing. In my opinion, it wasn't Huang Sanbai who killed your god-level genius himself, but blamed Moying. It was you, the Holy Phoenix clan, who colluded together to kill Moying first and then planted the blame on him." Li Shihong sneered, and quickly had an idea in his mind. The elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan also joined in. Speaking of which, these two were indeed the most likely reasons. However, both Li Shihong and the elders believed that the possibility of Huang Sanbai killing someone was very low. The most likely thing is that the Holy Phoenix clan intentionally framed it. When Huang Sanbai heard Li Shihong's analysis, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He did not expect that Li Shihong's guess was so accurate. However, this is nothing to worry about, because the Holy Phoenix clan has preconceived ideas, and no one will listen to Li Shihong's words. Sure enough, the members of the Holy Phoenix clan believed in Huang Sanbai and believed that the Cloudy Qilin clan was treacherous and shameless. The two sides insisted on their own words, and a new round of scolding started again, and it soon rose to the fighting stage. Lan Yuanzhen tried his best to stop them. In desperation, he didn't care about the etiquette of the host and guest, and directly called all the masters of the Empyrean Fox clan to fight. Fortunately, both the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Holy Phoenix clan sent only 5 or 6 representatives, and the number of masters was far less than that of the Empyrean Fox clan. In this way, they also used some violent means to separate the people on both sides. Even though they were forcibly pulled away, the elders of the two major god clans were still yelling at each other, wishing they could pounce on each other and kill each other. Lan Yuanzhen coughed heavily. "Two patriarchs, don't embarrass me as a middleman, alright? Didn't you say that you should fight? If you really want to argue right and wrong, you can ask the 12 great gods to discuss together according to the agreement. Fighting is not going to solve the problem." Li Shihong and Huang Tianhao calmed down for a while, and they both knew that they had caused Lan Yuanzhen trouble. They could barely suppress the anger in their hearts, and each took their people back to the resting place. Lan Yuanzhen looked at the backs of both parties leaving, and pressed the throbbing forehead. "This negotiation will go on for 3 more days. What should I do next? If I had known, I would not have accepted this hot potato." As he spoke, he frowned again. The Cloudy Qilin clan and the Holy Phoenix clan, who told the lie? Just as the two great god races were arguing endlessly, Huang Yueli had reached the most critical point in her cultivation in the secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. At this time, she received the help of Saint Iniquitous Shadow, and the evil qi in her body became more vigorous, constantly impacting on her dantian, and the advancement was coming soon. He saw that she was about to break through and advance to the heart-profound realm. 3581, Huang Yueli, comes out of seclusion, 1. Saint Iniquitous Shadow watched from the side, with a faint smile in his eyes. But at this moment, he felt a shock outside the secret realm. Saint Iniquitous Shadow frowned. "It's really troublesome. If you want to break through the secret realm, it will still cause the vision of heaven and earth. I hope it won't be too eye-catching." Entering the heart-profound realm from the peak of the heart-profound realm, although there was no need to cross the heavenly tribulation, it will also cause drastic changes in the world. Moreover, the higher the talent of the cultivator, the more obvious the phenomenon will be. Judging from Huang Yueli's talent, the visions of heaven and earth she caused should be comparable to ordinary cultivators who advanced to the Tao profound realm. Saint Iniquitous Shadow thought for a while, then moved Huang Yueli out of the underground secret room, let her lie on the grass in the secret realm, and at the same time, opened the entrance to the secret realm a little. Immediately, the profound energy of heaven and earth, gathered above the entrance of the secret realm, rushed in frantically towards the secret realm. The profound energy quickly filled the entire secret realm, and at the same time, quickly invaded Huang Yueli's body. Huang Yueli frowned tightly, groaned, and felt as if all the meridians in her body were about to explode. Saint Iniquitous Shadow was also dumbfounded. He had expected that there would be a lot of profound energy attracted by Huang Yueli's breakthrough, but there was so much. This simply went beyond his imagination. Under the impact of such a large amount of energy, Huang Yueli's body suddenly trembled. At the same time, a golden light radiated from her chest, illuminating the entire secret realm. This little girl has finally advanced. Saint Iniquitous Shadow showed a gratified smile on his face. I just don't know, how long will it take her to absorb all the profound energy of the world? Huang Yueli closed her eyes tightly, folded her hands on her chest, and lay flat motionless. She could feel that after entering the heart profound realm, her comprehension of the entire fire attribute had entered a new level. After the 9 kinds of fire attribute conceptions were integrated, the law of fire was formed. Let her not only be able to drive the fire attribute energy contained in the profound energy of heaven and earth, but at the same time, rely on her own comprehension and profound energy to create new fire attribute energy out of thin air. This was a qualitative leap. Although she had successfully advanced, Huang Yueli was not feeling very well right now. She managed to refine part of the evil qi in her body before, but during this advanced stage, Saint Iniquitous Shadow injected evil qi into her body, coupled with the influx of heaven and earth profound energy, causing her to fall into that kind of predicament of her meridians exploding again. Although her meridians had widened a lot after entering the advanced stage, the feeling of splitting is now more serious than before. As a last resort, Huang Yueli could only choose to continue cultivating the secret technique of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. And when she closed her eyes, the golden characters in front of her eyes had also changed. Congratulations on entering the heart profound realm. Now, you have reached great realm, you can lead the secret realm. The voice of Saint Iniquitous Shadow resounded in her mind again. Huang Yueli almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. Why didn't you say this earlier? At the beginning, you said that as long as I have achieved success in cultivation, I can go out, and now I say that I have to cultivate to the level of the great realm. Old man Iniquitous Shadow, you really know how to cheat. However, she had no other choice but to force herself to continue to practice hard. 3582 Huang Yueli comes out of seclusion, 2. Fortunately, Huang Yueli has already mastered the tricks to this set of techniques, and the speed of cultivating the next part was even faster than the first one. After about 10 more days, she controlled all the evil qi and profound energy of the world in her body. However, being in control doesn't mean complete refinement. She just sealed them in the dantian and will release them little by little when cultivating in the future, which can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief and slowly opened her eyes. She got up from the ground, moved her hands and feet, stretched her waist again, and couldn't help complaining, "Ah! I can't stand it. I haven't moved for months. I feel that my whole body is going to turn into stone." Lying still all the time, stiffness was inevitable. But Huang Yueli didn't have the aches and pains of ordinary people, because as she entered the heart profound realm, her body got the essence again, the impurities were forced out and her whole body became lighter, and more laws of heaven and earth were integrated. Soon, it's only less than 2 months. You can cultivate this set of Iniquitous Shadow secret manual to the level of mastery so quickly, even the deity did not expect it. A voice suddenly came from above her head. As soon as Huang Yueli raised her head, she saw Saint Iniquitous' shadow standing in front of her. She blinked her eyes, with some doubts in her eyes. I don't know why, but she always feels that Saint Iniquitous' shadow looks a little different from when she first came here. However, she couldn't tell what was different. Just as Huang Yueli was thinking, Saint Iniquitous' shadow spoke again. How do you feel now? I checked the aura in your body. It should be completely stable. Is there any discomfort? Huang Yueli let her profound energy flow through her meridians for a whole week, then shook her head. It's nothing uncomfortable. She paused, and then asked, it's just, so much evil qi is sealed in my body, probably how long will it take to fully refine? Saint Iniquitous' shadow said, this is not sure. If you cultivate normally, these evil qi can increase your cultivation speed by 5 times. It will take about 8 to 10 years to fully refine them. However, in some under special circumstances, it may also be released in large quantities. Special circumstances? Huang Yueli was puzzled. However, Saint Iniquitous' shadow just smiled and didn't explain much. You will know when the time comes. Huang Yueli pursed her lips, feeling a little dissatisfied. What time is this, and I still have to play charades with her? What about the good master, who promised to love his disciples? If you don't tell her such a crucial question, do you want to cheat her again? Huang Yueli thought of one more thing, and hurriedly asked, by the way, master, will these evil qi stay in my dantian? Will they be detected by the masters of the god realm? Is there any way for me to cover up my identity as an evil cultivator? Saint Iniquitous' shadow glanced at her, and said coolly, as your master, I never hide that I am an evil cultivator. Huang Yueli was at a loss for words for a moment. Judging from the various legends circulating in the god realm, Saint Iniquitous' shadow never hides himself. He has been righteous and evil all his life, but he has always stood at the pinnacle of the god realm. No one dared to make irresponsible remarks to him. Huang Yueli was naturally very envious and fascinated by the free and easy pride of Saint Iniquitous' shadow. However, she also knows her own strength. Seeing the tangled expression on his new disciple's face, Saint Iniquitous' shadow snorted softly, you are so talented, yet you are so cowardly? If the world knew, I'd lose face as your master. Facing the cold expression of Saint Iniquitous' shadow, Huang Yueli was not afraid at all. She smiled with her lips curled up, and said, Master, what kind of cultivation are you at? You are at the pinnacle in the entire god realm. As for me, your poor disciple, I'm far behind. Besides, I'm already married and for the sake of my family, I must be more cautious in my actions, so I can no longer be as rash as I was when I was young. After hearing this, Saint Iniquitous' shadow almost spit out. You are still so little, what do you mean when you were young? Moreover, you're even married. Aren't you ashamed at all saying such things? Humph. Let me tell you, a girl like you in the god realm only knows how to cultivate hard. No one is like you who would shamefully marry yourself out. Huang Yueli said with a smile, what do I have to be ashamed of? My husband can save my life with the technique of splitting the soul. He is an amazing man just like master. Huang Yueli said this very well. She not only praised her husband but also flattered Saint Iniquitous' shadow. Although Saint Iniquitous' shadow knew that she did it on purpose, but, I have to say, these words sounded very useful. He couldn't help showing a bit of complacency on his face. Well, speaking of it, your husband can withstand the pain of the splitting the soul, and the strength of the soul is indeed the only one I have ever seen in my life that I can nod my head with approval. Besides, to make a genius like you fall in love with him, I guess the talent is not bad. Huang Yueli hurriedly said, my husband is also a god-level genius. His talent is only higher than mine. He's also a god-level genius? Saint Iniquitous' shadow was stunned for a moment. How is it possible? It is already very good to have one god-level genius in 10,000 years, but two at the same time. Such a thing is even more rare. It may not happen once every 10,000 years. Not to mention, you are still husband and wife. I also know that this is rare, but the fact is like this. Huang Yueli said with pride. Impossible. How could such a thing happen? He frowned, apparently not believing it very much, but seeing Huang Yueli swearing, he couldn't help but accept this fact. Saint Iniquitous Shadow said, "You don't have to worry, only a person whose cultivation level is higher than me can see the evil chi in your body. When your master's strength was at its peak, it was at the 6th level of the life profound realm. Over the past few tens of thousands of years, God-level talents have been withering, and there should be no one with a higher cultivation than me." Only then did Huang Yueli feel relieved. She thought for a while, and then said, "Master, since I have cultivated the Iniquitous Shadow secret manual to the great realm according to your request, then I will rush to cloudy Qilin continent to save my husband as soon as possible." Hearing this, Saint Iniquitous Shadow immediately frowned. "What? You are leaving so soon? I still have a lot of skills and profound skills, and I plan to pass them on to you slowly." "No, you have to stay here for at least 2 years. 2 years? Huang Yueli's eyes widened, and she immediately shook her head. No. This is definitely not possible. My husband has absorbed more evil chi into his body than I have absorbed. God knows what kind of pain he is enduring now. It will be life-threatening. I must rush to teach him this set of skills." Saint Iniquitous Shadow snorted coldly. "Didn't you say that he is also a god-level genius?" 3584 Huang Yueli comes out of seclusion. 4. For a god-level genius, although such an impact is severe, it is still bearable. He can't die within a few years, it's just that he'll be a bit uncomfortable. It doesn't matter much. Huang Yueli said in a depressed tone. "Master, then, you can't say that. A few years of coma will also affect his cultivation." "No, I have to leave here. Besides, I plan to participate in the God Ream tournament." "God Ream tournament?" Huang Yueli nodded. "You just said that it took me less than 2 months to cultivate, so the God Ream tournament will start in about 1 month's time." Hearing this, Saint Iniquitous Shadow obviously hesitated. He pondered for a while, then said, "You said that you have been ascended for less than a year, so you must have very little experience in fighting against geniuses from the God realm. The God Ream tournament will help you a lot, so you really have to go." He looked at Huang Yueli. "Since that's the case, then you should go to the God Ream tournament first. However, once the God Ream tournament is over, you must return to the secret realm to accept the rest of the inheritance." Of course Huang Yueli had no objection to this condition. She hurriedly nodded in agreement. "By the way, there is one more thing." "What's the matter?" "Master, just say it. You want to use the Iniquitous Shadow secret manual to save your husband. Of course it is not impossible, but he must also worship under my sect and become my disciple, otherwise, it is impossible for me to pass on the unique cultivation method to the outside world." Saint Iniquitous Shadow said solemnly. Huang Yueli nodded. "Master, don't worry, I understand the truth, my husband is definitely willing." "Can you guarantee it?" "I can guarantee it." Taking Li Moying's manner of loving his wife as his life into consideration, not to mention Huang Yueli had already acknowledged Iniquitous Shadow Saint as her master, so it was definitely impossible for him to have any objections. Besides, in the past, Li Moying was very envious of her senior brothers and sisters studying arts together as childhood sweethearts. Now, if he knows that he can be her senior brother, he might even be very happy. Seeing that Huang Yueli had guaranteed it, Saint Iniquitous Shadow nodded in satisfaction. "With your words, I feel at ease as a master." Huang Yueli couldn't wait to go to cloudy Qilin continent to save people. As soon as she heard that Saint Iniquitous Shadow was relieved, she wanted to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Saint Iniquitous Shadow stopped her again. "Wait, if you want to save your husband, using the iniquitous shadow secret manual is not the best way. You should take this manual along as well. Master, you actually have a better technique, why didn't you tell me earlier? Huang Yueli was very happy when she heard that, and took the thin booklet with her hand. She opened it casually and flipped through it. Her eyes flickered over the pages, and she was taken aback for a moment. Immediately afterwards, her entire face turned red, and she almost threw the book in her hand out. This is a dual cultivation technique. Seeing the little girl's embarrassed expression, Saint Iniquitous Shadow laughed instead. This ghost girl was very clever. She acted with ease in everything she did before, not at all like she should be at her age, which made him, her master, feel unfulfilling. Now, he finally got to see her embarrassing side. He explained slowly, yes, this is indeed a dual cultivation method. But, don't underestimate it. Back then, my wife and I were not as talented as you, and it was only by cultivating this set of techniques that we could both achieve our destiny and reach the life-profound realm. However, this has been improved by me several times, and not just anyone can practice it. 3585 Huang Yueli comes out of seclusion, 5. Seeing that Huang Yueli was puzzled, he further explained, this dual cultivation secret manual was rewritten after I performed the soul-splitting technique and became an evil cultivator. If you want to practice it, you must meet 2 conditions. First, both men and women must have talents above the heaven level. Second, both of them must be evil cultivators, with enough evil qi in their bodies. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, she found that these 2 conditions seemed simple, but they were actually very harsh. Because, the cultivators who can reach the talent above the heaven level are basically super first-class geniuses that the major forces have tried their best to cultivate. No matter how unsatisfactory they cannot become evil cultivators, let alone both husband and wife are evil cultivators. After all, in the God realm, evil cultivators are still very unpopular. Most of the cultivators who become evil cultivators have a miserable history behind them. Saint Iniquitous Shadow paused for a moment, and continued, meeting those 2 conditions is just a matter of successful double cultivation, but to achieve the best results, there is another condition, and this condition can only be achieved by you and your husband. Huang Yueli was startled, and she had already thought of something. Could it be the art of splitting soul? Saint Iniquitous Shadow nodded. You are indeed very smart. Yes, it is the art of splitting the soul. The 2 of you used to share the same soul, although your husband is now one, but the memories, feelings, and ideas that have been shared between you will not disappear, and will still remain in your body. Once you perform this dual cultivation method, these ties will be awakened to help you refine the evil qi in your body. Didn't you ask me just now, under what circumstances, the evil qi in your body will be released in large quantities, and the refining speed will be doubled? This is one of those situations. After hearing this explanation, Huang Yueli was overjoyed. She looked down at this double cultivation secret manual, and she didn't hate it so much anymore. No matter what, it's still, cultivation is the most important thing, right? It's definitely not that she wants to be like that with Li Moying. She is not as full of impure thoughts as Li Moying. However, she still didn't dare to read more, but carefully put away the secret manual, then bowed her hands to Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Saint Iniquitous Shadow glanced at her. However, you should be more careful when you practice. The evil qi in your body is released at the same time, which may attract the attention of others. If your identities as evil cultivators are exposed, don't blame me, and say that I didn't warn you. Huang Yueli hurriedly said, the disciple understands, and will definitely act carefully. Speaking of this, she thought of one more thing, and asked cautiously, by the way, Master, besides, other than dual cultivation, what else would cause my evil qi to be released? Please tell me as well. Saint Iniquitous Shadow said, there is another situation, that is, the profound energy in your body is exhausted and you are attacked by foreign enemies. At this time, the evil chi will be released automatically to help you take the damage. However, in this way, it's very dangerous. Don't let this happen. Huang Yueli shuddered all over. Saint Iniquitous Shadow was right. If she really waited until her profound energy was exhausted and she had to release the evil chi in her body, then for her, she must have reached a desperate situation. Without the evil chi, she might have died on the spot. With evil chi, even if she didn't die at the time, there would be endless troubles waiting for her. 3586 Interests of the God Clans, 1. Huang Yueli hurriedly nodded and responded to his advice one by one. Saint Iniquitous Shadow explained a few more words before raising his hand and allowing her to leave. Huang Yueli was determined to return home, and she had no time to think about other things. When she saw him let her go, she immediately left without looking back. Saint Iniquitous Shadow stood in place, watching Huang Yueli's petite figure disappear at the entrance. His eyebrows frowned slightly. If Huang Yueli had been more careful just now, she would have found that the figure of Saint Iniquitous Shadow seemed a little more transparent than before. I hope you can keep your promise and return to the secret realm immediately after the God Ring tournament, otherwise. After Huang Yueli left the secret realm, she did not return to Forest Shade Town immediately, but first carefully searched the surroundings, for fear that there might be any ambush. However, there was not even a living person around the entrance of the secret realm. Li Tianyi and the others did not stay where they were. Huang Yueli speculated that they should have been found by the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan and brought them back. Even the bodies of the 5 black-robed men who were killed by Li Moying and her at that time were nowhere to be found now. This is weird. The corpse can't grow legs, so can it still run away? Did the people from the Cloudy Qilin clan sprinkle corpse powder, or were they dragged back by the Dark Lord's people for burial? Huang Yueli thought for a while, but she couldn't figure it out, so she put this matter aside. At least now that no one is here to monitor her, they probably thought she was dead. This was just right, and it will not affect her actions. Huang Yueli returned to Forest Shade Town, stayed for one night, and set off the next day, intending to go directly to Cloudy Qilin continent to save Li Moying. Since there was no airship, it took several days to get back from Forest Shade Town to the nearest White Tiger continent. After entering a big town, things will be much easier. She can use the teleportation array to travel instead. Huang Yueli was still a low-level spiritual armament master, and she didn't have time to go to Sky Gem Glass Chamber to change for a higher-level badge. However, being a low-level spiritual armament master was enough for her to use the teleportation arrays in major towns. Moreover, she has a lot of spirit jade on her body now, and she can't spend it all. Even if she encounters some soldiers who don't cooperate very well, she could use money to solve the problem. Just like that, about 10 days later, she was already standing on the ground of Arcane City, the main city of Cloudy Qilin continent. As soon as she entered Arcane City, she felt something was wrong with the atmosphere. There were a lot of soldiers coming and going on the street, and the passers-by on the road were all cautious, not even daring to speak loudly. Huang Yueli knew that there was a problem. Moreover, this problem was probably related to Li Moying. After thinking about it for a while, she decided to use the simplest method, go to the tea house and ask the waiter. However, this time, when she found an empty seat in the tea house and sat down, before she had time to find someone, she heard the discussions of other guests around her. Of course, these guests didn't dare to speak too loudly, but Huang Yueli's spiritual sense is very strong. As long as she listens carefully, she can still hear clearly. This time we have a complete falling out with the members of the Holy Phoenix clan. I don't know if we will start a war. A man dressed in green asked in a low voice. The Holy Phoenix clan dares to start a war with us? How dare they have such courage? Don't forget, the God Clan agreement was passed by the 12 great God clans. Boycotted together. The middle-aged man next to him said disapprovingly. 3587 Interests of the God Clans, 2. The man dressed in green said, I also know this, but now it seems that it is not the Holy Phoenix clan who wants to go to war, but the Cloudy Qingqing clan who can't bear it. Think about it, I heard that the young master's injury has not improved, the clan has searched for famous doctors but nothing worked, the Holy Phoenix clan refused to hand over the antidote, and they also refused to hand over Huang Sanbai. If the young master is really, ahem, then the patriarch and the others can bear this breath? Silence. Upon hearing the man dressed in green's words, the middle-aged man's face changed abruptly, and he stopped him, while looking around nervously. You dare to spout such nonsense. Young master is a man of good fortune, so nothing will happen. There are so many famous doctors in the god realm, there must be someone who can cure the young master well. The man dressed in green also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and coughed twice in embarrassment. Ahem, I also know that a god-level genius like the young master has very good luck, and he will definitely turn evil into good fortune. But, this Holy Phoenix clan is too shameless. Not only does it deny it, but on the contrary, it bites us back, saying that our Cloudy Qingqing clan killed the god-level genius of their sacred Phoenix clan? Isn't this deliberately confusing right and wrong? The middle-aged man sighed, even if we all know that this matter cannot be true, the other god clan don't know who we are and who is right. In this lawsuit, it is impossible to tell right from wrong in a short period of time. The man dressed in green became anxious, then what should we do? I heard that the young master's injury can no longer be delayed any longer. Even if his life is not in danger, but, the God Realm tournament will start soon, right? The middle-aged man glanced at him lightly, raised his teacup to his mouth, and lowered his voice. This is the problem. Think about it, although the Patriarch has reported this matter to the headquarters of the Allied armies, don't say who is right and who is wrong in this matter now, even if the evidence is clear, other God clan will deliberately delay time, at least it will be delayed until the end of the God Realm tournament in the God Realm. Without such a competitor as the young master, wouldn't the geniuses of each clan have more opportunities? The man dressed in green's face changed. They are all dignified ancient gods, how could they act like this? What is this? The middle-aged man said wryly, do you think that the gods are saints? Isn't it the same as fighting for power and profit? If it is delayed until the end of the God Realm tournament, it is considered a noble hand by everyone. If someone's mind is darker, maybe in the end, it will be judged that it is more reasonable to say that it is the Holy Phoenix clan, so take this opportunity to get rid of the young master. The man dressed in green was suddenly shocked. However, he also recalled, you are right, with the young master as a god-level genius, the geniuses of the major god races have been suppressed. In the future, the young master will advance to the life-profound realm, and it is more likely that other god clans can't lift their heads. It's in everyone's interest to get rid of him before he grows up. You finally got the hang of it, kid. This matter. But it's a tacit understanding. Moreover, there is no need for other god clans to do it themselves. The Holy Phoenix has already done the dirtiest and most tiring work, and even gave it to someone who is not very reliable. There is no proof, but there is some truth to it. Others just need to push the boat along with the flow, and they can do it without any responsibility, so why not do it? The middle-aged man is obviously a well-informed person, and he has a thorough understanding of the interests of the major god races. It was the first time for the man dressed in green to hear about these sinister intentions, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Huang Yueli sat on the side, listening to the conversation between the two of them. Based on these words, she quickly analyzed the crisis Li Moying was in now. Obviously, in order to save Li Moying, the Cloudy Qingqing clan and the Holy Phoenix clan had already gone through negotiations, but the result was an obvious failure. The Holy Phoenix clan also said that the Cloudy Qingqing clan attacked their god-level genius first. These words were obviously made up by Huang Sanbai. She really had to applaud this old man to come up with such a vicious lie. Sure enough, this old man was insidious enough. Now, the Cloudy Qilin clan should have reported this inexplicable case to the allied forces to wait for the 12 great god clans to make a joint decision. However, the other god clans have their own thoughts, so it is impossible to make a fair judgment. To put it bluntly, there are far more people who want Limoying to die than those who want him to live. Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She stood up suddenly, picked up the teapot on the table, and walked to the table of the middle-aged man and the man dressed in green. You too. If you don't mind, let's share a table? The two of them were getting together, discussing the most sensitive topic in low voices, when they suddenly heard a strange voice next to them, and they were all startled. When he looked up, he found that it was an unremarkable young man. He immediately frowned. Who are you? We're not interested in sharing a table with others. There are a lot of seats here, you just pick one. Huang Yueli didn't take their hostility seriously, and said directly, just now, I listened to the two analyses of the attitudes of the major god clan towards the injury of the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The two really have extraordinary insight, which makes Li very impressed. The faces of both of them changed. As a subordinate force of the Cloudy Qilin clan, they can be said to be treasonous when they say these words. I thought they were sitting in the corner, their voices were so soft that they wouldn't be heard, but I didn't expect that this young man in front of me could actually hear them. Huang Yueli smiled slightly and said, you two don't need to be nervous, I have no other intentions. In fact, I just came from Empyrean Fox Continent just because I heard about the serious injury of the noble young master. I am a doctor myself, although he is not proficient in academic skills, he can be regarded as proficient in poison arts, so he came here specially to see young Master Li. After hearing this, the two of them relaxed a little. However, the middle-aged man still looked at Huang Yueli with a distrustful expression. You said, you want to detoxify the young master? Just you? Ask a blunt question, how old are you? How many years have you studied medicine? Are you a spirit alchemist? The young master's injury is too serious, but there is nothing to do? Huang Yueli curled her lips slightly, with an inscrutable look. Don't bother your excellency. Whether it can be cured or not will be known in due time. However, in order to be able to prepare before seeing the doctor, I still have a few questions I want to ask you. You just need to tell me what happened recently, then, this pot of tea is on me. As Huang Yueli said, she put down the teapot in her hand. When the two of them took a closer look, they both showed surprise. The pot of tea in Huang Yueli's hand was the most expensive kind in Arcane City. A pot costs thousands of low-grade spirit jades. For ordinary cultivators, it was definitely a huge sum of money that could not be earned in a lifetime. 3589 Interests of the God Clans, 4. The middle-aged man looked at her in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so rich. It seems that you said that you have good medical skills, which is true. Well, then you can ask if you want, but I can only tell you what happened in the Cloudy Qilin clan and I don't know much about it. Huang Yueli said slowly, it's alright, I just want to know. She asked a few more questions about Limoying's situation after returning to Cloudy Qilin Continent, as well as the negotiation between the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Holy Phoenix clan. Then, she asked about Limoying's current situation. The middle-aged man was still able to answer the questions fluently at first, but when he heard this, he seemed hesitant. This is the secret of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and I don't know it. However, the young master's injury must not heal so quickly. The rewards offered by the clan to famous doctors from all walks of life are multiplying every day. If you really believe in your ability, you can try it. Huang Yueli had already received the news she wanted, so she nodded, that's it, thank you both. As she spoke, she casually dropped another large piece of spirit jade, turned around and left quickly. The two of them stared at the piece of spirit jade, their eyeballs almost fell out. What is this kid's background? He is too rich. This piece of spirit jade, cut up, can be worth hundreds of dollars. Just give it to us? No one in Arcane City doesn't know what we are talking about. What? It seems that he is really an expert, maybe he can really cure the young master. Huang Yueli ignored the surprised eyes behind her, left the tea house directly, and headed towards the Amethyst Paramount Palace where the direct descendants of the Cloudy Qilin clan gathered. Amethyst Paramount Palace was located in the center of Arcane City. The entire main city was ring-shaped and built around this palace. Huang Yueli found the east gate. There were a large number of soldiers at the gate with solemn expressions, swords in hand, and they were all at the late stage of the dream-profound realm, and they were all imposing. Huang Yueli walked straight over and was stopped immediately. Who is coming? This is the important place of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Idlers are not allowed to enter. Huang Yueli explained, I'm your young master Li Moying's friend when he was training outside. After we parted, I heard that he was seriously injured and couldn't be cured for a long time. I was worried, so I came here to visit him. She didn't say that she was a doctor at all. Those words were no problem to fool a few ordinary cultivators, but facing many masters of the Cloudy Qilin clan, it will be revealed in a matter of minutes. She doesn't have much attainment in medical skills, and she doesn't have the confidence to refine pills at all. Young master's friend? The leading captain sized up Huang Yueli and frowned slightly. What evidence do you have? Seeing that this kid is dressed in ordinary clothes and his cultivation level was not high, he really doesn't know how he can become friends with their superior young master? Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, Huang Yueli didn't explain, but just took out a purple jade pendant from her bosom. This is the token your young master gave me, saying that if you need something, you can go to the Cloudy Qilin clan to find him. This token looks ordinary, but it was actually Li Moying's identity mark, and it was the most important thing for the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The soldiers turned pale with shock when they saw it. The young master even gave away such an important thing. This was a fateful friendship. The captain immediately became respectful. Young master, my subordinate was rude just now, please. At this moment, Huang Yueli suddenly heard a scolding sound from behind. Wait. No one is allowed to let him in. 3590. What kind of strength is this? 1. As soon as Huang Yueli turned her head, she saw Li Liyun just got off a carriage, leading a group of maidservants and walking towards him. She narrowed her eyes slightly, realizing that she had come by such an unlucky time. Li Liyun walked in front of her, showing a cold smile. It's you. Stop pretending, I know it must be you. Unexpectedly, you didn't die. After hearing the words, Huang Yueli subconsciously touched the disguise on her face. When she went out, she changed her appearance a little bit, which was slightly different from her previous disguise in Medial Arch City. However, it was more difficult to change things like height, fat and thin, and she came to find Li Moying in a hurry, so she didn't make too many changes. For people who have met her, it was not particularly difficult to recognize her. In addition, she took out Li Moying's identity jade token just now, and it was impossible to give this thing away easily. Li Liyun also knew that Li Moying didn't have any friends when he went out. Apart from the guards, there was only his beloved little wife by his side, so it was not surprising that she was guessed right away. Huang Yueli quickly figured out the key point and regained her composure. Young Miss Li, I've let you down. Although you racked your brains to kill me, unfortunately, I don't die that easily. When Li Liyun called to stop Huang Yueli, she only had some vague guesses. After seeing clearly Li Moying's identity jade token in her hand, she realized that she had guessed correctly. For a moment, she was extremely flustered. She saw with her own eyes that Huang Yueli was wrapped in a cloud of black air, and then fell into a strange teleportation array. Li Moying hadn't woken up after absorbing the black energy, so Li Liyun tacitly agreed that Huang Yueli didn't know where she died. But I don't know, a month later, Li Moying is still in a coma, but this dead girl doesn't know why, not only didn't die, but also appeared here intact. Young miss, you know this young master? Is he really the young master's friend? The captain guarding the gate and the two confronted each other tit for tat. They didn't know what to do for a while, so they could only ask cautiously. Huang Yueli came back to her senses, and hurriedly said, "Of course, Moying and I." "Of course not. How could he be Brother Moying's friend?" Huang Yueli had just started when she was interrupted by Li Liyun. Li Liyun said unceremoniously, "This person is not only not a friend of Brother Moying, but also murdered Brother Moying time and time again. He is a perfidious villain. You must not let him in." "What?" The guards all changed their expressions in shock. Huang Yueli's complexion also changed. "Li Liyun. Do you know what you are talking about? It doesn't matter if you are dissatisfied with me, but I am here this time to save Moying's life. Don't you admire him? Don't you? Want to kill him for your own selfish desire? You are crazy. Take me to see Li Moying." Li Liyun looked at her and sneered, "Do you think I'm a fool? Just rely on you? Your spiritual armament skills are indeed very superb, but you don't know any healing at all. You just want to stick to Brother Moying and you're just making an excuse. Don't think I don't know." Huang Yueli frowned. "Li Liyun, let me tell you again, I have a way to save my husband's life. This is not a joke, let me in." 3591 What kind of strength is this? 2. Li Liyun didn't believe that Huang Yueli could have such abilities, so she denied without any hesitation, "Impossible." She looked at Huang Yueli with disdain. "In order to be able to see Brother Moying, you really dare to say anything, even this kind of unbelievable lie? Let me tell you, no one here will believe your nonsense, you better get out." After hearing this, Huang Yueli not only did not leave as promised, but also did not move a step at all. She said with a half-smile, "Young Miss Li, you are so nervous, you are so anxious to drive me away. It is not so much that I am lying, it is better to say that you are afraid of letting me see Moying. However, you really should be afraid. If you let Moying know what you did to me, what do you think will happen to you?" These words just hit Li Liyun's sore spot. Hearing this, her face suddenly turned livid. However, she will not show any weakness in front of Huang Yueli. Li Liyun sneered, and said, "What do I have to be afraid of? If you want to sue Brother Moying, you have to meet him first. And do you think I will let you see him?" Huang Yueli frowned slightly. Although she was very confident in her own strength, she was not blindly confident. Now that she is on the territory of the Cloudy Qilin clan, with Li Liyun's status in the Cloudy Qilin clan, trying to prevent her from seeing Li Moying was definitely not just empty talk. Of course, she can also choose to make a big fuss in front of the Amethyst Paramount Palace, making things bigger and telling the truth. It's just that doing so may not be of any benefit to her. After all, Li Yuntao and the others have made it clear that the Cloudy Qilin clan does not want the future patriarch to have a wife from the lower realm, and her status was far worse than that. She was from the Holy Phoenix clan. With the current relationship between the two clans, if the patriarchs of the Cloudy Qilin clan knew her true identity, they would tear her apart. Huang Yueli's eyes darkened, but she still wanted to make the last effort. "Li Liyun, I'm not joking, I can really save him." Hearing her repeated emphasis, Li Liyun also knew that she was also poisoned before, but now she was standing here alive and kicking, so she couldn't help feeling suspicious. Could it be that this damn girl really had a way to save him? Li Liyun glanced at Huang Yueli suspiciously, then changed the subject. "What can you do to save Brother Moying? Tell me first and listen. If there is some truth to it, then for Brother Moying, I can consider letting you meet." What she said sounds like she made a concession and gave Huang Yueli a chance. However, Huang Yueli just smiled coldly, not being tempted by these conditions at all. Young Miss Li, do you think I'm a fool? I'll tell you how to save people, and if you use this method to save people, then you will transform into Moying's savior, and then secretly kill me. You will be able to avoid future troubles forever, right? Li Liyun's face froze for a moment. This damn girl was so smart. She actually said her plan exactly. She gritted her teeth and refused to admit it. What are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Huang Yueli raised the corners of her mouth mockingly. Whether it's true or not, you know in your heart, but you don't have to daydream anymore. I must do it myself to save Moying. No one else can do it. 3592. What kind of strength is this? 3. There was not a single lie in what Huang Yueli said. Although she has the iniquitous shadow secret manual in her hand, it was impossible for this kind of thing to be handed over to others casually. She also swore in front of the spirit body of Saint Iniquitous Shadow that she would never let the cultivation method spread to the outside world. What's more, if you want to really cure Li Moying and raise his cultivation base to a higher level, you can only do it through double cultivation. This was not something that anyone could do. The one who met such a series of harsh conditions was only her. However, Li Liyun obviously did not believe in such a thing. Seeing that Huang Yueli refused to tell the way to save people, she gradually became angry and she couldn't pretend to be innocent anymore. After talking for a long time, you are lying to me. There is no way you can save Brother Moying, you just want to see him. Huang Yueli said indifferently, he is my husband, I want to see him, so there is nothing strange about it. As soon as the words fell, before Li Liyun had time to react, a gasp came from behind the two of them. When Huang Yueli was arguing with Li Liyun, the guards of Amethyst Paramount Palace were not far away and could hear their conversation. They also had a lot of guesses about Huang Yueli's identity. Unexpectedly, she suddenly said, Li Moying is my husband. In their eyes, Huang Yueli is a man. Could it be that the reason why their wise and mighty young master was not close to women, and is indifferent to the pursuit of so many proud girls of heaven, is not because he is devoted to cultivation, but because he liked men? But the kid in front of him doesn't look very good, does he? At most, it can only be called normal, and it is definitely not stunning. The young master's aesthetic is really fascinating. At this moment, Li Liyun said, stop being so sentimental. Brother Moying will never marry you. The guards nodded after hearing this. That is, their young master doesn't like men. He will not marry a man. However, before everyone breathed out their long breath, Li Liyun said again, even if Brother Moying likes you, what's the use? What is the status of our Cloudy Qilin clan? It is absolutely impossible to accept your low birth. My young lady. To tell you the truth, Brother Moying and I are officially engaged. After hearing this, the guards almost fainted. Could it be that their young master really likes the man in front of him? How could such a thing happen? But even young Miss Liyun said so. For a moment, everyone glared at Huang Yueli. When Li Liyun mentioned the marriage contract, the guards all cheered. That's right, our young lady is already engaged to the young master. Thanks to the young lady who saved the young master this time, with this credit, even the daughters of other elders in the clan can't make money with young Miss Liyun, you've let alone a man. What are you? How dare you miss our young master? After hearing these words, Huang Yueli couldn't help frowning. However, she understood a little bit in her heart. It seems that after Li Liyun rescued Li Moying near Forest Shade Town, she made a contribution to the Cloudy Qilin clan. Originally, she had already been removed from the competition of future young lady, but because of this, thanks to her credit, she stood out and became the best candidate for Li Moying's fiancé. Even though she knew that Li Moying had been in a coma, it was impossible to do anything. 3593. What kind of strength is this? 4. However, whenever Huang Yueli thought of her husband being entangled by this savage and willful young lady for no reason, Huang Yueli would feel uncomfortable in her stomach. She looked at Li Liyun mockingly. Engaged? Are you sure? Moing has clearly not woken up. How did you get engaged to him? Or did you have a daydream, dreaming that you were engaged to him? Li Liyun's face froze. Huang Yueli said again, furthermore, his real wife is still alive. You are so eager to marry in because you want to make a fool of my husband? Have you asked me what this real wife means? What kind of wife are you? The lower realm. Li Liyun was about to say something, when suddenly, she found that the guards at the gate of Amethyst Paramount Palace were all looking at them in surprise. She was startled suddenly, and only then did she realize that she was so angry that she quarreled with Huang Yueli regardless of the occasion. All the words they said were heard by the guards at the door. Although the guards were clearly thinking wrong, if they continued to quarrel, there was no guarantee that Huang Yueli would reveal something. If word got to the ears of the patriarch or elders, her marriage with Li Moing would fall through again. Thinking of this, an icy glint flashed in Li Liyun's eyes. Keeping Huang Yueli here is always a disaster. As long as she stays in the Cloudy Qilin clan for a day, she will have to bear a huge risk. Why not? Li Liyun yelled sharply, bold lunatic. How dare you say such a thing in Amethyst Paramount Palace? You are clearly slandering our young master, destroying the young master's reputation, with ulterior motives. I suspect that you are a spy sent by the Holy Phoenix clan. Come, take this person down quickly, and this lady will personally interrogate him severely. As she said that, she didn't wait for the guards to do anything, she slapped Huang Yueli first. Powerful thunder attribute energy swept towards Huang Yueli's chest. Whether it's speed or strength, it's better than when the two fought in Medial Arch City. When the guards saw this, they all cheered, young miss is strong and diligent, so amazing. She is indeed a genius second only to the young master in the clan. A trace of surprise also flashed across Huang Yueli's eyes. Li Liyun's strength is indeed much stronger. The last time she fought against each other, she could only say that she had just stepped into the heart-profound realm, and her cultivation base was not yet stable, but now, it is obvious that her moves were more smooth. The interval between the two fights was less than a month, and Li Liyun has been working very hard recently to make such progress. Seeing the expression on Huang Yueli's face, Li Liyun couldn't help but feel even more proud. You are looking for death yourself, you can't blame me. Now let you see how good I am. The last time the two of them hadn't really fought, they were interrupted by Li Tianyi and the others. Li Liyun had always regretted not letting Huang Yueli see her true strength. She always believed that as long as Huang Yueli could clearly see the difference in talent between the two, she could completely suppress Huang Yueli and make the other party unable to hold her head up. Now, she finally got this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Li Liyun's profound energy had already hit Huang Yueli's chest. Huang Yueli didn't dodge at all, and there was a faint smile on her face. Li Liyun was startled, she was dying, and this little girl was still laughing? Wouldn't it be frightening? But the next moment, she realized that she was completely wrong. A huge force suddenly erupted from Huang Yueli's body. Li Liyun didn't even get a piece of her clothes, and her body flew back. 3594, what kind of strength is this? 5. Li Liyun didn't realize that she had missed at first, and when she was in mid-air, she still maintained an overjoyed expression on her face. It wasn't until her back hit the ground heavily that she suddenly realized what had happened. However, she was so stunned that she couldn't do anything except stare blankly at Huang Yueli. The surrounding guards also had dull expressions on their faces. They all opened their mouths wide and stared blankly at the scene in front of them. This was so amazing that she never thought that she should go up to help Li Liyun. After all, Li Liyun is one of the top genius cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and her cultivation has improved a lot recently. Even Li Zijuan is no match for her now. Only Li Moying was left. But now, what did they see? The young man who knocked Li Liyun away just now seems to be about the same age as her, right? Facing Li Liyun actually has an overwhelming advantage in strength? At this moment, Li Liyun finally regained consciousness. She was staring at Huang Yueli with a dazed look on her face, shaking her head desperately. No, impossible. How is this possible? You're not. Li Liyun had seen Huang Yueli's true face, and knew that she was much younger than herself. Moreover, the last time the two fought briefly, Huang Yueli's strength was not as good as hers at that time. However, just over a month has passed now. In front of this little girl, she couldn't not even catch a move. Impossible. This can't be true. What method did you use? Did you poison me? Or did you use some hidden weapon? Li Liyun opened her mouth and began to guess wildly. Huang Yueli chuckled lightly, and said calmly, your skills are not as good as others, and you still refuse to admit it, insisting on finding some reason. It's ridiculous to say that you are a genius. Li Liyun's face turned red when she heard her mocking her. It's clear that you used indecent methods. Don't think I can't see it. How can you, a lowly human from the lower realm, cultivate so quickly? Moreover, I just underestimated the enemy and missed just now. Missed for a while? Huang Yueli looked at her with a half-smile. Then I'll give you another chance. Get up and let's compete again. A gleam of joy flashed in Li Liyun's eyes, and she was about to jump up from the ground. However, Huang Yueli went on to say, however, this time I can't compete in vain. If I win, you must promise to take me into the Amethyst Paramount Palace and meet my husband. Of course, if you win, I will leave right away and I will never come to Amethyst Paramount Palace again in the future. Li Liyun originally thought that this was a good opportunity to avenge her shame, but when she heard what Huang Yueli said, she suddenly hesitated again and didn't speak for a long time. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows. What? Don't you dare? Li Liyun really didn't dare. Even though she thought from the bottom of her heart that Huang Yueli was from a humble background and could not be stronger than a god clan daughter like her, but for some reason, when she saw Huang Yueli's calm and composed expression, a trace of fear arose in her heart for no reason. Who said I dare not? Li Liyun was uneasy in her heart, but she refused to admit defeat. Huang Yueli took the opportunity to force her and said, so, you agreed? Li Liyun struggled for a while before saying, I promise you, but 3595, what kind of strength is this? 6. When Li Liyun said this, she suddenly stopped. Huang Yueli was a little surprised and frowned slightly, not understanding why Li Liyun didn't continue talking. She is still waiting for Li Liyun's words. After thinking about it, it is not so easy to sneak into the Amethyst Paramount Palace. It would be better to go in openly. Anyway, Li Liyun is also a no-brainer. If she can agree to this bet, it will save her time and effort. Go lie to those guards. Huang Yueli was also sure that Li Liyun would agree. After all, no one would have imagined that in such a short period of time, she had advanced from the middle stage of the Dream Profound Realm to the early stage of the Heart Profound Realm, and her current cultivation level was already the same as that of Li Liyun's. But who knows, Li Liyun stopped at this juncture. Huang Yueli took another look in surprise, and found that Li Liyun was looking somewhere behind her. She quickly looked back, and found that another carriage was coming from the end of the street. After the carriage stopped, a middle-aged man got down from it. This person looks a little familiar. Li Yunhai. Huang Yueli recognized the person immediately, and the person who came was actually Li Yunhai, who had embarrassed her several times in Medial Arch City. It turned out that Li Liyun stopped suddenly when she saw him. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Huang Yueli's heart. Sure enough, seeing Li Yunhai approaching, Li Liyun immediately yelled loudly, "Elder Hai, there is a thief here who wants to sneak into the Amethyst Paramount Palace, and he also stole the jade token of the young master's identity. He's probably from the Holy Phoenix clan. Please help take her down." Huang Yueli had a premonition for a long time. When Li Liyun made a sound, she quickly turned around, spotted a narrow street, and fled in that direction. With her current strength, she was still close to dealing with Li Yunhai. Moreover, even though she just had a quick glance just now, she could clearly see that there was another similar carriage coming towards Li Yunhai's carriage. If I'm not mistaken, the person sitting inside was probably Li Yuntao. If she faced these two brothers at the same time, she would have no choice but to catch her without a fight. At that time it would be unrealistic to even run away. And it was absolutely impossible for these two generals to be friendly to her. Earlier at the entrance to the secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow, the two generals had clearly seen her lying beside Li Moying, seriously injured, but they didn't take any action to save her, they just took Li Moying away. Later, although it was Li Liyun who attacked her, it was impossible for the two divine generals not to guess what Li Liyun would do to her. But in the end, no one pursued Li Liyun's responsibility. In fact, Li Liyun returned to the position and became the most preferred young lady candidate of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Here, the two divine generals definitely played a big role. They also hope that Huang Yueli will die. Huang Yueli's heart was clear for a long time, so when she saw the two divine generals, she ran away without hesitation. Facts have proved that her reaction was correct and quick enough. After Li Yunhai heard Li Liyun shout, he was taken aback for a moment, but he was also a smart person, and soon understood Li Liyun's code words. It was not easy for the young master to get rid of this damn girl, but she unexpectedly appeared again. How can this work? Li Yunhai immediately chased after her. Huang Yueli heard the sound of footsteps behind her, and immediately used all her strength to run away. 3596, what kind of strength is this? 7. Not only that, she also looked for those particularly narrow or crowded roads. Huang Yueli has a petite figure, and a profound skill she uses follow the light and agile route. Her figure was elegant and she can move around in a small space very flexibly. Li Yunhai didn't have this ability. In terms of speed alone, he was of course much faster than Huang Yueli. However, with so many people, no matter how fast he is, he can't show much. Not only that, but because he was too eager to catch up with people, Li Yunhai accidentally bumped into several passers-by, as well as a stall on the side of the road, which almost aroused public outrage. Hey! Who is it? You just left without apologizing for bumping into someone? Hush! Keep your voice down. If I'm not mistaken, he's from the Cloudy Qilin clan. What happened to the Cloudy Qilin clan? Can the ancient gods be so arrogant and domineering, bullying others? Hearing the indistinct yelling and cursing from behind, Li Yunhai was so angry that he couldn't wait to go back and beat up those humans who dared to scold him. With such a flash of divine effort, Huang Yueli didn't know which street she turned to, and her figure disappeared from his eyes. Li Yunhai was startled, and cursed viciously, "Damn it." He looked left, right, and looked in all directions, but he couldn't find Huang Yueli. But he felt unwilling to go back like this. After thinking for a while, Li Yunhai came up with a way and began to shout, young Miss Li, where are you? Come out quickly. What do you mean you are running? Is it a misunderstanding? We have been looking for you for a long time. It is the young master who wants to see you. He is still calling your name in a coma. Hurry up and go see him with me. Huang Yueli was hiding in a small alley not far away. Li Yunhai's cry was sent out with thick profound energy, and it could be heard for several miles, so she could hear it clearly. Hearing Li Yunhai's remarks, she secretly cursed insidiously, and at the same time felt a little ridiculous. Not to mention that she had already learned about the real situation in Amethyst Paramount Palace from Li Liyun's attitude just now. Even if she hadn't seen Li Liyun yet, she knew it was a lie. And kept calling your name in a coma, so how could Li Yunhai not know her name? Huang Yueli stayed motionless in the corner, listening to Li Yunhai repeat those words several times, and walked back and forth on the surrounding streets several times. Finally, the cry disappeared, and the footsteps gradually faded away. However, Huang Yueli did not feel relieved. When looking for someone, she has seen a lot of this kind of drama where she pretends to stay away and actually hides secretly to observe. Huang Yueli took out a new set of robes from her space and put it on. At the same time, she quickly changed her face again. This time, instead of painting herself as a man, she turned into a woman. A woman who was quite beautiful, but not quite similar to her. Huang Yueli herself has big watery eyes, red lips and fair skin, and looks very pure and bright. But the woman she puts on has a pair of slightly raised phoenix eyes, and she was full of charm. With such a look, walking in the crowd was also very attractive to others. However, this is what she wanted. After finishing her makeup, Huang Yueli sneaked out of the alley. After walking a few steps, she saw Li Yunhai. Moreover, not only was he the only one, but Li Yuntao also came with 7 or 8 guards. Several people occupied the necessary entrances and exits on the street, scanning the crowd sharply, and strictly scrutinized everyone passing by. The passers-by who came and went were monitored in this way, and occasionally some people would be stopped for questioning. Naturally, everyone was very dissatisfied. However, facing so many masters of the ancient god clan, everyone dared not speak out, so they could only pass by with their heads down. When Huang Yueli saw this scene, she didn't panic at all, and walked over one of the streets in a swaggering manner. The person in charge of guarding this exit was a young cloudy Qilin clan guard. Seeing a petite woman who was similar to Li Yunhai's description passing by, he immediately raised his voice and shouted, "Who is it?" "The girl in the red dress in front, turn around." Huang Yueli paused at her feet, pretending to be very scared, but turned around as she said. She raised her eyes and glanced at the young guard. This young man, are you calling me?" The young guard took a closer look, and after seeing the woman's face clearly, he couldn't help but lose his mind. This woman was not very old. Although she looks timid, her eyes seem to be charming and indescribably charming. Such a woman is full of temptations for young men who have not yet married. It's no wonder that the young guard was in a daze. Li Yunhai stood in the middle of the road and kept watching from side to side, for fear that any fish would slip through the net. As a result, when he looked this way, he saw the young guard staring intently at a beautiful woman, and he couldn't even bother to check the pedestrians around him. Li Yunhai was so angry that he immediately yelled loudly, "Li Dongpeng, what are you looking at? Do things well for me, don't be ashamed of being like a kid who has never seen the world. If you can't find that little girl surnamed Li, let's see how I will deal with you when I go back." The young guard shuddered all over, not daring to stare at Huang Yueli anymore. He quickly waved his hand to signal Huang Yueli to leave. That way, it's like treating Huang Yueli like a fly and avoiding it. However, this was completely within Huang Yueli's calculations. Just like that, Huang Yueli still swaggered away from the street safely under the eyes of everyone. From the beginning to the end, Li Yunhai and Li Yuntao did not arouse the slightest suspicion. It wasn't until she walked a certain distance and reached a safe place that Huang Yueli breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right. Fortunately, before I went to Amethyst Paramount Palace, I made lots of preparations and checked the surrounding streets in advance, and figured out how to escape in case of danger. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will have been caught today." A divine general, he really went with Li Liyun. Huang Yueli did not return to the inn where she lived before. Her identity has been exposed. Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai can't find her, and they will definitely check the status of the guests in the major inns. With the power of the Cloudy Qilin clan, it is not difficult to check them one by one, and the way she dresses when she checks in is not difficult. Li Liyun has already seen it, so it will be easy to find out. Huang Yueli thought for a while, continued to maintain her female attire, and went to stay in another inn. She did this by taking advantage of the blind spots in people's thinking. Everyone knows that she likes to pretend to be an unattractive man to hide her identity, but this time, she will do the opposite. Moreover, this time, she deliberately dressed up as such an outstanding woman. Although it seems that doing this makes her more attractive, but because of the special eye-catching, after others take a look at her, it is easy to judge that she is not the person they are looking for, and there will be no doubt at all. The fact that she escaped from under Li Yunhai's nose just proved this point. Sure enough, not long after Huang Yueli checked in at the new inn, there was a burst of noise outside, mixed with banging on the door. Huang Yueli knew what she knew, but she still pretended to be woken up, opened the door and went to the corridor. While looking downstairs, she complained, "What's going on? It's so late, why? Still so noisy? What I want is a clean upper room, what is going on here?" It wasn't her. The guests in other rooms were also startled out, complaining one after another. The shopkeeper could only run up in a hurry, nodding and bowing to everyone and apologizing. "I'm sorry, guest officers, it's not that I don't want to entertain you well, but the Cloudy Qilin clan is looking for a thief who committed crimes in Arcane City, and they are searching every inn. Please help me." The faces of the guests who stayed at the hotel were all ugly, but they didn't dare to continue to complain. Because the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan have already walked up the stairs, stopping people and questioning them one by one. They are on the territory of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Who would dare to offend such a high-ranking ancient god clan? No matter how unhappy she was, she could only accept the examination humbly. Huang Yueli is no exception. Her behavior was strictly consistent with the others. She complained when it was time to complain, and now, when it was time for her to bow her head, she also bowed her head obediently. Several tall cultivators walked up to her, the woman in front. When the two sides met face to face, the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan were stunned, because although the woman Huang Yueli dressed up was not as beautiful as herself, but for ordinary people, it could already be regarded as a rare beauty, so striking that they've only seen such a beauty once in their lifetime. After seeing the beauty, the cultivator who was still fierce just now couldn't help but lower his voice a bit. Girl, we are guards of Arcane City, and I have a few questions for you." Huang Yueli glanced at them, with a bit of displeasure on her face when she was disturbed, but she still said as she said, "Just ask." "Excuse me, girl, what's your name, where did you come from, when did you enter the city? How long have you lived here?" Huang Yueli said casually, "My name is Xiao Wan'er, a human race. I used to live in Voracious Wyvern Continent, and I've been cultivating nearby. Today I entered Arcane City, and I want to buy something at the auction house. I only checked into these inns 2 hours ago." The cultivators listened and nodded. Although they asked, none of them listened carefully. Their eyes all fell on her charming face. Because the mission Li Yunhai entrusted to them was to find an unattractive young man with a portrait in their hands. And the appearance of Huang Yueli's disguise doesn't match the picture at all, and even the gender was wrong. Everyone has already preconceived it and decided that it couldn't be her. The reason why I insisted on asking these questions was that on the one hand, it was a matter of routine, and on the other hand, I just wanted to say a few more words to the beauty. After Huang Yueli finished speaking, she looked at the cultivators in front of her. "All right, is there anything else you want to ask?" The cultivator froze for a moment, then remembered his purpose of coming here, and then asked, "Then, is there anyone else accompanying you?" Huang Yueli shook her head. "No, there's no one else." The cultivator stared at the door behind her, and said, "Can you let us go in and have a look?" Huang Yueli didn't have any ghosts in her heart, so she nodded readily and opened the door for them. A few cultivators went in and took a look. The room was empty, even Huang Yueli's package was still on the table before opening it, not to mention there was nowhere to hide someone. Soon, they withdrew and bowed their hands towards Huang Yueli. "Excuse us, young Miss Xia. We'll take our leave now." "It's all right, you're busy." Huang Yueli waved her hand, watched several people leave before returning to her room. Of course, things didn't end so easily. Huang Yueli lived in the inn for a few days, and went out to go shopping during the day. Apart from visiting the auction house occasionally, she spent most of her time drinking tea in tea houses, because there were people coming and going. The easiest way to get all kinds of gossip. In order not to expose her identity, she didn't even dare to go to the Sky Gem glass chamber, for fear of being bumped into by a spiritual armament master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, which would arouse Li Liyun's suspicion. After a few days like this, Huang Yueli found out that Li Liyun and the others really persevered. Not only did the cultivators in charge of interrogation on the street not decrease, but there were more and more. Not only that, even though the inn she stayed in had already been interrogated, from time to time someone would come to check her twice or thrice. "Li Liyun really wants to let me die. I'm in trouble now, what should I do to see Moying?" Huang Yueli frowned, and couldn't think of too much for a while. Good way. Judging from what she heard in the tea house these days, Li Moying's health seems to be getting worse. It seems that the middle-aged man said that he was very likely to be in danger. It seems that he was not lying. Although, according to Saint Iniquitous Shadow, Li Moying's physique should be very suitable for cultivating evil qi, and he has also performed the soul-splitting technique. Although these evil qi invaded his body, although he would be weak and be in a coma, but it was not life-threatening. But, then again, this was only in the case of the clan doing nothing. Seeing Li Moying still in a coma, the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan were at their wits' end. They had been frightened by Li Moying's symptoms, and must have thought of many ways to wake him up. If they ventured along this line of thoughts, it might be self-defeating and it might hurt Li Moying even more. No, this is not the way. I still have to sneak into the Amethyst Paramount Palace as soon as possible. But, it is impossible to deceive the guards at the door now, and it is not realistic to sneak in. It is best to have some chance, to have a large number of outsiders enter the Amethyst Paramount Palace, then I can take the opportunity to sneak in. Just as Huang Yueli was thinking, suddenly, on the street below the tea house, someone ran over yelling. "Something has happened, something has happened. Do you know that the Cloudy Qilin clan posted a notice at the entrance of Amethyst Paramount Palace just now?" Upon hearing this, the passers-by became excited and surrounded them one after another. "What notice? What notice? Let's go take a look too." 3600 When there is no other way, 3. Amethyst Paramount Palace. At the door of Li Moying's room, Li Shihong, the patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan, was frowning, with his hands behind his back and anxiously pacing back and forth along the corridor. Not long after, an old man came out of the room. Li Shihong hurried up and asked anxiously, "Dr. Lin, how is it going? How is Moying's injury?" Dr. Lin sighed slightly, and shook his head. Although Li Shihong had expected such a result, but when he really saw the other party showing such an expression, he couldn't accept it. "Dr. Lin, what do you mean? Even you can't cure Moying? How is this possible? You are the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. In the God realm, your medical skills can surpass that of those old men. There are only a handful of them, you can't do anything?" Li Shihong was devastated by the news. This miracle Dr. Lin is said to be one of the top doctors in the God realm. He has retired for many years. He once owed a favor and had hence come to Cloudy Qilin clan to treat Li Moying. Li Shihong was finally relieved to be able to invite a genius doctor of this level. But who knows, the results obtained seemed to be no different from before. Seeing Li Shihong's disappointment, Dr. Lin felt very guilty. Patriarchally, this time I'm not good at learning, and I'm really ashamed for not being able to cure young Master Li. However, this old man has seen some clues. What's the clue? Please tell me quickly. Li Shihong seemed to be a little hopeful, so he immediately asked. Dr. Lin didn't answer right away, but frowned and thought for a while before slowly opening his mouth. To be honest, the result of the old man's pulse just now seems. Apart from his own profound energy, young Master Li has another source of energy. A powerful energy, and a conflict occurred during the fusion of the two energies, which made the young master unconscious. Powerful energy? What energy? Li Shihong was taken aback. He never expected that miracle Dr. Lin would say that. Previously, the famous doctors invited by the Cloudy Qilin clan to treat Li Moying, there were 80 if not 100, and no one had ever raised such a point of view. However, it was the famous Dr. Lin who said this, so Li Shihong had to pay attention to it. Dr. Lin said, "This is what makes this old man feel strange the most. The energy in the young nobleman's body feels like it has been invaded by evil qi." What? Evil qi? When Li Shihong heard the words, he almost screamed out. How could it be evil? It's impossible. Dr. Lin, have you really diagnosed it? Li Shihong felt that his heart almost stopped beating, and a heart rose to his throat. For cultivators in the God realm, evil qi are very taboo. Because there have been rumors since ancient times that once a cultivator is infected with evil qi, no matter whether he actively chooses to become an evil cultivator or is accidentally invaded by evil qi, the result will be the same. Under the influence of evil qi, a cultivator's temperament will begin to undergo drastic changes. People will gradually become irritable, bloodthirsty, and ruthless, until they commit murder and arson. In the end, they will even lose their self-awareness, know nothing except improving their cultivation and killing people, and become even more terrifying than the demons. If Li Moying was really invaded by evil qi, it would be like a bolt from the blue to the Cloudy Qilin clan. With Li Moying's talent, once he is transformed into an evil cultivator under the influence of evil qi, his destructive power will definitely be countless times stronger than other evil cultivators. This is a disaster for the entire God realm. As for the Cloudy Qilin clan, not only will they lose such a peerless genius who can lead the clan to the peak, but they will also become sinners of the entire God realm. No matter what, Li Shihong was unwilling to accept such a result. As soon as he got excited, the profound energy in his body overflowed uncontrollably, making even the ordinary Dr. Lin blush. Ahem, patriarchally, please be calm, things are not as bad as you think. This old man is just guessing, because at first it seems that this energy is really a bit like evil qi. However, evil qi existing in this world is extremely rare, and even I only saw it once many years ago by chance, so in fact, I can't really tell whether it's evil qi or not. Seeing that Li Shihong still looked anxious and depressed, Dr. Lin thought for a while, and then said, actually, this energy is unlikely to be evil qi. Because of medical records, once a cultivator is invaded by evil qi, there are two situations. Exploding and dying. Another situation is to become manic and violent, such as young Master Li who is unconscious. I have never heard of it. Moreover, the energy in young Master Li's body is very strong. If it is really evil qi, he can't bear it at all. The conflict between profound energy and evil qi is enough to tear 10 of him to pieces. So, this is impossible. The old man is not sure what is going on. If Huang Yueli were here, she would be able to explain miracle Dr. Lin's doubts. Cultivators who were invaded by evil qi and died because their bodies were not good enough and their meridians were not strong enough, and those who became bloodthirsty murderers were because their souls were not strong enough. Li Moying's talent is high enough, and his soul is strong enough, so none of this will happen. However, neither Li Shihong nor Dr. Lin knew this. The two pondered for a while, and they both felt that this was not a symptom of evil qi entering the body, So they overruled Miracle Dr. Lin's guess. Dr. Lin, you're right. It can't be an evil chi. I don't know what Huang Sanbai did to Moying. Sigh, what should I do? Li Shihong sat down on the chair and gulped down a big cup of tea. Dr. Lin shook his head, it's hard to guess. One possibility is that when young Master Li was cultivating, he was attacked by someone with a unique technique, causing him to be seriously injured. Take the opportunity to pour into him. But, if this is the case, he should have suffered from qi deviation, and he doesn't look like it now. There is another possibility, that is, the poisoning that you said earlier, patriarchally. If it is really poisoning, this poison is really difficult to solve, and the old man is also at a loss. Where did the Holy Phoenix clan find such a vicious and strange poison? Yes, it is simply unheard of. After hearing this, Li Shihong was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table beside him. The cups on the table were shaken to the ground, smashed to pieces with a bang. Huang Sanbai, that old fox. If I let him find him, he must be cut into pieces. No, even if he kills his whole clan, it won't make up for the loss of our Cloudy Qilin clan. No, it's not enough to kill Huang Sanbai. If there is something wrong with Moying, I will kill every Holy Phoenix clansman I see in the future. Li Shihong became angry when he thought of the faces of Huang Sanbai and others when the two sides negotiated. Where to come? Hearing these words, Miracle Dr. Lin trembled in his heart. Listening to Li Shihong's tone, if Li Moying really can't wake up, the Cloudy Qilin clan will formally declare war with the Holy Phoenix clan. Although the mood of the members of the Cloudy Qilin clan is understandable, once the two sides go to war, the peace in the god realm that has been maintained for tens of thousands of years will be completely broken. At that time, other god races will definitely join in the melee, and the demon race will take advantage of the gap, and the entire god world will no longer have peace. Thinking of this, Miracle Dr. Lin wanted to persuade, patriarchally, don't get excited. Although young Master Li's current situation doesn't look like he will wake up anytime soon, within a month or two, he won't wake up. His life is in danger. The old man has a holy qi condensing pill here, let young Master Li take it, and he will be safe and sound for at least half a year. The pills in the god realm are divided into ordinary grades, earth grades, heaven grades, and holy grades from low to high. There are also legendary god grades on top of them. However, divine elixir is hard to come by now, and contemporary pharmacists can't refine it. Only the major gods have collections from ancient times. The holy medicine elixir that Miracle Dr. Lin took out is already very precious. After hearing this, Li Shihong relaxed a little. He took the elixir and thanked Miracle Dr. Lin repeatedly, Your Excellency, I will definitely keep it in my heart. If Miracle Dr. Lin has anything to do in the future, he can come to the Cloudy Qilin clan for help. Dr. Lin hurriedly shook his head, patriarchally, what are you talking about? I came here to repay the Cloudy Qilin clan. A pill is nothing, but the old man is ashamed of the Cloudy Qilin clan and failed to cure the young master's illness. Li Shihong sighed deeply, Your Excellency can't be blamed for this, it's all the bastards from the Holy Phoenix clan. Following the words, his fists clenched again. Seeing that he was about to get angry again, Divine Dr. Lin quickly stepped in, Clan Chiefly, this old man has an idea, but, it's a little troublesome, but it's still an opportunity. What? Dr. Lin, what can you do? Come on, tell me quickly. As long as I can save Moying, I'm not afraid of any trouble. Li Shihong couldn't let go of any hope now, and immediately asked. Dr. Lin thought for a while, and said, Outsiders say that the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, the elixir medicine, like this old man is the person with the highest medical skills in the god realm. However, this is not the case. We people just treat more patients. So the name is big, but many real miracle doctors are hidden in the folk. After hearing this, Li Shihong nodded, That's right, I've heard about it in the past. However, these miraculous folk doctors rarely show up. Although I have tried my best to search for them, I still can't find a few. Dr. Lin said, that's because Patriarchly didn't find the right way. You have to know that for us healers, we don't need fame or money, but we can't resist the temptation to improve our medical skills. Li Shihong was taken aback. Your Excellency means. Dr. Lin looked around and lowered his voice. Patriarchly, there are rumors that there is a bottle of Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew hidden in the warehouse of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Is it true? Li Shihong was obviously taken aback. How do you know? Divine Dr. Lin said, I also heard it by accident. Judging from Patriarch Li's reaction, this should be the case. That would be great. Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew is a very precious material for a spirit medicine masters. When the divine grade pills are made into pills, they all need to add Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew to form them. Today's spirit medicine masters can't refine the divine grade pills because Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew is becoming more and more scarce. Li Shihong pondered and said, there is indeed Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew in our clan. However, to refine the divine grade pills, the strength of the spirit medicine master is more important, right? If there is not enough ability, even having Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew will not help. The Cloudy Qilin clan found a whole bottle of Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew in an ancient ruin more than 1,000 years ago. The clan has a complete collection of books, so it is impossible not to know its function as an important ingredient to refine the divine grade pills. However, even after many saint-ranked spirit medicine masters in the clan used these Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew, none of them were able to refine the divine grade pills. After several attempts, Li Shihong finally realized that the problem was not with Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew, but with the spirit medicine master. Divine Dr. Lin said with a smile, it's true, but if you haven't tried it, who would admit that your strength is not enough? No saint-ranked spirit medicine master can resist the temptation to become a divine-ranked spirit medicine master. If Patriarchly can come up with a small bottle, just a few drops of Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew as a reward, and a public competition will be held, and at that time, the divine doctors who live in seclusion in various places will be moved by the wind and gather in Arcane City. Li Shihong was still frowning at first, but when he heard the analysis of divine Dr. Lin, he suddenly had an idea. That's right. Your Excellency is absolutely right. There must be a brave man under the reward, and it is half the battle won to get so many genius doctors to show up. At that time, we will use Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew as a reward, let them openly compete, and finally choose the one with the highest skills to diagnose and treat Moying. I don't believe I can't find a genius doctor who can cure Moying. Li Shihong quickly made up his mind. Although Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew was very precious, it was nothing compared to Li Moying's life. He couldn't wait to raise his voice and shouted, Come. Pass my order, immediately post a notice, offer a reward to the 12 continents of the God realm, and recruit folk genius doctors with real talents. This was the current top priority of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and no one dares to neglect it. In the afternoon of that day, notices of the medicine competition were plastered all over the streets and alleys of Arcane City. In addition, the notice of the competition was sent to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda for spiritual medicines, and Divine Dr. Lin was responsible for mobilizing the resources of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda for spiritual medicines, so that all spirit medicine masters on the 12 continents would know about it. And Huang Yueli was in Arcane City, so of course she saw the notice with her own eyes and was one of the first to get hold of this news. Any cultivator, as long as he thinks he has enough strength in medicine and alchemy, can participate in this competition. The highest reward in the competition is Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew. What is Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew? Huang Yueli didn't know much about the medical skills in the God realm, so she couldn't help muttering to herself. Fortunately, among the onlookers, there were still some people who knew some medical skills, and they quickly introduced the origin of Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew to everyone. For a moment, everyone let out bursts of exclamation. This time, the Cloudy Qilin clan really did a great job. 3604 A big event, 1. Even such a precious material has been taken out. Such a tempting reward, even my heart is tempted. It's a pity. I don't think my medical skills are that good. I have a relative who is a spirit medicine master, I'm going to tell him. Everyone was extremely excited, discussing in low voices, wishing they could sign up on the spot. However, Huang Yueli noticed something that others didn't notice, and her delicate brows were tightly knitted together. The Cloudy Qilin clan has already made such a bad plan, and even openly recruited folk genius doctors. With the power of the Cloudy Qilin clan, it is not difficult to seek treatment from the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, which shows that even the famous doctors in the God realm can't cure Moying. However, Huang Yueli pondered, the Cloudy Qilin clan is openly recruiting candidates, this may be an opportunity. Thinking of this, she immediately became excited, and carefully read the notice several times from beginning to end. After reading it, Huang Yueli felt a little dejected again. Because, although it was written in the notice that cultivators of any origin can participate, the arrangement of the official competition already excluded most cultivators including Huang Yueli. Before meeting Li Moying, all spirit medicine masters had to go through a series of screenings, comparing their skills in alchemy and pulse diagnosis. These competitions were real, and the notice clearly states that the difficulty of the third round of competition was equivalent to the difficulty of the examination of a Saint Spirit Medicine Master. This means that in the end, those who can diagnose Li Moying's pulse in person are at least at the Spirit Medicine Masters at the Saint level. It's just that some well-known doctors among the people may not have obtained a rank in the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. For a true genius doctor, these competitions should be nothing. The requirements of the Cloudy Qilin clan seem harsh, but they are actually very reasonable, because with such a huge reward, there must be countless spirit medicine masters who will come to participate. After screening, only a handful will get in. It was impossible for everyone to see Li Moying. However, in this way, it became a huge problem for Huang Yueli. Because, she herself does not have such high medical skills. If it's just to cure Li Moying, then no one can compare to her, because she has the skills given to her by Saint Iniquitous Shadow, and she can definitely heal him in a short time. However, if she had to compete head-to-head with her medical skills, she was helpless. Although she also learned some medical skills when she was in Soaring Heaven's continent, she also participated in a rookie competition to save Li Moying. After winning the competition, she did not continue to practice. Even though she is a bit talented in healing, she hasn't put in much effort at all, her foundation was not stable, and she can still deceive people in the lower realm, but in the God realm, compared with a real medical genius, it's ridiculous. Still want to win in the competition? This was simply impossible. Huang Yueli was a very realistic person. After thinking for a while, she immediately dismissed the idea of participating in the competition in person. For the current plan, the best way is to find someone to compete for me. As long as I can survive the 3 rounds of competition in the early stage, and I will make a move when I can diagnose Moying's pulse, then there will be no problem. However, it was not so easy to find someone to replace the match. First of all, the other party must be at least a saint-ranked spirit medicine master. 3605 A big event, 2. If it's too low, they won't pass the test at all. As for the spirit medicine master, who can reach the saint level, whoever is not eye-catching is likely to be unable to accept such a thing as a replacement. It seems that we can only rely on spending money. Huang Yueli held her chin and thought silently. After winning the first place, Heaven's Origin Immortal Dew can be given to the other party, and I will give another hundreds of thousands of spirit jade. Someone should be willing. However, it was difficult to guarantee the character of a spirit medicine master who came here for the purpose of money. I have to hide my identity under the eyes of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and I have to sneak into Moying's room. If that person isn't reliable, then I'll be in big trouble. It really doesn't seem like a good idea to find someone to replace the match, but unfortunately, Huang Yueli thought about it and didn't have a better idea. It was only 10 days before the start of the competition, and she was not arrogant enough to think that she could rise from a third-level spirit medicine master to a saint level in such a short period of time. It's useless to think too much here, I'll just go to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda and have a look first. After Huang Yueli made up her mind, she immediately set off to Heaven Elixir Pagoda. The style of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda was completely different from that of the Sky Gem Glass Chamber. Sky Gem Glass Chamber was always located on the busiest streets of major cities, and it was very likely to be the most luxurious building in the city. However, the Heaven Elixir Pagoda was generally a thatched roof house, and it was often located in the suburbs. However, no matter how remote the location of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda was, there was still a constant flow of people going in and out, and there were many visitors. Wearing a veiled hat, Huang Yueli followed the crowd in a very low-key manner to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. Before she got close, she heard bursts of exclamations at the door, which were also mixed with various cheers and disputes. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows, knowing that something happened ahead, so she used a little profound energy to squeeze through the crowd. Looking ahead, at the gate of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, 2 young men dressed with the uniform of spirit medicine masters were standing in front of the gate, with an alchemy furnace in front of each of them. The 2 of them were surrounded by so many people, but they still glared at each other, arguing a few words from time to time. This posture. Huang Yueli turned her head and asked a cultivator beside her, "Brother, do you know what they are doing?" The cultivator turned his head, and when he saw Huang Yueli's face, he was a little surprised. Huang Yueli's disguised face was also extremely beautiful, enough to shock ordinary cultivators. Seeing that she was a beauty, the cultivator immediately explained graciously, "Girl, you seldom come to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, right? These 2 spirit medicine masters are going to publicly compete in the alchemy technique. An open competition? Isn't it? It's said that there is a saying among spirit medicine masters called the pill competition." When Huang Yueli heard it, she became interested. Pill competition? How do they compete? The cultivator smiled and said, "It's just that the 2 spirit medicine masters put the alchemy furnace outside, and let all the onlookers testify as they refine pills. The materials used by the 2 are the same. In the end, whoever made pills that are of higher quality, and more in quantity, will be considered a win." So that's how it is. Huang Yueli was stunned. The cultivator said again, "It's rare to see such a thing, moreover, this time it's at the gate of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. TSK, if you lose, it's a shameful thing. That kid in white is really stirring up some trouble." When Huang Yueli heard the words, she subconsciously glanced at the spirit medicine master, dressed in white, on the right. This time, the other party just turned around, allowing her to see his face. Huang Yueli's eyes widened in surprise. This person turned out to be Lu Bian. Why was he here? A beauty like Huang Yueli naturally attracts attention. The moment Lu Bian raised his eyes, he also noticed her. However, Huang Yueli's disguise was perfect, and Lu Bian couldn't see any flaws, but he also felt that the woman in front of him had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, so he took a few more glances at her. However, the competition was about to start. After a little thought, he felt that he had never seen this woman before, so he looked away. Huang Yueli's eyes widened in shock, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. She wondered when Lu Bian soared. Although Lu Bian had reached the peak of the 9th layer realm a long time ago, and it was only a matter of time before he would ascend to the God realm, but it took less than half a year for her to ascend to the present, and Lu Bian had already appeared here. Huang Yueli was greatly surprised. Realizing that she had met an acquaintance, Huang Yueli no longer had the mentality of watching the excitement. She thought for a while, and asked the young cultivator beside her, Brother, you came early. Did you see how these two people got into an argument? Why did they start this pill competition at the entrance of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda? Lu Bian was not as aggressive as Li Moying's, so he usually wouldn't get into trouble with others like this. The young cultivator said regretfully, "Oh, it's also this kid's luck. How unlucky is he? Not only is he unfamiliar with the place, but he provoked someone who can't be provoked as soon as he came. A person who can't afford to provoke?" Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows in doubt. The young cultivator nodded and explained, "Did you see that spirit medicine master dressed in purple?" Huang Yueli glanced at Lu Bian's opponent. Compared with the handsome and extraordinary Lu Bianin, he looked very wretched. Especially when his opponent was still Lu Bian, he was turned into scum. "Oh, you said that wretched man. I saw him. What is his background?" Cough, cough, cough. The young cultivator didn't expect Huang Yueli to speak so directly, and almost choked on his saliva. After finally stopping coughing, he hurriedly warned Huang Yueli, "Girl, be careful what you say. This spirit medicine master is Lu Dongfeng, and he is the son of an extremely well-known divine Dr. Lu of Heaven Elixir Pagoda of Cloudy Qilin Continent. This young master Lu has been learning the art of healing since elementary school, and his medical skills are also considered to be excellent due to his clan's background, so he is quite famous in our Cloudy Qilin Continent." Huang Yueli was even more puzzled when she heard this. If that's the case, why did they quarrel? The young cultivator showed a bit of embarrassment, seeing that no one was paying attention to them. He moved a little closer, and said in a low voice, "To tell you the truth, although this young master Lu is good at medicine, he is a man who loves money. When selling medicinal pills, he often looks at who's the one buying. When he sees low-status people, he'll pass the average medicinal pills off as excellent ones, pretending that the regular pills are top-quality ones, and sell them to others. This is too much." Huang Yueli frowned, and a stern look flashed in her eyes. "Other people buy his medicine to save their lives. We're talking about lives at stake here. Selling fake medicine. Isn't this murder?" Huang Yueli was furious for a moment, and her voice became a little louder. Someone nearby heard the movement and couldn't help but look back at her. Seeing this, the young cultivator immediately became nervous. "Hey, girl, you should keep your voice down." Huang Yueli also realized that she had lost her composure, and lowered her voice. "All right, I'll keep my voice down." So, when Lu Dongfeng was selling counterfeit medicine, he was exposed by that spirit medicine master in white, and the two quarreled. The young cultivator looked at Huang Yueli in surprise. "Girl, you are really too smart. That's exactly what happened. Young Master Lu did this not once or twice. We all know it in Arcane City, but there are many people from inside and outside the city, and there are still people that were fooled. But we dare not expose him. After all, he is the son of Divine Dr. Lu. Divine Dr. Lu is an elder of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda in Cloudy Qilin Continent. If anyone offends him, no doctor in Cloudy Qilin Continent will give him treatment in the future. So that's how it is." Huang Yueli nodded thoughtfully. She still knows Lu Bian's character very well. He doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs, and he doesn't have much leisure time to help others. However, there is one thing that Lu Bian can't accept the most, that is, some people shoddy the pills and tampered with them. For Lu Bian, alchemy and healing is a very sacred craft, and anyone who engages in such tricks is not worthy of being a spirit medicine master. The two sides probably ended up quarreling like this. Sure enough, the young cultivator continued, "This young man in white must have come from another place. He doesn't know young Master Lu's background at all. When he saw him selling fake medicines, he exposed him on the spot. Young Master Lu immediately defended himself and said that it's nonsense and the medicine he sells is very good. This is enough for ordinary cultivators, but the young man in white is also a spirit medicine master, and he immediately pointed out the flaws of his medicine. In a fit of anger, young Master Lu proposed to the young man in white to a pill competition. Huang Yueli nodded after listening. This matter, it really seems like Lu Bian could do it. But I didn't expect that. Aren't spirit medicine masters always upright? Why is it that in the God realm, spirit medicine masters are even hotter than as spiritual armament masters, and if they disagree with each other, they will immediately go into a battle? Huang Yueli touched her chin, and said in a low voice in a disgruntled tone. The young cultivator couldn't hear what she said, and asked, strangely, what did you say? Huang Yueli shook her head, it's nothing. Oh, that's right. What are those people doing? She pointed to a group of people not far away. These people gathered around a small table, talking loudly with great excitement, and looked at the two spirit medicine masters from time to time, but they didn't come to watch. It looks a little suspicious. The young cultivator looked in the direction of her finger, and said with a smile, those people must be betting. Place a bet? Yes, this is also the tradition of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. If there is a spirit medicine master battling, many times someone will bet on which side will win. However, today's gamble probably won't work. Huang Yu asked, strangely, there are so many people around there, why don't you say it can't be opened? The young cultivator smiled and said, although there are quite a few people, everyone bet on young Master Lu to win. There is no one betting on the other side, so how can you bet? Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows, is this young Master Lu really that powerful? No one dares to bet on that spirit medicine master? The young cultivator said, it's not just because of young Master Lu's background. When it comes to alchemy, he is also second to none. Although young Master Lu is not very old, he hasn't even reached 50 yet, he is already almost able to refine the medicinal pill of heaven grade, and his medical skills are quite good. Such a kind of talent is considered top-notch in the entire cloudy Qilin continent. Although the white-robed spirit medicine master is a stranger, the badge on his chest shows that he is only an earth-grade spirit medicine master, and he cannot be compared with young Master Lu. This young cultivator had been here for an hour, hence he was very clear about the ins and outs of the incident. After hearing this, Huang Yueli's expression did not change, she just asked, this competition of theirs, how do they compete? I heard that the two agreed to refine the special jade pill, a kind of earth-grade pill, and the victory depends on the quality and quantity of the batch of earth-grade pills refined. If you compare all the various earth-grade pills, this special jade pill is actually one of more difficult ones to refine. Young Master Lu is already close to reaching the level of heaven grade, so there is no problem, but the white-robed spirit medicine master has only just advanced to the earth level, so he might fail to refine such a complicated pill. Alas, he is doomed. It's rare to meet someone with such a sense of justice, it's really. As the young cultivator spoke, he let out a despondent sigh. Like most of the onlookers, he was on Lu Bian's side emotionally, but rationally he believed that it was absolutely impossible for him to win. Thinking about this young man's offending the elders of the cloudy Qilin continent Heaven Elixir Pagoda, it can be said that his future is completely ruined, and they all sympathized with him. However, when he was still here sighing, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that Huang Yueli didn't even listen to him and even walked away and went straight to the group of people who were starting the bets. Eh? Girl, what are you doing there? Huang Yueli walked to the small table, and sure enough, she saw a group of people standing around dejectedly, looking very disappointed. The dealer was sitting behind the table. When he saw someone coming, he didn't even raise his head. He just waved his hand casually, trying to dismiss her. Go, today's game can't be played. I'm unlucky, no one bet on that brat in white. Don't worry about it, let's go and watch the fun. Originally, upon hearing this, the people who came to bet would all be disappointed and leave. However, after he finished speaking this time, he found that not only did the visitor not leave, but she also put a money bag on the table. "I bet the white-robed spirit medicine master wins." A gentle female voice sounded. The dealer was taken aback immediately, thinking he had heard wrong. "What? What did you say?" He suddenly raised his head and fixed his eyes on Huang Yueli. "Lady, what did you just say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Huang Yueli curled her lips slightly, and repeated clearly and loudly, "I bet this young man in white will win." "What? Did I hear correctly?" But. The dealer was dumbfounded, extremely surprised. Huang Yueli smiled, and said, "Why? Can't it? Didn't you just say that, because no one bet on the white-robed young man winning, the bet won't go on? Isn't it a good thing to have my capital now?" This. The dealer didn't know what to say for a while. This is of course a good thing, no. Nothing wrong with it. But lady, have you really thought it through? Let me say first, the young man in white has very high odds, reaching 1 to 5, but since you are the only one betting on him, you have to bet at least 1 spirit jade. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. 1 piece of spirit jade was equivalent to 10,000 pieces of top-grade crystal jade. For ordinary cultivators, that was a huge amount of wealth that could never be earned in a lifetime. Among the cultivators present, none of them can afford it. However, Huang Yueli was still very calm. She didn't speak, but directly took the money bag in her hand and shook the contents out. With a clatter, a large handful of spirit jade fell onto the rough table. The dealer took a closer look, and his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. So much spirit jade. He never dreamed that such an extraordinary beauty would get so much money once she made a move, which was simply blinding people's eyes. Huang Yueli said calmly, "Here are 100 pieces of low-grade spirit jade. I bet the white-robed spirit medicine master to win. I wonder if you can keep up with it." When the dealer heard this, he couldn't help but feel a battle between heaven and man, and fell into a dilemma. 100 low-grade spirit jade was not a small amount of money for a dealer like him. According to common sense, he would not dare to accept such a high bet, because once Lu Bian wins, he will have to compensate 500 low-grade spirit jade. Although there are many people who bet on Lu Dongfeng's victory, the amount collected still seemed impossible to reach 500 spirit jade, hence the extra portion can only be made up by him. However, the situation is different now. Obviously, the winner would definitely be young Master Lu, and the spirit medicine master in white had no chance of winning. So, taking these 100 pieces of low-grade spirit jade was equivalent to a guaranteed profit. Who can push out the money that was securely in hand already? While the dealer was still contemplating and calculating his odds in his head because there was quite a bit of commotion happening here, even the 2 spirit medicine masters who were preparing for the competition heard what was going on here. When Lu Dongfeng heard that someone had bet on his opponent to win, a look of dissatisfaction suddenly appeared on his fleshy face. He looked viciously at the betting table, wanting to see which blind guy dared to oppose him, young Master Lu. Humph. He must be banned by the Heaven Elixir Pagoda in the future. But who knows, when he saw it, he was stunned. Because, the one who made the bet, was actually a pretty and beautiful woman. Lu Dongfeng's eyes were so straight that he almost drooled, but when he looked again, the lady threw 100 pieces of spirit jade. Beautiful and rich. This was the best of the best. Lu Dongfeng immediately yelled loudly, Lady, don't rush to bet. To tell you the truth, I am about to become a heaven-ranked spirit medicine master, and I am sure to win today's competition. That kid is just putting on a farce. In fact, he just became a low-level spirit medicine master today, so he can't be my opponent at all. You must not be fooled by the dealer. He is afraid that the bet will not go on, so he deliberately lied to win your money. Hearing this, the cultivators around the dealer all changed their expressions. They were all waiting for Huang Yueli to place a bet and earn her money. How could someone jump out and tell the truth? That was 100 spirit jade. They have never seen so much money before. Now, wasn't all of this going to fly away before their very eyes? However, the person who said this was Lu Dongfeng himself, and everyone else dared not speak out. Compared to the disappointment of the others, Lu Dongfeng looked at Huang Yueli with a proud face. He felt that he was a hero who saved the beauty just now, and it would definitely make Huang Yueli feel good about him. Huang Yueli didn't look directly at this wretched fatty Lu at all, but turned her gaze to Lu Bian. Lu Bian also happened to look this way, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, and glanced at her with a half-smile, but he didn't say anything. It seems that Huang Yueli had nothing to do with whether she placed a bet or lost money. In the face of Lu Dongfeng's slander, he has no intention of justifying his name at all. Huang Yueli suddenly felt a little interesting. To be honest, she is not very clear about Lu Bian's medical skills. Although Lu Bian was the well-deserved #1 divine doctor in Soaring Heaven's continent, this was the god realm after all. From her perspective, where she had only dabbled a bit in medical skills, she really couldn't tell what level Lu Bian could reach. However, judging from Lu Bian's reaction, he should be very confident in himself, right? While thinking about it, Huang Yueli pushed the spirit jade towards the dealer, shook her head and said slowly, "Thank you, young Master Lu, for reminding me, but I have already placed a bet, so I'm afraid it's not good to go back on it now." As soon as Huang Yueli said this, the dealer and the group of gamblers behind her were obviously relieved. That's right. Those are the rules on our gambling table. Once you've placed your bet, you can't take it back. This young man in white has an honest appearance, so he may not necessarily lose. Lady, if you win, you will make a lot of money. Isn't it? If you want to make a lot of money, you have to take some risks. Everyone was chattering, their eyes fixed on the pile of spirit jade, for fear that Huang Yueli would take it back. When Lu Dongfeng saw this, he became even more angry. What do you people mean? Do you think that this young master can't win against such a kid? How dare you fight against this young master? You all don't want to mess around, right? Come, remember their faces, and you will never be allowed to fight in the future. They have stepped into Heaven Elixir Pagoda. The faces of the dealer and the others froze. They were obviously frightened, and they didn't dare to speak immediately. Lu Dongfeng turned to Huang Yueli. His ferocious expression suddenly became very amiable. Lady, you can rest assured that Arcane City is my territory, and other than the people from the Cloudy Qilin clan, no one dares to go against me. Just take back the spirit jade, I can guarantee that no one will dare to blame you. As he spoke, he glanced at the crowd with warning eyes. Seeing that no one dared to say anything, he immediately smiled even more triumphantly. Lu Dongfeng still did not forget to cast a wink at Huang Yueli, feeling that he was out of the limelight. This beauty would definitely be overwhelmed by his domineering demeanor, and would bow down to his greatness. Huang Yueli saw the wretched smile in Lu Dongfeng's squinting eyes, and almost vomited out last night's meal. Fortunately, she had strong self-control, the corners of her mouth twitched, but she didn't show anything. She said calmly, "No need, I've already made a bet. I bet the young man in white's victory." As she said that, she looked at the dealer. What? You don't accept these spirit jade? Don't you plan to take this gamble? The dealer obviously hesitated. He looked at the pile of sparkling spirit jade in front of him, and then at Lu Dongfeng's ashen face. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Who says the game can't be played? As long as someone places a bet, it will be played. With these 100 pieces of spirit jade, he won't have to come out to do business in the future. He must get this money. With the dealer taking the lead, the gamblers also swarmed up and surrounded the betting table excitedly. I want to place a bet. Get out of the way, obviously I came first. Dealer, take my money first. I'm a big client. This time I want to bet 2,000 top-grade crystal jade. Let me go first. Go away, what is 2,000? I want to place 3,000 high-grade crystal jade. The gamblers had the same idea as the dealer, and they all felt that this was a great opportunity to make money. Although Lu Dongfeng's odds were not high, if one bet 100 crystal jades, one could only get 120 if won, but this was a sure win. Normally, if one encounters such a competition without any suspense, even if the betting could go on, the amount of bets would be limited, because the dealer will worry about losing money. But this time it was different. Huang Yueli directly threw in 100 pieces of spirit jade. No matter how they bet, it was enough. In order to make a lot of money, many people directly put their entire net worth on it. What's more, for fear of missing this opportunity to make a fortune, they simply started borrowing money from their friends, as much as they could. There were also some people who didn't want to gamble at first, but now they couldn't help but be tempted. Lu Dongfeng was very angry when he saw it at first, and felt that it was really embarrassing for these cultivators to ignore his command. However, after thinking about it later, he felt that this was a good opportunity to let that little beauty lose all her money, so that she would be impressed and understand what an outstanding spirit medicine master he was. Thinking about it this way, Lu Dongfeng didn't continue to stop everyone. As a result, the tide of betting was extremely high, and the bet that Lu Dongfeng won was rising rapidly. The dealer's expression was a bit ugly. Fortunately, the winning party would have to pay him an additional 10% of the handling fee, otherwise, he would have lost all his profits. There were simply too many people betting. When Lu Bian heard the movement, he couldn't help but look at Huang Yueli a few more times. It's inconceivable that people who have never met before would place such a large bet on him. Where does the other party get her confidence when no one else was optimistic about him at all? There were quite a few people who have such doubts. The cultivators who watched have gathered together, whispered to each other, and started discussing. What's going on here? Could it be that the white-robed spirit medicine master is really powerful, and he came here on purpose today? And that lady knows what he's capable of, so she came here to bet to make money? How is this possible? You don't know the level of young Master Lu? There are very few spirit medicine master geniuses like him in the entire God realm. Anyone who can win against him is not famous. How can he be such a person? What's more, he's a new face. Then how do you explain this? It can't be that lady fell in love with the white-robed spirit medicine master, right? Hey, that's really hard to say. Although that kid is bold, he is really good-looking. It's not surprising that rich girls will fall in love with him, right? TCH. What's so great about being so handsome, humph? All kinds of unreliable guesses and slanders, without missing a single word, were heard by Huang Yueli, who had a strong primordial spirit. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smirk. Dare to gossip about her, wait a minute, these people will lose even their pants. When the time comes, don't cry. Amidst all the noise, many people had already forgotten the two protagonists who were still preparing for the competition. Fortunately, the referee sent by the Heaven Elixir Pagoda still remembered this. He went to the crowd and loudly announced the start of the competition. Only then did the crowd calm down, and surrounded Lu Dongfeng and Lu Bian again, preparing to watch them refine. Although in their view, this was one competition without any suspense, but there were not many opportunities to see spirit medicine master refining on the spot, and many people were interested in gaining such a first-hand experience. After Huang Yueli arrived in the God realm, it was the first time she saw someone refining pills. She was very interested, and immediately squeezed to the front. The two spirit medicine masters shot at the same time, and a ball of flame flew out from their fingertips and entered the fire inlet at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. It was just such a simple action, and the crowd booed immediately. What's going on here? The flame released by the spirit medicine master in white is a little too ordinary. Look at young Master Lu's primordial spirit and flame, and then look at his. Sigh, the difference in strength is too obvious. I thought that the white-robed spirit medicine master was some kind of master-disciple of a hidden divine doctor, but now it seems that it was really me, thinking too much. It's a pity for that little beauty, 100 pieces of spirit jade. TSK, no matter how rich you are, you can't afford to spend so much. I'm afraid I'm going to regret it? Intentionally or not, everyone cast their eyes on Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli stood in the crowd, but her expression was calm all the time, as if she had never heard of it. 100 pieces of spirit jade, for these human cultivators, was really a huge amount of wealth that was difficult to earn in 100 lifetimes, but for her, it is really worthless, and she may not be interested in picking it up even if it was thrown on the ground. For her, what was really important was Lu Bian's refining technique. Others don't know what's going on, but Huang Yueli knew Lu Bian's details, and understands that he actually has a better deviant flame, but he didn't use it. Instead, he used a fairly common kind of flame. In this case, he would definitely not lose on purpose. Therefore, in the end, she felt that he had won for sure, so he wanted to slap this young Master Lu in the face. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli felt even more relieved, and simply put aside all the rumors that were flying around and concentrated on observing Lu Bian's refining. On the surface, there was not much difference between the spirit medicine technique in the God realm and the alchemy technique in Soaring Heaven's continent. They all heat up the alchemy furnace first, then add various medicinal materials, and after mixing the medicinal power, they finally condense the pill. However, Huang Yueli has experience in refining spirit armaments, so she knows that this was just a superficial phenomenon. In fact, the principle of the pills from the God realm was mostly related to the force field brought about by channeling the profound energy. One of the most obvious evidence is that the outer layers of all the pills from the God realm have pill patterns. No matter what the quality was, there would be pill patterns, the difference is only the color, depth and complexity. And the pill pattern, if understood from another angle, was a special array pattern. Using these lines to build a force field, guide the medicinal materials and profound energy to work in the cultivator's body. This was the true source of the power of the pill, to revive human flesh and bones. The type of flame that Lu Bian used was very common. As a result, the strength was far less powerful than that of Lu Dongfeng. Lu Dongfeng has already heated up the alchemy furnace and added several medicinal materials, but Lu Bian was still heating the furnace over here. Although the cultivators who were spectating were not spirit medicine masters, such an obvious gap could still be seen. For a while, everyone shook their heads and sighed. It was not unusual for this white-robed spirit medicine master to lose to Lu Dongfeng, but it was really surprising that he lost so ugly. They thought that a spirit medicine master who had the guts to challenge Lu Dongfeng would at least have some ability. Yet, the results of it? Even a furnace had to be heated for a long time. It wasn't until Lu Dongfeng added all the medicinal materials into the furnace and started to try to build the force field of the medicinal pill that Lu Bian's furnace heated up to the acceptable temperature. He slowly lifted the furnace cover and stretched out his hand to the bamboo basket with medicinal materials on the side. Everyone couldn't bear to watch it anymore. It's a good thing he can still calm down and continue refining. If it were up to me, seeing the gap is so big, I would be ashamed to make a fool of myself, and I can only admit defeat. The most important thing for a spirit medicine master is to calm down and have a good concentration. In this aspect, this kid is pretty good. Wait, who said he can hold his breath? Look, what is he doing? The last speaker yelled in shock, and pointed to Lu Bian's pill furnace. The others looked in the direction of his finger, and were immediately taken aback. Because, they all saw Lu Bian stretch out his hand to the top of the bamboo basket, but he didn't take out any medicinal materials. Instead, he directly lifted the entire bamboo basket, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw all the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace. The eyeballs of the onlookers almost fell to the ground. Although they were not spirit medicine masters, they still had basic knowledge. Even if one were to think about it with their toes, one would also know that when refining, one can't do such nonsense, right? This. The cultivators were all tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. This kid, wouldn't it be that he was so anxious that he was about to lose? He even completely forgot how to refine. And after Lu Dongfeng noticed what was happening around him, he raised his eyebrows proudly, and almost couldn't laugh out loud on the spot. If he had known how stupid this guy was, he wouldn't have had to work so hard to refine such a difficult pill just now. Lu Dongfeng subconsciously glanced at Huang Yueli again. As a result, seeing this made him tremble with anger, and almost knocked over the alchemy furnace. Because Huang Yueli's gaze stayed on Lu Bian all the time, from the beginning to now, she didn't shift her gaze in the slightest, and she didn't even give him the slightest glance. Lu Dongfeng's face flushed with anger, and he really wanted to rush to Huang Yueli and ask, "What's so good about that pretty face?" The level of refining skills was so poor, it was simply a waste of materials. He became impatient and wished he could refine a batch of pills right now, and trample Lu Bian under his feet, so that Huang Yueli could look at him with admiration. With this kind of mentality, Lu Dongfeng's hand movements became eager, and even when he was doing his hand gestures, he couldn't concentrate and think seriously. After several twists and turns, his pill was finally about to take shape. It's only the last step. As long as the condensing is successful, I can. Lu Dongfeng stared at his alchemy furnace with all his attention, pouring all his profound energy into it. But at this moment... What? How is it possible? Look, that white-robed spirit medicine master has already refined a pill. 3614 really cried, one. The screams of the onlookers suddenly reached their ears. Lu Dongfeng's hand shook immediately, and the profound energy condensed in his palm scattered at once. The medicinal pill that had been almost formed also showed signs of collapsing. Lu Dongfeng noticed this, and he shuddered all over, and hastily typed out several hand gestures one after another, trying to remedy it. In the end, his basic skills were solid, and he barely managed to keep the half-finished medicinal pill without letting it get completely destroyed. Only then did Lu Dongfeng heave a sigh of relief. As long as the medicinal pill doesn't shatter immediately, it can still be saved. It doesn't count as a refining failure. As long as it waits a while and recondenses the medicinal pill, it will be a slight loss in quality at most. However, it is more than enough to fight against a little kid. Thinking of this, Lu Dongfeng couldn't help but glared in the direction of the screaming just now, wanting to see who the eyeless person was making such a fuss about, almost disturbing his alchemy. He wants to write down this guy's appearance, and find an opportunity to take revenge on him in the future. But who knows, when Lu Dongfeng glanced at the crowd, he found that no one was looking at him, and everyone's eyes were on Lu Bian who was beside him. Moreover, the expressions on everyone's faces were like swallowing a fly alive, indescribably shocked and amazed. Seeing such a scene, Lu Dongfeng was startled, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He subconsciously turned his head and looked to the right. Lu Bian, who was wearing a white spirit medicine master's robe, was making hand gestures towards the alchemy furnace. His movements were as smooth as flowing clouds, but neither slow nor fast. It seemed that his speed was not fast. However, under the control of his profound energy, the lid of the alchemy furnace was slowly raised in midair. Lu Dongfeng opened his mouth wide, his eyes stared straight. In the process of refining the elixir, in order to ensure that the elixir is properly heated and heated evenly, the furnace lid must not be opened casually. Generally speaking, the only situation where the lid will be opened is, the refining is over. Either the medicinal pill has been formed, or it has failed. And this little kid? Could it be that his medicinal pill had already been refined? No, it's impossible. It took him so long just to heat up the alchemy furnace just now. Even if he could refine it successfully in the end, the speed could not be so fast, so he must have already smelted all the medicinal materials into slag. This is to admit defeat. Lu Dongfeng kept chanting silently in his heart to convince himself, but the uneasy feeling in his heart could not be reduced at all. In just an instant, the lid of Lu Bian's alchemy furnace had already been lifted to one side. Lu Bian clapped his hands and said, "My special jade pill has been refined, please take a look at it." Lu Dongfeng thought he was under too much pressure and had hallucinations. The refining was complete? This kid has refined the special jade pill? What a joke! However, the spirit medicine masters sent by the Heaven Elixir Pagoda to be judges had already walked over and surrounded Lu Bian's pill furnace. The leader of the group looked into the furnace and coughed lightly. He showed hesitation, and instead of taking out the medicinal pill immediately, he turned his head and glanced at Lu Dongfeng. The eyes of the two happened to meet. There was a sudden bang in Lu Dongfeng's head, like a thunderbolt exploding in his head. This referee is also from the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, so he was naturally on his side. If Lu Bian hadn't refined the special jade pill, the referee would have shouted out a long time ago, announcing Lu Bian's failure, but now, he was hesitant. Obviously, Lu Bian not only refined the medicinal pill, but the quality was quite good as well. Lu Bian saw that the referees were just watching and didn't speak, so he couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Seniors, shouldn't you take out my medicinal pill and let all the cultivators who came to watch the pill competition take a look and make a judgment as well?" "That's right. Take it out and let us have a look. Did that kid in white really refine the special jade pill? How could he be faster than young Master Lu? I don't believe it. Unless seeing is believing." The onlookers urged the referee one after another. They had long wanted to see the medicinal pill that Lu Bian had refined. Although they were not professional spirit medicine masters, they could identify the real high-quality medicinal pill just by looking at it. Experienced cultivators will have their own judgments. However, the referees remained silent. The three lower-level spirit medicine masters all looked at the leader in unison. Seeing that he couldn't evade, the leading heaven-level spirit medicine master coughed and said dryly, "Don't be so impatient. The quality and quantity of alchemy is what is compared in such competitions, not the speed of alchemy, so, it would be fairer to wait for young Master Lu to finish the refinement, and then bring it out for everyone to judge." As soon as the words fell, Lu Bian let out a mocking sneer. "Fair? This is really fair. A layman may not understand it, but it is impossible for a professional spirit medicine master not to know that after the pill is formed, it cannot be kept in the pill furnace forever. Because the remaining temperature in the pill furnace will also have a certain impact on the formed pills, and the pressure and humidity in the furnace are not suitable for storing pills. In order to maintain the best quality of the medicinal pill, it is usually taken out immediately after refining, and stored in a special jade box, so as to minimize the loss of medicinal effect. And if it was kept in the pill furnace in such a manner, the quality of the pill would drop in a short time." By saying this and doing so, the referee was obviously helping Lu Dongfeng. They wanted to use this method to delay time. On the one hand, Lu Bian's advantage of completing the refinement earlier was wiped out, and on the other hand, the quality of his medicinal pill was also reduced. This way, the possibility of Lu Dongfeng winning is much greater. Knowing this, Lu Bian coldly glanced at the referees. Seeing his cold and stern eyes, the referees felt chills all over. They were a little confused why a fledgling young spirit medicine master would have such sharp eyes, making him feel like a martial arts master with extraordinary strength. Before he had time to say anything more, the onlookers felt dissatisfied first. Although they were not spirit medicine masters, and they didn't know that the quality of the pill would drop because of this, they were not fools. Although it is true that when they had such alchemy competitions, the number and quality of the refined pill was compared, the speed of refining was also very important, and it was not as insignificant as the referee said. The speed of refining was the embodiment of power. Ordinary cultivators have such a simple cognition. All of a sudden, everyone protested. What's the situation? We just want to see the medicinal pill. That is, many of us have placed bets just now, and have the right to know the result of the competition. The referees had no choice, but it was impossible to give in, so they could only keep a cold face, without even defending themselves, and said directly, "Shut up." Who is the referee? If you dare to make trouble here in Heaven Elixir Pagoda, you will be banned from here in the future. It has to be said that the deterrent effect of these words were strong enough. Immediately, the whole place became quiet again. Lu Bian just watched silently from the sidelines. At the end, he sneered, "Don't think I don't understand your thoughts. Well, I'll just wait and see what your renowned Lu can refine." Lu Dongfeng was already shocked by this scene, and forgot that he was still in the midst of refining. After the leading referee gave him countless glances, he suddenly remembered where he was, and hurriedly looked at the pill furnace in front of him again. Due to his negligence just now, the flames of the pill furnace were erratic and even almost snuffed out. The medicinal materials that had been melted in the alchemy furnace were almost burnt. Lu Dongfeng frantically tried to remedy the situation, displaying all his unique skills of pressing the bottom of the furnace. The referees have helped him so much, he must now refine this batch of pills, and he must do so as soon as possible. If he fails, his face will never be regained. However, people are like this. The more anxious one wants to get things done, the more things will backfire. The strength of the flame started to fluctuate, which had always been a big taboo in alchemy. Lu Dongfeng was in a hurry, and he started to make several mistakes. Several factors superimposed, and a tragedy happened. Boom! A loud noise came from where Lu Dongfeng was standing. The alchemy furnace in front of him exploded. The thick black smoke, mixed with the scalding liquid in the alchemy furnace and the flames, shot out in all directions. When Lu Bian heard the sound, relying on the reaction he had cultivated for many years, he rushed out to the side immediately, and at the same time, he did not forget to take away his already cooled alchemy furnace. But the 4 medicinal pill referees did not react as quickly as he did. By the time they realized that the danger was approaching, the black smoke had already rushed into their faces. Not good. Quick! Get out of the way. Damn it! Amidst the exclamation, the 4 referees were sprayed with black smoke all over their heads and faces, and they turned black in an instant. Lu Dongfeng was the closest to the alchemy furnace. Even if he had Lu Bian's reaction, he couldn't escape. Therefore, he was also the most seriously injured. The thick black smoke enveloped his whole body, and his clothes were immediately ignited, but in an instant, it turned into a ball of flames. Not good. Before the 4 referees had time to wipe off the dust on their faces, they heard Lu Dongfeng's screams and hurried over to rescue him. Fortunately, there is a beautiful man-made pond next to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, the medicinal pill. The 4 of them splashed water, undressed and slapped them, and put out the fire quickly in a hurry. However, Lu Dongfeng had already been burned, and his body was curled up into a ball, rolling and howling on the ground. My eyes. My eyes can't see. Aha! That heart-piercing scream was really worse than killing a pig. The cultivators present were all shocked by such a sudden change, and they all froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. Originally, everyone thought that Lu Dongfeng would win this match. But who would have thought that at the end of the competition, there would be such a turning point? Not to mention Lu Bian made the medicinal pill first, and the referee helped Lu Dongfeng cheat, but in the end, Lu Dongfeng actually blew up the medicinal pill furnace by himself. He even burned himself to such a sorry state. Although for cultivators, burns of this degree could still be cured, but one can imagine how painful it is to be burned so miserably by the flames. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, not knowing whether to sympathize with him or despise him. The 4 referees wanted to help Lu Dongfeng up, but Lu Dongfeng was so pampered that he couldn't bear the pain when the 4 of them touched him. He refused to get up. In desperation, the spirit medicine masters had no choice but to ask the guards to find a stretcher and carry Lu Dongfeng inside. The stretcher was delivered quickly. However, just when they were about to leave, a white figure stepped out from the side, blocking their way. Wait, a few referees, and this. Young Master Lu. The result of our competition hasn't been announced yet, so I'm afraid it's not good for you to leave like this. After hearing this, the referees remembered what the occasion was now. They have completely forgotten about the pill competition. The leader immediately lowered his face, and said angrily, "Young Master, what do you mean? I didn't see that young Master Lu had already suffered such a serious injury. Why are you still concerned about the result of the pill competition? My God, how can there be such a heartless person like you down there? Hurry up and get out of the way, haven't you seen young Master Lu so painful that he can't stand it?" He spoke harshly, thinking that what he said was very reasonable. Anyone who heard this would definitely retreat with guilt. However, Lu Bian was not such an easy person to fool. He didn't move at all, and glanced at Lu Dongfeng lightly. Such a serious injury? With all due respect, this kind of flesh burn can only be regarded as a minor injury to a cultivator, and his actions will not be affected at all. I have to say that this is the first time I've seen someone who can't withstand such an injury that they even have to lie on a stretcher. You. What do you mean? The leader's face turned even darker. Lu Bian didn't take his anger seriously at all. I'm not talking nonsense, just ask the cultivators present, who else is like this? In fact, Lu Dongfeng and the 4 referees were not the only ones who were hit by the flames of the explosion just now. Some onlookers who stood too close were also hit. However, as cultivators, they still have some perseverance. Although they were burned, most of them didn't fall at all, they just took medicine in a hurry. The 4 referees also knew that Lu Bian was right, but Lu Dongfeng was not pretending. How did he cultivate? The leading referee could only hold back. Stop talking nonsense, I will warn you one last time, get out of the way. Lu Bian remained motionless, a sneer twitched at the corner of his mouth, and he said slowly, "Why are you leaving in such a hurry? If you have time to say so many threats to me, why don't you just declare that I have one?" Senior, however, would rather talk nonsense than announce the result. Could it be? Is he trying to take advantage of this opportunity to muddle through this and get away with it? Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of several referees were stunned. In fact, they did have this plan and planned to take advantage of the chaos to deny the announcement of the result. Even if Lu Bian pursued it in the future, they could still explain that Lu Dongfeng was injured at the time. He made a mistake because he had been so busy and forgot about it for a while, so they would just mention the matter in passing. But who knew that Lu Bian would expose them directly in front of so many onlookers? Now, the gazes of the onlookers are all focused on them, their eyes full of doubts. Under such circumstances, it was not easy for them to open their eyes and talk nonsense, so they could only say vaguely, "This, how could it be? You think too much. It's just that young Master Lu's injury." "Oh, young Master Lu's injury." Lu Bian looked at Lu Dongfeng's dark face, nodded with a comprehending expression. This is indeed a problem. Although young Master Lu's injury is not serious, if he does not treat it in time, he will suffer a lot. When the referees heard it, they heaved a sigh of relief. Several people suddenly showed joy and nodded repeatedly. "It's good that you understand, it's good that you understand." Lu Bian nodded, and continued, "However, this small injury can be healed if you treat it casually. Why bother to carry him to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda? What? What did you say? The referees didn't expect that Lu Bian turned another corner while talking, thinking that they had heard it wrong. Treat, casually? This, are you kidding? This injury is not serious, but burns are the most difficult to treat among all traumatic injuries. We need to apply ointment all over his body and wrap him, and he has to lie down for at least 3 to 5 days before he can be cured without leaving any scars. The leading referee frowned, looked at Lu Bian with dissatisfaction, and at the same time introduced the treatment method to the curious onlookers. What he said was not a lie, it was just a little exaggerated. However, most of the cultivators present were not experts, and they couldn't tell anything wrong even after thinking about it. After finishing speaking, the referee glared at Lu Bian again. All right, get out of the way. Lu Bian still didn't move. He snorted softly, and said, it seems that the spirit medicine master in the Heaven Elixir Pagoda of Arcane City is really not very good. It's just such a simple burn, and they still have to keep the patient in bed. 3 to 5 days, TSK. If they are all treated like you, I am really worried that the cultivators in Arcane City will be killed by you if they are injured in the future. What did you say? The referees were so angry that they almost jumped up. Who are you? You're just an Earth-level spirit medicine master. What qualifications do you have to say that our medical skills are not good? That's right, with your ability, you still have to be a good man, and you actually slander seniors like this. Facing the accusations of the 4 people, Lu Bian was not flustered at all, but even laughed. We spirit medicine masters are not seniors because of their age, but depends on the level of medical skills. You can't even treat such a small injury properly. Aren't you ashamed to call yourself a senior? We can't cure it, so can you cure it? The leader said angrily. Lu Bian said calmly, it's just a matter of raising my hands. You. The referee didn't believe it at all, and snorted coldly, you have a serious tone, and if you have the ability, you come here and cure young Master Lu. Lu Bian shrugged his shoulders and said, this is what you asked for. Don't try to deny it with various reasons later. Deny? Deny, what? Why did this sound a bit wrong? When the 4 judges heard this, they suddenly had an ominous premonition, and subconsciously wanted to go back on their word. However, what they said just now was on this point, and now they couldn't find a reason to go back on their words. While they were hesitating, Lu Bian had already walked in front of Lu Dongfeng. He took out a porcelain white medicine bottle from his sleeve, poured out a pill from it, and stuffed it into Lu Dongfeng's mouth. Hey, wait. What did you feed young Master Lu? Lu Bian's movements were so fast that the 4 of them didn't see the appearance of the medicinal pill clearly, so they couldn't help becoming anxious, and hurried forward to ask. Lu Bian said, why are you so anxious? Can I still give him poison in full view? This is of course a medicine that can treat burns. The judges always feel that things are not that simple, and want to keep asking. But at this moment, exclamations came from the crowd of onlookers. Hurry up, everyone, take a look. The wound on young Master Lu's body seems to be healing. The burned area has also begun to grow new flesh. It's unbelievable. What kind of medicinal pill is this? It's too powerful, it's really too powerful. With such a good burn medicine, how much trouble can we save when we are cultivating? This divine doctor, do you sell your medicinal pill? Hearing the discussion of the cultivators, the 4 judges immediately turned their heads and looked at Lu Dongfeng, who was lying on the stretcher. After only one glance, they were stunned. It really happened as the onlookers said. Lu Dongfeng's scorched wound began to turn pink and tender red. Anyone with a little knowledge of medicine could tell that it was new flesh growing under the scorched skin. Lu Dongfeng was originally stretched out on the stretcher, but now his face was full of pain. While moaning, he rubbed back and forth on the stretcher, because growing new flesh was very itchy, so it's no wonder he feels so uncomfortable. The four judges looked at each other, and rushed to Lu Dongfeng at the same time, and began to check. Seeing this, Lu Bian took a step back and gave up the position closest to Lu Dongfeng. Anyway, the medicinal pill he took out could really cure burns, and he is not afraid of their inspection at all. The four judges squatted in front of Lu Dongfeng, checked him from left to right, up and down, and finally came to the conclusion that Lu Dongfeng's injury had really improved visibly to the naked eye, and, in such a short period of time, he had already healed quite a bit. How is this possible? The four of them looked at each other, but they had to admit this fact. Lu Bian put his arms around his chest, looked at them condescendingly, and said slowly, "How is it? Have you checked young Master Lu's injuries? Since he is fine, can we announce the result of the fight?" All four of them were ashamed. They didn't expect that Lu Bian could really cure Lu Dongfeng, and with such a neat method. How is this possible? Unless, the medicinal pill he took out just now is the legendary Saint Medicinal Pill. But, how could there be such a thing as an Earth-level spirit medicine master like him? Lu Bian urged again impatiently. The leading judge said, "This young master." He only said a few words before being interrupted by Lu Bian. "Wait, what did you call me?" The leading judge was startled. "Ah? I said young master." "Wrong, did you address me wrongly?" Lu Bian said calmly. "Address you wrongly? What do you mean?" The four judges all had blank expressions on their faces, and even the cultivators who were watching couldn't react. If they don't call him young master, what should they call him? Calling a young cultivator a young master was already a very polite address, so there really shouldn't be any faults. On the other hand, Huang Yueli understood as soon as she heard this, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone was in a daze. The scene was very quiet, but her smile was very radiant. Many people looked at her. Huang Yueli said openly and generously, "Several spirit medicine masters, didn't the young man in white say that just now? Those with high medical skills are seniors, and you all agreed. If so, the young man in white has already cured burns that you couldn't cure, which shows that he has better medical skills. How dare you call him young master? Shouldn't you honor him as a senior?" As soon as the words came out, laughter came from the crowd one after another. Some people were afraid that the world would not be chaotic, and even started booing directly. That's right, he should be addressed as senior. The medical skills of the young man in white are much better than those of you old coots. What else do you have to say? Isn't it a fine tradition for spirit medicine masters to respect their predecessors? These gloating words made the judges even more embarrassed to get off the stage. Their faces were flushed, and they held back for a long time before they could speak. They really feel wronged and aggrieved. They were all in their 70s and 80s. Usually in the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, they bully the new spirit medicine masters, because they were older. No one dares to offend them at all. And Lu Bian was not even half their age, so how could they address him like this? Besides, they were not convinced by Lu Bian's medical skills at all. Although Lu Bian cured Lu Dongfeng with a single medicinal pill, they didn't believe that Lu Bian made the medicinal pill himself. He must have bought it from somewhere, and it doesn't represent his medical skills at all. The leading judge thought for a while and said, "Young master, you don't have to be so aggressive, right? Although this medicinal pill has miraculous effects, it's not made by you." Lu Bian frowned slightly. "How do you know that this medicinal pill was not made by me?" When the leading judge heard this, he thought he was right, and immediately said, "Is there any need to guess? You are just an Earth-level spirit medicine master, and you can't refine such a high-level medicinal pill. Everyone, we all know it well, it will be boring for you to pretend again. We also know that what we did today is not right. When these words came from the judge, he thought it was already a kind of goodwill. However, this is still a tone of charity, which makes people feel strangely uncomfortable. The cultivators' onlookers booed, and they were quite disdainful of the judge's attitude. Some people even yelled, "Tell Lu Bian not to be fooled by the judge's few words, and make him bow his head and make them call him senior." However, Lu Bian's attitude had no fluctuation. He glanced at the judges, then now, "Can we announce the result of the pill competition?" "Yes, yes, of course." The leading judge nodded repeatedly. Previously, they denied it in every possible way and favored Lu Dongfeng, mainly because they were afraid that elder Lu behind Lu Dongfeng would blame them, and they couldn't afford it. But now the situation is a little different. Lu Bian took out a precious saint-level medicinal pill and cured Lu Dongfeng's injury. At that time, if elder Lu pursues it, they can still use this matter as an excuse, and it can be regarded as an explanation. Thinking of this, the leading judge immediately turned around, faced all the onlookers, and announced loudly, "Everyone, there was an accident just now, so the result of the pill competition had not been announced. However, everyone should have seen the situation just now, so there is no need for me to say more. Now, since young Master Lu has an opinion, let me make it official. The winner of the fight is young Master Lu. He managed to refine the finished special jade pill. Unfortunately, young Master Lu met with an accident, hence he can only be at a disadvantage." What he said was very skillful. First, he said that everyone with eyes can tell the winner or loser, so as to justify the behavior he denied just now. Then, he said emphatically that something happened to Lu Dongfeng here, and he deliberately didn't say how many pills Lu Bian had refined and what quality they were. In this way, it seemed that Lu Bian's alchemy skills were average, but it's as if luckily won when Lu Dongfeng had an accident. When Huang Yueli heard this, she despised these spirit medicine masters even more in her heart. Who were these people? Do you really think everyone else was a fool? The shocked and speechless expressions of the judges, when they saw Lu Bian's pill furnace, just now explained everything. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Bian's pill was of really good quality, how could he be so surprised? It's just that after Lu Dongfeng's burn and healing, it has been delayed for so long, and Lu Bian's pill is still in the pill furnace. Even if it is not directly damaged, the quality must have dropped by several grades. In this way, it can really be said that there is no proof. Huang Yueli was angry in her heart, and as soon as she turned her eyes, she was about to stand up and speak for Lu Bian. But at this moment, Lu Bian glanced in her direction intentionally or unintentionally. The two of them made eye contact, and Huang Yueli saw a smile flashing across Lu Bian's eyes. She was startled, and couldn't help but stop. Only to hear Lu Bian speak again, "Thank you to the judges for your fair decision. I am very grateful." Upon hearing this, some of the onlookers who were more understanding became a little anxious. "Young master, what are you thanking them for? They have cheated you so much, don't be so stupid." Lu Bian acted as if he had never heard of it, and his expression and tone seemed very sincere. The four judges immediately felt that the young man was quite clever, and the expression on his face relaxed a lot. However, before they breathed a sigh of relief, they heard Lu Bian and said lightly, "Since the matter of pill competition is over, then we should talk about the next thing. Let's settle the fee for the treatment just now." "The fee, for treatment?" The judges were stunned for a moment, with confused expressions on their faces. Lu Bian nodded, and said slowly, "That's right, I gave young Master Lu a consultation just now, but I didn't say it was free. The fire rejuvenation pill he took is a saint-ranked medicine pill." After hearing these words, the four judges were completely stunned. In the situation just now, everyone subconsciously thought that Lu Bian treated Lu Dongfeng because he was eager to prove his medical skills and suppress them. No one would have thought that Lu Bian would still charge money. No wonder he was so talkative just now, and he didn't force them to call him senior anymore. It turns out that he had a more vicious trick waiting here. The leading judge's face was blue and white, and after a while, he choked out, "What do you mean? When you took out the medicinal pill just now, you didn't say we had to pay for it. How can you?" Lu Bian said coldly, "You need to pay money for seeing a doctor, and you need money to buy medicines. Do you need me to tell you about such a simple matter? Everyone is a spirit medicine master. Is it like this when you usually treat others? Wow, I really respect you, you don't even accept money? This. Several people were tongue-tied. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all reacted one by one. Although most people also understand that Lu Bian just dug a hole for a few judges to jump into. However, what Lu Bian said was completely impeccable, making it impossible to refute. Yes, how can you not pay for medical treatment? Isn't it? When I went to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda to ask a few spirit medicine masters for medical treatment, the fees you charged for the treatment were so expensive that we ordinary cultivators would go bankrupt. How could it be your turn to renege on your bill? That's right, you guys are so poor in medical skills, yet you still charge a high price. This young man in white has such superb medical skills, and his medication worked so well. Of course, he should charge money, and he should charge a little more. Relying on their own skills, the spirit medicine masters of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda not only charge extremely high fees for diagnosis and treatment, but also often take advantage of the cultivator's ignorance of the spirit medicine technique to deliberately charge exorbitant fees. Some people have long been dissatisfied. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone ridiculed them, obviously speaking for Lu Bian, but secretly complaining about spirit medicine masters. The 4 judges were so scolded that they couldn't lift their heads, and their faces were extremely ugly. The leading judge coughed heavily, and said sharply, "Enough. Who allowed you to make such a noise at the gate of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda? Shut up. When did I say I won't pay?" After finishing speaking, he turned to Lu Bian, and said unwillingly, "Young master saved our young master Lu, no one else can ask for this opportunity. Here, take it." As the lead judge said, he took out a money bag from his sleeve, and threw it at Lu Bian in the face. He really wanted to smash Lu Bian's handsome face. Just such a suave-looking little boy, actually managed to play with all of them, senior spirit medicine masters. Today, they really underestimated him, and they were completely tricked. It's a pity that the deepest wishes of the judges have absolutely no possibility of coming true. Lu Bian's skill was much better than they imagined. He stretched out his hand and caught it casually. He immediately took out the money bag and shook out the money inside in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3, 14, 15, 16. A total of 16 pieces of middle-grade crystal jade. Lu Bian finished counting, frowned slightly, and turned to the leading judge, "Did you take the wrong money bag?" 16 pieces of middle-grade crystal jade was quite a fortune for ordinary cultivators. However, for Lu Bian, getting this little money was far from enough. "I took it wrong? How is it possible?" The lead judge said, "This is the fee for your diagnosis and treatment. There is nothing wrong with it." Lu Bian's face darkened. "What, are you sending the beggar for this little money?" The lead judge snorted coldly, and said, "You really think highly of yourself. You are just an earth-level spirit medicine master, and the cost of seeing a doctor is so high? If you don't believe me, you can have a look yourself. Take a look at the price of diagnosis and treatment hanging at the gate of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda for medicinal pill. It's just a little guy who just started. Does he really think he's a saint-ranked spirit medicine master?" Hearing this, Huang Yueli, who was standing in the crowd, turned her head subconsciously and looked towards the entrance of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. Sure enough, there was an exquisite small plaque hanging there, on which was written the various fees for consultation and medicinal pills by spirit medicine masters of all levels. I didn't expect that the regulations of the medicinal pill would be so detailed. Huang Yueli muttered to herself, slightly surprised. Thinking about it, the headquarters of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda has a good idea. It is hoped that more cultivators can be treated at a standardized price. But in fact, it was impossible to do it. Because the number of spirit medicine masters was very scarce, and ordinary people don't know about medicinal pill techniques, if they want to treat them carefully, they must pay extra money, which must far exceed the price on the plaque. Some saint-level spirit medicine masters with great reputations rarely appear in the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. If you want to invite them to see you, you can only do it by entrusting various connections and spending countless amounts of money and time. Therefore, even if it is the Earth-level spirit medicine master of Arcane City's Heaven Elixir Pagoda, it is impossible to only take this little diagnosis and treatment fee. Most cultivators understand this truth in their hearts. However, the lead judge said it in such a high-sounding tone, it was impossible to say that he was wrong. After all, the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, the medicinal pill, was really stipulated this way. It's just that there were many accidents when it was implemented. However, it was definitely impossible to say publicly about the things under the table, and it was impossible to make sense of them. Many people thought that Lu Baiyan's actions were self-defeating. He was determined to suffer from this loss. Unexpectedly, Lu Baiyan didn't look back at the writing on the plaque at all. Instead, he stuffed the crystal jade back into the purse, and slapped the leading judge in the face with a wave of his hand. Most of the spirit medicine master's martial arts cultivation bases were not very good. Lu Baiyan's shot was quick and accurate, he couldn't dodge it in time, and was hit directly at the bridge of his nose. When the hard crystal jade hit the nasal bone, not only did it hurt, but also a sore feeling came from his face immediately. The lead judge opened his mouth, and tears flowed down his face. The cultivators in the audience all exclaimed in shock. The lead judge also realized that his current appearance was very embarrassing, and tried hard to hold back his tears. It's a pity that no matter how hard he tried, it didn't work. Because he will cry, mainly not because the pain is unbearable, but a physiological reaction, this was simply unbearable. Oh, you. What's the matter with you? It's just a dozen or so mid-grade crystal jades, why did it make you cry? Lu Baiyan's face gradually showed an exaggerated expression of shock. What do you mean? You dare to be rough to a spirit medicine master. 3624 really cried, 11. Seeing this scene, the other three judges were startled and angry, and could no longer hide behind the leader, so they quickly stood up and questioned Lu Baiyan's action together. Lu Baiyan blinked his eyes, and said innocently, what do you mean by this? Violence? How can I be violent? You threw your money bag in Dr. Chen's face, and you said you didn't use any violence? You're clearly insulting him. One spirit medicine master said angrily. Lu Baiyan still looked innocent. What did you say? Throwing a money bag at the face, isn't it the etiquette among the spirit medicine masters of Arcane City? This Dr. Chen just gave the money to me in the same way. As for what I did, I learned from him because I was afraid that I would not be well-mannered when I first arrived here. Pfft. When Huang Yueli heard his innocent explanation, she almost burst out in laughter. Her senior brother was also very black-bellied. Don't simply look at the fact that he came from the lower realm, he was quite stable in front of himself and Li Moying. In fact, if you provoke him, the consequences will be very serious. Today, these spirit medicine masters provoked him, and it was regarded as their bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Huang Yueli's smile broke the silence in the crowd. The people who were stunned just now came to their senses now, and laughed mockingly. Lu Baiyan's move was really amazing. If others were rude to him, he would return it as it is. Not only that, but he was able to act so innocent, knowing that what he said was ironic, but it was irrefutable. Several judges blushed with anger, but there was nothing they could do. However, what made them even more desperate was yet to come. Lu Bian walked under the small plaque with the price, pointed to a line of small characters on it, and said, "Actually, everyone is a colleague of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, and the method of diagnosis and treatment I just had is very simple. I'm also a bit embarrassed about the middle-grade crystal jade, but the money, forget it." Lu Bian's words surprised everyone. Did he feel that he had achieved his goal, and decided to accept it? The judges and Lu Dongfeng, who was lying on the stretcher, all looked at him in surprise. They couldn't believe that Lu Bian would be so kind. "You. What are you planning? Would you be willing not to take money?" Lu Dongfeng said in a trembling voice. Lu Bian smiled and said, "Does Dr. Lu have any misunderstandings about me? I said no fee for diagnosis and treatment. It's just that I won't charge consultation fee." But he paused, and then said, "However, for the sake of everyone being a spirit medicine master, consultation fee may not be charged, but you still have to pay me for the medicinal pill? It is written on the plaque that if during consultation that medicinal pills were needed as part of the treatment plan, then the medicinal pills will be charged separately. The medicinal pill, which I took out just now, was a saint-level medicinal pill. I am just an earth-level spirit medicine master, and I am very poor. I'm sure you can understand that I can't give away such things for free." Upon hearing this, the faces of Lu Dongfeng and the others turned green. They knew it. He wouldn't be so kind. He also said that the consultation fee for diagnosis and treatment will not be charged. It turns out that he was waiting to collect the money for the medicinal pill. Lu Dongfeng really wanted to say that he didn't want to take this medicinal pill at all, but Lu Bian forced it into him. If he had known earlier that this was a saint-level medicinal pill and had to pay for it, then he would rather suffer for a few more days than take it casually. But now, he had already eaten it and his injury had healed, so it was already too late to say anything more. 3625 really cried, 12. With so many people watching, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask, "How much is your medicinal pill?" Lu Bian smiled slightly. "It's not expensive, it's just 10,000 low-grade jade quartz." 10,000 pieces of low-grade jade quartz. My goodness! Why is it so expensive? Saint-grade pills are so valuable. The ordinary cultivators who were watching at the sidelines were all shocked by this astonishing sky-high price. Not only them, even Lu Dongfeng and the 4 judges also changed their faces. The leading judge immediately said, "How dare you say that you are not taking the opportunity to blackmail? Saint-grade pills are usually only 1 or 2,000 low-grade jade quartz, and you actually want to sell it for 10,000 jade quartz. It is simply a robbery." Lu Bian said slowly, "Dr. Chen, you have to be responsible for what you say. Everyone is a spirit medicine master. Don't you know that the price of the medicinal pill is not only based on its grade, but also on the specific quality of the medicinal pill? The quality of pills varies greatly in quality and efficacy, and the price will naturally vary by several times." As Lu Bian spoke, he took out the medicine bottle from his sleeve, and poured out several pills from it at once. "My fire rejuvenation pills are all top-grade saint-level pills. The grains of the pills are threefold, and the color is even more perfect. According to the market price, 10,000 low-grade jade quartz is still considered cheap." Lu Bian stretched out his hand in front of the 4 judges, and showed them the pill. The 4 of them took a closer look and were all dumbfounded on the spot. Although their own strength was not up to the level of Saint Spirit Medicine Masters, they still knew their stuff. These pills were indeed the best Saint-grade pills. One could tell just by looking at the pill pattern outside and the faint halo surrounding the pills. The faces of the 4 of them immediately became extremely ugly. They couldn't figure it out. The young man in front of them was just an earth-level spirit medicine master. How could he take out a saint-level medicinal pill so casually, and it was even the best among the saint grade? Moreover, he even took out so many at once. Now, the evidence was right before them, they couldn't even deny it. Lu Bian was right. If you're lucky, it's not uncommon for such a pill to sell for 20,000 jade quartz at the auction house. 10,000 jade quartz was indeed cheap. Lu Dongfeng originally wanted to refute and find out some faults in the pills, but after seeing these pills, he was speechless. The muscles on his face were twitching involuntarily. 10,000 low-grade jade quartz. He had been a spirit medicine master for so many years, and the money he earned was less than 1,000 jade quartz. He couldn't afford so much money by himself, so he had to go home and ask Elder Lu for it. If Elder Lu knew that he not only lost the pill competition, but also made such a fool of himself, he would definitely deal with him using the family's law. Lu Bian didn't expect them to answer, but just said with a faint smile, "Young Master Lu, if money is tight for you, you can just write an IOU, and I'll go to Elder Lu to ask for money some other day. Seeing that you are still not in the best condition, so I won't bother you to write it, I'll just write the IOU in your stead." He took out a brush and paper, vigorously wrote a few sentences, and handed it to young Master Lu. "Wait, show me the IOU." Dr. Chen feared that he was playing tricks again, so he immediately stood up and snatched the IOU away. The four judges huddled together and studied the IOU carefully. 3626, playing around, 1. There was only a very brief sentence written on the IOU. On X year, month, stay, Lu Dongfeng seeked a medical consultation with Lu Bian, an Earth-level spirit medicine master, and took a top saint-grade fire rejuvenation pill, worth 10,000 low-grade jade quartz. Here is the IOU as a record, and he is to pay Lu Bian 10,000 low-grade jade quartz within 7 days, and if the time limit is exceeded, the interest will be 100 low-grade jade quartz per day. It can be said that the content on this IOU was not at all different from the facts. Although there was a clause that interest must be paid beyond the time limit, it was still within reasonable grounds. Such a requirement will appear on any IOU, lest the person who wrote the IOU would delay the payment with excuses. This IOU was too normal. However, how could Lu Bian not play tricks? The four judges and Lu Dongfeng didn't believe that he would be so kind. They checked the IOU several times, but still couldn't find any problems. Lu Bian was not in a hurry, and kept watching calmly from the side. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't find anything wrong with it, because he hadn't tampered with the IOU in the first place. After a long time, although Lu Bian didn't urge him, the crowd around him couldn't stand it anymore, and they were even more impatient than him. "What the hell is going on here? Why haven't you signed yet? It's just a piece of paper, how many words can there be on it? After looking at it for a long time, don't tell me you want to renege on your debt. Today we have learned a lot. The majestic heaven-level spirit medicine master is usually very arrogant in front of us, and looks rich and powerful. As a result, now he doesn't pay for the medicinal pill. Today was really a big show. It's infinitely more exciting than the usual pill competitions." The discussion of the onlookers became louder and louder, reaching the ears of several judges, and immediately made them all blush and feel ashamed. Today was the most shameful day of their lives. From the beginning to the end, Lu Bian was just trampling on their confidence and pride. Moreover, even though they knew that they were being tricked by Lu Bian, they still couldn't reason it out with him. It was simply because Lu Bian's alchemy skills were so outstanding that he completely crushed Lu Dongfeng. If it wasn't for the few of them being smart enough to use unfair means to suppress Lu Bian and forcibly prevent him from winning, then these subsequent things might not have happened. This was really lifting a rock and hitting yourself in the foot. Thinking of this, the few people stopped hesitating and said directly to Lu Dongfeng, "Young Master Lu, there should be no problem with the IOU, why don't you sign your name now? 10,000 low-grade jade quartz should not be regarded as a lot for Elder Lu. Just give him the money when the time comes." Lu Dongfeng secretly groaned in his heart. During this period of time, Elder Lu heard about the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan who was seriously ill, and has been doing various experiments, trying to develop a medicine that could cure him, so that he can climb the high branch of the Cloudy Qilin clan. For this reason, he used countless precious medicinal materials every day, and spent money like running water. 10,000 low-grade jade quartz may not be a big deal to the former Elder Lu, and he'll just casually pay for him. However, now is the time when he's short of money, and if Lu Dongfeng still bothers him with this kind of thing, it will definitely not please him. However, he couldn't say these words. In desperation, he could only take the brush and paper, and signed his name on the IOU in despair. Well, there is no problem with the IOU. This time I gave you a super low price, but since we are all in the same business, there is no need to thank me too much. Lu Bian took the IOU, looked at it casually, stuffed it into his pocket, turned his head and said to Lu Dongfeng with a smile. Lu Dongfeng was so angry that he gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush up and bite him. He had been harmed so miserably by him. Not only was he seriously injured, his wallet was bleeding, but even his reputation was also ruined. In the end, he still said such sarcastic remarks. But who knew, this was not over yet. After Lu Bian received the IOU, he said with a smile, "Actually, I didn't want to charge such a high price, because the medicinal pills I made by myself usually only charge a cost price to my colleagues, but since you don't believe that this was made by me, so I have to charge a little more." Lu Dongfeng and the 4 judges were taken aback when they heard this. These saint-level fire rejuvenation pills were all refined by the kid in front of him? How was this possible? But after thinking about it, he felt that there was still such a possibility. After all, Lu Bian took out a whole bottle of pills of the same quality just now. If he bought all of these, then it would cost hundreds of thousands of low-grade jade quartz. Where would he get so much money from? However, the most important matter was, the medicinal pills he made himself were sold to his peers at cost price. When Lu Dongfeng heard these words, his mind was buzzing. What Lu Bian said later was directly blocked by him. Everyone was a spirit medicine master. The profit of this medicinal pill was not a secret. They know it well in their hearts. Although the various treasures of heaven and earth for refining medicine were very expensive, compared to the pills, they were only 1/5 of the value of the pills. In other words, if he only charged the cost price, he may only need less than 2,000 jade quartz to buy Lu Bian's medicinal pill. 2,000 jade quartz was of course a huge sum of money to Lu Dongfeng. However, if he sold all the treasures he had collected over the years, he could still afford this amount, so he didn't have to show his embarrassment to Elder Lu. Thinking of this, Lu Dongfeng immediately said excitedly, "Dr. Lu, no, divine Dr. Lu. I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you can even refine saint-grade pills. It is really a rare medicinal pill in the entire God realm. You are simply a genius. Just now, it was my blindness to not see the awe of yours truly. Your greatness is apparent, please do not bother with such small characters like myself." He changed his previous extremely arrogant attitude, and complimented Lu Bian in various ways. The change in attitude was so abrupt that anyone with eyes could see what was going on. The cultivators watching couldn't help booing. Lu Dongfeng's own face was also a little red, but thinking that he was already ashamed anyway, and he was not so close. If he could save such a huge sum of money by saying a few good words, he felt that everything was all worth it. Lu Dongfeng tried his best to force a smile on his fat face, and said obsequiously, "Divine Dr. Lu, you see, you are such a remarkable genius, you certainly won't care about a mere thousands of jade quartz, will you?" Lu Bian lowered his eyes, glanced at Lu Dongfeng lightly, and said slowly, "Unfortunately, I didn't refine these pills." "No, no, no. Please don't be so humble." Before Lu Bian could finish his sentence, Lu Dongfeng hurried up and said hastily, "We were in the wrong, we were blind and offended you. We really didn't mean it. I must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard just now to have actually dared to compete with Divine Dr. Liu. No wonder I can't beat you no matter what. It's all my fault, I already know I was wrong. Lu Bian nodded. It's good to know that you're wrong, everyone has faults, you can correct your mistakes, and learn from it. When Lu Dongfeng heard these words, it seemed that Lu Bian had relented and meant to forgive him, and he was overjoyed. From this point of view, Lu Bian was quite easy to talk to. To save 8,000 jade quartz in such a simple way, it could be regarded as a great fortune among misfortunes. He was about to make persistent efforts to get Lu Bian to tear up the IOU, but unexpectedly, Lu Bian changed the topic and continued, however, I really didn't refine those pills. Divine Dr. Liu, why do you still say this? The several judges also came out to intercede. Previously, they saw Lu Bian as a little boy, but now that they heard these words and looked back, they suddenly felt that he was completely different from what they had envisioned him to be. With Lu Bian's appearance and temperament, he was like a peerless genius at first glance. This was definitely a hidden expert. Lu Bian smiled lightly and said, what did I say? I'm telling the truth. What you said just now was not wrong. I'm just an earth-level spirit medicine master, and I can't make saint-grade medicinal pills at all, moreover, these are still the best of the saint-grade. To be honest, my strength can indeed reach the heaven level, but the saint level, I don't even dare to think about it myself. Those fire rejuvenation pills were found in a secret realm which I had inadvertently ventured in a few days ago. What? Lu Dongfeng and the 4 judges were all dumbfounded, staring at Lu Bian in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Hearing what Lu Bian said, they were a little undecided for a moment. Because, the facts were indeed like this. Lu Bian's bone age was less than 50 years old. At this age, he has reached the level of a heaven-level spirit medicine master. He was already a top genius in the god realm. It was indeed impossible to reach the saint level. If he was a genius of such caliber, the headquarters of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda would have already taken good care of him. How could he still have the badge of an earth-level spirit medicine master? Lu Bian said casually, maybe I really said something wrong just now, which caused a few misunderstandings. I'm really sorry. Now that everything has been explained clearly, then, let's move on. Young Master Liu, please don't forget to prepare 10,000 low-grade jade quartz within 7 days. He waved his hand, and then left without looking back. Lu Dongfeng and the 4 judges were still unable to recover. After a while, a few people came back to their senses. Damn, I was tricked by this little boy. Lu Dongfeng slapped his thigh suddenly, so angry that his throat became sweet, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. At this moment, he finally understood that Lu Bian probably really couldn't refine these pills, but the ambiguous words he deliberately said just now were obviously misleading him, making him think that there was a chance to pay back less money. And he was already worried about the huge sum of 10,000 low-grade jade quartz, so he took the bait easily without thinking too much. He had actually flattered him with all kinds of compliments. However, Lu Bian simply was watching him as a joke. He deliberately wanted to make himself ashamed more thoroughly. Lu Dongfeng's face turned pale, and he couldn't bear it anymore, and suddenly collapsed. Oh no, young Master Lu fainted. Someone, come quickly. The scene was in chaos. The 4 judges were in a hurry to save people. The cultivators who watched the scene were still reluctant to leave after watching the drama unfold. They were still gathered around the gate of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. Huang Yueli saw that Lu Bian had already reached the corner of the street, and hurriedly wanted to chase her. However, when she was about to leave, out of the corner of her eyes, she saw the dealer who was secretly packing up his things, and her gaze turned cold. With a flash of her figure, she appeared in front of the gambling table. Dealer, I bet 100 low-grade jade quartz just now, and now the result of the pill competition has come out. According to the odds agreed, you should give me 500 low-grade jade quartz, give it to me quickly. It's not early, let's end this earlier, I still have something to do. When the dealer saw Huang Yueli, his face immediately fell. Just now he was engrossed in watching the play, and he didn't realize until Lu Bian left that Lu Bian's victory was not only not a good thing for him, but a bad thing that couldn't be worse. That would mean that he would give Huang Yueli 500 low-grade jade quartz. That money was not a small amount for Lu Dongfeng. He was only a small dealer who opens a temporary gamble, and he will lose his pants. Thinking of this, the dealer didn't care about anything else, and planned to sneak away quickly while Huang Yueli wasn't paying attention. Although his reputation was pretty good, he still chose to renege on such a large sum of money. But who knows, Huang Yueli's reaction speed is faster than he imagined. Just now, she was still far away in the crowd, yet she appeared in front of him in an instant. This lady, although she said that the young man in white did win, but the situation just now is a bit different from the bet we agreed on at the beginning. The dealer's gaze went up, down, left, and right, and he was constantly thinking about it, trying to find a reason to renege on the debt. Huang Yueli sneered, "Stop talking nonsense. If you're willing to gamble, then you also have to be prepared to admit defeat. Hurry up and give me the money. Girl, it doesn't make sense for you to be so aggressive. You have to think about it, you are a rich man, and 100 pieces of low-grade jade quartz are nothing to you, so I gave it out casually, but for many of the people who bet on young Master Lu took out all their net worth. If they are all paid to you, then, they will not be able to survive." The dealer probably said it loudly for the other gamblers around to hear. All of a sudden, the crowd became noisy again. Many people were shocked by Lu Bian's amazing performance just now, and they didn't realize until now that they had lost their bet. Moreover, quite a few of them thought that they must win, and in order to earn more money from Huang Yueli, they even borrowed a lot of foreign debts. The dealer purposely said that they were pitiful, that Huang Yueli was a rich person, just to provoke conflicts between these cultivators and Huang Yueli. Although everyone understands the rationale behind willing to gamble, then they also had to be prepared to admit defeat, but when it was really their turn to lose their fortune, not many people had the courage to take responsibility. Moreover, there were many cultivators and Huang Yueli was only one person, not to mention, she was a mere girl. With such a disparity in strength, there were a few people who started to think of ways to renege their debt. As soon as the dealer's words fell, someone jumped out and said loudly, "That's right. Lady, why, since you are so rich, why do you still make things so difficult for us? So what if you lose this little bit of money? You obviously came to trick us on purpose, because of your wealth, right? What's the point of bullying ordinary cultivators like us who have no money?" These people all looked filled with righteous indignation. They had long forgotten the faces they used to bet on when they thought Lu Dongfeng would win, but now, they put all the responsibility on Huang Yueli's head, so to speak. It was as if Huang Yueli held a knife to their necks to force them to bet. Huang Yueli's eyes turned cold. "Are you trying to renege on your debt?" Reneging on debts is out of the question. This bet is already outrageous. We just want to be fair." While defending themselves, everyone moved their feet, trying to surround the small table where they placed their bets, preventing Huang Yueli from taking the money. Huang Yueli sneered, and said, "What are you guys doing stopping there? Even if I don't gamble, I still have to get back the 100 jade quartz I bet on myself, right? Girl, 100 jade quartz is just a small amount of money to you. Why are you so?" Ouch. There were still people who wanted to make excuses, and even daydreamed, thinking that Huang Yueli said that she wanted to take back the bet because she was intimidated by so many of them, so she gave up. Some people who harbored evil thoughts were even greedier, thinking that they could even swallow the money that Huang Yueli bet. These people's minds turned quickly, and they even started to think about how to scare Huang Yueli away. But who knew, before they had time to do anything, or even finish those brazen words, the lady in front of them suddenly disappeared. The slender figure suddenly swayed, and when she reappeared, she had already rushed in front of the person who just spoke. This person was still smugly talking nonsense when Huang Yueli punched him on the bridge of the nose. Huang Yueli had successfully advanced to the heart-profound realm and her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and she was already comparable to cultivators in the later stages of the heart-profound realm. This person was only at the early stage of the dream-profound realm, and he couldn't even catch one of her moves, so he was sent flying. His body flew a long distance, hitting the front door of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda and directly knocked down the small plaque at the door that stated the price of the diagnosis and treatment. And, at the same time he flew out, 2 streams of blood floated up in the air. This was not the fresh blood he spat out, but 2 streams of blood from his nose that spurted out uncontrollably. Until this person fell to the ground, everyone took a closer look and gasped. Huang Yueli's punch directly broke the bridge of his nose, making his whole face a little sunken. Coupled with the unstoppable nosebleed flowing on his face, he looked extremely pathetic. Suddenly, everyone's eyes on Huang Yueli changed. From the initial contempt, it turned into panic in an instant. This weak beauty who looks delicate was actually so strong. However, Huang Yueli herself didn't even look at that person at all. After she knocked away the obstacle blocking the way, she continued to stride towards the betting table. Most of the people were overwhelmed by Huang Yueli's resolute strike. However, there are still a handful of people who refuse to give up. These people were relatively stronger among the betting cultivators. They have all reached the heart-profound realm, and they thought that they were tens of thousands of times stronger than that of the pathetic man that was sent flying into the air earlier. Moreover, the thought of losing so much money at once aroused their evil thoughts. These few people strode out, rushed in front of Huang Yueli, and stopped in front of the table. "This lady, if you have something to say, please speak up. Using brute force will not." Ouch. Arg. Ouch. Ugh. Ouch. Almost in the blink of an eye, these people were sent flying by Huang Yueli one after another, and the screams rang out one after another, but most of them didn't even see how Huang Yueli attacked. When everyone came back to their senses, they saw one figure after another flying over everyone's heads, hitting the wall of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda one after another. The Heaven Elixir Pagoda was originally a hut with a rather simple appearance, and it couldn't withstand such an impact at all. Several bricks and stones on the wall fell off, and it was about to be knocked down. And after Huang Yueli sent these people flying, she rushed straight to the small table without even stopping. At this time it was too late for anyone else to come to stop her, and only the dealer was sitting behind the small table. Seeing Huang Yueli approaching, he was still unrepentant. He had no choice but to lie down on the table and use his body to cover all the jade quartz to prevent Huang Yueli from taking the money. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to keep the money no matter what. After today, his credibility had been completely ruined. Even if he becomes a dealer again, no one would dare to bet with a person like him who doesn't keep his word. Therefore, he can't lose the pension money. It's a pity that what he thought had no effect on Huang Yueli at all. Huang Yueli stretched out her slender fair hands, grabbed the dealer's collar, and threw him out without any effort. The onlookers watched dumbfoundedly as the dealer flew in a wonderful arc in the air, and finally, it just landed on the chimney of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. Inside the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, there are many spirit medicine masters refining medicinal pills every day, and that generated a lot of smoke which was expelled from this chimney. Therefore, this chimney was built very high, and it was filled with thick smoke all year round. Now the dealer's body landed directly on the top of the chimney, just blocking the exit. The dealer immediately howled like a pig being killed, because all the hot smoke hit him, and the taste was almost the same as that of Lu Dongfeng being scalded by the pill furnace before. Thick smoke continued to accumulate at the bottom of the chimney, and finally reached the limit, generating a huge force that dragged the dealer's body up. The dealer was like a bottle cork that was bounced off. His body flew straight into the sky, then crossed the sky, and fell out of everyone's sight. The onlookers were fascinated by the scene that unfolded before them as they watched with relish. They waited until the dealer's voice could no longer be heard, before they slapped their thighs and suddenly came to their senses. Oh my God! This dealer really got it bad this time. What a miserable fellow. Looking at the arc of his flight, it is really pleasing to the eye. Did you see how he looked when he was sent flying by the thick smoke? It was so ridiculous, he looked like a dead mouse, and he was still black. This kid is doomed now, he might be beaten into a useless person. I really don't know if that lady did it on purpose, or is it just a coincidence? There weren't just one or two people who had such doubts. Huang Yueli was able to knock away so many experts at the heart-profound realm at once, even a blind person could see that her strength was extraordinary. However, if you want to get so far away, just throwing people on top of a chimney tens of meters high, this was something that even many life-profound realm cultivators can't do. But few people can come up with such a cruel and funny method. When everyone heard this question, they subconsciously turned to the direction of the small table, wanting to see what Huang Yueli was doing. But when they turned around, they were surprised to find that Huang Yueli had disappeared. In fact, the moment everyone went to check on the dealer, Huang Yueli directly grabbed all the money and treasures on the table, took advantage while no one was paying attention and left directly. In fact, she didn't want to argue with others at all, and she didn't have time to argue. She just wanted to get back the money she deserved. Although 100 pieces of low-grade jade quartz was really considered small change for her, and if those cultivators who had lost their fortunes had sincerely requested her to let them go, she would just rush to chase after Lu Bian, maybe she wouldn't even bother to care about it. However, these people actually came up with such a shameless idea and wanted to threaten her. Then don't blame her for being cruel and merciless, teaching them how to behave on behalf of their parents and master. According to the rules of placing bets in the God realm, after Huang Yueli placed her bet, the dealer had to put enough money and equivalent valued items next to her bet, to prove that he would have the money to pay if he lost. Just now, the dealer had already taken out all his money and treasures on the small table, and it was too late to take them away. This saved Huang Yueli a lot of work. She just cleaned up everything on the table and left. After leaving quietly, Huang Yueli was ready to chase Lu Bian. Just now, she was stopped by the dealer and the others, which took a lot of her time. She hoped that she wouldn't lose track of Lu Bian. However, she was still very familiar with Lu Bian's style of doing things. He knows how to enjoy life, and he will definitely live in some of the most luxurious inns in Arcane City. It shouldn't be difficult to find out. Huang Yueli was thinking while walking, when suddenly, she felt a powerful aura approaching from behind. Who? She turned around abruptly, and there was already a small, but extremely sharp dagger in her hand. Her body turned around flexibly, and as she moved, the dagger hit the neck of the person. Ahem. Junior sister, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. Is this how you welcome me, your senior brother? Lu Bian, who was dressed in a white, stared nervously at the dagger on his neck, and said helplessly. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, then put away the dagger. You didn't leave? Lu Bian smiled and said, You're here, of course I can't leave. I didn't expect you to be so sharp and arrogant after arriving in the God realm, not at all inferior to when you were in the lower realm. Huang Yueli curled her lips. That's why you haven't seen how embarrassed I was hiding a few days ago. By the way, how did you find out my real identity? Could it be that there is something wrong with my disguise? As Huang Yueli said, she subconsciously touched her face. Lu Bian shook his head. No, there's nothing wrong with your disguise. When I first saw you, I thought you were a foolish girl from the God realm who had been enamored by my good looks. Hearing this, Huang Yueli couldn't help but give him a blank look. I've never seen anyone so narcissistic. Lu Bian smiled nonchalantly. In what manner of narcissism is this considered? What I said is true. Didn't you notice that when I was challenging that young master just now, there were many ladies staring at me? Huang Yueli could only laugh while gnashing her teeth. When standing next to Li Moying before, Lu Bian didn't dare to be so arrogant. It has only been 2 years since Li Moying left, and Lu Bian has regained his flamboyant nature. Lu Bian was stared at by Huang Yueli for a few times, so he could only touch his nose and return to the main topic. Well, I really didn't find anything wrong with you before. Everyone bet that I would lose badly, only you placed such a big bet all of a sudden, betting that I would win. Of course that made me think that you were interested in me. When Huang Yueli heard this, she glanced at him coldly. Lu Bian was not afraid usually, but he was afraid that Huang Yueli, his little junior sister, would be scared off by him, so he could only laugh dryly. I knew I was wrong later on. However, after I left, I felt that there must be a reason for you to suddenly jump out to help me, so I didn't leave immediately. I hid on purpose and waited for you. And then I saw you showing off your skills and beating up those who didn't have eyes. I'm still very familiar with your moves. Besides, how many talented girls can be so powerful at such a young age, so I naturally thought of you. Huang Yueli nodded after listening. As expected of my senior brother, he's quite smart. Of course. Lu Bian was still a little embarrassed. At this moment, there were bursts of chaotic footsteps not far away. Huang Yueli hurriedly looked around, pulled Lu Bian and left. This is not a place to talk. Let's go to the inn where you are staying first. Lu Bian followed Huang Yueli's words and brought Huang Yueli back to where he was staying. It was indeed the largest and most expensive inn in Arcane City. Huang Yueli sat down on the chair, looked at the decorations in the room, and said with a smile, "You really know how to enjoy yourself so much. This place should be very expensive, so tell me, how did you get promoted so quickly? And, looking at you, it seems that you are doing well in the God realm. You actually became an Earth-level spirit medicine master so soon." When it came to this matter, Lu Bian was most proud of it. However, he doesn't have many acquaintances in the God realm, and he has no place to show off his pride. When he met Huang Yueli, he was able to talk about his situation over the past 2 years. Actually, it has been 20 years since I reached the peak of the 9th level Profound Realm. In terms of cultivation alone, when Li Moying ascended, I had already reached the level before his soul splitting, but the combat power was not as good as the both of you. However, for ascension, what I was focusing on was cultivation, not actual combat. After the space barrier was broken through, I was lucky enough to find an ancient relic, practiced in seclusion for more than a year, and successfully ascended. Huang Yueli nodded thoughtfully. Although Lu Bian said it lightly, Huang Yueli also knew that the ancient ruins Lu Bian found must be extraordinary. Otherwise, Lu Bian's talent can only be said to be ordinary compared with the cultivators of the God realm, and it was not so easy to ascend, plus he has the blood of the human race. Huh? Wait. Why do I feel that your bloodline aura is a little different from before? Did you accept some inheritance from the God realm and change your bloodline talent? Lu Bian was surprised for a moment before he laughed. You really deserve to be a junior sister. Your vision is so sharp. Yes, I did inadvertently gain the inheritance left by the Whitefin clan in Soaring Heaven's continent. I was lucky enough to pass the inheritance trial and get a part of the blood of the Whitefin clan. Lu Bian said it very lightly, but Huang Yueli knew very well how difficult it was to be able to achieve this. She had a deep understanding of how difficult the inheritance trials of these ancient god clans were. Moreover, Huang Yueli herself had the blood of the sacred Phoenix clan and was still a god-level talent. It took a lot of effort to pass these trials. And what about Lu Bian? His own talent had not reached the god level, and he was a human. It was difficult to get the approval of the ancient gods. It was simply unimaginable. Even Huang Yueli couldn't figure out how difficult the challenge Lu Bian had to complete in order to get such a reward. However, Lu Bian obviously didn't intend to say more. Huang Yueli thought about it, but didn't continue to ask. Every cultivator has their own secrets, and they will never tell others even if they were killed. Although Lu Bian may not refuse to tell if she asked, she did not have the hobby of probing into other people's privacy. Huang Yueli smiled, and said, "No wonder your alchemy has improved so much. It's much better than when you were in the lower realm. So it's because you have the blood of the Whitefin clan." The Whitefin clan are renowned for their wood attributes, and they are the ancient god clan who are best at medicinal pills, and most of the top spirit medicine masters in the god realm are from the Whitefin clan. Lu Bian smiled and said, "So that's how it is. When I accepted the inheritance, I didn't know about it. I only heard about it after I arrived in the god realm. However, I found a lot of classics on medicinal pill techniques in the ruins, which helped me a lot." Huang Yueli asked Lu Bian a few more words, and roughly understood some of his deeds after his ascension. To put it simply, although Lu Bian has accepted a part of the blood of the Whitefin clan, he was still a little bit different from peerless geniuses with pure blood like her and Li Moying. In addition, he has a loose nature and does not have a strong sense of belonging to the Whitefin clan. As long as the thought of going to a big family and being restrained, he couldn't stand it. Therefore, after he arrived in the god realm, he did not go to the Whitefin continent, but chose to become a free and easy spirit medicine master, practicing around the god realm and healing people at the same time. Huang Yueli nodded, and asked again, "Then, has my father already ascended to the god realm? How is my mother's situation now?" Lu Bian shook his head and said, "Marquis Bai probably hasn't ascended yet. At least when I ascended, he didn't show signs of breaking through. He and Madame have already returned to the South Yu Kingdom to live in seclusion, so they should be cultivating quietly there." "Really?" Huang Yueli was slightly surprised, her eyes widened. To be honest, Bai Liufeng's cultivation level was obviously higher than Lu Bian's, and it was not much different from Li Moying's. According to Huang Yueli's prediction, Bai Liufeng should be the first to ascend after her. However, the facts were completely different from her guess. Lu Bian said, "It must be very easy for Marquis Bai to ascend. However, Madame has been imprisoned in the extreme northern ice field for more than 10 years, her body is seriously injured, her cultivation is progressing slowly, and she is still far away from the 10th level. Come to think of it, Marquis Bai probably wants to ascend with his wife, right?" After Lu Bian said this, Huang Yueli immediately understood. Knowing Bai Liufeng's deep love for his wife, he must be worried about leaving his wife alone in Soaring Heaven's continent after his ascension. In fact, Li Moying was also the same. If he hadn't encountered a life-and-death crisis at that time, Li Moying would not have broken through to the 10th level easily. When he broke through, the space barrier of Soaring Heaven's continent happened to be broken, which made him soar inadvertently. If it weren't for this, Li Moying had always wanted to ascend with his wife. The corners of Huang Yueli's lips curled up. "It seems that my parents should be living well in the lower realm, so I can rest assured." Lu Bian smiled and said, "Before I ascended, I also went to see the two seniors. Marquis Bai and Madame are indeed very affectionate. However, they are a little worried about you, and they really want to come to the god realm to see you in person. Besides, Madame Bai also plans to go to the Sacred Phoenix clan's inheritance, which you mentioned, to accept trials and improve her cultivation." "Ah, mother, she actually..." Huang Yueli blinked her eyes were a little dark. "I'm really unfilial. I finally recognized my parents, but I didn't stay with them for a few days. Just to find my husband I rushed to the god realm." Thinking of the excited and sad faces of Bai Liufeng and Huang Siluo when they met her, Huang Yueli felt very guilty. As a daughter, she was really unqualified. Seeing this, Lu Bian comforted her softly, "Junior sister, you don't have beat yourself up about it. I think Marquis Bai and Madame Bai would definitely like to see you become a truly peerless powerhouse and climb to the pinnacle. They will be proud of a genius daughter like you. Since you have already reached the God realm, don't think too much about it. Huang Yueli bit her lip and nodded heavily. Well, I will definitely work hard to gain a firm foothold in the God realm. In this way, after my parents arrive in the God realm, they will have a better life than in the lower realm. Speaking of which, Huang Yu's heart was ignited with a new fighting spirit. Originally, her ideal was to find Li Moying and cultivate hard with him, but now, she has another goal. However, Huang Yueli's excitement only lasted for a few moments. Soon, she thought of the predicament she was facing now, and returned to reality. Huang Yueli stared at Lu Bian and asked, "Senior brother, I'm asking you a question, you must answer it truthfully." Lu Bian was taken aback. "What's the problem?" "The fire rejuvenation pill that you gave to young Master Lu earlier. Did you refine it?" Lu Bian looked at her, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Sure enough, I can't hide anything from you, junior sister. It's true that I refined those pills. I just said that because I just wanted to teach those rascals a lesson." Not only that, but Lu Bian also didn't want his talent for refining to be exposed so soon. This was not the soaring heavens continent. A young spirit medicine master with such perverse talent, without the protection of a clan, he will easily encounter many people with malicious intentions. However, if he seeks refuge with a powerful force, his safety will be guaranteed, but the freedom he wants most would be gone. Huang Yueli understood his thoughts, nodded, and continued to ask, "So, you have actually reached the level of a saint spirit medicine master?" When she said this, Huang Yueli's voice trembled with excitement. A spirit medicine master reaching the saint level was almost the same as a spiritual armament master reaching the level of a sky gem grandmaster. If Lu Bian was already at the saint level, then he was even more powerful than Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli had not been able to refine any treasure armament yet. However, Lu Bian had never been reborn, so in terms of bone age, he was much older than Huang Yueli. Lu Bian shook his head and said, "Whoa, your thoughts have really flown. If I was really a genuine saint-level spirit medicine master, I would have gone to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda and exchanged the medicinal pill for a badge. Why would I be picked on by that kid surnamed Lu and suffer such humiliation?" Huang Yueli felt the same when she thought about it, and she couldn't help but feel strange. "However, your fire rejuvenation pills are very perfect in appearance." Lu Bian explained, "Fire rejuvenation pill is actually the only saint-grade medicinal pill that I can successfully refine. In the place where I received the inheritance, I saw the refining method of the fire rejuvenation pill improved by the Whitefin clan. I was also lucky to be able to get the Serene Spirit Flame, which is one of the deviant flamme inheritance of the Whitefin clan. This kind of deviant flame has a strong additive effect when refining the fire rejuvenation pill. Only by adding various factors together can I refine the pills. If I change to other saint-level pills, there's nothing I can do. Even refining heaven-grade pills, I can't refine all kinds of medicines successfully." After listening, Huang Yueli couldn't help frowning. There was nothing wrong with what Lu Bian said. Spirit medicine masters are somewhat different from spiritual armament masters. When the spiritual armament master's level is relatively low, in fact, he only needs to master more than a dozen standard spirit armament refining methods. Because for ordinary cultivators, the standard spirit armament can meet the needs of more than 90% of people. Those who have special requirements for the spirit armament need to be customized, and they are usually strong people above the Tao Profound realm. Once these people customize the spirit armament, it must be the least at the level of a treasure armament, and that is the ability that only Sky Gem Grandmasters can master. However, pills are different. Whether it is an ordinary cultivator or a top expert, there are all kinds of pills that are needed. There are hundreds of pills passed down in the God realm. Lu Bian hasn't been in the God realm for a long time, and it's normal that he doesn't know how to refine many medicinal pills. It's just that Huang Yueli originally had high hopes for Lu Bian, but now she was about to be disappointed. Hey, so it's hard for you to pass the medicinal pill competition held by the Cloudy Qilin clan? As soon as Huang Yueli finished speaking, Lu Bian raised his eyebrows. How do you know that I came this time to sign up for the competition? Eh? Are you here to participate in the competition? Huang Yueli was surprised. Lu Bian's gaze stayed on her face, and slowly said, I was just skeptical at first. Now it seems that I guessed right. This young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, who was seriously injured and unconscious, is it Li Moying? Huang Yueli was startled. That's right, you guessed it a long time ago? It is no secret in Soaring Heaven's continent that she has the blood of the Sacred Phoenix clan, but few people know about Li Moying's blood of the Cloudy Qilin clan. However, Lu Bian has had too much contact with them, even if the two of them didn't say it clearly, it's not surprising that he could see it. Lu Bian nodded solemnly. After I arrived in the God realm, the first thing I heard was the reputation of the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, saying that he was the #1 genius in tens of thousands of years in the God realm. The time also coincides with Li Moying's. At that time, I suspected it was him, but I'm not sure yet. 36-37 Lu Bian's experience, 6. In the Soaring Heavens continent, Li Moying is of course the #1 strongest person, but in the God realm, can he still be so strong? To be honest, even I don't really believe it. When Huang Yueli heard his words, she couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Of course my husband is powerful enough, no one else can compare with him. For Li Moying, she has always been full of confidence. Lu Bian snorted and said with great disdain, all right, your husband is the best, are you happy now? Of course. Huang Yueli replied arrogantly. Lu Bian turned his gaze contemptuously, refusing to be forcibly stuffed with this kind of sweet display of affection. He continued on his own, anyway, I have heard a lot of rumors about the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan. He is so handsome that he has attracted countless noble ladies from the God clan. He is so talented in the thunder element that he even killed a mid-phase sky devil. These words sound more and more like him, but I still don't understand. What can't you understand? Huang Yu wondered. Lu Bian glanced at her, and said coolly, it is said that the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan is suave, and there are countless aristocratic ladies who pursue him. However, the Cloudy Qilin clan intends to let him marry within the clan, or rather they have already found several candidates for his fiancée. Then I am surprised, the Li Moying I know is already married. Cough. Huang Yueli coughed awkwardly, this is just a misunderstanding, it's a rumor. Well, it can't be said that it's all a rumor, the Cloudy Qilin clan did choose a fiancé for him, but, Moying has been with me all this time, and has never paid any attention to them. Lu Bian snorted softly, junior sister, you won't be fooled by Li Moying, right? Let me tell you, this kind of man who is too handsome and too strong has too many temptations outside, so it's hard to guarantee that he won't make mistakes. Huang Yueli was not angry at all. When she heard the words, she just gave Lu Bian a funny look. When he was in the lower realm, Lu Bian liked to bring Li Moying down very much, and he still does the same now. She naturally knew what kind of person Li Moying was, so it was impossible for her to doubt her husband because of this. Senior brother, you envy us being a couple, so there's no need to do that. Since you've been asking about Moying for so long, you should have heard about it. Later, he found a wife by himself, and almost fell out with his clam, right? Seeing that Huang Yueli couldn't take the bait, Lu Bian was a little disappointed. However, he didn't take it to heart, and said directly, you are smart. I did hear people say later that Li Moying brought a human girl to the Empyrean Fox continent, and said that it was his wife whom he had married in the lower realm. I also don't understand how you, a genius girl from the Sacred Phoenix clan, turned into a human race. However, I can confirm your identities at this time. After all, it is no coincidence that so many evidences come together to explain it. When Huang Yueli heard this, she nodded with a smile. So, you came to Cloudy Qilin continent on purpose this time, and you plan to sign up for the Cloudy Qilin clan's medicinal pill competition, just to save Moying? This. A look of embarrassment flashed across Lu Baiyan's face. Well, I did rush here on purpose, but I didn't come here on purpose to save Li Moying. I just wanted to see if this kid is dead. What if something goes wrong? If anything happens, I can abduct you, junior sister. 3638, where is the problem? 1. After hearing this, Huang Yueli couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. Although Lu Baiyan said so, Huang Yueli could tell that he had let go of his obsession with her. If it wasn't like this, Lu Baiyan wouldn't have rushed to Cloudy Qilin continent on purpose. No matter how stubborn he came here to save Li Moying, and he made this decision when he was still not sure if Li Moying was injured. Huang Yueli took a deep look at Lu Baiyan, and felt very relieved in her heart. She always hoped that Lu Baiyan could let go of her completely, instead of having to give in due to various reasons. Lu Baiyan had helped both her and Li Moying so many times before, and she really hoped that her senior brother could find his other half and they would truly love each other and also live a life of showing off their affection every day. Lu Baiyan was stared at by Huang Yueli's strange gaze, and couldn't help but shudder. Junior sister, why are you looking at me like this? What kind of ghostly ideas are brewing in your head? Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes, looked him up and down, looked at Lu Baiyan until he broke out in a cold sweat, before she said with a smile, it's not a ghostly idea, but I do have an excellent idea. Lu Baiyan looked at her cute expression, but was still very vigilant, and asked, what's your idea? Huang Yueli said, you came at the right time this time. I also want to participate in this competition of the Cloudy Qilin clan. It's a pity that I can't do so with my own pill refining skills, so I came to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda today, just to find a saint-level spirit medicine master to cooperate with. Lu Baiyan was stunned, obviously very surprised. Wait, you. What did you say you were going to do? Did I hear you right? You want to participate in the medicinal pill competition held by the Cloudy Qilin clan? Did you make a mistake? Huang Yueli said calmly, that's right, that's it, you heard me right. But, aren't you Li Moying's wife? Why did you participate? Wait, are all the gossips circulating in the God realm true? The Cloudy Qilin clan found a fiancé for Li Moying, and then firmly refusing to admit your identity? Lu Baiyan frowned as he thought of something. What the hell is Li Moying doing? When he was in the lower realm, wasn't he very powerful? How did he become so useless in the God realm? He couldn't even protect his own woman. I understand. Were you driven out by the Cloudy Qilin clan? Then you're worried about Li Moying's injury, so you want to take advantage of the opportunity of the competition to sneak into the Cloudy Qilin clan to see him. Lu Baiyan muttered to himself, and soon made up a big drama all by himself. Huang Yueli felt an impending headache when she heard his mutters, and quickly interrupted him, Stop. Stop quickly, stop guessing. Guess? Lu Baiyan snorted coldly, am I just guessing? It's obvious that Li Moying is not good to you at all. Is there anything that I guessed wrong? After all the people have been dealt with, will you still be here? You can take me directly to see Li Moying, right? Is there any need for you to participate in any competition, huh? Cough cough, this. A blush of embarrassment appeared on Huang Yueli's face, and she had to admit, this, part of your guess is correct. The Cloudy Qilin clan does have some opinions on my marriage with Li Moying. Lu Baiyan immediately raised his brows. What? Li Moying is too outrageous. I saw that he treated you very well when he was in the lower realm, so I reluctantly agreed to let him marry my junior sister. What happened now? You have only been married for 2 years, and he treats you like this. No, you can't just let him bully you like this. Lu Baiyan was filled with righteous indignation. wishing he could rush directly to Amethyst Paramount Palace, drag Li Moying out and beat him up. Seeing his impulsive appearance, Huang Yueli quickly stopped him. Hey, senior brother, senior brother. Don't be so impulsive, listen to me. Lu Bian wanted to shake Huang Yueli away, but after pushing her away, Huang Yueli didn't budge at all, and he almost fell instead. Only then did he realize that this was no longer the time when Huang Yueli had just been reborn. Since Huang Yueli's accession, his cultivation has been incomparable with Huang Yueli's. In the past 6 months, the little girl has been in the God realm, and her cultivation must have improved a lot. Maybe she can defeat him with simply one hand. Lu Bian's face darkened, but he still said reluctantly, Junior sister, get out of the way. Let me tell you, I didn't just go on behalf of myself. Before I ascended, your father once told me that on behalf of your natal family, I will help you take a good look, and I won't let you be bullied by that brat surnamed Li. When Huang Yueli heard this, she burst out laughing. From the tone of her words, she could tell that these were her father's original words. Although Bai Lufeng was still very satisfied with this son-in-law, but he always speaks unforgivingly, and he was afraid that he would bully this beloved daughter of his. Actually, he didn't even think about it. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were together, who was bullying whom? Huang Yueli smiled and felt a little sad again. Before getting married, her parents and Li Moying were all by her side, but such beautiful days were too short. Now, not only her parents were still in the lower realm, but Li Moying was seriously injured. Just as Huang Yueli was in a trance, Lu Bian took the opportunity to walk towards the door. But the moment he opened the door, someone grabbed his shoulders from behind, and then, a huge force came. Lu Bian couldn't resist at all. His body was dragged back more than a dozen steps, and he fell to sit on the edge of the bed before stopping. When he came back to his senses, the door had been slammed shut again. Huang Yueli was standing in front of him with her arms folded. Her expression was not very good. All right, senior brother, you are a spirit medicine master, how can you have such poor patience? Can't you just listen to me? Lu Bian still wanted to defend himself, but Huang Yueli interrupted him unceremoniously. Now you want to go to the Cloudy Qilin clan to make trouble. I won't stop you, but don't blame me for not reminding you, the current you can't even hit Moying with a single finger. He has really killed a mid-phase sky devil. Even if he's in a coma, there are plenty of experts in the Cloudy Qilin clan. It's impossible for you to get close to their young master. The muscles on Lu Bian's face twitched, obviously quite depressed, but he couldn't find any way to refute Huang Yueli. At the same time, his heart was even more shocked by Huang Yueli's words. There were many rumors in the God realm about Li Moying's talent and strength, but it's hard to tell if it's true or not, because some of them sound too exaggerated. However, according to what Huang Yueli said, these were all true? Was Li Moying really so powerful now? Even in the God realm, there aren't many who have the strength to kill a sky devil in the mid-phase, right? Seeing that Lu Bian had finally calmed down, Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief. Fearing that there would be any misfortune, she didn't dare to keep her secret anymore, so she quickly told Lu Bian all the series of things that happened after she ascended to the God realm. The more Lu Bian listened, the more shocked he became, and he almost jumped out of bed a few times. You have only been in the God realm for more than half a year, and you have experienced so many things. You are also a God-level talent? My God, who the hell do I know? God-level geniuses also common? Why do I know 2 of them alone? Huang Yueli's mouth twitched when she heard his exaggerated words. Of course it's because you have a good eye, senior brother. Yes, I have always had a good eye. Back when Mu Qingqing was a poor boy, I was the first to see that he was not just anyone. Lu Bian began to frown. Huang Yueli hurriedly coughed heavily. Senior brother, do you want to listen to me? Only then did Lu Bian come back to his senses, and smiled awkwardly. Oh yes, please say what you want to say, I won't say anything. Huang Yueli couldn't help but glared at him, then continued. But the following changes soon made Lu Bian unable to laugh anymore. How is it possible? You are a god-level genius of the Sacred Phoenix clan. Why do the elders of the clan dare to murder you? You're really too pitiful. However, to be able to escape from the Sky Devil territory alive, junior sister, you're also scary in a way. The people of the Cloudy Qilin clan are really shameless. Junior sister, you slapped their faces beautifully. You actually found the inheritance of the Saint Iniquitous Shadow? How lucky are you? While listening, Lu Bian commented at every turn. Huang Yueli was a little dumbfounded. Although Lu Bian's personality was not as silent and cold as Li Moying's before, it shouldn't be like this, right? After arriving in the God realm, was it because of being stifled by being alone in an unfamiliar place? Although Huang Yueli tried to keep the story short, because too many things happened during this period, it took her more than half an hour to explain the cause and effect clearly, and many details were omitted. At the end, Lu Bian's expression changed completely. The person who plotted against you is actually the elder of the Sacred Phoenix clan. He also accused Li Moying of killing you? How could this old man be so shameless? Huang Yueli sighed secretly. It's meaningless to talk about it now. With him in the Sacred Phoenix clan, I dare not go back easily. Moreover, only I can cure Moying's illness. Speaking of this, Lu Bian was also distracted, and leaned over to ask, only you can cure? Why do you say that? What is wrong with him? Judging from the various rumors circulating outside, this is probably caused by damaged meridians by someone with a special technique, right? Regarding Li Moying's injury, there were all kinds of rumors circulating outside. As a spirit medicine master, Lu Bian naturally has his own preliminary judgment. But who knew? Huang Yueli shook her head resolutely. No, what you said is completely wrong. The reason why Moying is like this is because evil qi invaded his body. Evil qi invaded his body? Lu Bian's eyes widened, his face was full of disbelief. Is this something he got from the secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow? If evil qi really invades the Dantian, then he will be in great trouble. Even if he doesn't die, he will go crazy. Lu Bian had already read several medical classics in the God realm, and knowing the seriousness of the matter, his complexion became even more ugly. This is really bad. It is said that there is no way to get rid of the evil qi now. It can be said that he is terminally ill. How can you cure him? Huang Yueli hurriedly said, I found the Inheritance Iniquitous Shadow secret manual left by him in the secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. As long as he practices according to the exercises in the secret manual, he can turn these evil qis into his own use. When the time comes, Moying will not only be able to wake up, but also his cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Lu Bian's complexion improved slightly, but his brows were still tightly frowned. But, wouldn't Li Moying become an evil cultivator this way? In the God realm, evil cultivators are an existence that everyone can't accept. They are like street rats. Ah. Li Moying now has a bright future as the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan, if he becomes an evil cultivator. What's wrong with becoming an evil cultivator? Huang Yueli smiled nonchalantly, seeing Lu Bian's surprised face, continued to explain. As long as people don't see him as an evil cultivator, then there will be no influence at all. Lu Bian said, that's right, but how can you not see it? It is said that once a cultivator becomes an evil cultivator, his temperament will change drastically, and he will become cruel and bloodthirsty. Moreover, the breath will also be significantly different from ordinary cultivators, and he will not be able to hide his identity at all. Huang Yueli smiled slightly, and said, then. Senior brother, do you think there is something wrong with my breath? Ah? You? You look normal. Lu Bian was taken aback. Huang Yueli asked again, then do you think my temperament has changed? You're just as good as when you were in the lower realm. I've never seen a cunning little fox with a black belly like you, Lu Bian said firmly. Huang Yueli shook her head with a smile. Then why do you have such a wrong understanding of evil cultivators? Wrong, what? Lu Bian looked at Huang Yueli's big bright eyes, and suddenly came to his senses. Wait, do you mean, you have become an evil cultivator? Huang Yueli nodded slowly. That's right, when I was attacked by Huang Sanbai, it wasn't just Li Moying who was invaded by the evil qi, but me too. However, I got the inheritance of Saint Iniquitous Shadow later, and it has been resolved. The problem of the conflict of evil qi in the body. Lu Bian looked at her incredulously, and carefully looked at her several times from top to bottom, from left to right. In the end, he shook his head. Impossible? This is too abnormal. You don't look like an evil cultivator at all. How did you do it? Huang Yueli said, this is the magic of Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cultivation technique. Don't worry, even if he becomes an evil cultivator, Moying will still be safe. The only problem now is, how do we find a way to get an Amethyst Paramount Palace and save Moying? As she said that, she turned her gaze to Lu Bian's face. This time, we'll have to rely on you. Hearing this, Lu Bian's face suddenly collapsed. Rely on me? Are you sure? It's impossible for me to win the competition. Are you so unconfident? Huang Yueli frowned. This isn't like you. When you fought against Lu Dongfeng just now, you were very majestic. Lu Bian said with a bitter face, these are two different things. Lu Dongfeng is just a heaven-level spirit medicine master who has just started, and it is not difficult to compete with him. However, all the spirit medicine masters of the Cloudy Qilin clan will compete. Come on. It must be a famous doctor in the entire God clan. How can I compare with them? Huang Yueli also knew that what Lu Bian said was indeed the truth. Anyway, Lu Bian has only just arrived in the God realm. For a skill as advanced as the medicinal pill technique, no matter how talented he is, it still takes a certain amount of time and accumulation. She thought for a while and said, Senior brother, I understand your concerns, but you don't need to win against all the spirit medicine masters, do you? You can go to treat Moying alone. As long as you get this quota, I will go in with you as an assistant, as long as you can hand over the Iniquitous Shadow secret manual to Moying. After hearing this, Lu Bian's expression calmed down a little. However, after pondering for a while, he shook his head. Even so, I'm not sure. After all, the difficulty of the third round of competition is equivalent to the assessment of a saint-level spirit medicine master. My standard is far behind. These gaps are really impossible to fill in such a short period of time. After Lu Bian finished speaking, he looked at Huang Yueli with a guilty face. Junior sister, I really want to help, but I can't hold you back. How about this? I will accompany you to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda and you look for a suitable candidate. Huang Yueli shook her head. You're not familiar with the place, so what kind of spirit medicine master can you find? Wait. I just thought of someone. Huang Yueli suddenly thought of Xianxia, the wife of the young patriarch of the Voracious Wyvern clan. Her medical skills were very high. When Huang Yueli was fighting side by side with her, she had used her medicine several times to heal her wounds. It's just that since the last time she parted ways with Xianxia at Empyrean Fox Continent, she didn't know where Jun Sihan took her, let alone where to find someone. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli calmed down again. No, it's too late to find her. Moreover, based on the relationship between Moying and Jun Sihan, if they knew that Moying was seriously injured, they might have visited him a long time ago. Lu Bian was confused when he heard it, and asked, strangely, Junior sister, who are you talking about? Huang Yueli shook her head and said, you don't know her. Forget it, it's not realistic to find her. Let's discuss it. How can we promote you to the saint rank as soon as possible? Lu Bian originally wanted to ask more questions, but he didn't expect that Huang Yueli would make him choke on such a sentence, and was rendered speechless for a long time. I say, junior sister, didn't you hear what I said just now? I'm still far away from the saint level. You should find another spirit medicine master. I'm really worried about finding someone else. There are too many secrets involved in this matter. If anyone reveals us, it will cause us great trouble. Only if you do it yourself, can I rest assured. Huang Yueli insisted. Lu Bian was still hesitant. That's right, but... Alright, stop being so indecisive. What does it look like for a big man to be so indecisive? Huang Yueli waved her hand impatiently. Lu Bian coughed lightly twice. Junior sister, you'd better think about it. There's nothing else to think about. Huang Yueli suddenly slapped the table, stood up from her seat, and said aggressively, that's it. Time is running out, let's hurry up and discuss the next step. The next step? What is the next step? Lu Bian looked confused. From his point of view, the goal set by Huang Yueli was completely impossible for them to achieve, so how can they come up with any plans? Huang Yueli's expression was very serious, and she quickly took out the brush and paper from the space, and entered a work mode as she started bombarding him with questions. Tell me first, why do you think you can't break through to the saint level? Are there any difficulties? Are there any bottlenecks? Seeing how serious she was, Lu Bian also knew that his junior sister was stubborn by nature and said nothing. No one could persuade him to change her mind. In desperation, he could only touch his nose and sit down again. There are many factors that determine the level of a spirit medicine master. The most important thing is of course the understanding of medicinal pills, followed by the talent of fire and wood. However, comprehension and talent alone are not enough. To have the ability to fuse medicinal materials together according to one's own ideas to form a medicinal pill, this requires the spirit medicine master to have strong mental power, and to have a powerful enough flame to help. Finally, there is another factor, which seems unimportant, but what I lack the most is cultivation. Lu Bian smiled helplessly. I do have my own understanding of medicinal pills, but I dare not say that it can be compared with saint-ranked spirit medicine masters. The mental power is enough, but I learned from the lower realm. The strength of the deviant flame brought is very average, and it can be used to refine heaven-level medicinal pills, and the improvement of saint-grade medicinal pills is very limited. As for the cultivation base, I am only at the early stage of the dream profound realm. With such little strength, it is already a miracle to be able to refine a heavenly medicinal pill. Huang Yueli frowned upon hearing this. After listening to Lu Bian's analysis, she became more aware of the seriousness of the problem. To put it bluntly, there wasn't a big difference in the improvement of the strength of a spirit medicine master and a spiritual armament master. Lu Bian's ability to pass the inheritance test of the Whitefin clan shows that his talent in the wood element is very good. In terms of the fire element, even if it is slightly inferior, Huang Yueli can still help him make up for it. Even in terms of deviant flames, Huang Yueli has some of the most powerful ones in her hands. However, the problem of cultivation was definitely a big problem. Huang Yueli has been unable to enter the ranks of Sky Gem Grandmasters because of her limited cultivation. Lu Bian's cultivation was far worse than hers. How easy was it to forcibly raise her rank? Seeing Huang Yueli's brows tightened, Lu Bian couldn't help but shook his head and said, Look, I just said that it is impossible for me to be promoted to the saint level. This competition, we are doomed. But who would have thought that after hearing this, Huang Yueli just rolled her eyes at him, and said in an annoyed tone, Who said we are destined to lose? You cursed yourself for losing before the competition even started? Lu Bian was startled, and looked at Huang Yueli in surprise. Junior sister, what do you mean? Is there really a way for me to become a saint-ranked spirit medicine master? Huang Yueli glanced at him, and slowly said, For you to become a saint-ranked spirit medicine master, of course it's impossible. Hearing this, Lu Bian's face immediately collapsed. secretly thinking that his little junior sister had become a little unreliable now. Since it's impossible, why were they wasting their time here for half a day? Why not hurry up and go to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda to find suitable candidates? Huang Yueli said, although it is indeed difficult for you to become a saint-ranked spirit medicine master now, maybe I have a way to greatly improve your medicinal pill skills, and even attract the attention of all the judges in the competition. Sometimes, you don't have to be a saint-ranked spirit medicine master to impress others with your medical skills. Lu Bian couldn't understand what she was saying at all, with a blank expression on his face. Junior sister, what do you mean? Huang Yueli opened her right hand, a cluster of crimson flames emerged from her palm. As soon as this flame appeared in the air, it became brighter and brighter. Soon, it became so bright that people couldn't keep their eyes open. Not only that, but the fire-attributed energy in the profound energy of heaven and earth seemed to be affected and became agitated. Lu Bian was so stimulated by the fire that he couldn't open his eyes, but his voice couldn't help trembling. This flame. Could it be the legendary True Phoenix flame? Regarding Huang Yueli's possession of the Sky Phoenix ring, even Lu Bian was not very clear about it. Huang Yueli had only confessed this matter to Li Moying. Therefore, Lu Bian didn't know that Huang Yueli actually had such a pure True Phoenix flame in her hand. Huang Yueli smiled, and said, Senior brother, didn't you say that you don't have a good kind of flame, which affects your performance when refining medicinal pills? Then if I give you the True Phoenix flame, can it improve a bit? Lu Bian was so excited that he was almost speechless. This, of course. True Phoenix flame is known as the world's #1 kind of flame. I heard that even in the sacred Phoenix clan, not all geniuses can control it. Junior sister, you are really too powerful. Where did you get this from? You really deserve to be a god-level genius. Huang Yueli didn't explain in detail, but just said, I'm just lucky. Lu Bian said, however, it's a pity. I heard that the ancient beasts in the god realm are almost extinct, and no phoenix has appeared for a long time. As a result, the True Phoenix flame can only be passed on from cultivator to cultivator. Each time it's been passed on, the power of the flame will drop by 1 layer, and it is completely incomparable with the one obtained directly from the phoenix. A flame as pure as yours, junior sister, is even rarer. Huang Yueli smiled, and said, Senior brother, you really have a good eye. The True Phoenix flame in my hand is definitely the only one there ever is. However, you can get the purest one right away. Junior sister, do you really want to share this with me? In that case, the power of your own flame will be halved. Lu Bian hesitated, not wanting to implicate Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli smiled and said, No, I'm not giving you mine. As she spoke, she waved her right hand lightly, and the flame went out. But after a breath, another flame lit up from behind her, and this time, the flame was countless times brighter than before. The strong energy fluctuations of the fire attribute made a strong man like Lu Bian feel uncomfortable all over his body. The skin all over his body seemed to be burning, so hot that he could hardly breathe. In this feeling of suffocation, he seemed to hear Huang Yueli's scolding voice, Enough, stop playing. This is my senior brother, you should respect him a bit. Put the flame away quickly, or you won't be allowed to play for 3 days nor eat any chicken legs. All right. A slightly immature voice sounded, and the tone was very reluctant. Immediately afterwards, the brightness of the firelight weakened significantly, and the scorching heat also subsided by quite a bit. Although the whole room was still filled with fire energy, it was no longer so uncomfortable. Lu Bian immediately opened his eyes, wanting to see what happened just now and who Huang Yueli was talking to. In the end, after just one glance, his whole body was petrified. This. Lu Bian pointed at little Wang Kai, his wrist was trembling, his face was dull, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. Little Wang Kai flapped his wings and floated in midair. After Huang Yueli successfully absorbed the evil qi, little Wang Kai fully replenished the energy he had spent fighting Huang Sanbai, and his strength seemed to have improved a bit. At this time it deliberately wanted to show itself in front of Lu Bian, so it made itself a lot bigger. A pair of incomparably gorgeous golden red wings stretched 3 to 4 meters in length, and they all touched the walls on both sides of the room. His head were slightly raised upwards, with a dignified and elegant appearance. Lu Bian almost had a sudden cardiac arrest, and it took him a long time to regain his voice. With a trembling voice, he said, "Junior sister, is it the Divine Phoenix? Really the Divine Phoenix?" Before Huang Yueli could answer, little Wang Kai had already gnashed his beak and said very dissatisfied, "What's wrong with the Divine Phoenix? Knowing that I am a Divine Phoenix, you still dare to point your finger at me like this? Weren't you taught that it is impolite for you to point at others like this?" Huang Yueli glared at little Wang Kai. "Alright, I just asked you to spread the fire, and I didn't ask you to talk so much." Little Wang Kai said arrogantly, "My flame is so powerful, it's not something anyone can get if they want it. Only when he can make me happy, I will consider it." "Really? Then think about it slowly. As for your chicken legs." Huang Yueli folded her arms around her chest and said calmly. When little Phoenix heard this, he immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. Don't, female devil, I'm wrong. I'm going to share the flame with Uncle." Huang Yueli twitched the corner of her mouth. "Uncle? What kind of nonsensical address is that? I'm not your mother?" However, before she had finished educating the brat, Lu Bian exclaimed, "Junior sister, this is really a phoenix. A living phoenix. It's not my hallucination. Where did you get it? Here? Aren't there no phoenixes in the god realm?" Little Wang Kai pouted and was about to speak, but was stopped by Huang Yueli's stern eyes. Huang Yueli turned around and explained, "Senior brother, don't you know little Wang Kai? You used to steal chicken legs for him so often." "That's right, Lu Bian is one of the culprits of that spoiled brat, because seeing that little Wang Kai was so cute and fluffy when he was a child, he couldn't help thinking that he was so cute and kept sneaking him junk food." Lu Bian's eyeballs almost fell out. This is little Wang Kai? But, isn't little Wang Kai a red bird?" He looked at Huang Yueli blankly. Huang Yueli laughed dryly, this. At that time in the lower realm, my strength was not enough, and I was worried that if I let others know that I had a phoenix, it would cause trouble, so I told others that Wang Kai was a vermilion bird. In fact, he's really a phoenix." It was only then that Lu Bian understood, but the surprise in his eyes still did not fade away. He took a few steps forward and stretched out his hand, wanting to touch little Wang Kai's feathers. However, before he could touch little Phoenix's body, the powerful fire-attributed energy had already made him a little unbearable, and he didn't dare to approach him casually. Huang Yueli explained from the side, "Actually, little Wang Kai is just a spirit body. Even if he appears in front of our eyes, he is actually an energy body formed by a ball of fire energy, and it feels fake to the touch. But as a phoenix, even if he has become a spirit body, he still has a chance of nirvana. However, the method of phoenix nirvana is probably only available to the sacred phoenix clan. I can't go back to my clan now, and I don't know when I can do it." Lu Bian finally calmed down at this moment. After listening to Huang Yueli's narration, he couldn't help showing a smile on his face. "I see, it seems that I underestimated little Wang Kai too much." Hearing this, little Wang Kai raised his head arrogantly. "Now you know how great this little lord is, eh? TCH, if it weren't for the fact that you stole chicken legs for me several times, I wouldn't help you, humph." Lu Bian's face froze. Before little Wang Kai realized what he said wrong, Huang Yueli's cold snort came from behind it. "Alright, so you two are accomplices. I'll just say, you were locked up before. Alright, why were there still less chicken legs?" So that's how it is. Lu Bian could only put a smile on his face. Junior sister, it's all my fault, so don't blame it on the little child. Little child? This brat is so courageous. He will be more presumptuous without education. Huang Yueli put on a serious face. Lu Bian quickly changed the subject. Ahem, alas, this. Where did we just talk about? Didn't we say that you would give me the true phoenix flame? Then hurry up. The competition between the Cloudy Qilin clan is happening in a few days. I need to hurry up and get familiar with it. Huang Yueli naturally knew that Lu Bian was talking about. However, what he said was very reasonable. They really didn't have much time to waste on educating kids now. Huang Yueli glanced at them, seeing that both of them bowed their heads guiltily. She then said, "All right, little Wang Kai, hurry up and give the flame to senior brother. I'll add chicken legs to you tonight." Hearing this, one person and one phoenix breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Little Wang Kai made his body smaller and flew to Lu Bian's side. Lu Bian turned his head and looked at it. "What should I do?" Little Wang Kai said, "Just show me your palm." Lu Bian immediately followed his instructions and stretched out his hand with his palm facing up. Little Phoenix took a deep breath, and then exhaled. Suddenly, a ball of dazzling flame flew to Lu Bian's palm. The moment it came into contact with the skin, Lu Bian couldn't help but gasp. Even though he had made some preparations, he still couldn't bear the power of the true phoenix flame. Because little Wang Kai was grateful to him for speaking for him just now, it was rare and generous to share a part of the purest natal real flame in his body. Phoenix's natal true flame was very rare. It is also the true phoenix flame, and its power can be divided into big and small. This is the most powerful one. Even Huang Yueli, in the past, used all kinds of scheming and deceit to get it from little Phoenix. It was rare for little Wang Kai to be generous, but to Lu Bian, it was not only a good thing, but also a huge pressure. Because, the higher the level of deviant flame, the more difficult it was to absorb. When Huang Yueli absorbed true phoenix flame before, little Wang Kai said that even in the sacred phoenix clan, there were not many cultivators who could successfully control the true phoenix flame, not to mention that Lu Bian's main cultivation was in the wood attribute. However, it was too late to say all of this now. The true phoenix flame spewed out by little Wang Kai had already fallen onto Lu Bian's palm and was rapidly penetrating into his body. Lu Bian waited in trepidation, and quickly circulated the profound power in his body, trying to bring the best of this deviant flame into his dantian. However, he was obviously unable to do what he wanted. In just a few breaths, Lu Bian's face flushed red, and the sweat dripped down from his forehead one by one, leaving a small puddle on the ground very quickly. Huang Yueli's expression changed slightly. She rushed over immediately and stood behind Lu Bian, and reached out and put her hand on his back. Fortunately, Lu Bian didn't have any defenses against her, so she was able to easily penetrate into his meridians. Huang Yueli tested this situation in Lu Bian's body. As expected, such a powerful fire attribute energy was not something Lu Bian could easily bear. His meridians were not strong enough, and the exercises used to transform the fire attribute energy were not enough. Not good. Huang Yueli tried to help Lu Bian stabilize the profound energy in her body, but the effect was not very good. She herself was sweating all over, but Lu Bian's face became more and more purple. Going on like this was not an option. Huang Yueli frowned, and realized that she was a little overbearing. Before she had time to explain clearly to little Wang Kai and Lu Bian, they had already initiated the process of transferring the fire by themselves. She originally thought that with little Wang Kai's usually stingy personality, it would be nice to be able to give some of the most ordinary true phoenix flame, but who knew, she didn't know what medicine he took wrongly today, and suddenly became so generous. Even the natal true flame was brought out. She thought for a while, leaned closer to Lu Bian's ear, and said, "Senior brother, the fire that little Wang Kai gave you is too powerful. Even if I protect you, it is an external force after all, and the effect is very limited. The best way is to learn to control these energies by yourself. Next, I will teach you a set of skills, and you should do it accordingly. As Huang Yueli spoke, she quickly recited a set of formulas. This set of skills was found in the collection of the Saint Iniquitous Shadow. It can be said to be a first-class fire attribute skill. It was not an easy task to learn it completely. However, Huang Yueli had already read it once, and when she recounted it, she made some simplifications based on her own understanding as she helped Lu Bian control the flow of fire attribute energy in his body, and the difficulty of cultivation also dropped significantly. 3648 I have a way, 5. But even so, it took Lu Bian a long time to barely learn a part. On the contrary, Huang Yueli gradually figured out some tricks during this period of time. She already has the true phoenix flame in her body, and after several years of refinement, she has been able to use it very freely. These flames were just able to complement the disorderly true phoenix flame in Lu Bian's body. With the help of this factor, Huang Yueli helped Lu Bian guide the fire attribute energy in his body. Eventually, Lu Bian's expression returned to normal. He exhaled a long breath. My goodness! It turns out that absorbing the true phoenix flame is such a dangerous thing. No wonder it is called the #1 deviant flame in the world. Huang Yueli said with some guilt, Senior brother, it's all my fault for not reminding you, I was negligent. Are you feeling all right? When Lu Bian heard her words, he closed his eyes slightly, and felt the flow of profound energy in his body. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of joy. Good. I feel good. It can't be better. Junior sister, what kind of skill did you teach me? Why is it so powerful? To be honest, I also spent a lot of effort in practicing fire attribute exercises in order to improve the medicinal pill technique. However, the effect has not been very good. However, today, my cultivation base in the fire attribute has improved by a big step. Huang Yueli nodded in satisfaction, and said, This is a skill I got in the abode of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. I just recounted part of it temporarily. You can take the whole manual. If you can practice it with success, your strength can definitely be greatly improved. Lu Bian took the manual from her, was surprised and delighted, and thanked her repeatedly. Junior sister, you are really amazing. You have only been in the God realm for more than half a year, and you have already obtained so many treasures. Huang Yueli raised the corners of her mouth with a proud expression. Of course, I cultivate together with my husband. Of course I'm much stronger than you alone. The desperation in her words was too obvious. Lu Bian immediately covered his chest, feeling as if he had been shot in the heart by an arrow. Even on such an occasion, she can still show off their deep affection. However, Huang Yueli didn't pay attention to his expression, and continued on her own. You were able to subdue true phoenix flame with the help of external force, so it might be a little difficult to control, and you need to work hard during this period of time. Only by cultivating in earnest can we ensure a stable performance on the day of the competition. When it came to business, Lu Bian's expression immediately became serious. He nodded cautiously. Junior sister, don't worry, I will definitely not slack off. It's just. As he spoke, he showed a look of embarrassment again. It's just that the true phoenix flame alone can increase my strength by half a level at most, and I'm afraid it's not enough to compete with a real saint-level spirit medicine master. Huang Yueli smiled and said, Actually, I have another idea, but I don't know how effective it will be. Another idea? What idea? Lu Bian was taken aback. Huang Yueli said, Senior brother, on the way here, did you hear that a spiritual armament master in Sky Gem Glass Chamber created a new method of refining weapons, which increased the power of all standard spirit armaments by several %? Lu Bian was startled again. This. I seem to have heard about it, but, this, and I. Having said that, he suddenly paused. 3649 I have a way. 6. Lu Bian thought of something, turned his head, widened his eyes, and looked at Huang Yueli in disbelief. Junior sister, wait. That spiritual armament master who created the new refining technique, don't tell me that it's you? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, why not? Lu Bian almost screamed. Looking at her, it was like looking at a monster. What? Is it really you? How could it be you? Well, I admit that you are indeed an unworldly genius forging armaments in our soaring heavens continent, but the method of refining spirit armaments in the God realm should not be similar to that of our lower realm, and the difference should be huge. How could you have fully mastered it in such a short period of time? Huang Yueli had an innocent expression on her face. Senior brother, you are quite right. The spirit armament refining technique in the God realm is completely different from the lower realm, so I really can't master it. Therefore, I can only follow my own way of thinking and think up a new set of refining techniques. Lu Bian was so overwhelmed by these words that he was speechless for a long time. Although this matter was really incredible. However, what Huang Yueli said was so reasonable that he didn't know how to speak. If you can't master it, just think of another way. Very good, very powerful. It's just a tad bit too powerful. Seeing that he couldn't recover for a long time, Huang Yueli could only pat him on the shoulder and said, Senior brother, don't make such a fuss, let's get down to business. Alright, let's get down to business, Lu Bian nodded mechanically. However, looking at the sluggish expression on his face, it's obvious that his mind hadn't fully recovered yet. Huang Yueli shook her head secretly, and continued, the main difference between the spirit armament technique in the God realm and the lower realm lies in the construction of the force field in the spirit armament. Only by using the force field to guide the circulation of the profound energy of the world can the spirit armament be brought into full play and maximize the effectiveness. Well, my transformation is also based on this premise. Lu Bian looked at her without interrupting her. Huang Yueli went on to say, just now when you were contesting with Lu Dongfeng in alchemy, I observed carefully from the sidelines, and the technique of your medicinal pill seems to be similar. After the medicinal materials are completely refined, you need to fuse the pill. Build a new force field in it to let the medicine effect play out, right? Lu Bian pondered for a while, then nodded slightly. It's understandable, but it's a little different from what you said. Oh? What's different? In order to bring out the potency of medicinal materials, you really need to rely on a certain structure. However, it is not a force field, but through pill patterns. These pill patterns are not just on the surface of the pill, in fact, the inside of the pill is also covered with pill patterns, it's just that ordinary people don't know how to pinch the medicinal pill to see it. After Huang Yueli heard this, she thought for a while, this feels pretty much the same. Why don't you watch me try refining some spirit armaments? Maybe my technique can also be of reference value to you. Lu Bian nodded, then I'll have to ask my junior sister to enlighten me. When it comes to refining weapons, that was Huang Yueli's old profession. She was very proficient now, and quickly set up the refining furnace, casually took out a box of low-level materials from her space, lit it up and started to refine. While refining, she did not forget to give some explanations to Lu Bian. Lu Bian was stunned by her smooth movements at first, but soon put away any distracting thoughts and began to observe seriously. 3650, I have a way. 7. Huang Yueli deliberately slowed down her movements, but in order not to affect the effect of refining the spirit armament, there was a limit to how much she could slow down. After only a quarter of an hour or so, Huang Yueli stopped. A low-grade standard spirit armament had been refined, and it was lying quietly at the bottom of the furnace. However, both of them didn't even look at the spirit armament. Huang Yueli immediately turned to Lu Bian and asked, Senior brother, how is it? Did you see clearly what I did just now? Did you gain anything? Lu Bian frowned and pondered. I probably understand a little bit. The way you build the force field is very special. It is completely through the induction of the energy flow inside the refining material and timely adjustment to achieve such an effect, right? Yes, you're right. Huang Yueli nodded repeatedly, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Her movements were completely unfamiliar to people in the God realm, and her movements were too fast to a certain extent. When it was demonstrated at the Allied Army's branch, several Sky Gem masters couldn't keep up with her rhythm, until she demonstrated it 7 or 8 times before they could barely understand it. However, Lu Bian has grasped the crux of the problem in such a short period of time. He was not even a spiritual armament master. Even the spirit medicine masters use flames to refine pills, but there was still a big difference between the two. Lu Bian thought for a while, and then said, I still don't understand some things, please show me again, junior sister. That is the part where you did 13 hand gestures in succession and when you heated it up for the second time, and also. Lu Bian pointed out several places, and as he asked questions, Huang Yueli's eyes became brighter and brighter. What Lu didn't say was that it was the most essential part of her technique, and it was also the part that was the most different from the spirit armament techniques of the God realm. It can be seen from this that Lu Bian's comprehension was really good. That's good, it seems that they still stood a good chance to win in the competition. Senior brother, in fact, at all these junctures, I actually made a change to the profound energy. First, I constructed a small force field through hand gestures, and then imbued it into the material and spliced it together. You can watch me do it again. Huang Yueli casually threw the spirit armament that was just refined on the ground. When the spirit armament landed on the ground, there was a crisp bang. If people from the military department saw this scene, they would definitely tremble in their hearts. This was an improved version of the spirit armament that all the soldiers of the entire Allied armies dreamed of. It was refined by Grandmaster Li himself. It was worth tens of thousands of jade quartz. Yet it was simply thrown on the ground like garbage. Huang Yueli took out another batch of materials, reignited the fire, and started refining again. This time, her movements were even faster than last time. Moreover, no further effort was needed to explain. Lu Bian's eyes widened and he concentrated all the time, carefully observing every movement of Huang Yueli. At the same time, he released his consciousness to feel the energy changes in the furnace. Huang Yueli didn't slow down, and went all out to make the refining process of this spirit armament more perfect. Lu Bian concentrated on each and every movement of hers. This time, within a quarter of an hour, Huang Yueli finished refining. Alright, how much does senior brother understand now? Lu Bian pondered and said, I still have something I don't understand, but I already understand everything that should be understood. This is really revolutionary. If it can be combined into the medicinal pill technique, it will definitely greatly increase the efficacy of the medicinal pill. This is an improvement for the entire medicinal pill technique. It's just. Speaking of this, Lu Bian's voice softened a little, and he seemed a little hesitant. However, I still have to think carefully about how to apply this technique to the medicinal pill technique. Huang Yueli nodded, and said again, I still have the standard spirit armament illustrations that I drew before, which also records the new refining methods of dozens of spirit armaments that I improved. Among them, the key points of the force field construction has all been marked. Senior brother, take it and have a look, maybe it will be useful. Lu Bian's eyes lit up, that's great. This is really great. Junior sister, thank you. You are such an amazing genius. Huang Yueli smiled slightly, we're all family, so what's with the thank you? Helping you is also helping myself. With that said, she took out a thick stack of illustrations from the space. Lu Bian couldn't wait to snatch it away. He lowered his head and quickly flipped through a few pages. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. He walked to the edge of the desk, sat down, and began to fervently read. At the same time, he continued to write and draw on the plain paper beside him, while muttering to himself. Seeing this, Huang Yueli didn't dare to disturb him too much, so she sat aside by herself, picked up a few classics of medicinal pill techniques on the table, and flipped through them. From that day on, the two of them entered the stage of desperately researching medicinal pill techniques. Lu Bian was fascinated by Huang Yueli's illustrations, and he admired his little junior sister more and more. A genius, she was simply a marvel. In the past, he always felt that his talent was already high enough, and even if others were higher than him, they would not be much higher. However, after he got to know Huang Yueli, he realized what a real peerless genius was. Each time he thought that Shat was her limit, she still had the ability to go one step further, shocking him endlessly. Huang Yueli could even think of such a trick. What exactly was in her brain? Lu Bian carefully delved into this new world of knowledge. If there was anything he didn't understand, he asked Huang Yueli beside him. 3 days later, in fact, he still had a lot of doubts in his mind, and he planned to continue his research, but time was no longer allowed. In order to catch up with the Cloudy Qilin clan's medicinal pill competition, he could only choose to shift direction and first study how to use new techniques to refine the medicinal pill. Oh, it's not good. It's going to explode. Junior sister, get out of the way. Damn it. No, it's still wrong this time. Ah, it's over, it's over. This furnace of medicinal materials is ruined again. In the next few days, in the room where Lu Bian lived, such exclamations could be heard from time to time, mixed with the intermittent explosions. The owner and guests of the inn had noticed this a long time ago, and knocked on the door several times, intending to drive Lu Bian out. However, Lu Bian was an earth-level spirit medicine master registered with the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. Out of awe of this noble profession, the innkeeper still dared not drive them away directly, so he could only transfer them to a secluded hut in the backyard of the inn. The furnishing of this hut is very dilapidated, completely incomparable to the upper room where Lu Bian lived, but it was quieter than anyone else, and there was no need to worry about affecting others. Therefore, Huang Yueli and Lu Bian began to study with more confidence. To achieve a breakthrough in such a short period of time, Lu Bian was desperate. For several days in a row, he hardly closed his eyes, and his bloodshot eyes were glaringly bright. If he walked on the street, he would probably scare a child to death. Huang Yueli couldn't stand it anymore, and persuaded him, "Senior brother, you can't do it like this, you should rest first. Otherwise, let's forget about trying a new medicinal pill technique to save Moying. I'm afraid you will fall here yourself." Lu Bian was still staring at the pill furnace, didn't bother to look back at her at all, just waved his hand casually. "All right, junior sister, I know my own body, but I haven't slept for a few days. I have done it before for more than 10 days, aren't I still kicking and alive?" But Huang Yueli frowned. "All right, junior sister, stop talking, the critical moment is coming. I think it will definitely work this time." "Ah, that's great. It's really done," Lu Bian exclaimed excitedly. When Huang Yueli heard the sound, she ran over in a hurry, and stood alone with Lu Bian, looking towards the bottom of the alchemy furnace. In the furnace, 5 round pills lay quietly. There are only 5 pills in one furnace. It's really a little less. Lu Bian rubbed his chin, feeling a little regretful. I can usually refine more than a dozen pills in one furnace for this kind of pills. How's the effect? As he spoke, he took out the medicinal pill, put it on the table, crushed it with his hands, picked out a little and put it in his mouth to taste. Huang Yueli leaned over nervously, and asked, "How is it? How is it? Brother, how do you feel?" Lu Bian frowned first, his eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something, and after Huang Yueli urged him a few times, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, really? This divine doctor is really too powerful. He actually got inspiration from the spirit armament technique and learned a new technique of alchemy. This medicinal pill, although it is heaven grade, but in terms of its efficacy, it is beyond average. Even saint grade pills are incomparable. I really succeeded. Lu Bian was overjoyed. Huang Yueli jumped up in excitement. She was sincerely happy for Lu Bian to have made such a new discovery. Of course, what's more important is that Lu Bian's medicinal pill skills have improved so much, the possibility of him winning the competition will be several times higher. She can follow Lu Bian to meet Li Moying soon. Only heaven knows she had been worrying about Li Moying for more than a month, and finally saw some hope. After the first success, the second and third successes became a matter of course. Huang Yueli and Lu Bian found the right direction and researched several improved prescriptions of heavenly medicinal pills. Very soon, it was the day of the Cloudy Qilin Clan Spirit Medicine Master Competition. It's a pity. If we had an extra month, we would be able to study most of the heaven-grade pills. Now we have only completed 5 or 6 new prescriptions. I'm afraid it might not be enough. When going out, Lu Bian was still worried. Huang Yueli said seriously, there is no other way now. The important thing is, senior brother, you must have confidence in yourself. With your current medicinal pill skills, even if you can't compare with a saint-ranked spirit medicine master, you will definitely be able to attract the attention of Cloudy Qilin Clan's patriarch. It all depends on how you behave. Lu Bian came to his senses and nodded again and again. Don't worry, junior sister, I know the seriousness of the matter. This time, the Spirit Medicine Master competition will take place in a large square in front of Amethyst Paramount Palace. 3653, what is this kid doing here? 2. When the two arrived, the venue was already full of people. Not only were there many contestants wearing the robes showing off their identities as Spirit Medicine Masters, but there were also countless ordinary cultivators. Why are there so many people here? Are there so many people in Arcane City? Huang Yueli and Lu Bian were almost scattered by the crowd, and couldn't help but complain. A cultivator nearby heard this and explained, not all people here are from Arcane City. Although this place is only outside the Amethyst Paramount Palace, it has never been open to ordinary people. Many people came here from other cities, not only to see so many spirit medicine masters compete, but also want to see the legendary Amethyst Paramount Palace up close. Huang Yueli was enlightened as she looked up at the majestic building in front of her. The outer walls of the entire Amethyst Paramount Palace were inlaid with dark purple glazed tiles. Under the sunlight, they reflect a purple-gold light, making them look extremely solemn and majestic. From their current position, they could also see from a distance that there were several very tall lightning-attracting towers inside the Amethyst Paramount Palace, as if they were inserted directly into the clouds, and the tops of these could not be seen even if they looked up. Huang Yueli vaguely remembered that this should be the lightning induction tower of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Li Moying once told her before that the Cloudy Qilin clan built such a tower to attract heavenly thunder, and then used the thunder attribute energy in it to build many trial places for the disciples of the clan to practice. Just as she was thinking about it, the steward of the Cloudy Qilin clan was already urging the spiritual armament masters who participated in the competition to report. Lu Bian looked back at her, junior sister, then I'll go there, you. Huang Yueli said, wasn't it stated that other than the contestants, no one else can enter? I'll just watch you compete here. Don't worry, I won't suffer any losses, I'll be fine. Lu Bian also knew that his junior sister was so powerful that no one could bully her. After thinking for a while, he nodded and squeezed towards the reporting place. Huang Yueli climbed up to a higher ground nearby, found a place with a better view and sat down, waiting for the competition to start. After another half an hour, the stewards finished counting the number of people. At this moment, bursts of commotion suddenly sounded in the venue, and all the audience stood up and rushed to look in the direction of Amethyst Paramount Palace. Huang Yueli took a look, and found that the main entrance of Amethyst Paramount Palace was opened, and a small group of people came out from inside, and sat in the private seats specially set aside in the center of the venue with the best view. These are all the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan. They are all masters of the Tao Profound Realm. It's too powerful. This is the first time I've seen so many Tao Profound Realm cultivators appearing at the same time. Look. Look. That's Li Shihong, the patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan. He actually came out in person. Of course, the young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan is unconscious. He must be the most anxious. Of course he has to come and watch in person. Ah, seeing so many great people, we really came at the right time this time. I hope that there will be surprises in the Spirit Medicine Master competition. Li Shihong stood up, raised his hand, and the venue suddenly fell silent. He didn't pay attention to the tens of thousands of onlookers at all, but just scanned all the participating Spirit Medicine Masters, and then sighed, "I don't have anything else to say." With real skills, as long as Moying's illness can be cured, the Cloudy Qilin clan will not treat you badly. No matter what requests you have, we can satisfy them. 3654. What is this kid doing here? 3. After saying this, Li Shihong was not in the mood to say anything else, and turned to look at Li Yunhai beside him. "Yunhai, today's competition will be hosted by you." Li Yunhai stood up, bowed his hands to Li Shihong and saluted, then turned to the audience. A total of 1,051 Spirit Medicine Masters signed up for the competition this time. I hope that the number of people who pass the 3 rounds of competitions will exceed 10. When Huang Yueli heard this number in the audience, her heart shuddered. More than 1,000 people. This number of people can be said to be quite astonishing. When she was in Medial Arch City, she asked Grandmaster Shao to help organize a spirit armament competition. At that time, there were only about 50 spiritual armament masters who came to participate in the competition, and their skills were quite good. This time, more than 1,000 people actually came. Of course, in the regulations of the competition of the Cloudy Qilin clan, there were no high requirements for the qualifications of the contestants, which was part of the reason for the large number of contestants. However, the more important reason should be the appeal of the Cloudy Qilin clan and Li Moying. As the most popular ancient god clan in the god realm, the target to be treated is the only god-level genius in the god realm. Any spirit medicine master with some skills will be moved by this, because this was the best time to become famous. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli turned her gaze to the center of the competition venue, searching for Lu Baiyan's figure. She hopes that her senior brother will not be too nervous and can perform more stably, so that he can stand out in the fierce competition. Lu Baiyan was tall and handsome, and he stood out among a group of relatively weak spirit medicine masters. Huang Yueli found him easily, but immediately after, her brows frowned. What's going on? Senior brother seems to have gotten into a fight with someone? It's such a crucial time, why is there still someone fighting here? Huang Yu was extremely speechless in her heart. Although Lu Baiyan looks a little frivolous at ordinary times, he was more reliable at critical moments, not like someone who quarrels with others before the competition. What exactly is going on? Huang Yueli was not the only one who noticed this. The steward of the Cloudy Qilin clan, who was in charge of maintaining the order of the competition, had seen the chaos in the venue earlier than she did, and had already walked in the direction of Lu Baiyan. You guys! What are you arguing about? The competition is about to start, why don't you hurry back to your seats? Lu Baiyan shrugged, turned around and left without saying a word. However, the old man who had a dispute with him snorted coldly behind his back, "Stinky boy, stop. Did this elder allow you to leave? You deliberately plotted against my son Lu Dongfeng, not only using despicable means to make him lose in the pill competition and cheated him of such a large sum of money. There is a scum like you among our spirit medicine masters. Lu Bian stopped abruptly, turned his head to look at the old man behind him, and there was a deep coldness in his black eyes. So you are Lu Dongfeng's father? Elder Lu, the legendary #1 divine doctor in Arcane City? I finally know what it means, like father like son. Elder Lu was startled, he couldn't understand what he said, and thought he was praising him when he said the #1 divine doctor. He glared at Lu Bian viciously. Brat, stop daydreaming there. Do you think that if you say a few nice words, I will let a scum like you go? Let me tell you, it's impossible. 3655, what is this kid doing here? 4. Hearing this, Lu Bian couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha, old man with the surname Lu, do you not understand human language? I want to tell you that you are as arrogant and self-righteous as your son, but your brain is really bad. Not only your medical skills are terrible, what's more, you can't even understand other people's sarcasm, thinking that you were praised. With your appearance, I want to see what you can do to me. Lu Bian let out a cold snort, and a power emanated from his body naturally. Although his current cultivation base was not very high, even far inferior to Elder Lu in front of him, but after all, he was still a genius who has quite a bit of experience in the cultivation world, compared with a spirit medicine master who had never killed anyone before. His threats did invoke some fear. That's enough, stop arguing and go back to your seats. The steward tried to persuade them several times, using both soft and hard tactics, but the two of them quarreled more and more, and they had no intention of being obedient at all. Lu Bian even spread his arms. My lord, you've seen it too, I don't want to quarrel, but this old man pointed at me and called me a scum among spirit medicine masters. Are you happy to scold me? What's wrong with me scolding you? A brat like you is simply scum. You only use insidious and dirty methods to cheat. The arguing between the two attracted the attention of Li Yunhai and the other elders. Li Yunhai frowned, and signaled a disciple to take care of it. The young cultivator nodded and walked over. When he got closer, he suddenly recognized Elder Lu, and said with some surprise, Elder Lu, it's you? You have the best temper on weekdays, why would you quarrel with others? The competition is about to start, why don't you calm down, what's the matter, let's talk about it after the competition is over. After all, Elder Lu was the elder of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda of Arcane City, and he was considered a famous figure in Arcane City. Although his medical skills and reputation was not enough to attract the attention of the top in Cloudy Qilin clan, he still pays attention to currying favor with the younger generation of the Cloudy Qilin clan on weekdays. This disciple, Li Qianyue, was also a heaven-level genius, and he was quite famous among the younger generation of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Elder Lu has some friendship with him. When Elder Lu saw that an acquaintance had arrived, he immediately lifted his spirits. He glanced at Lu Bian provocatively, Brat, you are dead. Lu Bian naturally understood what Elder Lu meant. He felt that his backer had arrived. However, Lu Bian just glanced at the young disciple lightly, without showing any panic. Elder Lu pointed at Lu Bian's nose, and began to complain loudly, Young Master Qianyue, this old man stood up not for himself, but for the Cloudy Qilin clan. You don't know, this person is a scum in the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, who is used to using despicable and shameless means to engage in a pill competition, and has deceived many spirit medicine masters. With people like him mixed in the competition, there is no guarantee that something will happen later. Just in case, please get this scum out. When Li Qianyue heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, never expecting such a thing to happen. There was hesitation on his face. This, Elder Lu, this is not good, is it? Elder Lu said, Young Master Qianyue, don't you believe me anymore? This old man can never be wrong. You can't let this kind of scum stay to participate in the competition. 3656, what is this kid doing here? 5. Seeing that he was trembling with anger, Li Qianyue hurriedly comforted him and said, Elder Lu, of course I believe what you say. Since you say that this person has bad character, then he must not be a good person. If it was another occasion, I would not hesitate to kick him out, but today. He turned his head and hurriedly glanced at Li Shihong and the others on the high platform, and said in a low voice, Elder Lu, even our patriarch came out in person on such a big occasion today, so nothing can happen. Seeing his hesitation, Elder Lu felt angry, but he still had a bit of reason, knowing that he couldn't get angry at the talented cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan. However, it is impossible for him to be willing to let him leave it like this. Ever since he heard that his son was slapped in the face by an unknown spirit medicine master 10 days ago and owed sky-high debts, he has been looking for the culprit. Elder Lu didn't believe that someone could crush his son like this in this field. In addition, Lu Dongfeng poured dirty water on Lu Bian desperately in order to clear his name, and said all kinds of ugly things, which made Elder Lu believe Lu Bian was a scumbag with despicable methods. He searched for so long, but he couldn't find anyone. I finally met him today, and immediately relied on his status as a saint-ranked spirit medicine master, wanting to call him out and seek justice for Lu Dongfeng. Who would have thought that Lu Bian's words were so sharp? Not only was he not frightened by his identity, but he was speechless after a few words, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. New enmity on top of the old enmity. Want him to let it go? Let Lu Bian go to the competition with peace of mind? Elder Lu glared at Lu Bian angrily, and suddenly thought of a solution, so he said loudly, Young Master Qianyue, I understand your concerns. This villain cannot be done by your Cloudy Qilin clan, so let the old man do it. Because the elders of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda of Arcane City have the right to deprive the qualifications of spirit medicine masters. I will declare this kid's Earth-rank spirit medicine master badge invalid. Elder Lu actually deprived that kid of his qualifications as a spirit medicine master. Oh my gosh. This matter has become a big deal. How did this kid offend Elder Lu? Ahem, I seem to know that 10 days ago, at the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. When Elder Lu was arguing with Lu Bian, neither of them was a low-key person, and they didn't control the volume at all. The audience who were far away couldn't hear their conversation and didn't know what was going on, but the spirit medicine masters who were closer could hear their conversation. Many people were stunned by this scene, and asked people around them one after another. And Lu Bian fought with Lu Dongfeng in front of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, and slapped the latter severely in the face. This incident has long been spread in Arcane City. So, someone immediately described the situation at that time vividly. Those who knew the truth a long time ago looked at Lu Bian with great sympathy, and couldn't help feeling sorry for him. Lu Bian's ability to beat Lu Dongfeng in the pill competition shows that he has at least the strength of a heaven-level spirit medicine master, and it is no problem to pass 2 rounds of competition today. For a young spirit medicine master like him, passing 2 rounds of competition was already an honor. But now, he offended the elder because he won against Lu Dongfeng in the pill competition. He would be deprived of the qualifications of a spirit medicine master. 3657 What is this kid doing here? 6. Elder Lu was the elder of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda in Arcane City, and only the spirit medicine masters in Arcane City can govern it. However, Lu Bian had just ascended not long ago, and had never been qualified to register as a spirit medicine master in the God Realm before. Even his medicinal pill technique was learned along the way over the past 6 months. After arriving in Arcane City, he just registered, mainly to avoid any qualification problems when he signed up for today's competition. Who would have thought that in this way, he would actually put himself in the palm of Elder Lu? Elder Lu looked at Lu Bian proudly, and said in a gloomy tone, Humph, for a brat who's still young, dare to fight with this divine doctor. Now you know who you can't afford to offend, right? Elder Lu turned to Li Qianyue, Young Master Qianyue. This kid was not even a spirit medicine master anymore, so of course he was not qualified to participate in the competition. Let him get out. Li Qianyue frowned and didn't speak, as if he was weighing things up. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Elder Lu became anxious. Young Master Qianyue, what are you hesitating about? An ordinary cultivator without the qualifications of a spirit medicine master, so what if he knows medical skills? A cultivator who has not been recognized by the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, it's obviously dishonorable and bad conduct. Elder Lu, please be careful with your words. Lu Baiyan's voice sounded calmly beside him. Stinky brat, do you want to ask for mercy now? I tell you, it's too late. Hearing Lu Baiyan's voice, Elder Lu sneered ferociously. Lu Baiyan's handsome face did not show the panic he hoped to see. On the contrary, he smiled and said slowly, Elder Lu, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. When did I ask for forgiveness? In the first place, why should I ask for mercy? Elder Lu, are you saying that if a spirit medicine master has not registered with the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, they are all considered as dishonorable and bad conduct? If you are like this, what about most of the spirit medicine masters who participated in the competition today? Did they provoke you? Do you have to slander them like this? Where did I say wrong? Those spirit medicine masters who hang out in the countryside are clearly, Elder Lu sneered halfway through his words, when he suddenly thought of something, his expression changed. He hurriedly turned his head to look left and right, and as expected, he saw that many spirit medicine masters around him were glaring at him. Humph. Old man with the surname Lu, what are you talking about? I just don't like to be bound to your Heaven Elixir Pagoda, alright? Isn't it so? We like to practice medicine among the people, unlike people like you, who only know how to hug the thighs of the ancient gods. So we are dishonorable and bad? I don't know who it is, in the name of seeing a doctor, blackmail people everywhere and sells cheap pills as top-quality products. How dare you say that we have bad conduct? Angry voices of denunciation rang out one after another. Elder Lu didn't realize until now that in today's competition, in order to find more spirit medicine masters hidden among the people to treat Li Moying, the Cloudy Qilin clan deliberately didn't set a qualification threshold. In other words, as long as you prove that you can refine medicine, it doesn't matter even if you have never left your name in the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, you can participate in the competition. Anyway, there were still 3 rounds of competitions, and everything speaks of strength. So, half of the contestants here today were unqualified spirit medicine masters. What Elder Lu said just now was tantamount to offending all these people. 3658, who was kicked out. 1. For a moment, Elder Lu became the target of public criticism. After he understood it, he panicked immediately, his face changed a few times, and he hurriedly explained, everyone, please don't get me wrong, I was just talking about this brat. However, no matter how much he tried to explain himself now, it was already too late. The spirit medicine masters present had already seen his arrogance just now. Having heard his words that were filled with superiority and pride, they had already seen him through. Misunderstanding? I don't think this was a misunderstanding at all, was it? The first thing you say was to deprive others of their qualifications as a spirit medicine master. TSK, you are really arrogant and powerful. As an elder of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, are you taking personal revenge by abusing your authority? Fortunately, I have never registered at the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. Otherwise, just seeing your faces would make me sick. Those spirit medicine masters who had never registered didn't like the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, and they didn't like to look at other people putting up a front and always acting all arrogant all day long. Seeing Elder Lu's arrogant and domineering appearance aroused their disgust even more. Li Qianyue also had a headache when he saw that the commotion was getting louder and out of hand. Today's competition was the top priority of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Li Yintao sent him to deal with the dispute here because he valued his trust in him. As a result, not only did he fail to handle it well, the situation became more and more serious. If Li Yunhai sees this, he will also have a hard time. Thinking of this, Li Qianyue became more and more displeased with Elder Lu. He coughed heavily, and his voice became cold. Everyone, please stop arguing, but don't forget, this was the place of our Cloudy Qilin clan. Everyone's here to participate in the competition, not to quarrel. Everyone here is an esteemed spirit medicine master, not a shrew in the vegetable market. How is it proper to quarrel like this? Hearing this, everyone was at a loss for words. Spirit medicine master still values face very much. Thinking of the way he hit him just now, he was indeed a bit like a shrew cursing the street, which made them all feel a little embarrassed. Elder Lu quickly looked at Li Qianyue and explained, "Young Master Qianyue, this old man was really unintentional just now." Li Qianyue waved his hand at him. "Elder Lu, there is no need to say these words. I just said that no one is allowed to cause trouble for our Cloudy Qilin clan on an important occasion, especially today. Yet you insist on causing trouble here, is that right? Are you deliberately trying to ruin our Cloudy Qilin clan's prestige?" When Elder Lu heard this, he became even more nervous. He tried his best to gain the favor of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but now he was blinded by anger by Lu Bian that he made such a big mistake by talking indiscriminately. This time he gained any favor, but he offended Li Qianyue instead. "Young Master Qianyue, I really didn't mean to cause trouble." "It's all his fault," Elder Lu pointed at Lu Bian angrily. Lu Bian raised his eyebrows, with an expression of "What can you do to me?" Elder Lu almost exploded with anger again. However, before he could say anything, Li Qianyue had already scolded, "Enough." He coldly glanced at Elder Lu and Lu Bian, his tone full of warnings. "Your matter, you can settle it yourself after the competition is over. Now that the competition has officially started, whoever dares to make trouble here will immediately get out of here and be disqualified from the competition." But Elder Lu wanted to say something more, but Li Qianyue completely ignored him. 3659, who was kicked out? 2. Li Qianyue said loudly to the crowd, "This competition of our Cloudy Qilin clan will not restrict the origin of the spirit medicine masters. It doesn't matter whether you have the qualifications of spirit medicine masters. However, I also want to remind everyone that this competition is held in great faith, and we have stewards and elders all patrolling the grounds. If anyone dares to cheat, they will definitely be caught. At that time, don't blame our Cloudy Qilin clan for being overbearing and unreasonable." After Li Qianyue finished speaking, the agitated spirit medicine masters suddenly became quiet. A hint of approval also flashed in Lu Bian's eyes. This Li Qianyue really deserves to be from the ancient God clan. Although he was young, he spoke well and acted very proper. Although Elder Lu obviously had some friendship with him, when it came to serious matters, Li Qianyue's thinking was not influenced by Elder Lu at all, and he quickly judged what to do was the most beneficial for the clan. The purpose of this competition was to select previously unknown divine doctors from among the folk spirit medicine masters. Therefore, these unregistered spirit medicine masters are the most valued by the Cloudy Qilin clan and cannot be offended. Therefore, Li Qianyue immediately, he chose to reprimand Elder Lu, to appease the folk spirit medicine masters, and let them participate in the competition with peace of mind. As for Lu Bian, the so-called scum, Li Qianyue did not forget it, and specially warned him. Come to think of it, under the shock of the name of the Cloudy Qilin clan, ordinary spirit medicine masters wouldn't dare to cheat on such an occasion. After Li Qianyue finished speaking, he turned around and left with someone. Elder Lu has been bragging outside that he has a relationship with the Cloudy Qilin clan. His so-called relationship was also a very important factor for him to become the elder of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda of Arcane City. But now, what Li Qianyue said made him ashamed. He didn't dare to offend Li Qianyue, so he put all the blame on Lu Bian. Elder Lu glared at Lu Bian angrily, his eyes almost burst into flames, but Li Qianyue had already said this, and he was also afraid that he would be kicked out of the arena, so he could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart, turned around and returned to his position. At the same time, he cursed Lu Bian fiercely in his heart, hoping that this kid would also blow up the furnace in the competition, and it would be best to be blown to death directly. It's not that Lu Bian didn't notice his gaze, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled at Elder Lu. That relaxed look made Elder Lu almost vomit blood. After Li Qianyue returned to Li Yuntao's side, he reported in a low voice and pointed to them specifically. Li Yuntao also looked towards them. Lu Bian quickly lowered his head, pretending to be arranging his medicinal materials. It seems that he has already attracted the attention of the high-level members of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but he did not rely on his medical skills to attract attention, but on the so-called previous record of cheating. At this time, the questions for the first round of competition were announced. The first round of the competition is very simple. Every spirit medicine master needs to use the medicinal materials in front of them to refine 3 kinds of earth-grade pills. There is no limit to the variety. Please refine the most effective earth-grade pills with your best ability. The final result of the competition depends not only on the quality and quantity of the pills, but also on the types of pills. Even if they were all earth-grade medicinal pills, the difficulty of refining each was also different. The medicinal pill that was more complicated to refine but has a good medicinal effect will have a certain point bonus. However, it doesn't mean that the more complicated the better. 3660 Who was kicked out? 3. Because the types and quantities of medicinal materials distributed to everyone was limited, and each medicinal material was only enough to refine 1 medicinal pill, so how to reasonably arrange according to the resources at hand has also become part of the examination questions. However, such an examination question was obviously difficult for Lu Bian. After hearing the topic, he raised the corners of his mouth in disdain. Such a kind of competition was already outdated in Soaring Heaven's continent. I didn't expect that God Realm is still playing trivial tricks like this. He opened the box containing the medicinal materials, looked at it carefully, and then laughed. With a flick of the finger, a flame flew out from the fingertips, ignited the furnace, and he started refining. Elder Lu had been staring at Lu Bian's side all the time, without blinking his eyes, just wanting to see how Lu Bian refines. As a result, after seeing it, the eyeballs almost fell out. This is an ordinary flame? This brat uses ordinary flame to make alchemy? At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Lu Dongfeng had also told him about Lu Bian's alchemy with an open flame, but he felt that his son was so angry that he lost his mind, and he remembered it wrongly, so he didn't take it seriously. Now it seems that Lu Dongfeng really didn't exaggerate. Then this brat's medicinal pill technique. I'm afraid it's really a bit powerful. Elder Lu shuddered, and quickly accelerated his refining speed. He can't be compared to that brat, he must refine a medicinal pill that was much stronger than him, and let this brat know what a real saint-level spirit medicine master was. It's impossible for a spirit medicine master, from the ordinary mass, to challenge Elder Lu. At this time, among the crowd watching the competition, Huang Yueli was also paying attention to Lu Bian's situation. The dispute just now has attracted the attention of all the onlookers. Huang Yueli also learned from the discussions among the cultivators around her that the identity of the old man who had quarreled with Lu Bian was actually Lu Dongfeng's father. This was really a narrow road. This old man was also so arrogant and domineering, no wonder he taught a shameless son like Lu Dongfeng. Senior brother, don't be cowardly, you must show him something. Huang Yueli secretly encouraged Lu Bian. Fortunately, after Li Qianyue appeared later, the dispute quickly subsided. After the competition officially started, Huang Yueli gradually felt relieved. She has seen Lu Bian refining medicine hundreds of times in the past few days, and she has already been able to judge Lu Bian's state. Huang Yueli could tell that the dispute just now didn't affect Lu Bian's state at all. On the contrary, it seemed to motivate him, making his refinement process smoother and faster, even better than usual practice. Sure enough, the first round of competition had only started for more than half an hour, and Liu Bian was the first to raise his hand. At this time, Li Yintao was still sitting on the high platform, talking in a low voice to the elders around him bored, but in the end, he heard Li Qianyue running up in a hurry. Master, Master! A spirit medicine master has already completed the first round of refining just now. What? Hearing this, Li Yintao was taken aback. He sat up straight and looked down the stage. How could it be so fast? It hasn't been long since the competition started? Are you sure someone has already successfully refined it? Li Qianyue nodded, sure. This disciple has already gone to see it in person. The expression on Li Yuntao's face was both surprised and happy. This is really amazing. Is this person an ordinary person? 3661, who was kicked out? 4. Li Qianyue hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, forget it, forget it. Li Yintao was very pleasantly surprised. He didn't notice his abnormality, but said excitedly, sure enough, there is still a master still among the ordinary people. The decision to hold the competition this time was right. Who was the first who completed refining a medicinal pill? Point him out for master? Li Qianyue's expression became even more embarrassing. After hesitating for a moment, he pointed in the direction of Liu Bian, that's young Master Liu. Li Yintao was taken aback for a moment. Wait, isn't this person the medicinal pill you told me just now, the one who had a history of cheating? Li Qianyue smiled wryly, and said helplessly, that's him. However, he's indeed the first to complete the first round of competition. He didn't use some improper means again, did he? Li Yintao frowned. Li Qianyue said, it seems that there's nothing abnormal at present. Li Yintao's face was serious, and he raised his hand to attract two young cultivators. You two go over in a moment, and after the second round of competition, just keep an eye on young Master Liu to see if there is anything wrong with him. Once you find something suspicious, come and report right away. The two immediately saluted and went towards Liu Bian. Li Yintao stared at Liu Bian for a while, his gaze slightly concentrated. This time, the young master's life was at stake. He must not take it lightly. It's best that young Master Liu was really capable, otherwise, he would never let him get close to the young master. After about 2 hours, the spirit medicine masters began to hand in the pills they had refined one after another. After all, Elder Liu was a saint-level spirit medicine master, and he was faster than this group of spirit medicine masters. After he handed over the medicinal pill to the steward in charge of them, he turned his head and looked around. The other spirit medicine masters were still sweating profusely refining it, and he immediately felt superior. He turned around triumphantly, wanting to look at Liu Bian's side again. As a result, after seeing it, he was stunned. Because, there was no one in the position where Liu Bian was standing before. Elder Liu thought about it for a while, and immediately beamed with joy. Just now, he was concentrating on refining the medicinal pill. He was afraid that even the slightest mistake would affect his ranking, so he had no time to pay attention to other things. Could it be that, in this short period of time, that brat surnamed Liu couldn't help but cheat, and was kicked out by the Cloudy Qilin clan? Ha ha ha, well, scum will always have to meet their fate. Elder Liu strode away from the arena and saw a familiar Cloudy Qilin clan disciple walking towards him, so he went up to him and asked, Master, did someone cheat in the competition and get kicked out just now? Can you tell me? What the hell did he do? The cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan looked at him in astonishment, very at a loss. Elder Liu, what are you talking about? What cheating? What was kicked out? Everything in this competition was normal, and no one was kicked out? After hearing this, Elder Liu was stunned. He couldn't help frowning and asked, but, if it wasn't for cheating, where did that brat go? Could it be that he retired from the competition? Elder Lu, are you looking for me? Before the cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan could react, a lazy voice sounded not far behind the two of them. Elder Lu suddenly turned his head, and saw Lu Bian relaxing on a chair with a teacup in his hand as he looked at him lazily. 3662 Who was kicked out? 5. A large area shaded by lush trees behind the arena was designated by the Cloudy Qilin clan as a place for the spirit medicine masters to rest during the intermission. There were many tables and chairs, while hot tea and snacks were also prepared for them. However, there were very few spirit medicine masters sitting in the rest area at this time. There were no more than a dozen of them in total, and most of them were old men with white hair. Lu Bian was the only young man amongst them, so he was very conspicuous. Moreover, he was handsome and had a unique temperament, wearing white robes and holding a teacup in his hand. He looked the character of a hero in a troubled world, and he even had a smile on his face. Lu Dongfeng felt that his smile was unspeakably hateful, and immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Stinky brat, why are you here? Shouldn't you have been kicked out already?" Lu Bian didn't answer right away, but raised his teacup, took a sip, and waited until Lu Dongfeng was so angry that he almost jumped up. Then he said slowly, "Elder Lu, you are so old, you still have to be cautious when speaking. Just now in the arena, you almost got into big trouble, and now you're speaking again before thinking? Which eye of yours saw me being kicked out?" Lu Dongfeng almost couldn't bring it up again, you. However, he also sensed that something was wrong, so he quickly turned his head to look at the cultivator from the Cloudy Qilin clan just now. The young cultivator glanced at him and frowned slightly. "Elder Lu, this young Master Lu was the fastest medicinal pill in the first round of competition, and the 3 kinds of medicinal pills he concocted were also approved by our patriarch. Both of you are very powerful spirit medicine masters, so why is there a need for any animosity?" Elder Lu's eyes widened, thinking that he was too tired and heard wrong. "Wait, what did you just say? This brat was the fastest in refining? How is it possible? He's just an earth-ranked spirit medicine master?" The young cultivator said, "I don't know what level of spirit medicine master he is, I'm just telling the truth. Please rest here, the second round of competition will start soon. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." After the young cultivator left, Elder Lu glared at Lu Bian, his expression becoming more and more ugly. But Lu Bian just curled the corners of his lips coldly, didn't say anything more, and drank tea and ate snacks leisurely. He wouldn't be so stupid as to take the initiative to trouble Elder Lu. It's best for Elder Lu to piss himself off, or if he can't be provoked to make trouble, then he will be kicked out by the Cloudy Qilin clan. Elder Lu also knew this, so he had been working hard to suppress the anger in his heart. However, Lu Bian's gesture was too irritating. Elder Lu endured it again and again, but he still couldn't hold it back. "Brat, tell me clearly. How could you refine the medicinal pill so quickly? You must have cheated. What did you do?" Lu Bian snorted coldly, "Elder Lu, if you have any objections to the results of the competition, you can tell chiefly. What's the use of talking here? Don't blame me for not reminding you. The elder was looking at us again. If you continue on like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to participate in the next round of competition." When Elder Lu heard this, he couldn't help shivering, and then he remembered his current situation. He gritted his teeth, and finally chose to keep his mouth shut. For this stinky brat, it would be terrible if he couldn't participate in the next competition. It's better to wait for the next competition, catch his tail, and then report to the Cloudy Qilin clan, so that this brat can be completely discredited. After Elder Lu made up his mind, he gave Lu Bian another hard look, turned around and walked to the other side of the rest area, and stopped looking at him. Out of sight and out of mind. He really couldn't stand it any longer. Lu Bian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Elder Lu to give up like this, He shook his head regretfully. Oh, this old man still has a little brains, he's much better than his son. It's not fun. The time of 2 hours was up soon, and the spirit medicine masters who passed the competition came to the rest area one after another. As for the rest of the spirit medicine masters who were still in the arena, if they failed to refine the medicinal pill, they would be eliminated. Huang Yueli watched from afar the stewards of the Cloudy Qilin clan counting the number of people, and she was also silently thinking about it. In this first round of competition, about half of the spirit medicine masters were eliminated. In other words, more than half of the spirit medicine masters who came to participate in the competition can at least reach the level of Earth-ranked spirit medicine masters, and they must be good among Earth-ranked spirit medicine masters. This ratio can be said to be very high. It also shows that the high level of this competition has attracted many truly outstanding spirit medicine masters to participate. Her gaze turned to the rest area at the back of the arena again, wanting to see what Lu Bian was doing, but she couldn't see anything from this position, so she could only wait silently. After resting for half an hour, the second round of competition began. The rules of the second round of the competition are similar to those of the first round, except that the pills that need to be refined have been further upgraded and become heaven-grade pills. The number of people participating in the competition on the field had been reduced by half, and the view of the audience has become much clearer. Lu Bian was changed this time, from a corner to a central position very close to the high platform where the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan were. Lu Bian knew very well that it was because the senior management of the Cloudy Qilin clan had noticed his existence and wanted to observe him closely. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Lu Bian started to ignite the fire without delay, refining the medicinal materials, controlling the fire to condense the pill. Step by step, it's all done in a calm and unhurried manner. Of course, this time he didn't dare to use ordinary flame anymore, but replaced it with the deviant flame he collected himself. In the eyes of cultivators in the God realm, Lu Bian's deviant flame was quite ordinary. Therefore, when the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan saw it, they all frowned and looked at each other in surprise. He's just using this kind of deviant flame? If I'm not mistaken, this kind of blaze star flame can't even be ranked in the top 50 of the deviant flame list, right? A well-known divine doctor wouldn't use this kind of flame. Can this really make a heavenly medicinal pill? Or was he really cheating as others said? It's still too early to draw conclusions. Don't you know after watching? The gazes of the several elders were all attracted by Lu Bian, and they didn't bother to look at the other spirit medicine masters. Elder Lu's position was not far from Lu Bian. He has been secretly observing Lu Bian. Seeing that he was being followed by so many high-level members of the Cloudy Qilin clan, he was both envious and jealous. Brat. Don't think you've won just now. With so many people watching you, if you dare to cheat again, you will die without a place to die. Elder Lu watched from behind, cursing with all his heart that Lu Bian would not be able to withstand the pressure, and there would be some flaws. It's a pity that Lu Bian's psychological quality was very good. Knowing that so many people were watching him, it aroused his desire to show off even more. The speed of his hand gestures was getting faster and faster, and the control of the temperature of the pill furnace was becoming more and more precise. Huang Yueli watched from the crowd, and couldn't help but nodded secretly. Judging from the current situation, Lu Bian might get the first place again in the second round of competition. Her guess was not wrong. Less than an hour later, Lu Bian was the first to hand over the medicinal pill. Moreover, this time, the whole process of his operation was carried out under the eyes of the Cloudy Qilin clan big guns. There was no room or possibility for cheating at all. As soon as the results of the competition came out, there was a commotion among the cultivators watching. Everyone was asking for the name of this young spirit medicine master. Who the hell was this guy? Looking at the nameplate in front of his alchemy furnace, it seems to be Lu Bian. Why have I never heard of such a divine doctor, named Lu, in the god realm? That's right, I haven't heard of it either. Seeing that he's so young and has such a high level of alchemy, he must be a famous doctor in the god realm in the future, right? Besides, he's not bad looking. You can really say he's a handsome young man. Everyone talked a lot, and they were all amazed by Lu Bian's performance. There were even quite a few young girls who were fascinated by Lu Bian's demeanor during alchemy. Not only the ordinary cultivators in the audience, but even Li Yuntao and other elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan couldn't help but look at Lu Bian differently. Li Yuntao even ordered Li Qianyue beside him to encourage Lu Bian. Li Qianyue obeyed the order and walked over to convey Li Yuntao's meaning. Young Master Lu, congratulations on winning the first place in the second round of the competition. My master is very optimistic about you and hopes that you can win the competition. Lu Bian hooked the corners of his lips and cupped his hands, casually. Elder Li, you're being polite. He was not like Elder Lu and others, who were fearful towards the high-level members of the Cloudy Qilin clan. As Li Moying's close friend and has saved his life several times, Lu Bian does not think that his status was lower than the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan, so he has no intention of bending his knees. Seeing him like this, Li Qianyue couldn't help but look at him a few more times, feeling a little surprised. At the same time, he had more confidence in his medical skills. Only a true divine doctor would be so lofty, completely ignoring the real power figures of the ancient gods. So, when Li Qianyue talked to Lu Bian, he also became more polite. Elder Lu listened to him from the side, and he was so jealous that he almost went crazy. He has friendship with Li Qianyue, and it's all because of his Shameless sticking up to him, trying his best to please him, so that he can gain a little relationship, but when Li Qianyue talks to him, he was still a bit condescending. However, Lu Bian was just a little-known earth-ranked spirit medicine master, but he can make Li Qianyue treat him so politely. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. He couldn't help coughing heavily behind the two of them. Seeing Li Qianyue turn his head to look over, Elder Lu said slowly, Young Master Lu, I really want to congratulate you for winning the first place again. However, the next round will be the competition between Saint-level spirit medicine masters. You are the top spirit medicine master at the Earth level, but, oh, what a pity. 3665 This person is 2. Elder Lu deliberately enunciated his words, emphasizing that he was an Earth-ranked spirit medicine master. Li Qianyue really listened to it, and seemed a little surprised. Young Master Lu is an Earth-ranked spirit medicine master? How is that impossible? Just because he won the first place in the second round of competition, the level of alchemy far exceeds ordinary heaven-ranked spirit medicine master. Elder Lu, did you make a mistake somewhere? This, Elder Lu suddenly ran out of words. Wasn't it so? Now that the facts were in front of him, Lu Bian was just an earth-ranked spirit medicine master, even he himself doesn't believe it. However, just over 10 days ago, he obviously just went to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda to obtain the badge of the Earth rank. On the record of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, it was clearly written so. Lu Bian smiled lightly and said, There's no misunderstanding. I have never registered at the Heaven Elixir Pagoda for a medicinal pill before. This time, I just registered for the qualification of an Earth-ranked spirit medicine master to participate in the competition. Actually, I don't know what level of spirit medicine master I am. I rarely had contact with other spirit medicine masters before. Li Qianyue suddenly realized, so that's it. It seems that Divine Dr. Lu was the kind of secret spirit medicine master who lives in seclusion in a small town. Lu Bian just smiled and said nothing, neither affirming nor denying. Elder Lu stared at Lu Bian for a long time, seeing Li Qianyue being more respectful and polite to Lu Bian. He was so angry. He knows the details of that brat. After Lu Dongfeng was planted in Lu Bian's hands, in order to know himself and the enemy, he went to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda to check Lu Bian's files, and specifically asked the spirit medicine master who gave Liu Bian the certification examination. The other party clearly said that Liu Bian was at the level of an earth-ranked spirit medicine master. Although he was very proficient in alchemy techniques and had a strong mental power, he knew very little about heaven-grade pills. He even went back and read the introductory book of the spirit medicine master. With such a performance, who can believe that he was already at the heaven rank at that time? Of course, it would be even more nonsense to say that he has reached the heaven rank in such a short period of 10 days. There must be some ulterior secret about Liu Bian. It's just that he didn't know what method he used, but even the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan were deceived by him. Fortunately, there was still the last round. The last round of competition was a competition between saint-level spirit medicine masters. Even if this brat can pretend, he will definitely show his feet at this time. The time limit for the second round of competition was also 2 hours. After the competition, the stewards counted the number of people who passed the competition. This time, the number of eliminated spirit medicine masters was quite large, almost reaching 90%. Even if it was a heaven-ranked spirit medicine master who has already left a name in the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, it was rare to have the ability to complete the 3 types of medicinal pill refining in such a short period of time. As a result, the original team of more than 1,000 contestants was reduced to 52 in one fell swoop. These 52 people undoubtedly have the level of top heaven-ranked spirit medicine masters. Each of them received the eager eyes of tens of thousands of cultivators present. Among them, Liu Bian was undoubtedly the one who received the most attention. Listening to the voices talking about Liu Bian around her, Huang Yueli raised the corners of her mouth. "Senior brother, you are famous now. Now, the final round of competition begins. All spirit medicine masters, please take your seats." 3666 This person is 3. After the steward gave the instructions, all the spirit medicine masters quickly returned to their positions. Outside the arena, the tens of thousands of onlookers also fell silent, staring at the arena without blinking. The competition has entered the most critical moment. Li Yintao stood up from his seat, walked to the center in person, and announced the rules for the third round of competition. The rules of this round are different from those of the previous 2 rounds. You have proved that you are a very good spirit medicine master by passing the previous 2 rounds of assessment. However, you must also know that our Cloudy Qilin clan organized this competition, not to find the best spirit medicine master, but to find someone who can cure our young master. Therefore, this third round of competition. When Li Yintao said this, he paused for a moment, and raised his hand to compare the open space behind the venue that was covered by a high platform. This time, we specially found cultivators from all over the god realm who had similar illnesses to the young master. Although the causes of these injuries were different, the symptoms were similar. All of them were not seriously damaged in the meridians and dantian, but they were unconscious. Wake up. This third round of competition is to invite you to randomly select a wounded person and try to heal him. If you can wake up one of them, even if you have passed the competition, you can go to see the young master. When Li Yintao said this, everyone was stunned. It took a while for someone to react. This is the third round of competition? This is too difficult. Where did the Cloudy Qilin clan find so many cultivators with similar illnesses? No wonder it was said that this round of competition requires the strength of a saint-ranked spirit medicine master to pass. It's more than that? This kind of disease is very rare, and there must not be many people who can be cured. Even a saint-ranked spirit medicine master may not be able to do it, right? Huang Yueli raised her eyebrows when she heard Li Yuntao's words. After being slightly surprised, she fully understood. This time, the Cloudy Qilin clan really went all the way out because of Li Moying's illness. Most probably during the past few months when Li Moying was in a coma, the Cloudy Qilin clan had already tried everything, including finding so many cultivators with similar symptoms to Li Moying from all over the God realm, and bringing them to test the medicine. This kind of symptom was actually very rare, otherwise it wouldn't be curable. It's hard for the Cloudy Qilin clan to find so many cases. She really didn't know how much effort and painstaking effort they had spent. It's a pity that Li Moying still couldn't be cured. As for the family members of these unconscious cultivators, they had already given up hope. When the Cloudy Qilin clan suddenly came in, even if it was to test the medicine for the young master, but after all, there was still a little hope for a cure. It was better than lying down like a living dead all the time. So, this could be considered a win-win situation. Just as Huang Yueli was thinking, the stewards of the Cloudy Qilin clan had already pushed out the cultivators who needed to be consulted from behind the high platform. There were indeed quite a few of them. At least one of the spirit medicine masters present was enough. Huang Yueli glanced at the faces of these people, and couldn't help frowning slightly. She was too far away from the competition venue, so she can't see why these cultivators were unconscious. However, it was obvious that the Cloudy Qilin clan recruited these cultivators only because their symptoms were similar to those of Li Moying, and the causes may be different. Logo. This is the end of part 1, and 3667. This person is 4. For spirit medicine masters, the difficulty of treating them was also different, so which patient they choose as their treatment target will directly affect whether they can pass this round of competition in the end. All the spirit medicine masters were aware of this. Everyone looked at their competitors vigilantly, and each was thinking about it in their hearts. Lu Bian seemed very relaxed, but he subconsciously glanced at where Huang Yueli was. There were huge crowds of people at the seats where the cultivators were watching. Even a cultivator with strong mental power like him would not be able to find Huang Yueli right away, so Lu Bian let out a soft sigh. His junior sister could be said to have predicted everything like a god, and had guessed what might happen in today's competition from the very beginning. Although this third round of competition was slightly different from what she had speculated in advance, the strategy to deal with it should still be the same. At the same time, Elder Lu was also staring at Lu Bian. Seeing Lu Bian's relaxed look, he couldn't help but sneered coldly. This brat was really good at pretending. Now this third round of competition was not just as simple as alchemy, but to test the medical skills of the spirit medicine master. For Earth-ranked and Heaven-ranked spirit medicine masters, it was possible to go out and make money after learning a few pills. However, it was not so simple to be promoted to a saint-ranked spirit medicine master. They not only need to be able to refine saint-grade medicinal pills, but also have enough ability to diagnose the injuries and illnesses of cultivators, and prescribe the right medicine. In many cases, they need to refine pills according to the cultivator's own physique instead of relying on an unchanging prescription that's been around. It can be said that the exam question given by the Cloudy Qilin clan was really testing the true ability of the spirit medicine master. Anyone who fished in troubled waters or used tricks to get past the first 2 rounds of competition will show their true colors here. Elder Lu, as the elder of the Heaven Elixir Pagoda, was already hundreds of years old. He has seen many cases and was very experienced in the diagnosis of diseases. He felt that only this round of competition could reflect his level. And for a brat like Lu Bian, it would be considered unlucky for him to encounter such a problem. Maybe he can't even diagnose the cause of the disease, let alone have the patient wake up. At this time, all the unconscious cultivators had been carried to the middle of the competition field. Li Yintao coughed twice, and said, "Divine doctors, you have already seen the patients. Presumably, what you are most concerned about is how these patients are assigned to you." The spirit medicine masters kept silent and pricked up their ears, for fear of missing any word Li Yintao said. Which patients were selected was the key to whether they could pass the competition. If it was as difficult to treat as Li Moying himself, no one would dare to guarantee that he could be awakened in such a short time. Li Yintao said, "It's very simple. Just follow the order of your rankings in the first 2 rounds of competitions. The first patient will be selected first, and then the second patient will be selected, and so on. Hearing this, some people were excited, while expressions of the others immediately crumbled. These depressed ones were all at the bottom of the ranking. Originally, the second round was already a fluke, and now we can only ask others to pick the ones left, which must be the most difficult to treat. It seems that they will definitely not be able to see Li Moying. Alright, let's start now. Li Qianyue walked over with a smile, and waved to Lu Bian, Divine Dr. Lu, please start first. All eyes immediately focused on Lu Bian. All the spirit medicine masters were envious and jealous of him. Elder Lu gritted his teeth even more, clenched his fist secretly, his heart was full of unwillingness. What's so great about this brat? He's just an earth-ranked spirit medicine master, yet he can beat so many outstanding spirit medicine masters and be the first to pick patients. This was a shame to the saint-ranked spirit medicine masters present. It's a pity that no matter how unwilling he is, he can't stop Lu Bian. Under the admiring gazes of tens of thousands of onlookers, Lu Bian walked to the center of the venue in an unrestrained manner, and began to select his patient for diagnosis and treatment. He walked very slowly. When he passed each patient, he would stop for a few breaths to carefully observe the patient's condition, and then walk to the next person. The ordinary cultivators in the audience didn't know what he was up to. After waiting for a long time without seeing Lu Bian's selection, many of them lost their patience. What's going on here? Why does it take so long to choose someone? There are more than 50 spirit medicine masters present, and it already took him such a long time for him alone. I don't know how long it will take for so many people to select if they are going to take their time to choose them one by one. Can it be that today's just about selecting people, so you can't see the results of the competition? Huang Yueli listened to the discussions around her. She didn't move her expression, but she knew very well that if she wanted to save a cultivator who had been in a coma for several months, it would certainly not be possible to do it today, and the competition should be divided into several days. The cultivators didn't understand, and were quite dissatisfied with Lu Bian's performance. However, in the eyes of the spirit medicine masters, Lu Bian's performance was quite shocking. Because he actually only observed each patient for a few breaths, and even the longest ones were only about 20 breaths, and he went straight to the next one. Moreover, he still hasn't turned back. Did he make a mistake? This was picking patients. If one would want to pick out the patients who are the easiest to cure, you must first have a preliminary diagnosis of the condition. Even if it was only a rough diagnosis, you will inevitably have to look, hear, ask, and feel the pulse when necessary. Judgment was the crux, and there was no incentive if rushed. How could it be like what Lu Bian was doing? This was simply like going on a holiday and watching the scenery. Did he think he was shopping on the street? Do you think patients were fruits and vegetables displayed in the vegetable market? Just by looking at them a few times, you can see what's going on with them. The spirit medicine masters looked at each other, looked at Lu Bian, and didn't know what was going on with him. Could it be that his medical skills have reached such a level that he can make a diagnosis with just a few glances? As for Elder Lu, he simply sneered from the bottom of his heart. This brat, was he going to reveal his secrets this time? How can there be a spirit medicine master who diagnoses patients like him? He obviously doesn't understand anything, that's why he's pretending to be incapable here. He wants to see what kind of patient Lu Bian can pick out this time. Everyone had their own thoughts, and they all watched Lu Bian's every move. Although Lu Bian walked slowly, he didn't stop much, so he came to the end not long after. He turned around and faced Li Yuntao on the high platform. Elder Li. As soon as Lu Bian opened his mouth, everyone's hearts were raised. Li Yuntao nodded slightly. Young Master Lu, have you selected the patient for diagnosis and treatment? Lu Bian nodded and said, that's right, I've already chosen. As soon as this remark came out, even Li Yintao was a little shocked, his brows raised. Young Master Lu, are you certain? Once you've selected a patient for diagnosis and treatment, you can't change it later. Even Li Yintao didn't expect that Lu Bian would just take a few glances so casually, and it was considered a rather good choice. To be honest, anyone who knows a little bit doesn't know what Lu Bian was looking at. Li Yintao was also optimistic about Lu Bian, and he was a little biased towards him in his heart, so he asked one more question on purpose. However, Lu Bian's attitude was very firm. Yes, I have already selected the patient, and I'm certain of my choice. After talking about this, Li Yintao stopped trying to persuade him, and asked directly, which one was young Master Lu planning to pick? Xianxia, go and write down the number. Lu Bian pointed to a cultivator in the easternmost corner. That's the young master in the grey robe, his number seems to be number 23. Number 23. Hearing Lu Bian's words, everyone looked in the direction he pointed. It's a pity that the audience on the periphery were too far away, and they couldn't see clearly with their eyes widened. And the spirit medicine masters in the venue couldn't help but take a few steps forward, and approached the east corner, wanting to see what was going on with the patient Lu Bian picked, and why he was picked by Lu Bian. However, after seeing number 23, most people were stunned. Because, from the perspective of these divine doctors, this number 23 should be the most difficult to treat among these patients. This person was young, only about 30 years old. Although he was unconscious, his breathing was steady and his complexion was as usual, except that his lips had an unnatural red color. The cultivator was seriously ill and was in a coma. His lips were either gray or bruised, and it was impossible for him to be read. Ordinary doctors may take it for granted based on the color of their lips that this kind of patient's condition was not serious, and most of them are just weak. However, experienced spirit medicine masters could tell that this unnatural color was a manifestation of excessive profound energy in the body. Being unconscious with abundant profound strength, if the cause of this problem cannot be found, then there was no solution at all. If he was treated according to qi deficiency and frailty, and he was given nourishing medicine, it will aggravate this person's condition. If it was not done well, it will directly cause the profound energy in his meridians to explode, endangering his life. Lu Bian actually chose such a difficult patient? From Elder Lu's point of view, any patient Lu Bian chooses will still have hope of being cured, but this one, the possibility of healing him was close to zero. This brat was really ignorant. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Could it be that he thinks that this person can't be cured? It's really ridiculous. I said it a long time ago, an earth-ranked spirit medicine master, even if he gets to the third round by luck, he is destined to be beaten back to his original form. If he puts people to death, it will be a big joke. Elder Lu looked at Lu Bian's direction and smiled darkly. At this time, Li Yintao also looked at number 23, and his pupils shrank suddenly. This number 23. Those spirit medicine masters didn't know the inside story, so naturally they couldn't see anything special about number 23. However, Li Yintao understood very well. The symptoms of number 23 were actually the closest to those of Li Moying, and they can even be said to be exactly the same. This person was also a genius cultivator, his talent has reached the heavenly level, and he was also unconscious after being injured in an experience, and the condition of his body, whether it was the state of the meridians or the state of the soul, was not much different from that of Li Moying. The only difference was that this person has been in a coma for nearly a year, and almost died several times. It was a miracle that he could survive till now. Moreover, since the situation on number 23 was very critical, in order to save him, his family had already broken their cans, and agreed to the Cloudy Qilin clan to test the medicine on him. Therefore, after number 23 was sent to the Cloudy Qilin clan, at first, Li Shihong and the others felt that they saw a glimmer of hope. As long as this person can be cured, it will not be far from curing Li Moying. It's a pity that it turned out that they were just having fun for nothing. The cause of number 23's illness has not been found for a long time, let alone cured. Thinking of this, Li Yintao looked at Lu Bian's delicate and handsome face again, and narrowed his eyes. Why did Lu Bian choose him? What did Lu Bian see from number 23? Or, just a coincidence? However, Lu Bian always had a very calm expression with a smile on his face, and there was nothing unusual at all. After choosing the patients for diagnosis and treatment, he silently stepped aside and waited quietly. Next, the second-ranked spirit medicine master went over to pick someone. The cultivators who were onlookers thought that Lu Bian's movements were too slow. Only then did they realize how wrong they were. Compared with the spirit medicine master on the field now, Lu Bian's speed was simply light speed. The medicinal pill doctor leaned in front of the patient for a while to observe his complexion, and then raised the patient's wrist to check the pulse. In the end, it was Li Yintao who became impatient and sent someone down to urge him, so he hesitantly picked one away. After such a long delay, Li Yintao and others also realized that it was not an option to choose one by one. After all, there were only a few people who were as decisive as Lu Bian. So, next, the spirit medicine masters were divided into 5 groups according to their rankings. Each time, 10 people went to pick people at the same time, and the time limit was half an hour. After they all finished reading, they reported the patient's serial number according to the ranking. In this way, the efficiency has improved a lot. But even so, it was not until the evening that they were all picked. Li Yintao walked to the front of the stage and announced, "Everyone, I know that you are all prepared, but, for the sake of fairness, we will give you 3 days to diagnose the cause of the disease and refine the medicinal pill. After 3 days, please all spirit medicine masters return to the arena again, and when the time comes, we will publicly verify the results of your diagnosis and treatment." Hearing this, the spirit medicine masters were all relieved. It would be too difficult for most people if they were really required to diagnose and treat on the spot. If you can have a buffer time of 3 days, go back and check the medical books before making a judgment, then you will be much more confident. Li Yintao announced the end of the competition. Huang Yueli mixed with the crowd and returned to the inn quietly. It wasn't until around 1 that Lu Bian came back in a hurry. As soon as Huang Yueli saw him, she hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, how was it? What's the situation with the number 23 that you've picked?" Lu Bian immediately showed a smile. "Junior sister, you can rest assured, if you leave the matter to me, can I still mess it up for you? It's a coincidence that the symptoms on him are of the evil qi entering the body that you told me about last time. They are exactly the same. It seems that he must have also entered some evil cultivator's territory by mistake, which led to his coma." Huang Yueli was a little worried, and asked, "Really? Are you sure? If the symptoms you told me last time are correct, I can be sure of it." Lu Bian nodded resolutely, smacking his chest in assurance. Only then did Huang Yueli heave a sigh of relief. "That's good. Senior brother, this time I really worked hard on you." Lu Bian smiled and shook his head. "Junior sister, you don't need to be polite. Originally, I wanted to save Moying, not just to help you. Besides, I learned a lot from you this time. It can be said that I have benefited a lot. If you hadn't reminded me in advance, I wouldn't have thought of picking number 23. Before today's competition started, Huang Yueli and Lu Bian had discussed together and speculated on what the topics of today's competition would be. Huang Yueli speculated that since Li Moying's illness was very rare, it could not be cured by an ordinary saint-ranked spirit medicine master. Therefore, the last round of competition was likely to allow them to prepare corresponding prescriptions according to Li Moying's symptoms. Therefore, Huang Yueli deliberately told Lu Bian about some symptoms and possible situations of evil qi entering the body, so that Lu Bian could perform better than other spirit medicine masters when encountering such problems. In the end, she was only half right. The Cloudy Qilin clan was indeed selecting spirit medicine masters in a targeted manner. However, they did not let their young master come out. Instead, they found so many cultivators with similar symptoms at once as part of the assessment. This generosity really shocked Huang Yueli. The strength and influence of the ancient gods were even more terrifying than she had imagined. However, although the content of the competition was slightly different, it did not affect Lu Baiyan's performance at all. He has a good memory, and after Huang Yueli's special training, he picked out number 23 from other patients with acute vision. Junior sister, what should we do next? Lu Baiyan stared at Huang Yueli closely, and asked, last time you said that if you want to save Li Moying, you must teach him the iniquitous shadow secret manual. Hence, to save number 23, do you have to teach him this as well? As he spoke, his eyebrows furrowed immediately. Teaching secret skills was no small matter. This was the secret skill that the Saint Iniquitous Shadow wants to pass on to his disciples. How could he just pass it on to someone he doesn't know so casually? Besides, once it gets out that Huang Yueli was an evil cultivator, it will be a big trouble. Huang Yueli saw his worry, and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Senior brother, then you don't have to worry. Moying has absorbed too much evil into his body, so he has to rely on the iniquitous shadow secret manual, but this number 23 can't have a talent like Moying, and I think he wouldn't have absorbed too much evil chi, so it's much easier to deal with. 3672 Amazing skills, 2. Then what should I do? Lu Baiyan asked. Huang Yueli thought about it for a while, and said, you just need to refine a few pills that are calming and clears internal heat. Just leave the rest to me. Lu Baiyan had already taken out a pen and paper, planning to write down all the important things Huang Yueli told him, for fear that he would forget, but who knows, he heard such words in the end. He widened his eyes, eh? You. But aren't you a spiritual armament master? 3 days later. Early in the morning, the open space at the entrance of Amethyst Paramount Palace was full of people. Cultivators from almost the entire arcane city rushed over just to see the final result of this competition. Everyone knew that today was the time for all the spirit medicine masters to show their true abilities. Who was strong and who was weak, just look at the effect of the treatment, it will be clear at a glance. Huang Yueli and Lu Baiyan came together, so they arrived early and occupied a position with a good view. In the competition venue, all the spirit medicine masters who had entered the third round had already arrived. Not far in front of them was the patient they were going to treat this time. After selecting the patients for diagnosis and treatment last time, although they could not take the patients back, the Cloudy Qilin clan specially issued badges for each spirit medicine master to enter and exit a specific area of the Amethyst Paramount Palace, allowing them to travel within the 3 days. Go to see the patient you have chosen for treatment at any time. Now, everyone was ready and waiting to be verified one by one. Li Shihong and others soon appeared on the high platform, and then, the final round of competition officially began. When selecting patients, they started with Lu Baiyan, but when verifying the effect of the treatment, they started with the last one, and Lu Baiyan became the last one. So, for the whole morning, he sat in his seat, completely bored as he watched other spirit medicine masters perform. The first few spirit medicine masters performed poorly. Especially the last 5. After feeding the medicinal pill to their own patients, the condition of the patients even deteriorated seriously, almost endangering their lives. It was the medicinal pill of the Cloudy Qilin clan who came out to rescue them. However, it's no wonder that the last few patients were originally selected by others, and they should be the most difficult to treat. In addition, they were at the bottom of the level, so it's strange that they can be cured well. The later ones also performed quite poorly. Not even one of the 30 spirit medicine masters in a row was able to wake the patient. It wasn't until the 31st person that people began to be successfully treated one after another. Among them, Elder Lu was included. His luck was pretty good. In the first 2 rounds of competition, he ranked 9th, and when selecting patients, he also accidentally discovered a case that he had read in medical books before. Although this kind of disease was relatively rare, as long as the cause was known, the treatment was very simple. Elder Lu was overwhelmed with surprise, and quickly assigned this patient. This was definitely a very correct decision. After Elder Lu went back, he looked up the medical book again, and at the same time refined a furnace of Saint-grade medicinal pill according to the medicinal pill prescription recorded above. After he fed these medicinal pills to the patient soon regained consciousness. Seeing this scene, the cultivator's onlookers all exclaimed. Even Li Yintao on the high platform couldn't help standing up, and looked at him in surprise and joy. 3673 Amazing Skills, 3. Because, so far, Elder Lu was the one with the most remarkable healing effect. Under the treatment of the 3 or 4 spirit medicine masters before, they were only able to make their patient's fingers or eyelids move a little. But Elder Lu's patient directly opened his eyes and even made a small sound from his mouth. This shows that the medicinal pill he refined was extremely powerful. It was simply amazing. Li Yintao quickly sent 2 disciples down, and respectfully invited Elder Lu to a private seat on one side. Li Qianyue, who was originally high-spirited, also bowed his head to Elder Lu this time. His polite and ingratiating attitude made Elder Lu feel very comfortable. This was the treatment worthy of a genius doctor like him. What was Lu Bian, that brat? Now, he, Elder Lu, was the genius doctor valued by the Cloudy Qilin clan, and he was the guest of Elder Tao. After Lu Bian made a fool of himself, he will let Li Yintao kick out that brat who was trying to gain fame. While thinking about it, Elder Lu looked at Lu Bian. Lu Bian was wearing a silver-white spirit medicine master's robe, leaning leisurely on the back of the chair, resting his chin on one hand. His eyes were slightly cold, as he glanced at the spirit medicine masters in the venue. With his lazy and calm attitude, it seems that he is not in such a critical competition at all, but drinking tea and enjoying the flowers in his backyard. Except for him, the other spirit medicine masters were anxious and nervous, which made Lu Bian's attitude look particularly eye-catching. Elder Lu stared at him with hatred in his heart. This brat's appearance was really good, so with his pretentious attitude, it gave people the illusion that he's an expert. Humph. It's a pity that if it is fake, it will never be true. He wanted to see how Lu Bian would step down after picking such a patient who was the most difficult to diagnose and treat. After Elder Lu, there are not many spirit medicine masters left. Moreover, they were all top existences among saint-ranked spirit medicine masters. Therefore, the success rate of diagnosis and treatment has also been significantly improved. Among the 7 people, 5 of them succeeded in their patients waking up, and 2 of them behaved similarly to Elder Lu's, making the patients open their eyes immediately. Li Shihong and others saw it on the high platform, and their faces showed joy, and they nodded repeatedly. They all felt that they made the right decision this time. They actually singled out so many spirit medicine masters who have researched on this symptom at once. Now, the only one who hasn't had time to make a move was Lu Bian. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on him. Divine Dr. Lu, are you ready? If you are ready, then please go ahead. Li Yintao looked at Lu Bian and urged him personally. Only then did Lu Bian put down the teacup in his hand, stood up slowly, and walked to the stretcher of patient number 23. He took out an exquisite June porcelain medicine bottle from his sleeve, and poured out a few pills from it. Elder Lu's eyes were fixed on Lu Bian all the time, and he didn't even dare to blink, for fear of missing any details. Therefore, he could see very clearly that what Lu Bian poured out of the medicine bottle was clearly a few profound serene pills. The quality of those pills were very good, obviously the refining was very successful, but that couldn't change the fact that they were heaven-grade pills. Lu Bian actually wanted to use heaven-grade medicinal pills to cure such an intractable problem? 3674 Amazing Skills, 4. Elder Lu was not the only one who discovered this. Some spirit medicine masters even let out a soft cry of huh. Everyone watched helplessly as Lu Bian stuffed these heaven-grade pills into number 23's mouth, and then time passed bit by bit, and everyone was waiting to see how number 23 would react. Seeing Lu Bian's calm and confident appearance, the pill he refined should be very effective, right? But who knows, after number 23 swallowed the medicinal pill, let alone opened his eyes, he didn't even move his fingers. He was still lying flat on the stretcher with a lifeless expression on his face. For a while, everyone was a little overwhelmed. Li Yuntao and others originally placed high hopes on Lu Bian, but the result turned out to be like this, and they couldn't help but look at each other in blank dismay. After Elder Lu came to his senses, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. There was no sound in the venue at this time, and his laughter suddenly sounded very harsh. However, no one thought he was impolite, because everyone had the same thoughts as him, and they all thought that Lu Bian's matter was so funny. Elder Lu came out with a smile, and walked behind Lu Bian. Young Master Lu, oh no, I mean Divine Dr. Lu, what are you doing? You are the number one in the first 2 rounds of this competition. The first one to pick, I think with your level of medical skills, curing him would just be a piece of cake. He stretched out his head, deliberately looked left and right, and then made an exaggerated shocked expression. Oh, what's going on? Why hasn't number 23 woke up yet? Oh, I see, for sure it's because his condition was more serious. It will take some time to fully absorb the power of the medicine, right? Hearing Elder Lu's words, some kind-hearted spirit medicine masters felt that they could no longer listen. Lu Bian was so young, it's not easy to get to where he was today. It can be said that he was one of the top geniuses in alchemy. Even if he was eliminated in the last round, it cannot be said that his medical skills are not good, it can only be said that he was still too young and inexperienced. And Elder Lu tried his best to run on Lu Bian. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that he had bad intentions. He deliberately wanted to take this opportunity to beat this top medical genius to the ground. Elder Lu, aren't you asking this question knowingly? Young Master Lu probably misdiagnosed it. Inexperienced doctors may evidently misdiagnose, it's nothing. Young Master Lu is only a heaven-ranked spirit medicine master after all. When he reaches the next level, it will definitely be a breeze to treat these diseases. The spirit medicine masters spoke one after another and found a way out for Lu Bian. At the same time, some people forcibly changed the subject, saying that the competition was over, and they couldn't wait to see young Master Li. Elder Lu secretly scolded these spirit medicine masters as idiots, and wanted to say something more to bring the topic back. He managed to find an opportunity to taunt Lu Bian, so he couldn't just let it go. However, at this moment, Lu Bian himself spoke up. Dear Divine Doctors, what are you misunderstanding? When did I say that I can't cure patient number 23? What? What? What did you say? Everyone looked at him blankly with confused expressions, completely unable to believe what they heard just now. Lu Bian turned to Elder Lu with a smile on his lips. Elder Lu knows me better. He's right, I can only refine heaven-ranked pills because of my limited medicinal pill skills. So, although this medicinal pill is suitable for the symptoms, but it is really difficult for the patient to absorb all the power of the medicine. Hearing this, Elder Lu was taken aback, but not long after, a sneer appeared on the corner of his lips. This brat was really a complete idiot. Those spirit medicine masters kindly wanted to excuse him, but he was so ignorant that he went downhill without haste, and insisted on saying that the medicine's effect is slow. Isn't this courting death? What is it? He was worried that Lu Bian would have escaped, but he didn't expect that this brat would hit the knife's edge by himself. Elder Lu laughed secretly in his heart, twirled his beard, and said, "Since that's the case, Divine Dr. Lu, tell me how long it will take for the medicine to fully exert its effect? We can't wait here forever, can we?" Lu Bian chuckled and said, "Elder Lu is right. Young Master Li is still waiting for us to heal him. We really can't wait too long, then I can only make a fool of myself in front of everyone." "Make a fool of yourself? What do you mean?" Elder Lu frowned, unable to understand. Lu Bian didn't answer him, but turned to Li Yuntao and the others on the high platform, bowed his hands and saluted them, and then said, "Several elders, there is a secret method of golden needle acupuncture I've inherited which can accelerate the speed at which the medicinal effect of the pill flowing through the meridians. Hence, I would like to administer acupuncture for this patient." When Li Yuntao and the others heard this, their eyes lit up immediately. The golden needle acupuncture. This was a special skill of spirit medicine masters. Generally, those who have the ability to administer acupuncture with golden needles are all well-known spirit medicine masters, because the methods of crossing acupuncture points with golden needles were all handed down from master to apprentice, and there were basically no records kept in the classic texts. Moreover, Lu Bian still intended to administer acupuncture to such a patient suffering from an intractable problem, which reflects his level. All right. Since Divine Dr. Lu has the skill, let's be daring." Naturally, Li Yuntao did not refuse. Lu Bian glanced at Elder Lu, and said again, "However, my method of crossing the acupoints with golden needles is a secret of my master's sect, and no one else can see it when I administer the needles." When Li Yuntao heard this, he hesitated for a while. However, he also knew the rules of spirit medicine masters, so he only thought about it for a while, before nodding. "Then please invite Divine Dr. Lu to administer the needles, behind the high platform. There is a screen to block it, so other people can't see your technique. Do you think this will work?" Lu Bian nodded, yes. When he heard him agree, Li Yuntao sent 2 young cultivators over to carry patient number 23 to the back of the high platform. Lu Bian followed closely and passed by. The other spirit medicine masters were naturally extremely curious. They stretched their necks one by one, eager to see how Lu Bian was going to administer the needles. Just now, many people saw that the medicinal pill that Lu Bian gave number 23 was just a very common heaven-grade medicinal pill for clearing internal heat. At first, everyone thought it was strange, and they always felt that this medicinal pill could not cure such a complicated disease. Now that they think about it, it seems that the key to the cure lies in Lu Bian's acupuncture. As for enhancing the effect of the medicine, that was just an excuse. Seeing Lu Bian's confident appearance, he must be particularly confident about his acupuncture techniques. As a spirit medicine master, who wouldn't want to see it? It's a pity that the Cloudy Qilin clan not only moved the screen to block Lu Bian and patient number 23, but also sent several cultivators to guard nearby, so that no one could see anything inside. Elder Lu stared at the movements of the silhouettes on the screen and frowned. This brat actually has the skills of administering golden needles. If he can cure such a disease with acupuncture, then he isn't ordinary. No, it's impossible. He's just an earth-ranked spirit medicine master, so it's impossible for him to have such a means. Moreover, if he's really a disciple of some kind of divine doctor, he would have declared his family name when he came to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda. How could he not say so until now? Although he found various reasons for himself in his heart and fought for a long time, he was still uneasy. Behind the screen, there was no sound at all. What exactly was Lu Bian doing? In fact, Lu Bian was indeed administering needles to patient number 23. However, everyone guessed wrongly. The key to curing the disease was not his technique, but the set of golden needles in his hand. It was refined by Huang Yueli over these 3 days and nights, without sleep or rest, and exhausted all her energy. This set of golden needles was imbued with the evil qi that has been refined in Huang Yueli's body. Evil qi has the effect of attracting each other, and the weaker evil qi will spontaneously move towards the stronger side. And the number 23 cultivator in front of him was just a heaven-ranked talent, and his soul was not particularly powerful. He absorbed a lot of evil qi, but he didn't go crazy immediately, but fell into a coma. This already shows that the evil qi in the body itself was not very strong. At least, it's impossible to compare with what's in Huang Yueli's and Li Moying's bodies. So, if Huang Yueli came here in person, all the evil qi in number 23 would be drawn out in less than 3 breaths. Now, due to the restrictions of the competition rules, Huang Yueli could not be present in person, so she came up with this method, refined a set of golden needles, and poured her own evil qi into it to absorb the evil qi in number 23's dantian. Lu Bian originally did not believe that Huang Yueli could refine such a thing. Even though he has witnessed Huang Yueli's incredible skill in refining weapons countless times, the thing that Huang Yueli was going to refine now was completely unheard of. It could be said that no such thing can be found in the entire God realm. It all came about based on Huang Yueli's own ideas. How could this be possible? However, the two of them had no other better way, so they could only give it a try. In the end, Huang Yueli actually made this set of golden needles. Lu Bian placed the jade box with 72 golden needles on the side of the stretcher, and gently brushed the needles with his fingers. Immediately, he flipped his wrist, grabbed a golden needle, and stabbed it on number 23's forehead. Since number 23 was in a deep coma, he didn't respond to the needle. However, Lu Bian, who was in charge of doing it, could clearly feel that when the needle tip entered the opponent's body, a cold aura rose up from the needle point. Lu Bian shook his hands, and quickly released the tail of the golden needle. At the same time, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. It turns out that is evil qi. That feeling. Even though he had the gloves Huang Yueli gave him to protect his body, he let go very quickly, and he didn't let any evil qi enter his body. However, when he was approached by that cold breath, he still clearly felt dizzy and nauseated, and his body also faintly radiated a chill. This is really so evil. Lu Bian shuddered all over, and immediately straightened up. Realizing the danger of the evil qi, he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest, and became extra cautious when administering the needles. He inserted the golden needles into various acupuncture points on number 23's body one by one. His technique was fast and accurate, and the time of contact with the golden needles was minimized as much as possible. In fact, what he told Li Yuntao and the others was not entirely a lie. Although he could never find a second set of golden needles in his hand, the technique he used to administer the needles was a technique passed down from generation to generation by the White Fan clan, and he obtained it in the inheritance secret realm of the White Fan clan. This set of acupuncture methods was indeed used to enhance the efficacy of pills and speed up the circulation of profound energy in the meridians. If not, Lu Bian would not have dared to administer this treatment to people on such occasions based on his superficial knowledge of golden needle acupuncture that Lu Bian had learned while he was in Soaring Heaven's continent. Lu Bian administered the needles behind the screen, while the others waited outside, all more excited and nervous than him. Even Li Yuntao and the others stared at the screen closely, not even daring to take a deep breath, for fear of missing something. After all, this number 23 was the one whose illness was closest to Li Moying's. If Lu Bian really has the ability to wake up number 23, then there is a great possibility that he could wake Li Moying up. However, half an hour passed, and there was still no sound behind the screen. Li Yuntao frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Although it was indeed time-consuming for the spirit medicine master to administer the golden needles, it seems that there was no movement at all, so it doesn't seem to be a normal thing, right? Xianxia, go ask. Li Yuntao raised his hand to call Li Qianyue, and was about to continue his words when a cry of pain suddenly came from behind the screen. Pain, horror, and shock were mixed in this call, and it was really scary. However, when Li Yuntao and the others heard this, their faces quickly revealed expressions of ecstasy. What's the situation? Xianxia, hurry up and see if young Master Lu has woken up the person? Li Qianyue nodded hurriedly, but before he could turn around, Li Yuntao suddenly stood up from his seat again. Wait, I'd better go over and ask myself. However, even Li Yuntao's movements were a step slower. Li Shihong, who was sitting on the main seat, didn't say a word, but he stood up impatiently, and appeared in front of the screen with a flash. The guards on the side were all taken aback, but they didn't react for a while. No one expected that the patriarch, who was usually aloof, would appear in front of them so suddenly and so eagerly. Li Shihong was about to rush in, but the moment he walked in front of the screen, his feet suddenly stopped. Divine Dr. Lu, I'm Li Shihong. I heard some noise just now. Is patient number 23 already awake? If you've finished with the acupuncture, can I come in and take a look? When everyone heard this, a sense of disobedience emerged in their hearts. This was the patriarch of the ancient god clan. To be so polite to such a young spirit medicine master, even a little cautious. Li Yuntao and the others were shocked when they saw the patriarch's attitude towards Lu Bian. But soon, they came to their senses as they quickly followed suit and stood behind Li Shihong. Patriarch, why do you have to come here in person? Let your subordinates. Li Yuntao spoke in a low voice. Li Shihong didn't answer, but turned his head and stared at him, which made Li Yuntao immediately shut up. The others naturally didn't dare to speak out, so they could only line up behind Li Shihong and wait for Lu Bian's response. For a while, there was no more sound in the entire arena. Everyone held their breath and looked at the row of cloudy Qilin clan elders. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that they would see such a scene. The patriarchs and elders of the dignified ancient god clan would greet a young spirit medicine master with such a respectful attitude. However, the sound behind the screen suddenly stopped again, and it took a while before some slight sounds could be heard. Immediately, there was the sound of footsteps. Li Shihong and the others raised their heads and looked in the direction of the screen expectantly. The screen was pushed away from the edge, and a figure walked out from inside. Li Shihong hurried up to meet him, and said happily, "Young Master Lu, you have really worked hard this time. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good." Halfway through his speech, his voice stopped abruptly, his eyes widened, and he stared blankly at the person in front of him. And the person who came out was also staring at Li Shihong in a daze, with a confused expression on his face, completely unable to understand what happened. Huh? Isn't this patriarchally? Why did you come here in person? You are too polite. At this moment, Lu Bian's lazily voice came out from the screen. He walked out slowly, saw Li Shihong staring at the man just now, couldn't help but smile, and said, "Young Master Pei, this is the patriarchly of the Cloudy Qilin clan. If he hadn't asked divine doctors from all over the world to treat you, it would be impossible for me to run into you." When young Master Pei heard this, his eyes lit up, and he quickly cupped his hands to Li Shihong, and at the same time bowed to salute. "Elderly, I am Pei Qinghe, a member of the Zephyr Feather clan. I would like to thank young Master Lu and your esteemed self for saving my life. If there is anything this junior can help with, this junior will definitely do his best to repay it." After hearing this, Li Shihong recognized the person all of a sudden. Isn't the Pei Qinghe in front of him patient number 23? More than half an hour ago, he was still lying on a stretcher dying, unable to move a single finger. Even his family members thought he was hopeless. But now? He actually has already stood up. Moreover, judging by his appearance, his actions were as usual, his breathing was steady, and there was nothing abnormal except that he looked very weak. Behind Li Shihong, whether it was Li Yuntao and other elders, or other participating spirit medicine masters, they all recognized Pei Qinghe's identity at this time. Moreover, the expressions on their faces were exactly the same as Li Shihong's. They looked at him incredulously without exception. Some people even had their mouths wide agape. Lu Bian actually woke up the most difficult patient, number 23. No, it's more than just waking him up. He was very much alive and kicking. How could there be such a miraculous medical skill in the world? 3679, the pinnacle of life for a spirit medicine master, 1. Everyone wanted to find out how this was accomplished, and their gazes subconsciously shifted to Lu Bian's hand. Just now, Lu Bian went behind the screen in order to avoid people's prying eyes as he administered the golden needle on Pei Qinghe. However, at this time, his needles had already been put away, and even if everyone was blind, they still couldn't see anything. What's more, the method of crossing the acupoints with the golden needle was completely under the control of the spirit medicine master. Even if you see Lu Bian administering the needle with your own eyes, if you don't understand the mental method he used, one would still not be able to comprehend it. After Pei Qinghe expressed his gratitude, he waited for Li Shihong and the others to express their views. As a result, everyone looked at him and Lu Bian without speaking. This made him even more confused, and looked left and right strangely, patriarchally. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this junior? Li Shihong just woke up like a dream, and hurriedly said, No, young Master Pei, there is nothing wrong. You don't have to thank me, we are also trying to save the young patriarch of our clan. This is a matter of mutual benefit. Come, please bring young Master Pei to the guest room to have a good rest. The maids came over in response, and made a gesture of invitation to Pei Qinghe. To be honest, Pei Qinghe was still a little confused and at a loss. However, he was a guest after all. Although he felt strange, he still followed the maids and left as promised. Li Shihong strode forward, facing Lu Bian, unable to restrain the excitement in his heart. Young Master Lu, I didn't expect you to have such amazing medical skills at such a young age. Even surpassing the top of countless gods. You are really a divine doctor. Your performance today really opened my eyes. If we were rude in any way over the past few days, please forgive us. Lu Bian raised his eyebrows, patriarchally. You are too polite. Although the Cloudy Qilin clan's competition was still very fair, the stewards and cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan have the arrogance ingrained in them, thinking of their own lineage from aristocratic families, hence they had not been too polite to Lu Bian over the past few days. If it was Lu Bian's usual behavior, he would put on airs and make things difficult for Li Shihong. However, thinking that this person was Li Moying's benefactor, Lu Bian could only let this opportunity go. It wasn't until this time that the onlookers outside the venue understood it one after another. All of a sudden, there were exclamations one after another. Many people couldn't even believe what they saw with their own eyes. I can't be dreaming, right? Number 23, hasn't he been in a coma for several months and was on the verge of death? How long has it been, and he can walk on his own already? Did I make a mistake? Could it be that I was dreaming too? This is simply impossible? No, it's true. That young Master Lu looks very young, yet he has such high medical skills. I still can't believe it. Could it be that Lu Bian did something secretly? Didn't Elder Lu keep saying that young Master Lu has bad character and likes to cheat in competitions? Damn. Do you still believe what that villain said? This was a patient brought by the Cloudy Qilin clan himself. Can Lu Bian play tricks under the eyes of the Cloudy Qilin clan? His medical skills are so high, and he can save people. What's the truth? Everyone has seen it. As for the slanderous words, I think Elder Lu was jealous of his high medical skills, so he deliberately discredited him. 3680, the pinnacle of life for a spirit medicine master, 2. Huang Yueli was listening at the side, and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. There were many people who questioned Lu Baiyan's medical skills before, but after he showed his edge, most people's impression of him suddenly changed. Sure enough, strength was the best way to fight back against rumors. Outside the arena, it was extremely noisy at this moment. However, no one in the arena noticed this. Facing Lu Baiyan, Li Shihong said eagerly, "Divine Dr. Lu doesn't have to be humble. The first place in this competition is none other than you. Please stay in Amethyst Paramount Palace for a while longer. My clan's Li Moying has been in a coma for more than a month, and his symptoms are the same as that of young Master Pei just now, so please take care of him." Lu Baiyan chuckled, "Well, since I signed up for this competition, it's naturally my duty to attend to young Master Li." When Li Shihong heard him pause at first, he thought he was dissatisfied and that he was unwilling to treat Li Moying, so he was extremely nervous. After hearing to the end, he was finally relieved. "In this case, on behalf of the entire Cloudy Qilin clan, thank you. Don't worry, as long as you can save Moying, the entire Cloudy Qilin clan will regard you as our guest of honor in the future. If there is any trouble, we can help you." Li Shihong said, nodded to Lu Baiyan and said, "Young Master Lu, please stay with us in Amethyst Paramount Palace for a while. I have already arranged for you the best courtyard, which is in behind the mountain. You will love." Li Shihong turned around, intending to take him into Amethyst Paramount Palace himself. Seeing this, all the elders took a few steps back and stood respectfully by the side. To be honest, some people were not quite willing to let their powerful masters of the Tao Profound Realm make way for a weak young spirit medicine master. However, seeing that Li Shihong was so cautious and polite to Lu Baiyan, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. The spirit medicine masters all stared at Lu Baiyan with envious eyes. As a spirit medicine master, wasn't that the goal of their life's struggle? Shocking the entire god realm with his own medical skills. Even the patriarch of the ancient god clan personally came to invite him to heal. In order to make him feel better, even all the elders in the clan had to make way for him. Lu Baiyan, this brat was really lucky. It was impossible not to envy him. Elder Lu gritted his teeth even more. He felt that blood was coming from his mouth. He was jealous and depressed at the same time. Lu Baiyan, he actually woke that person up. How was that possible? How could he do such a thing? Moreover, he even did it so well that the patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan, who has always been so arrogant, treat him so courteously. Li Shihong has never looked directly at him, Elder Lu. This gap was really too big. Everyone felt that Lu Baiyan had reached the pinnacle of his life, and everyone wished to replace Lu Baiyan and stand in his place. However, to everyone's surprise, after Lu Baiyan followed Li Shihong to the entrance of Amethyst Paramount Palace, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Li Shihong took a few steps forward, and found that Lu Baiyan hadn't followed him, so he couldn't help being stunned for a moment. "Young Master Lu?" Lu Baiyan turned around and looked up at the crowd outside the arena. "Young Master Lu? What's the matter with you? It's getting late, and a banquet has been prepared in the main hall. Please be sure to appreciate it." Li Shihong's polite words were interrupted with Lu Baiyan raising his hand. Li Shihong frowned inwardly. In his capacity, it has been a long time since a junior has been so disrespectful to him. However, he could not get angry with Lu Baiyan, because he was more worried that Lu Baiyan would suddenly go back on his word and refuse to give Li Moying treatment. Although Lu Baiyan has already made a promise just now, if he really wants to go back on his word, or if he wants to offer some extremely harsh conditions at a low price, then the Cloudy Qilin clan has no other choice. Coerced by him. After all, Li Moying's life was a priceless treasure to the Cloudy Qilin clan. No matter what the price was, it was worth it. Fortunately, Lu Baiyan did not behave as he feared. He turned his head to look, frowned, and said to Li Shihong, "Patriarch Li, this time I came to Arcane City, not alone, but with my junior sister. To tell you the truth, my junior sister's medical skills are also very good, but she is shy by nature and doesn't like to participate in such kinds of public competition. Young Master Li's condition is serious, and I still need my junior sister's assistance with the diagnosis and treatment, so I have to trouble Patriarch Li help me pick my junior sister up. When Li Shihong heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. He was already very, very happy to have such a divine doctor as Lu Bian. Unexpectedly, Lu Bian actually bought one and got one free, and brought a junior sister with outstanding medical skills. This was what he wished for most. Li Shihong was overjoyed, and hurriedly agreed, it should be. Divine Dr. Lu, don't worry, your junior sister was also a guest of our Cloudy Qilin clan, and I will send someone to invite her right away. I just don't know, where is she now? Lu Bian said, junior sister should just have watched me compete in the crowd. She is a very beautiful woman, wearing a light purple silk long dress, and also has my spirit medicine master's badge in her hand. You can just use that for verification. Li Shihong turned his head to look at Li Yuntao, beside him. Li Yuntao understood immediately, and personally took his disciples to find her in the crowd. Only then was Lu Bian satisfied, and followed Li Shihong into the Amethyst Paramount Palace. Li Yuntao hurried through the crowd, trying to find out the woman in the long purple dress. It's a pity that there were too many people, and everyone in the venue was about to leave at this time. The scene was extremely chaotic. Even if people from the Cloudy Qilin clan came out to maintain order, it was useless. Li Yuntao led a group of people and searched around for 2 hours, but failed to find the woman in purple. During this period, Li Shihong sent people to urge him several times, and Li Yuntao broke out in a sweat, but if he couldn't find it, he couldn't find it. He was so angry that he even scolded Li Qianyue, his favorite big disciple. How can you be so useless? You can't even find a person. A woman in a purple dress with a spirit medicine master's badge on her. Such a person is outstanding. As long as you look carefully, how can you not find it? It seems that you are not paying attention at all, are you? Get lost and look properly. Li Shihong was so anxious that he was about to lose his temper. He was very aware of the importance of this matter. What Lu Bian said just now meant that if he couldn't find his junior sister, he wouldn't be able to treat Li Moying's illness. Although they didn't know whether what Lu Bian said was true or not, but now, no matter what Lu Bian said, Li Shihong would nod in agreement, let alone such a trivial matter as finding his junior sister. Besides, if this kind of trivial matter can't be done well, it will only appear that the Cloudy Qilin clan was not capable enough. At this time, Li Shihong was sitting in the main hall with Lu Bian. The table in front of him was already filled with delicacies, but Lu Bian didn't even look at these dishes, just holding a teacup and waiting silently. Although he didn't urge him, Li Shihong knew that Lu Bian was getting impatient. The waiter at the door hurried in, and Li Shihong's eyes lit up immediately. How was it? Did you find someone? The waiter lowered his head and said in fear, report to the Patriarch, the person hasn't been found. Li Shihong was so angry that he slapped the table hard, and said angrily, what's going on? Why can't you find anyone? Elder Tao said that there are too many people watching the competition today. A lot. What do you mean by a lot? Li Shihong said angrily, it's only tens of thousands of people, but can it be called a lot? Every time the God Realm fights, the number of people watching is tens or hundreds of times that of today's, and I have never heard of it. What kind of trouble will happen? No one can be found here, and the elderly Yuntao doesn't have to do it. Li Shihong's face flushed with anger, and the waiters all knelt on the ground with a thump, not daring to make a sound. Li Shihong wanted to say something more, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Bian who was sitting on the ground, so he suppressed his anger and waved his hand to send the waiters away. Go and urge me again. Tell Li Yunhai to bring someone to look for him. Tell them brothers, even if the entire arcane city was turned over tonight, they must be found for me. Seeing the waiters retreat in a panic, Li Shihong turned to Lu Bian and sighed. Divine Dr. Lu, I really made you laugh. It's really outrageous that you can't even find anyone. But please rest assured, as long as your junior sister is in Arcane City, nothing will happen. She may have been lost in the large crowd, but they will definitely find her by tonight. Lu Bian put down his teacup and said in a cold voice, I hope so. Li Shihong was afraid that he would be worried, so he said a lot of words to comfort him. Lu Bian's long eyelashes drooped down, covering the emotions in his eyes and preventing Li Shihong from seeing the flashing smile in his eyes. Li Shihong thought that he was worried that Huang Yueli would be unsafe if she was alone outside, but in fact, he had no such worries at all. Huang Yueli has always been the only one who bullies others. Who could bully her? Dare to play tricks on her, that person must have ate a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. That person wouldn't even know how he died in the end. For example, this elder Li Yuntao. Without even thinking, Lu Bian figured that he had been screwed by Huang Yueli. He was 90% sure that Huang Yueli hid on purpose so that they couldn't find anyone, just waiting for Li Yuntao to be scolded. In fact, Lu Bian did not guess wrong. At this moment, Huang Yueli was sitting in an elegant seat on the second floor of a tea house close to Amethyst Paramount Palace, eating melon seeds, while idly looking at the street downstairs. Li Yuntao was scurrying around like a headless fly, holding the portrait in person. He walked around the streets to inquire about the whereabouts of the woman in the portrait. 3683, The Hateful Melon Seed Shells, 1. And she had gone back to the inn a long time ago to change her clothes, and now she was wearing a crimson-red dress instead of a light purple dress. Even on her face, she deliberately put on a little more rouge, which looked quite different from the portrait. Only ghosts were the only ones who could find her. However, seeing that it was getting late, she thought about it, and she didn't plan to continue watching an all-night show here. It's really happy to see Li Yuntao's misfortune, but her husband was still waiting for her to save him. This was a top priority that cannot be delayed. Huang Yueli casually threw the shells of the melon seeds that she just ate. What? Damn it. Where did the melon seed shells come from? Don't you want to live? How dare you throw melon seeds on top of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Who did it? Come out here. Everyone in the tea house looked at Huang Yueli with sympathetic eyes, thinking that this girl was definitely going to be in trouble. In Arcane City, no one can offend the Cloudy Qilin clan if they offend anyone. Usually no one dared to speak loudly when talking to members of the Cloudy Qilin clan, but now this girl poured a whole pot of melon seed shells on their heads. Moreover, she seemed to have a death wish. Those discarded melon seed shells fell on top of elderly Yuntao. It seems that she will never see the sun tomorrow. Did you hear that? Get out of here quickly. Otherwise, everyone in the tea house will sit together. Hearing the noise from downstairs, the faces of other guests were also a bit ugly, and someone couldn't help but urged, Girl, we all saw the melon seed shell you threw just now, please go down now. This kind of thing, even if you want to deny it, you can't deny it. After Huang Yueli finished her last sip of tea, she put down her cup and glanced at this person lightly. Go down? Sure, I'll go down. When did I say I wouldn't go down? With that said, she stood up, stretched lazily under the eager and anxious eyes of everyone, and then walked to the first floor without haste. Downstairs, Li Yuntao was full of anger, with his hands back, in a very awkward posture. He was picking out the broken shells of melon seeds that had fallen into his collar. As an esteemed elder of the ancient god clan, he actually had melon seed shells sprinkled on his head, not to mention how embarrassing he was. His first reaction was to quickly remove the melon seed shells from his hair and collar. However, melon seed shells are small things in the first place. The more anxious they were to get rid of them, the more they fell into the collar and fell directly into Li Yuntao's clothes. On the melon seed shell, there was a handful of itching powder that Huang Yueli casually sprinkled, which immediately caused a large red and itchy rash on Li Yuntao's back. This time, it was really enough for Li Yuntao. He wanted to scratch his back, but he couldn't make it too ugly because of his identity, and the melon seed shells inside his clothes kept falling. When it fell off, all the rubbed skin developed red rashes, and the situation became more and more serious. Li Yuntao stretched out his hands for a while, and bent down again for a while. He scratched his ears and cheeks, and was entangled to the extreme. It was like having a convulsion. "Master, what's wrong?" Li Qianyue saw this scene from a distance, and walked forward quickly, wanting to help, but didn't know where to start. Moreover, Li Yuntao's current state was really too weird, as if he had gone crazy. 3684, The Hateful Melon Seed Shells, 2. Li Qianyue wasn't sure what happened to him, so he didn't dare to approach him. Li Yuntao saw that he still dared to back away, and shouted angrily, "Didn't you see that thing with no eyes just poured the melon seed shells on my head? Why don't you hurry up and help me get those damned melon seed shells out of the way? Hurry!" "Huh? But..." Li Qianyue hesitated at first, because he really couldn't figure out how to get those melon seed shells out. So much has fallen into the clothes behind Li Yuntao, unless he took off his clothes now, otherwise, how could it be possible to get out? However, seeing Li Yuntao's expression that he was about to explode on the spot, he really didn't dare to speak out what was in his heart, so he could only nod submissively and said, "Yes, yes. This disciple will immediately think of a way, Li Qianyue hurriedly ran behind Li Yuntao. Li Yuntao saw that the others were not pleasing to the eye, and roared angrily, "What are you all doing standing there? Why don't you hurry up and catch that guy who littered?" The young cultivators of the Cloudy Qilin clan were already stunned by the sudden change, but at this moment they suddenly came back to their senses, turned around quickly and wanted to rush to the tea house. At this moment, a figure walked down the stairs slowly, holding on to the stairs. "Everyone, are you looking for me?" A maiden's voice, which had a tinge of laughter, resounded. When everyone looked up, they were all slightly taken aback. Although Huang Yueli deliberately changed her disguise, the change was not large, and she had no intention of continuing to act ugly, so at this time she still looked like an exceptional beauty. The young cultivators were overwhelmed by her beauty, and didn't realize it for a while. She was the culprit that caused Li Yuntao to be so crazy. However, Li Yuntao didn't have the heart to admire any beauties. Now he was so itchy that he could hardly control himself, and he was about to tear the clothes on his back. At the same time, he can't wait to tear the people who throw melon seed shells into pieces. Seeing a person coming down from upstairs, he didn't even see the other person's face clearly, so he pointed at her and shouted angrily, "Hurry up and take down that thing that doesn't have eyes." When the young cultivators heard the words, none of them obeyed immediately, but looked at the people around them hesitantly. Such a beautiful girl really doesn't look like a litterer. Elder Tao couldn't have made a mistake, right? What are you still doing in a daze? I searched all day today, but couldn't find anyone, and now I'm asking you to catch that bastard who threw the melon seed shells at me, but you can't do it? What's the use of you bastards? Seeing that they were not moving, Li Yuntao became even more annoyed. The cultivators had no choice but to go to Huang Yueli's side, but seeing such a delicate beauty, none of them had the heart to be rough on her, but said very politely, "Girl, someone threw a pot of melon seed shells upstairs just now. Did you see who threw it?" Huang Yueli smiled slightly, and said, "I saw it." The cultivators' eyes lit up, and they hurriedly asked, "Did you see it? Then you should quickly identify the person. Our elder is very angry this time. This person is going to be in trouble." Everyone stared at Huang Yueli, waiting for her to identify the culprit. They just said, how could the beauty in front of them do such a shameless thing? 3685, The Hateful Melon Seed Shells, 3. However, Huang Yueli smiled again, and said very calmly, I was the one who threw out that plate of melon seed shells just now. What? The cultivators all looked confused. Li Qianyue also said, Girl, you. If you haven't done such a thing, don't admit it indiscriminately. To tell you the truth, we are members of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The culprit who did that will up miserable in our elders' hands. Huang Yueli still had a relaxed and comfortable smile, and said unhurriedly, What I said is the truth. When I heard such a loud commotion downstairs, I thought some hooligans were fighting and causing trouble on the street. That's why I threw the melon seed shells, wanting to warn them. Unexpectedly, it was actually thrown on the elder of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The cultivators were stunned when they heard this. However, Li Qianyue and the others all showed terrified expressions. When they heard her opening remarks, they kept winking at Huang Yueli, trying to make her shut up quickly. This beauty was so courageous that she even dares to say such a thing. She even compared the esteemed elder of the Cloudy Qilin clan to a local hooligan. Didn't you see that Li Yuntao was so angry that his entire face was red? How dare she add fuel to the fire like this? Was she really brave, or simply stupid? It's a pity that the eyes of those cultivators were almost cramping, but they couldn't stop Huang Yueli from finishing her sentence. Li Qianyue hurriedly turned his head to look at Li Yuntao. As expected, Li Yuntao's complexion had turned to a liver color, the bloodshot eyes were clearly visible, and even the profound power in his body was a little out of control. He was on the verge of breaking out. Li Qianyue was already very afraid of Li Yuntao. Seeing his appearance, he originally wanted to plead for Huang Yueli, but now he did not dare to utter a single word. Li Yuntao suppressed the discomfort in his back, gritted his teeth, and said with a sneer, All right. Very good. It turns out that in your eyes, our dignified ancient gods are hooligans. You just admitted that you deliberately wanted to harm me, the evidence is conclusive. Someone, arrest her and put her in the dungeon. I must let her know what price she will pay for insulting the Cloudy Qilin clan. The aura around Li Yuntao was released. Under the coercion of the Dao Profound Realm powerhouse, all the cultivators present felt a huge sense of oppression. They lowered their heads one by one, not daring to even breath loudly. At the same time, everyone cast a sympathetic glance at Huang Yueli. In fact, when the Cloudy Qilin clan was yelling about on the street just now, while they stopped people and questioned them, many cultivators were dissatisfied, thinking that the clan was too arrogant and domineering. However, no one dared to speak out like Huang Yueli. Now, finally, someone dared to tell the truth, and taught Li Yuntao a lesson. She did such a gratifying thing, but in the end, what awaits this little girl will be an extremely miserable ending. Li Yuntao felt that his disciples were not obedient enough, so he went up to him himself, trying to tie Huang Yueli up. However, Huang Yueli took a step back at the right time, but just avoided his attack. Li Yuntao was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect that a mere teenage girl would have such skill. He became even more angry, and stepped forward to arrest her personally. However, just as he was about to touch Huang Yueli's wrist, he suddenly felt something in his hand, only to find that what he was grasping was a cold and hard badge. 3686, The Hateful Melon Seed Shells, 4. What's this? Li Yuntao felt that something was wrong, and immediately turned pale with shock. His first reaction was that Huang Yueli threw out a hidden weapon. With a flick of his wrist, he was about to throw the badge out. However, at this moment, Huang Yueli chuckled lightly and said, Elder Tao, if I were you, I would definitely not throw away the Spirit Medicine Master badge. If you really want to do this, you have to think about it carefully. Li Yuntao had already thrown the badge into the air, but suddenly he heard the words Spirit Medicine Master Badge. His mind buzzed, and his body reacted faster than his mind. A wave of profound force wrapped around the badge. Abruptly, the raw land rolled it back before it hit the ground. What? What did you say? What spirit medicine master badge? Li Yintao asked in shock. Huang Yueli didn't answer, but smiled and raised her chin, signaling Li Yintao to look at the item in his hands. Li Yintao looked down and almost jumped up. What he had in his hand was the badge of an earth-ranked spirit medicine master. Trembling, he turned the badge over. On the golden badge, Lu Bian's name was clearly written. Is this the spirit medicine master badge of Dr. Lu? Li Yintao widened his eyes, looked at the small badge in his hand, and couldn't believe it. Impossible? Where did you get it? What? How could the badge of divine Dr. Lu be in your hand? This must be a fake. Huang Yueli's eyes looked like she was looking at an idiot. I'm not capable of forging a spirit medicine master badge in such a short period of time. If you have any doubts, you can take it to the Heaven Elixir Pagoda to verify it. Let's see if it's true or not. What Huang Yueli said was so sure, she didn't have any guilty conscience at all. Li Yintao observed the expression on her face and had to admit that the possibility of her lying was very small. But, if this was really Lu Bian's badge, then the only reason why it appears here is. You are divine Dr. Lu's junior sister? Huang Yueli nodded, and said, if your so-called divine Dr. Lu is the owner of this badge, then yes, he was my senior brother. Li Yintao still didn't quite believe it, frowned, and asked suspiciously, But Dr. Lu clearly said that his junior sister was wearing a long lavender dress, and you don't look quite like the one in the portrait. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the portrait in the hands of a Cloudy Qilin clan disciple. Huang Yueli also glanced in that direction, and then said with a half-smile, this portrait was drawn by a member of your Cloudy Qilin clan, right? Li Yintao was taken aback. How do you know? Huang Yueli said as a matter of course, my brother is not only good at medical skills, he is even a master in painting. If he were to paint my portrait, how could he draw so poorly? It doesn't look like me at all. Unexpectedly, the Cloudy Qilin clan, as an ancient god clan that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, can't even find anyone who can draw. Li Yintao was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Huang Yueli's mouth was really too poisonous. Actually, through a portrait, the entire Cloudy Qilin clan was despised. According to Li Yintao's temper, he couldn't bear such a thing, but he couldn't get angry with Huang Yueli now, and he didn't even dare to say anything harsh. 3687, The Hateful Melon Seed Shells, 5. After all, this was Lu Bian's junior sister. If he said something wrong and offended the girl in front of him and she complained about him to Lu Bian, God knows if Lu Bian would go back on his word and refuse to treat Li Moying. If he was the person who caused the delay of healing young master's illness, the other elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan will eat him alive. In desperation, Li Yintao could only grit his teeth and swallow this forcibly. It seems that our artist did not paint well. He didn't even paint the charm of young Miss Li. It also caused a misunderstanding between us. I will definitely punish him when I go back. Huang Yueli smiled slightly, and said, so, Elder Tao doesn't intend to hold me accountable for throwing melon seed shells? Li Yintao hurriedly shook his head. What do you mean by holding you accountable? Young Miss Li, you did a great job of throwing the melon seed shells. If it weren't for the help of your pot of melon seed shells, we would not have found you. The clan's stinky boys are really too incompetent. You are sitting in the tea house, and they haven't found anyone. Everyone should be punished. He glanced coldly at a group of young disciples of the Cloudy Qilin clan behind him. Li Qianyue and the others lowered their heads one after another, as if humbly admitting their mistakes, but they couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. This tea house was the largest one near Amethyst Paramount Palace, and it couldn't be more conspicuous. Moreover, it's normal for people watching the competition to drink tea here when they leave. It's the place where Lu Baiyan's junior sister was most likely to stay. How could they have missed such an important place? In fact, they have been in and out of this tea house 7 or 8 times in a row, and every time they have shown that portrait to everyone in the tea house. However, Huang Yueli just didn't respond at all, and didn't admit that she was the person they were looking for. Li Yintao was already full of anger because of the melon seed shells, but now he can't get angry at Huang Yueli, so he can only vent his anger on these young disciples. Hence, they were at ones who suffered a relentless barrage of scolding. Someone was young and energetic, unconvinced, he couldn't help but raised his head, and retorted, "Elder Tao, you really can't blame us. We went to the tea house to see it just now, and I personally took the portrait to show young Miss Li, and even told her that we are looking for the junior sister who was the champion of today's medicinal pill competition. It was impossible for her not to know that we are looking for her, but she did not admit her identity." As soon as this person spoke, the scene immediately fell silent. His fellow disciples all subconsciously glanced at him, and were very speechless towards this kid. Who doesn't know about this? However, everyone knows the seriousness of the matter, and the most important thing now was to bring young Miss Li back as soon as possible. How dare he jump out and criticize young Miss Li? When Li Yintao heard this, he was so angry that he almost choked. He had guessed for a long time that Huang Yueli hid on purpose to watch their jokes. However, guessing was nothing but guessing. Being directly pointed out by someone was another matter. He was 30% angry, but suddenly became 80%. However, he quickly remembered his responsibilities, suppressed his breath, and turned to Huang Yueli, "Young Miss Li, this brat is really out of his mind, how dare he slander you like that? Don't worry, as an elder, I will ensure that he'll be severely punished." 3688 The Hateful Melon Seed Shells 6. Huang Yueli simply stood there as she watched the farce before her, and the smile on her face did not change at all. In fact, no matter whether it was the young man who suddenly jumped out to accuse her, or Li Yintao reluctantly lowered his head, it seemed to have no effect on her emotions. Huang Yueli glanced at the aggrieved young man lightly, and said, "What are you punishing him for? He didn't lie? I did see the portrait, but I didn't follow them down." "Young Miss Li, you are..." Li Yintao never expected that Huang Yueli would say this, and immediately froze. "Why didn't you tell them your identity? If we knew that you were here, we wouldn't have to look for you everywhere and search like headless flies." Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, and said with an innocent face, "Why should I tell you? My senior brother said that there are many bad guys out there. So when going out, especially more so for a weak woman like me who has no strength to restrain a chicken, it's even more important to be careful. Who knows what you are looking for me for? Seeing that you are yelling and screaming about, you are obviously not a good person. You. This time, Li Yintao wasn't about to vomit blood, but he really vomited blood. The red lump on his back was still itching to death, but he used all his willpower to not immediately take off his clothes and roll on the ground, but managed to stand still and talk to Huang Yueli here. Most of the profound energy in his body was used to suppress the lump on his back. Being provoked one after another, the circulation of profound energy was affected. Caught off guard, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Seeing that Li Yuntao's face turned blue and he could not stand still, his disciples rushed up and surrounded him anxiously. "Master, what's wrong with you? Elder Tao, what's going on? Could it be that something happened during your cultivation yesterday? Then what should we do? It's easy to lead damage to the meridians if you cultivate so carelessly." His symptoms looked like he had qi deviation and had gone crazy. The young cloudy Qilin disciples were more or less knowledgeable. After recognizing these symptoms, they were all anxious, and the scene became even more out of control. Huang Yueli watched coldly from the side, and secretly sneered. "It's just vomiting blood. Was a dignified elder of the ancient god clan so fragile? Who was he trying to fool, by pretending to be pitiful, by putting on this look? Did he think that by doing this, it would make her feel guilty? She still remembers how Li Yuntao made the choice when Li Moying and her were both seriously injured at the entrance to the secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. In the eyes of these so-called superior god clan elders, the life of a human girl was worthless. Huang Yueli's eyes were icy cold, and she really wanted to add more fire, and directly drive Li Yuntao to death here. However, seeing that it was getting late, she was still worried about Li Moying's condition, so she decided to let him go today. Huang Yueli took a few steps forward, stopped beside Li Yuntao, and said in a cold voice, "Elder, didn't you just say that my senior brother is looking for me? Where is he? When will I see him? If you're not here to bring me to meet him, then I don't have time to waste time here with you. I'll take a step first." With that said, she turned around and pretended to leave. When Li Yuntao saw it, his face turned green. 3689 finally entered Amethyst Paramount Palace, 1. He did so much just now, from vomiting blood to pretending to faint. He used so many low-handed methods that he used to disdain. In the end, all of them were for nothing. Young Miss Li acted as if she hadn't seen it at all. She didn't even frown. Seeing that Huang Yueli was really going to leave, Li Yuntao couldn't pretend anymore, so he quickly got up from the ground. "Young Miss Li, please stop quickly. We are definitely not lying to you. Your senior brother is very worried about your safety and has been looking for you. We will take you to find Divine Dr. Lu right now. You should come with us, don't let your senior brother worry." Huang Yueli showed an apprehensive expression, "But Elder Tao, don't you have an internal injury?" "It's not a problem, it's not a problem. It's just a little bit of injury, it's not a problem at all, it's because my disciples couldn't hold back and made a big fuss," making young Miss Li laugh. Li Yuntao was so angry that he almost vomited blood at Huang Yueli's sarcastic remarks. He gritted his teeth and held back, and placed all the blame on the disciples' heads again. This time even the kid who didn't have eyes just now knew how powerful he was, so he didn't dare to say anything casually, and silently bowed his head to bear the charge of making a fuss. Only then did Huang Yueli nod her head, and said, "If that's the case, I'll trouble Elder Tao to lead the way." Li Yuntao forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and personally sent Huang Yueli into the carriage. In the main hall of Amethyst Paramount Palace. The sumptuous dishes on the table had been reheated 3 times, but Lu Bian still only focused on drinking tea and refused to move his chopsticks. He resolutely stated that he must wait until his junior sister appeared. "Why does it take so long to find someone? My junior sister is young and beautiful. I'm really worried." Lu Bian made a sad expression on purpose. But he was secretly sighing in his heart, his junior sister could be a little too ruthless. It's been so long and she still hasn't shown up yet. He didn't know how long she would take to play with Li Yuntao and the others. Seeing his expression like this, Li Shihong felt even more dissatisfied with Li Yuntao in his heart. If Lu Bian was not still sitting here, he would have wished to go out and find someone in person. "Come on, hurry up. Tell Li Yuntao." Halfway through the conversation, a steward hurried in from the outside, directly knocked open the main hall door, and before he could catch his breath, he couldn't wait to speak. "Clan, Patriarch, Elder Tao, he. What happened to him? Did you find anyone?" Hearing this person's hesitant words, Li Shihong stood up all of a sudden, and asked eagerly. The steward nodded vigorously. Li Shihong finally showed joy, and clapped his palms vigorously. "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and invite young Miss Li to come in." Yes. Elder Tao has already brought people over." While speaking, a sound of footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Li Yuntao walked in front. His footsteps were so fast that he almost wanted to run. However, after he walked a few steps, he had to stop again and turn to look behind him. Because, no matter how impatient he was, Huang Yueli always walked behind him unhurriedly. Although the speed was not very slow, it was definitely not fast. In Li Yuntao's eyes, it was no different from a snail crawling. "Young Miss Li, can I trouble you to hurry up? Our patriarch is urging you." Hearing Li Shihong's voice from the main hall, Li Yuntao was so impatient. It took so long to find this little girl today, and Li Shihong urged him so many times, it was obvious that he was getting impatient. If he continued to procrastinate, the consequences would definitely be serious. However, it was useless just because he was anxious. Huang Yueli didn't seem to understand his difficulties at all, and asked innocently, "Elder Tao, why are you walking so fast?" "Much better than me, I am such a weak woman, how can I keep up with you?" Li Yuntao was choked yet again. Huang Yueli's words were too reasonable. This little girl looks weak, and she is also a spirit medicine master. Her cultivation level would definitely not be very good. It was normal for her to be unable to keep up with him. Li Yuntao originally had a lot of things to say, but now he couldn't say anything. He could only suppress his anger with all his strength, and watched Huang Yueli walk forward, little by little. The corridor of Amethyst Paramount Palace was very long, and it took a lot of time to walk from the entrance to the main hall. Li Yuntao was so anxious that he broke out in sweat, and he waited until Huang Yueli walked to the gate. He quickly pushed open the door of the main hall, and walked in quickly. "Patriarch, Divine Dr. Liu, I've already found young Miss Li. Young Miss Li, your senior brother is here, and he's very worried about you." Seeing Li Yuntao who was sweating profusely, Lu Bian raised his eyebrows, then turned to look at Huang Yueli, behind him. His gaze fell on Huang Yueli's face, and he couldn't help but freeze. It wasn't until Huang Yueli blinked at him that Lu Bian came back to his senses. His junior sister's disguise technique was really amazing. "I don't know what she did, but it's completely different from the portrait he asked people to draw." You know, he had seen that portrait before, and the artist's level was very high. With just a few words, he painted Huang Yueli's charm to about 90%. In the end, all these efforts were in vain. Huang Yueli changed her clothes and casually changed her makeup, which was completely different from the one in the portrait. Lu Bian looked at Huang Yueli, then at Li Yuntao, and shook his head secretly. One can tell at a glance that Li Yuntao had been abused by his junior sister so badly. Even he felt a little sympathy for that guy. Li Shihong was taken aback when he saw Huang Yueli. This. He turned to look at Lu Bian. "Young Master Lu, is this your junior sister?" He could also see that Lu Bian's junior sister looked different from the portrait. Lu Bian nodded, "That's right. Junior sister, where have you gone? I'm so worried." "You're a girl, it's too unsafe to be outside at night." He put on a worried look, and he really looked like a good brother who was worried about the safety of his junior sister. Seeing how cooperative he was, Huang Yueli immediately put on a frightened look, and said pitifully, "Senior brother, I'm sorry, I was accidentally squeezed out by the crowd and lost my way. I even met a bunch of bad guys. Thanks to Elder Tao, who brought someone to rescue me. If it was later, I'm afraid it would be even more dangerous." Li Shihong heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Fortunately, it's good that he didn't find the wrong person. At least he found Divine Dr. Liu's junior sister. But when he heard the back, he couldn't help feeling a little angry, and turned towards Li Yuntao in dissatisfaction. "Look, it scares the girls like this." If Li Yuntao's ability was stronger, he could have found him earlier, and young Miss Li would not have been frightened by these things. Li Shihong thought so in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Telling this matter will only make Lu Bian dissatisfied. Since Lu Bian didn't notice, he doesn't need to remind the other party. However, when Li Yuntao saw Li Shihong's eyes, he suddenly understood what he was thinking, and couldn't help crying out in his heart. "Did you make a mistake? That stinky girl must have pretended too much, right? What kind of little white flower was she pretending to be? She was clearly a tricky and hateful little girl. Just now she was sitting in the tea house drinking tea leisurely, taking them as a joke, and even threw the melon seed shell into his clothes. Everyone was played around by her. Weak? Where was she weak? Still afraid of being bullied by bad guys? Which bad guy sees her, doesn't run away crying? Li Yintao was so depressed, but he didn't dare to say anything. Seeing how Lu Bian cared for Huang Yueli in every possible way, he must dote on this junior sister very much, unless he wanted to mess up his consultation with Li Moying. Otherwise, that little girl was someone he could not afford to offend. There was already a huge fire burning in his heart but couldn't let it out, causing the profound energy in his body to fluctuate violently. Originally, he managed to suppress the itch on his back, but at this moment, it flared up again, making him feel uncomfortable all over. However, he was now in front of Li Shihong, which was even more embarrassing than when he was at the tea house just now, and there was no way to scratch. Li Yintao endured and endured, the muscles on his face began to twitch. Huang Yueli was beside him, so she could see his expression in full view, and immediately called out, "Ah! Elder Tao, what's wrong with you? Why are you in such pain? Could it be that you have lost your temper?" Li Yuntao's profound strength was already in chaos, but after hearing this, he almost vomited blood again. If he really went mad, it was definitely because he was pissed off by this stinky girl. Li Shihong didn't understand what was going on at all. With a puzzled look on his face, "Yuntao, what happened to you today? I searched for someone for a long time before, and now you have such an expression. Could it be that you really had a qi deviation during your cultivation? What's the problem, are you feeling unwell today? Here." Li Yintao gritted his teeth, struggling in every possible way. This stinky girl was simply too deceitful. Do you really think that he was a majestic elder of the Cloudy Qilin clan who can do nothing to her? Even if she was Lu Bian's junior sister, this was the territory of the Cloudy Qilin clan after all. If he reveals the true face of this stinky girl, even if Li Shihong doesn't dare to offend them now, it won't be so when Li Moying recovers in the future. Li Yintao decided not to be patient any longer, but to tell all the things Huang Yueli did. But at this moment, Lu Bian suddenly spoke. "Patriarchally, it looks like Elder Tao has a wheel rash. This problem was usually only experienced by ordinary cultivators. I never thought that Elder Tao, who is a strong Dao profound realm, will suffer from this problem. But it's alright, I'm the best at curing such ailments. As long as I take this bottle of medicine, the disease will be cured immediately." Without saying anything, Lu Bian took out a medicine bottle from his interspatial ring and handed it to Li Yintao. Li Yintao looked at the small medicine bottle, struggling endlessly in his heart. Lu Bian could tell what was wrong with him at a glance, so he must also be able to see that Huang Yueli had poisoned him. The other party took out the antidote, obviously trying to seal his mouth. If he insisted on telling what Huang Yueli had done, then Lu Bian would not have to treat him. Although Li Yintao didn't believe that no one else could cure this poison, the lump was really uncomfortable. It was so painful and itchy that he wished he could fall to the ground and roll around. If he doesn't detoxify quickly, he doesn't know what he will do in the next moment. Li Yintao had no choice. After struggling for a while, he was quickly defeated. He clenched his teeth, and took the medicine bottle from Lu Bian. "Then thank you, Divine Dr. Lu." Lu Bian smiled and waved his hands, with an approachable look. "Elder Tao, you are too polite. You can help me find my junior sister, which was the greatest favor to me. It's just to give you a bottle of medicinal pill. That's all, it's easy, you don't have to take it to heart." Without knowing it, Li Shihong went in and watched from the sidelines. Immediately, his impression of Lu Bian became even better. Speaking of today's matter, Li Yintao didn't handle it well. He spent a long time looking for someone. Even if Lu Bian blamed him, it should be done. However, Lu Bian didn't mean to blame him at all. Instead, he expressed his gratitude, and even took out a bottle of medicinal pill to Li Yuntao. Such a mind, such a bearing, really deserves to be a generation of divine doctors. And Lu Baiyan's junior sister also looks outstanding, she looks like a lady of a noble family. Li Shihong hurriedly said, Divine Dr. Lu, you really make us feel ashamed. Come on, sit down, now that young Miss Li has been found, can you rest assured and have a few more drinks with me? Li Shihong pulled Lu Baiyan to sit down, and cast Li Yuntao a glance at the same time. His gaze was filled with disgust. How could Li Yuntao not understand that after being tricked by his junior sister, he was tricked by her senior brother again? This pair of brothers and sisters were really black-bellied to the bone. He fell too hard today. However, he had already missed the best opportunity to expose the two of them. Now that Li Shihong has sent him down, he can no longer stay here. Li Yuntao gritted his teeth fiercely, walked a few steps, and looked back at the three people who were chatting happily in the main hall. Lu Baiyan, and that dead girl. Humph. We've got a bad debt. Don't be complacent, one day, I'll let the patriarch see your true colors. Wait for me. After Li Yuntao left, a smile finally appeared on Li Shihong's tense face, and he asked Lu Baiyan and Huang Yueli to sit down, introduced delicacies one after another, and warmly invited them to taste. He was full of compliments on Lu Baiyan's medical skills, but he was still a bit tentative in his conversation, and he kept asking about Lu Baiyan's background and his master's succession. Lu Baiyan naturally wouldn't fail to hear it, but he wasn't surprised at all. Anyway, the Cloudy Qilin clan regards Li Moying as the most precious treasure of the entire clan, and they are absolutely cautious about matters related to him. Even if he won the first place in the competition and seemed to be the person most likely to cure Li Moying, the Cloudy Qilin clan couldn't trust him completely. Lu Baiyan took out the statement he had prepared a long time ago. To tell you the truth, patriarchally, I am a descendant of the White Fin clan, but I didn't learn the spirit medicine technique from the clan. Oh? You are from the White Fin clan? Li Shihong's eyes lit up when he heard this. The White Fin clan was the least numerous among the 12 ancient god clans. Compared with the Cloudy Qilin clan and the Voracious Wyvern, which had the largest numbers, their number was only about 10% of their number. However, the status of the White Fin clan amongst the god clan was very high. That's precisely because the White Fin clan was a clan rich in divine doctors. Due to the natural talent of the powerful wood attribute, every member of the White Fin clan has the talent to become a spirit medicine master, and even heaven-ranked spirit medicine masters are very common among the White Fin clan. Although there are fewer saint-ranked spirit medicine masters, there are definitely more of them than other god clan. Since Lu Baiyan has the blood of the White Fin clan, it was normal for him to have outstanding medical skills. Lu Baiyan nodded, and said again, I do have the blood of the White Fin clan, but it was not an official White Fin clan, because my great-grandmother was a member of the White Fin clan, and later married the human race, and by the time it passed down in my generation, the bloodline is already very thin. My family was not an ancestral spirit medicine master at first, and I only started to learn the medicinal pill technique after acknowledging a reclusive saint-level spirit medicine master as my master. This, of course, had been discussed with Huang Yueli earlier. And Huang Yueli's identity was the daughter of his reclusive master. Li Shihong then curiously asked about Lu Baiyan's parentage, but Lu Baiyan started to play dumb at this moment, saying that he didn't know the identity of his master, and that his master kept secret about his past. More than 80% of these words were lies. However, the only detail was true. Lu Baiyan really has the blood of the White Fin clan, and has the unique aura of the White Fin clan on his body. Taking advantage of Lu Baiyan's inattention, Li Shihong secretly released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming this point, he believed his words. Immediately, he became more confident in Lu Baiyan's medical skills. After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, Lu Baiyan suddenly felt that someone beside him tugged on his sleeve. As soon as Lu Bian turned her head, she met Huang Yueli's big watery eyes. There was obvious impatience in her eyes, and she was pursing her lips slightly, staring at him dissatisfied. It was only then that Lu Bian realized that his little junior sister couldn't wait to see her husband. Seeing that he was only interested in chatting with Li Shihong, she was unhappy. Lu Bian shook his head helplessly. His junior sister was good at everything, but there was one thing. She was too enamored of her man? Anyway, Li Moying has been in a coma for so long, and he can't die, so it's the same if he goes to see a doctor tomorrow during the day, isn't it? Lu Bian only hesitated for a while, and suddenly, he felt a tingling pain on his arm. Ouch! He was pinched by Huang Yueli, and he cried out in pain. Li Shihong asked in surprise, "Young Master Lu, what's wrong with you?" Lu Bian's facial expression distorted for a moment, and he quickly picked up the wine glass to cover up, coughed a few times, and said, "This. I was wondering what the condition of the noble young master is? If it's convenient, can we check on him now?" When Li Shihong heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. He didn't expect that Lu Bian not only had outstanding medical skills, but also was so dedicated that he had to see Li Moying tonight before he even finished his meal. There was no reason for Li Shihong to refuse, so he immediately agreed, got up immediately, and personally took Lu Bian and Huang Yueli to see Li Moying. From the main hall to the back mountain, there was quite a distance, and the maids walked in front with lanterns to guide the three of them. Along the way, Li Shihong and Lu Bian kept talking in low voices, and the topic revolved around Li Moying's condition. "Divine Dr. Lu, to be honest, number 23, whom you attended to in the third round of competition, has symptoms that were closest to Moying's. Since you can heal number 23, there should not be too big of a problem to heal Moying?" Li Shihong asked tentatively. Lu said quietly, "That's not necessarily the case. Even if the symptoms appear to be the same, the actual cause may not be the same. We still need to see the patient and make a careful diagnosis before making a judgment." Hearing this, Li Shihong was a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, it was this professional attitude that made this person even more reliable. If Lu Bian opened his mouth and said that he would definitely be able to cure Li Moying, he would feel uneasy. Then, "Divine Dr. Lu, what do you think of a disease like Moying, who has been in a coma for several months for no reason?" Lu Bian already knew the real reason for Li Moying's injury from Huang Yueli, but it was impossible for him to tell the truth directly. Just as he was thinking about how to speak, Huang Yueli suddenly caught up a few steps from behind and walked up to them. She turned to look at Li Shihong, patriarchally, "Before you ask about young Master Li's condition, shouldn't you also tell us how did young Master Li get injured? Only when we know the ins and outs of the matter can we judge." Li Shihong hesitated for a moment, and then said, "It's not that I don't want to tell you too, but, even I don't know how Moying was injured. I think you two have heard about some rumors before coming here. There are rumors going around, and to tell you the truth, these rumors are true, and the person who injured Moying was Huang Sanbai of the Sacred Phoenix clan. However, we don't know what he did. By the time Elder Tao rushed over, Moying was already in a coma, until today." "Oh? So, when Elder Tao rescued him, young Master Li was alone?" Li Shihong nodded, "That's right, that's right. When Moying went out, there were a few guards by his side, but they were all seriously injured, and they haven't woken up yet." Huang Yueli nodded when she heard the words, "So that's it." However, where Li Shihong couldn't see, a chill flashed across Huang Yueli's face. Sure enough, after Li Yuntao and the others returned to the Cloudy Qilin clan, they didn't even mention her existence. Li Yuntao has been punished a lot today, but the other party was really not wronged at all. Come to think of it, everyone thought that she had died at the entrance of that secret realm, right? I don't know how these people would feel when they saw that she had suddenly come back to life, and that she had infiltrated into the Cloudy Qilin clan in an open manner. While speaking, the three of them had arrived at the gate of the small courtyard where Li Moying lived. Li Shihong pushed open the door with his own hands, and walked in with Lu Bian and Huang Yueli. "Young Master Lu, young Miss Li, this is where Moying lives. Since he was injured that day, he has been unconscious like this. No matter what methods we use, he has no response." In order for Lu Bian to make an accurate diagnosis, Li Shihong began to eloquently introduce the various measures they had taken to wake up Li Moying over the past 2 months. Lu Bian listened very carefully, but Huang Yueli didn't seem to hear Li Shihong's voice at all. Her eyes focused on Li Moying's face, and all her thoughts were occupied by the unconscious man in front of her. When Huang Sanbai plotted against them at the entrance of Saint Iniquitous Shadow's secret realm, both of them were seriously injured. She thought that this time, both of them were really going to die together. Later, people from the Cloudy Qilin clan rescued Li Moying. Although she was left alone, Huang Yueli didn't have much resentment in her heart. Because she knew that the clansmen of the Cloudy Qilin clan would definitely do everything they could to save Li Moying. As long as Li Moying could live well, it didn't matter if she died. "I just hope that when Li Moying wakes up, he won't be too sad for her, and don't go against the heavens and sacrifice himself to forcefully save her." This was really the end. However, what happened after was beyond her expectations. She actually fell into the secret realm of Saint Iniquitous Shadow once again, and it was a blessing in disguise. She attained the inheritance of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Not only did she not die there, on the contrary, her cultivation base greatly improved. She broke through the bottleneck in just over a short period, and entered the heart-profound realm. On the contrary, the Cloudy Qilin clan's side was really too weak. Up to now, they have not found a way to save Li Moying. Even though she knew that Li Moying's life was not in danger, Huang Yueli felt extremely worried when she thought of him lying on the bed. Although she didn't show it on her face, every night she would be awakened by nightmares. And now, she can finally see Li Moying again. Her husband was only a few steps away from her. As long as she stretched out her hand, she could touch and feel his body temperature. Ahem. Lu Bian's heavy cough suddenly sounded behind her, and Huang Yueli was shocked, and suddenly snapped back to her senses. Only then did she realize that she had unknowingly walked to Li Moying's bedside, and stretched out her hands towards Li Moying, her slender fingers almost touching Li Moying's face. Li Shihong, who was beside Lu Bian, was looking at her with surprised and strange eyes, as if he didn't understand why she reached out to take advantage of Li Moying. Huang Yueli was embarrassed for a moment, but her face was still extremely calm, and she slowly retracted her hand. "Senior brother, have you finished asking? It's useless to ask for a long time, so I should quickly check the pulse of young Master Li in order to accurately judge the condition? I see that young Master Li still has a bit of depression between his brows, and I don't know why, so it's best to check if he's hurt. If you can't take care of it, then I'll come attend this for you first." After hearing these words, Li Shihong showed an expression of revelation. It turns out that young Miss Li was also a spirit medicine master with extraordinary medical skills, and she was so dedicated. As soon as she entered the door, she thought about seeing the patient quickly. She stretched out her hand. It was because she must be trying to diagnose Li Moying's pulse. Li Shihong hurriedly said, "Two divine doctors, I have already finished talking about Moying. After he passed out, we asked many spirit medicine masters to see him. A few Saint-level spirit medicine masters have given pills, and I'll send someone to send you the list later. Please feel free to diagnose and treat, don't worry about anything." Li Shihong had a good attitude and was very cooperative. Lu Bian glanced at Huang Yueli, and saw that she had put on a decent smile again, and couldn't help laughing secretly. This little girl was too good at pretending. The words just now really sounded as if she had really meant that. Even an experienced old fox like Li Shihong was fooled by her. Just as he was thinking, Huang Yueli suddenly glared at him. Lu Bian received her urging signal, clenched his fist and put it on his lips, coughed again. This Patriarchally. I have a merciless request. Your Excellency, just say it. No matter what the request is, our Cloudy Qilin clan will definitely be able to meet it. Li Shihong said hurriedly. Lu Bian said, this was actually not a difficult thing to do. It's just that when my junior sister and I are treating patients, we need to use our master's exclusive pulse diagnosis method, which cannot be passed on to the outside world. Therefore, I have to trouble the patriarch and several elders avoid it for a while. Not only today, but also in the future when we diagnose and treat, no outsiders are allowed to be present. This. There was obvious hesitation on Li Shihong's face. Although most doctors do not allow people to watch, but this was a god-level genius of their Cloudy Qilin clan. He was really worried if he was not watching from the sidelines. In case someone was unfavorable to Li Moying, the Cloudy Qilin clan cannot afford such a blow. Even when the elders from the Heaven Elixir Pagoda headquarters came, he did not avoid suspicion and leave. Divine Dr. Liu, I'm not a spirit medicine master, and I don't have any talent for alchemy. Even if I watch from the sidelines, I can't learn your unique skills. Please don't worry. Li Shihong tried to persuade Lu Bian. However, Lu Bian shook his head resolutely. I'm sorry, patriarchally. If you can't agree to my condition, we won't be able to treat young Master Li. We can only ask you to hire another wise man. Li Shihong gritted his teeth, struggling in his heart. No matter which option he chooses, it was unacceptable to him. However, in the end, he could only choose to give in. Alright, then please take care of Divine Dr. Liu and young Miss Li. I'll just go outside and wait. As Li Shihong said, he took another look at Li Moying, who was motionless on the bed, and then turned and left the room. However, his consciousness still locked the room tightly. Once there was any abnormal movement inside, he would be able to detect it in time. Even if there was a door across the room, he was confident that he would be able to arrive in time for rescue. After sending Li Shihong away, Lu Bian said to Huang Yueli, Junior sister, oh junior sister, you are too careless. Li Shihong is still here, yet you want to take advantage of the young master, TSK. If I hadn't reacted in time, you will be regarded as a female pervert, caught and drowned in a pig cage. Huang Yueli gave him a blank look, and also whispered, what pervert? I just wanted to touch him to see if his body temperature was normal. There was absolutely no other meaning. Oh? Really? I think you were drooling just now? Oh come on. Li Moying is at most a little more handsome than me. Why is there so much drool? Huang Yueli pursed her lips. Who was drooling? Besides, my family, Moying, is the most handsome in the entire god realm, more than just a little bit more handsome than you. Humph. Saying that, she walked to Li Moying's side again. Li Moying lay quietly on the bamboo bed, covered with spirit-gathering arrays, her eyes were tightly closed, and her long eyelashes left a faint shadow under her eyes. Although he was unconscious, his breathing was still steady. His face looked slightly pale, but his expression was very quiet, as if he was just asleep. Huang Yueli looked at the familiar handsome face, her affectionate gaze lingered as she bit her lips lightly with her teeth. Standing behind her, Lu Bian looked at her gentle and affectionate gaze, feeling somewhat disappointed in his heart. After being separated from Huang Yueli and the others for the past 2 years, he cultivated alone. Not only his cultivation level improved a lot, but his state of mind as well. Especially the moment he broke through the 10th level, his entire soul was sublimated. The relationship between them has also faded a lot. There are some things that belong to him and cannot escape after all. But it's not his, no matter how much you force it, you can't get it. His lastly may always be in his heart, but it was no longer a bloody wound on his heart. However, these two people can show their affection in such a way that one was awake and the other was in a coma. As a single person, he still feels anguished. Lu Bian coughed heavily again. Huang Yueli was startled, then blushed with embarrassment, before she said, "Senior brother, why do you keep coughing today? Did you catch a cold? You are a doctor yourself, why are you so careless about your body?" Lu Bian chortled as he rebutted, "Are you still checking his pulse? If not, I'll do it instead. Patriarchally is still waiting outside." Huang Yueli knew that this was Lu Bian reminding her that if she did something inappropriate, Li Shihong would easily find out. "Of course I'm going to check his pulse. But I have to follow the 4 ways of diagnosis. Look, listen, question, and then feel the pulse. Aren't I looking now? Then you've been looking long enough," Lu Bian complained. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth in anger, and reached out to touch Li Moying's forehead. The fair hand stayed there for a long time. During the whole process, Huang Yueli closed her eyes slightly, and the profound energy fluctuations in her body also became intense, as if she was thinking about something. Lu Bian stood behind her, not daring to disturb her. It was not until Huang Yueli opened his eyes again that he asked in a low voice, "How is it? What's the situation with Li Moying now?" Although he was a serious spirit medicine master, no one knew better than Huang Yueli on the symptoms of evil qi entering the body, so at this time, it was natural to rely on her opinion. Huang Yueli pondered and said, "Moying's situation is a bit different from mine. When I was practicing the iniquitous shadow secret manual, I was just invaded by evil qi in my body, so although I couldn't move, my mind was quite clear, and I could mobilize most of the profound energy in my body, but Moying." She frowned. "After these 2 months, evil qi have invaded all his meridians and dantian, and even his soul has been affected. If it wasn't for his special constitution, he wouldn't be able to bear it at all. Even his consciousness is no longer clear. I tried to communicate with him with my spiritual consciousness just now, but I didn't get any response. In addition, there is a lot of evil qi in his body, at least hundreds of times that of number 23's. Huang Yueli and Lu Bian looked at each other and came to a conclusion: it's probably not as easy as we thought at first to wake him up. Lu Bian frowned. "How can this be? Even if you say it's not easy, then, we can even forget about others." Huang Yueli thought about it again, and said, "I just said that the situation was a bit different from what I expected, and it doesn't mean that it can't be cured. Saint Iniquitous Shadow once said that Moying can withstand the soul-splitting technique, then this bit of evil qi will definitely not pose a fatal threat to him. Then what should we do now?" Lu Bian stared at Li Moying on the bed and asked. Huang Yueli said, "How about this, I will try to teach him the Iniquitous Shadow secret manual first." Lu Bian was startled, and asked strangely, "He's already lost his consciousness. How are you going to teach him such a complicated secret manual?" Huang Yueli directly sat down beside Li Moying's bed. "It's of course impossible for him to read by himself now, but I can imbue the evil qi in my body into his meridians, arouse the resonance of the evil qi in his body, and then guide the evil qi in the direction indicated in the secret manual. As long as he can complete the first 60 cycles, he can expel half of the evil qi that has invaded his primordial spirit, so that his consciousness can be clearer." Lu Bian said happily, "There's actually such a way. Why didn't you say it earlier?" "Then let's start now?" Huang Yueli glanced at him. "Do you think this is easy? The evil qi in my body was not as much as his. It's very difficult to control the movement of these evil qi in one cycle, not to mention 60 cycles." Lu Bian frowned again. "Then what should I do? Since there is no other way, no matter how difficult it is, we can only try." Huang Yueli's eyes fell on Li Moying's face. This handsome and powerful man was lying quietly at this moment. Under the dim light, his perfect facial features and fair skin looked unreal, like a dream. When he was sober, he was so powerful and domineering, but now he can't even move. Huang Yueli brushed her fingers over Li Moying's tall nose. Her gaze gradually became firm. "Senior brother, I will ask you to help me next." Lu Bian hurriedly said, "I've been waiting for your words. Tell me, what do you need me to do?" Huang Yueli said, when my evil qi enters Li Moying's body, it will definitely cause him serious discomfort and his body temperature will rise rapidly. Once the situation was serious, it may still cause permanent damage to him, so, we need to rely on senior brother's technique of golden needles to stabilize his physical condition. Lu Bian nodded. I see. Was there anything else I should do? Huang Yueli shook her head and said, also, forget it, the gap between you and Moying's cultivation base was a bit big, and you haven't cultivated evil qi. If you make a move, you will be easily backlashed. So, wait a minute, no matter what happens, you must not act casually, lest you be involved. Lu Bian's face darkened upon hearing the words. In the past, when his little junior sister made a move, she needed him to protect, but now he was actually told not to make a move. This was simply a disgrace to him. But, who made him unable to keep up with them in his current cultivation? Lu Bian secretly made up his mind to practice harder in the future, at least not to be a drag, right? Huang Yueli reiterated the other precautions to Lu Bian once more before she climbed to the inside of the bamboo bed, helped Li Moying up with Lu Bian, and put him in a meditation position. Huang Yueli sat behind Li Moying, raised her right hand and placed it on his vest. Lu Bian had already opened the set of golden needles specially made by Huang Yueli, holding his breath and concentrating on it, ready to administer it at any time. Huang Yueli took a deep breath. All right, let's start now. Lu Bian nodded. Huang Yueli slowly imbued evil qi into Li Moying's body. The evil qi in Li Moying's meridians was originally dormant, but after contact with the intruding energy from the outside world, it immediately had a violent reaction. Like a beast coming out of the gate, it swooped towards her. Huang Yueli let out a muffled ugh from her throat. At the same time, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Originally, Lu Bian was fully on guard, ready to administer Li Moying the needle, but he didn't expect that the first injured person was not Li Moying, but Huang Yueli. He suddenly became nervous, moved closer to Huang Yueli, observed her expression carefully, and said in a low voice, "Junior sister? Junior sister, how are you doing?" Huang Yueli opened her eyes slightly, gritted her teeth and said, "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me, just keep an eye on Moying's situation." But Lu Bian frowned. From his point of view, Huang Yueli's situation seems to be much more dangerous than Li Moying's. Li Moying's face was still as usual, like a perfect doll just like before, motionless. The burst of profound energy just now had an impact on only Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli said, "Senior brother, you don't have to worry, I know what's my limit. Just keep an eye on Moying." Seeing her persistence, Lu Bian had no choice but to return to his original position. Huang Yueli took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the internal injury she suffered just now, mobilized the evil qi again, and slowly probed towards Li Moying's meridians. This time, with lessons learned from the past, she became more cautious in her actions. First, she used a very weak evil qi to test Li Moying's meridians. Sure enough, the force she used was relatively weak, and the backlash caused was relatively weak. She easily withstood the impact and let her evil qi mix into Li Moying's. The test was successful, which lifted Huang Yueli's spirit. However, she continued to be cautious, and did not get carried away with success just because she had achieved some results. She has always maintained a slow but steady speed, gradually increasing the concentration of the evil qi penetrating into Li Moying's meridians. After her evil qi reached a certain level, she began to try to integrate Li Moying's evil qi, and let them follow the iniquitous shadow secret manual designated direction. In the beginning, she spent a lot of effort to make Li Moying's evil qi follow her a little bit. Just such a small amount caused her to exhaust almost all her mental strength. Her face gradually turned red, and big droplets of perspiration dripped down her forehead. Lu Bian had already begun to administer needles for Li Moying, but from the corner of his eyes, he was always paying attention to Huang Yueli's situation. Seeing her in such a difficult and painful state, he felt nervous and worried. but because of Huang Yueli's order just now, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and he didn't dare to interrupt her in the middle. He could only hope in his heart that Huang Yueli's guiding process would go smoothly. Fortunately, after a while, Huang Yueli's complexion obviously became much better, and the profound energy escaping from her body also eased a lot. Seeing such a situation, Lu Bian let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Huang Yueli was getting better and better, and successfully made the evil qi in Li Moying's body follow her. The fact was exactly what he had thought. Although it was very difficult at the beginning, the evil qi in Huang Yueli's body and Li Moying's meridians actually came from the same source, hence they could be integrated with each other. Given some time, through the Saint Iniquitous Shadow Secret Manual, she finally gained the initiative to lead the evil qi. The evil qi flowing through Li Moying's meridians became smoother and faster. Huang Yueli's tense nerves also relaxed a little, and she began to guide the evil qi according to the secret manual. The evil qi passed through the first meridian slowly but smoothly, then the second, and the third. Huang Yueli was immersed in this process, completely unaware of how much time had passed. Finally, the evil qi circulated through all of Li Moying's meridians. As long as it returned to the dantian again, it will complete a whole cycle of circulation. After the first cycle was completed, the rest will be much simpler. Seeing that the victory was in sight, Huang Yu was also a little excited in her heart, but she still controlled the evil qi very carefully, and slowly moved towards Li Moying's dantian. But at this moment, a sudden change appeared. The moment this mixed evil qi entered the dantian, Huang Yueli felt a huge burst of energy erupting from Li Moying's body. This energy was dozens of times stronger than the backlash she encountered at the beginning. It was far beyond what Huang Yueli could bear. Pft. Huang Yueli suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, her whole body was bounced off, and she fell straight backwards. Fortunately, there was a wall behind Li Moying's bamboo bed, which prevented Huang Yueli from falling too badly. But even so, this blow was enough for her. Huang Yueli only felt that her internal organs seemed to be on fire. The evil qi in the meridians also began to scurry around, reaching the verge of losing control. Junior sister. What's wrong with you? What happened? Are you all right? Seeing this, Lu Bian really couldn't care less about obeying Huang Yueli's orders, so he rushed towards her, grabbed her wrist, and was about to check her pulse. Huang Yueli coughed twice. It's nothing serious. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Divine Dr. Lu, Divine Dr. Lu. What happened just now? Why is there such a big commotion? Did something happen? Hurry up and open the door and let us in. Li Shihong's anxious voice sounded outside the door. Obviously, when Huang Yueli was bounced away just now, the noise was too loud. Li Shihong and the others had been guarding outside the door, so it was impossible not to hear it. During the consultation, there was actually a fighting sound, which made them worried, and they couldn't help knocking on the door to ask questions. Lu Bian's expression froze. He quickly raised the volume, and said, just now, the profound energy in young Master Li's body was stimulated by my acupuncture, which made a little noise. Please don't worry, Patriarchally, this is the most critical moment for the treatment. You must not come in now, otherwise, all previous efforts will be wasted. Li Shihong almost couldn't help but break in at first, but when he heard this, he immediately stopped. If what Lu Bian said was true, he could actually make the profound energy in Li Moying's body react. This was already a sign of an effective treatment. When other doctors treated Li Moying, it was as if Li Moying had fallen asleep. Not to mention the recoil of his profound strength, they couldn't even touch the threshold. This also shows that Lu Bian's treatment method was really effective. But, what if something unexpected had happened inside? Li Shihong was still not at ease with Lu Bian, an unfamiliar doctor, but after weighing it for a long time, he decided to wait and see what happened next. Beside Li Shihong, several of the most important elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan had arrived. Hearing the noise just now, they were also very anxious and wanted to go in to see what happened. Patriarch, is this divine Dr. Lu credible? Healing is one thing, how could there be a crashing sound? Isn't that so? He wouldn't be abusing the young master inside, right? No, I'm still worried, let's go in and have a look. He's nothing more than a folk spirit medicine master. When he comes to our Cloudy Qilin clan, what other front does he dare to have? We are not allowed to go in and see him while he's treating the patient? Everyone rushed to urge. However, Li Shihong made up his mind, alright, since you have invited someone over, you must believe in the medical skills of divine Dr. Lu. I don't believe that someone dares to take action against our young master of the Cloudy Qilin clan in Amethyst Paramount Palace. Unless he doesn't want to live anymore. I don't think divine Dr. Lu is so stupid. I'm afraid that his healing methods are different from that of ordinary people. Don't be so impatient, please be quiet. If you disturb divine Dr. Lu and distract him, can you bear the responsibility? After everyone heard this, although there were still people who didn't trust Lu Bian, they didn't dare to say anything more. Lu Bian kept pricking up his ears to listen to the movement outside. After a while, he was relieved to hear the silence outside. If Li Shihong and the others really broken just now, he really doesn't know how to explain the current situation. It was said to be a treatment, but Huang Yueli had already crawled onto Li Moying's bed, and the corners of her mouth were still stained with blood. And Li Moying also fell to one side after being tossed by them just now. His clothes had all been messed up, looking as if he had been abused by them. This was really hard to explain. Lu Bian once again pinched Huang Yueli's meridians. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? How do you feel now? Is your chest tight? Huang Yueli took 2 deep breaths, and slowly got up from the bed. It's alright, I'm much better. Just now I was unprepared, so I was directly attacked by Moying's evil qi, but my injury isn't very serious, because our evil qi is from the same source after all, it will not hurt me very much. Ugh, if there is a medicinal pill that warms and nourishes the meridians, 2 pills should be enough. I do have this. It's specially prepared for you. Lu Bian quickly took out a bottle of medicinal pill from his bosom, and handed it to Huang Yueli. Although this was only a heaven-ranked medicinal pill, it was refined using the new method Huang Yueli taught him, and the efficacy of the medicine was much better than the original one. Huang Yueli poured out a few pills and swallowed them in one gulp. After Huang Yueli swallowed the medicinal pills, she sat cross-legged on the bed without saying a word, and began to adjust her breath. Lu Bian kept staring at her worriedly, until he saw that Huang Yueli's pale face was gradually turning red, and he was slightly relieved. Junior sister, are you feeling better? What else do I need to do? Lu Bian asked cautiously. Although he was a spirit medicine master, the help he could provide at this time was very limited, and he could only follow Huang Yueli's orders. Huang Yueli shook her head slowly. I'm fine, please don't worry, senior brother. Then, we are now. Before Lu Bian's question was completely finished, Huang Yueli had already stepped in resolutely. Senior brother, please return to the position just now, let's do it again. Lu Bian was startled, then his eyes widened. What? Do it again? Right now? Huang Yueli nodded. Lu Bian's face suddenly changed. Junior sister, do you know what you were doing? When you were bounced off just now, I was almost scared to death by you. You even vomited blood. Although you refused to say so, but I'm not a fool, from your pulse just now, obviously the meridian has been damaged. You don't want to take a good rest and recuperate, so you have to do it again so soon? However, Huang Yueli didn't seem to have heard his worried tone, and said to herself, I was just careless just now, I didn't expect the evil qi in Moying's body to form an energy vortex due to long-term condensation. This time I have experience, I can definitely. It would definitely be a success. Lu Bian frowned, and was so anxious that he couldn't choose what to say. He stared at the calm girl in front of him, completely disbelieving the nonsense she said. Even if you already have experience, you should rest for one night first, and wait until the damage to your meridians has completely healed before continuing to think of a solution. What are you in such a hurry for? Huang Yueli bit her lips, and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you don't understand. Moying's condition is quite bad now. You don't know what the doctors who treated him before did to him? The original evil qi was supposed to be evenly distributed in his meridians, but now, for some reason, most of them are forced into his dantian." After Lu Bian heard this, he suddenly understood, and said, "I understand. I also heard people say that some famous doctors invited by the Cloudy Qilin clan thought that Li Moying's coma was caused by poisoning. They have also used many methods to force out the poison in his body. Perhaps this was the reason. If Li Moying was really poisoned, then using the method of fighting poison with poison, combined with specific acupuncture techniques, would definitely be able to force out part of the poison. But the problem is, Li Moying was not poisoned at all. These powerful potions can only damage his meridians. In this way, the evil qi that could barely be controlled by him can take advantage of the emptiness and rush directly into his dantian. If it were someone else, and they were tossed like this, they would probably die. However, Li Moying's physique was by no means comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. Because the profound energy in his body was very pure, it was not completely replaced by evil qi, but entangled with evil qi to form an energy vortex. Huang Yueli was bounced away by this energy just now. Lu Bian simply stated his conjecture. Although Huang Yueli was not considered a spirit medicine master, she had some basic medical skills after all. After a little thought, she understood. So that's how it is. Then do you have a way to repair the damage in Moying's meridians? Lu Bian murmured, there should still be a solution, but now we don't know what medicine Moying has used, and we need to get a list of the medicinal pill used by the previous doctors from the Patriarchly first, so that we can find a way to fix this? Huang Yueli could only nod her head when she heard the words, and had to admit that Lu Bian was right. No matter how urgent she was, she couldn't do this so casually. It seems that the matter of detoxification can only wait until tomorrow. Since this was the case, let's put this matter aside for now, brother. Let's continue to try again and see if we can let Moying learn the iniquitous shadow secret manual. The method of evil qi current circulation. Before Huang Yueli finished speaking, Lu Bian's expression became more and more ugly. Junior sister, were you listening to me just now? You can't continue doing such risky things. That's it for today. Huang Yueli shook her head, and said resolutely, no. As I said, I didn't suffer any injuries, so I can try again. These energies have been in Moying's body for too long, it won't work like this. That's right, Li Moying can't do this. But what about you? If you insist on going your own way, is there no problem? Senior brother, how could I not be clear about my own body? You know crap. Lu Bian curled his lips, coldly. I think you lost your head when you encountered something related to Li Moying. You only know how to think about him, and you don't care about yourself at all. No. No, don't think that I will cooperate with you. Without saying anything, Lu Bian walked directly towards the door. I'll ask Patriarchly and the others to come in, and we'll end here first today. Wait. Huang Yueli hurriedly stopped him. Senior brother, why don't you believe me? Let's try this one last time. I need to understand the situation in Moying's dantian more clearly, and I can think of a solution when I go back. Huang Yueli's voice was soft, and she clasped her hands together, revealing the eyes of a small animal begging. Lu Bian glanced back and couldn't help breathing. This little girl usually looks confident and takes the lead in everything. She rarely shows such a look with plea. It has to be said that she still has a talent for being cute. With such a pitiful little expression, it was really unbearable to refuse any of her requests. Liu Bian's footsteps stopped, he raised his chin, and looked at her from above, then, the last time. The pitiful expression on Huang Yueli's face disappeared immediately, and a bright smile appeared. Senior brother, I knew you're the best. Liu Bian. How does he feel that he just fell into her beauty trap and was deceived? Was it too late for him to regret it now? The answer, of course, was too late. As soon as Liu Bian finished speaking, Huang Yueli immediately climbed onto Li Moying's bed again and got into position. Alright, hurry up, let's hurry up. Otherwise, Patriarchally and the others might not be able to wait. Liu Bian had no choice but to take out the whole set of golden needles again and return to his position and sat in front of Li Moying. Alright, but you have to be careful this time, and if you find something wrong, you have to stop immediately, do you hear me? Liu Bian said worriedly. Huang Yueli naturally nodded obediently and agreed. Even so, Liu Bian still doesn't trust her very much in his heart, but now he could only watch her carefully. Huang Yueli placed her hand on Li Moying's back again, circulating the evil qi in her body, gradually imbuing the evil qi into Li Moying's meridians. This time, because of previous experience, the start went very smoothly. It only took Huang Yueli half the time of the last time to successfully let the evil qi in Li Moying's body circulate through the meridians for a full circle. Seeing that the evil qi had reached the periphery of Li Moying's dantian again, Huang Yueli held her breath, pulled herself together, and carefully probed inside. As soon as the energy vortex composed of evil qi and profound energy sensed the entry of external energy, it immediately rushed over. Huang Yueli has already thought of a way to deal with it. According to the law of luck recorded in the Iniquitous Shadow Secret Manual, she will increase her own strength little by little, and gradually integrate with these energies. In the beginning, the two energies collided. Huang Yueli's meridians were also slightly damaged, her body couldn't help trembling, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Liu Bian immediately became nervous. Junior sister? However, Huang Yueli still closed her eyes tightly, her body remained in the original posture, and she just spat out a word, continue. Liu Bian gritted his teeth, wishing he could grab Huang Yueli and force her to stop. However, he also understood that at this point, it was impossible to stop halfway. He can only choose to believe in Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli suffered a small setback, but she didn't take it to heart, and continued to make a second attempt. This time, she succeeded. Her evil qi was also wrapped in that energy vortex, and merged with the evil qi in Li Moying's body. As time passed, more and more energy in her body entered Li Moying's dantian, and she could sense the situation in Li Moying's body more and more clearly. When she was able to see the whole situation of Li Moying's dantian, Huang Yueli couldn't help being surprised. Because, although she knew that Li Moying had absorbed more evil than her, she never thought that he would absorb so much more than her. It's almost twice as much as her body. Looking back now, when the two of them were attacked by Huang Sanbai and those assassins clad in black, Li Moying rushed out and directly protected her behind him, and he himself withstood most of the attacks. At that time, his physical condition was weaker than hers, and he had almost no defense. That's why he was so thoroughly invaded by the evil qi. Thinking of the situation at that time, Huang Yueli couldn't help but feel a little sour. But she calmed down quickly, concentrated her mind, and looked for a way to help Li Moying. She was immersed in this process, unaware that 2 full hours had passed in the outside world. It was already night when Huang Yueli and Liu Bian entered Li Moying's room. 2 hours passed, and the sky was already dark. They stayed in the room for so long, and Li Shihong and others waited outside the door for so long. Liu Bian could still clearly hear the sound of pacing back and forth from the door from time to time. It seemed that Li Shihong and the others couldn't wait any longer and were thinking about when to knock on the door to ask. After another half an hour, the people outside finally lost their patience. Bang bang bang. There were 3 knocks on the door. Immediately after, Li Shihong's voice came, "Divine Dr. Liu, sorry to bother you. However, it has been almost 3 hours. How is Moying's condition? Countless people in the clan are waiting for the results of the diagnosis and treatment. Your Excellency, at least, give me an explanation, so I can explain it to the clansmen." Lu Bian frowned upon hearing the words, and looked at Huang Yueli and Li Moying on the bamboo bed. At this time, Huang Yueli couldn't sense the outside world at all. The perspiration on her forehead kept dripping, her face flushed, and her whole body emitted very strong energy fluctuations. This overflowing breath made Lu Bian feel very uncomfortable. It was obviously the manifestation of the evil qi in her body. And although Li Moying's face didn't change much, the aura around him also became very strange. Such a situation, if Li Shihong and the others see it, half their lives will be scared away. How can he explain it to the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan? What's more serious was that Huang Yueli and Li Moying's identities as evil cultivators might be exposed. After Lu Bian thought about it for a while, he planned to delay it a little longer and prevaricate it. "Patriarchally, it's not very convenient now, please wait a little longer." However, before he finished speaking, he heard other elders' discussions outside. "Divine Dr. Liu, what's going on here? Why don't you tell us? That is, whether everything is going well or not, and what treatment you are doing, you have to give an explanation. You didn't even let us see the young master's face. What's going on? It's been 3 hours. What's the diagnosis? It takes so long to diagnose the pulse?" Lu Bian's face darkened, feeling very unhappy. Although he really did have a secret in his heart this time, that's why he didn't dare to let them in, but these so-called elders are too impolite. How dare you question a doctor's medical skills like this? When he was in Soaring Heaven's continent, no one dared to speak to him like this. Of course, this was also because he was still not well known in the God realm, so these elders dared to yell at him like this. However, he was not a character who was willing to take offense. A glint of light flashed by Lu Bian's eyes, he was about to teach them a lesson. But at this moment, Huang Yueli's voice suddenly came from one end of the bamboo bed, "Senior brother, don't argue with them, since they want to come in, let them come in." When Lu Bian heard this voice, he immediately lifted his spirits, and hurriedly turned his head to look over. At some point, Huang Yueli withdrew her evil qi, and also withdrew her hand from Li Moying's back. At this moment, she was wiping the perspiration from her forehead with a silk handkerchief, while arranging her slightly messy clothes. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Lu Bian was both surprised and delighted. Finally, Huang Yueli was not bounced away this time, but she withdrew herself. However, her complexion was not very good-looking, and there was even a bit of haggardness as a tinge of dark circles could be seen, which shows the exhaustion. Lu Bian said that his eyes fell on Li Moying again. "He doesn't have any reaction yet?" Li Moying was still like a perfect statue, handsome but lifeless. Huang Yueli shook her head, and said, "If you encounter a little trouble, we'll talk about it when we get back. Now, let Li Shihong and the others come in first. If you drag on, they're really going to break in." Lu Bian was puzzled and wanted to ask further questions. However, at this time, the knock on the door resounded again. Huang Yueli also quickly helped Li Moying to lie down on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and nodded to Lu Bian at the same time. Lu Bian knew that he couldn't procrastinate any further, so he took a deep breath, turned around and opened the door. "Divine Dr. Liu, you finally opened the door. It took so long to diagnose the pulse, we are really a little worried. If there was any disturbance, please forgive me." The people outside the door quickly walked into the room. As the patriarch, Li Shihong still held his breath, cupped his hands towards Lu Bian, and said a few words of apology. But Li Yuntao and the others behind him didn't have such patience. They anxiously probed Li Moying's bamboo bed one by one. They didn't let out a breath until they saw Li Moying lying on the bed. Although he was motionless, he didn't look like he was injured in any way. Lu Bian folded his arms around his chest, and said calmly, "You are welcome, patriarchally young Master Li was the future patriarch of the Cloudy Qilin clan, with a distinguished status, and I am just an ordinary spirit medicine master, so you can rest assured it's normal." "How was it? Have you seen it now? Young Master Li is lying there, with no missing arms or legs. If you are worried, you can lift the quilt and check him from head to toe." When Lu Bian spoke, although his tone was calm and nothing special, as long as anyone with ears could hear it, he was already quite displeased at this moment. When the elders heard this, they felt a little guilty. For a while, no one spoke. They were really anxious outside just now, and on the other hand, they really didn't pay attention to Lu Bian, a spirit medicine master with an ordinary background. Although Lu Bian claimed to be a collateral lineage of the White Fan clan, he himself said that his bloodline was already very thin. With such a bloodline, even if he came to the White Fan clan to recognize his relatives, it would be useless. Naturally, it was impossible. They are on a par with the noble elders of the ancient gods. That's why the elders had no fear and questioned him with a superior attitude. But now, facts have proven Lu Bian's innocence. Moreover, it would be a little embarrassing for some things to be pointed out. The atmosphere froze for a while. Li Shihong was about to come out to smooth things over, but at this moment, a figure came out from behind Li Yuntao, strode up to Lu Bian, and said in a bad tone, "This doctor, please be more polite. Where do you think you are? This is the Cloudy Qilin clan." When Lu Bian heard this, he couldn't help being slightly taken aback. What he said just now was tricky enough. In his opinion, anyone who was a bit ashamed will feel guilty after hearing it. So, he never expected that someone would rush out unceremoniously, pointing at his nose and cursing. He frowned slightly, and looked at the person who came, but found that the other person was a young woman, and she was quite an outstanding beauty. Although she couldn't compare with his junior sister, but after he arrived in the god realm, among the god race he had met, she can already be said to be a second-to-none beauty. It's just a pity that she has an outstandingly beautiful face, but her face was full of arrogance. At first glance, she looks like a domineering master. Lu Bian frowned and said, "Dare to ask this young lady." The woman raised her chin and said coldly, "I am Li Moying's fiancé. The one lying on the bed was my future husband. I think I have the right to inquire carefully about Brother Moying's treatment, right?" Li Moying's fiancé? The wrinkles between Lu Bian's brows deepened. He subconsciously glanced at Huang Yueli, who was sitting in the corner, and when he saw her mocking smile, he immediately understood. Huang Yueli told him earlier that the Cloudy Qilin clan arranged a marriage for Li Moying, and she was the niece of the Cloudy Qilin clan patriarch. And this woman was the femme fatale who was at the entrance of the Saint Iniquitous Shadow secret realm and wanted to get rid of Huang Yueli, her rival in love. After thinking about this, Lu Bian looked at Li Liyun even colder. "So you are young Miss Li? I really didn't expect that a peerless genius like young Master Li would be forced to marry such an uneducated woman." Li Liyun was in a bad mood at first, but after hearing this, she became even more angry. Her brows stood on end, she glared at Lu Bian, and said angrily, What do you mean? You are just a spirit medicine master, with impure blood. That's all. What right do you have to say irresponsible things to me? And you say I'm not good enough for Brother Moying? Are you blind?" Li Liyun was extremely aggrieved. Because Lu Bian's words just hit her sore spot. Ever since the family arranged this marriage, what she heard the most outside was that she was not worthy of Li Moying. When they were in Empyrean Fox Continent, those spiritual armament masters and the generals of the Allied Army's headquarters all said this. After returning to the family, the clansmen talked about it in private. Now, even the spirit medicine master who just met today said the same. What was it that made her unworthy of Li Moying? Were those people blind? Everyone said that she was not worthy, but they praised the lowly thing Li Moying brought from the lower realm to the sky. Brother Moying. When Lu Bian heard this title, he was immediately disgusted, and almost choked to death on his own saliva. Did he make a mistake? Why was this woman so thick-skinned? Although she looks like a woman in her early 20s from the lower realm, that's because the cultivators of the ancient god clan have good talent, broke through the 9th level early, and can delay the aging of her appearance. In fact, she must be at least 30, right? Although in the god realm, 30 or 40 years old was about the same as a minor, but calling brother Moying, wouldn't that be too shameless? Finally, Lu Bian still remembered that he was on the territory of the Cloudy Qilin clan, so he managed to hold back and didn't retort. He turned his head to look at Huang Yueli again, and found that although his junior sister's face was somewhat cold, there was no overly excited reaction. Lu Bian felt relieved. That's right, this Li Liyun was too low-grade, no wonder his junior sister was not worried at all. Li Moying's vision was so high, he'd be blind to be able to have such a woman in his sight. Lu Bian curled the corners of his mouth coldly. What qualifications do I have? Just because I am the only one who has the ability to cure young Master Li now. You are yelling at me like this, because you hope that I will stop curing him. Are you sick? You don't even care about young Master Li's life, you just put on airs here? If young Master Li really married a woman like you, it's really his bad luck for 8 lifetimes. You are utter nonsense. When Li Liyun heard this, she almost went crazy. She glared at Lu Bian, and said unceremoniously, "Who do you think you are?" "The only spirit medicine master who can cure Brother Moying." "Heh, based on your background and bloodline, even a saint-ranked spirit medicine master is better." "No, only heaven knows how you won the competition? I think you are here to deceive. There are many spirit medicine masters with better medical skills than you in the world, we don't need." "Shut up. Liyun, what are you talking about? Hurry up and shut up." Before Li Liyun finished speaking, Li Shihong sternly stopped her. "Second uncle, I'm not mistaken, the surname was Lu." Li Liyun wanted to say more. Li Shihong raised his voice, "Don't say a word more. If you dare to say one more word, you will go to the back mountain and face the wall, to think about it." It was only then that Li Liyun heard that Li Shihong was really angry, so she could only reluctantly shut her mouth. Li Shihong hurriedly turned his head to look at Lu Bian. "Divine Dr. Lu, just now." Without waiting for him to speak, Lu Bian waved his hand towards him and interrupted him, patriarchally, "I already understand what your Cloudy Qilin clan means. I am indeed an unknown little doctor, and I am not worthy to be a doctor for young Master Li. Since this is the case, I don't dare to cheekily stay here anymore, I'll just leave now." As he said that, he didn't forget to wave to Huang Yueli. "Junior sister, what are you still doing? Let's go." Huang Yueli immediately stood up obediently, and followed Lu Bian towards the door. Li Shihong came back to his senses, and quickly rushed to the door, blocking their way. "Hey, wait. Divine Dr. Lu, young Miss Li, don't rush to leave. Our Cloudy Qilin clan absolutely has no intention of driving you away. It was just my ignorant niece who's just talking nonsense, please don't take it seriously. I'll ask her to apologize to you too." As he said that, he looked at Li Liyun coldly, and ordered sternly, "Liyun, come here quickly, and apologize to Divine Dr. Lu and his junior sister." Li Liyun didn't think that she was wrong at all, and her face was full of reluctance. She heard Li Shihong's order, but her feet still didn't move at all. Seeing this, Huang Yueli smiled instead of anger, patriarchally, "Don't embarrass young Miss Li, she comes from a noble family, how can she apologize to inferior people like us? Let's forget it. Senior brother, we should leave early as well, this ancient god clan is not a place for us to stay." Lu Bian immediately replied, "Junior sister doesn't like this place either? Alright, let's go now." He looks like a good senior brother who obeys his junior sister. When Li Shihong heard this, he became even more anxious, and urged Li Liyun even more severely, "What are you still doing there? Hurry up and apologize." But. Li Liyun bit her lip, feeling extremely wronged. She was the dignified daughter of the ancient god clan, a heavenly genius, and the fiancée of Li Moying, a god-level genius. In her capacity, she was just accusing an ordinary spirit medicine master. How big of a deal was it? Even if she made a mistake, then as Lu Bian and his junior sister, they can only listen and ask her to apologize? In Li Liyun's eyes, Lu Bian and Huang Yueli were similar to, or even worse than the servants in her yard. However, Li Shihong and the other elders are very clear about the priorities of the matter. Lu Bian had revealed in his speech just now, he's the only person in the world who can cure Li Moying. Regardless of whether he was boasting or it was true, at least, he said this after he had given Li Moying a pulse diagnosis. If it wasn't for some degree of certainty, it would never be possible to talk like this. Before Lu Bian, no spirit medicine master had ever said such a thing. Based on this alone, they had to let Lu Bian stay to treat Li Moying. This was their chance to see the most hope. Therefore, Li Shihong was not the only one who was anxious. Other elders also jumped out one after another, asking Li Liyun to apologize to Lu Bian immediately. "Liyun, why are you so ignorant? Divine Dr. Lu was a real miraculous doctor, so he is naturally a person of status." "That's right, as long as Divine Dr. Lu saves the young master, he will be the benefactor of our entire Cloudy Qilin clan, let alone you, a junior. We can't disrespect Divine Dr. Lu. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Divine Dr. Lu? If Divine Dr. Lu leaves just like that, and the young master can't wake up, can you take this responsibility?" Li Liyun was criticized unanimously by everyone, even her second uncle Li Shihong, who was usually the most doting to her, was full of anger at this moment, and took the lead in forcing her to bow her head to a spirit medicine master with impure blood. Li Liyun almost cried with aggrievedness. At the same time, she felt even more resentful in her heart. But the current situation does not allow her to continue to be willful. In desperation, Li Liyun could only move in front of Lu Bian step by step, gritted her teeth hard, and said, "Yes. I'm sorry." Lu Bian glanced at her, "Are you talking to me?" Li Liyun reluctantly said a word of apology, already feeling very embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Lu Bian still had such a lukewarm attitude, and was immediately stunned. But Li Shihong glared at her. "Divine Dr. Lu was asking you something." Li Liyun could only say, "Yes, yes. Divine Dr. Lu, what happened today? I'm very, very sorry." Lu Bian smiled lightly and said, "I really dare not take it seriously. The dignified daughter of the Cloudy Qilin clan apologizes to an ordinary person like me. I'm really afraid that I will lose my life in the future if I accept your apology." Li Liyun was so angry that she gritted her teeth. If Li Shihong hadn't been watching from the side, she would have lost her temper. Seeing this, Li Shihong hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. "Divine Dr. Lu, how can you be an ordinary person? With your medical skills, you will definitely become a generation of divine doctors who are famous in the entire God realm in the future. Young people are not sensible, so don't talk to her." Calculated. Lu Bian sneered in his heart and didn't answer. If Li Moying wasn't his brother, no matter how Li Liyun apologized today, even if Li Shihong personally apologized to him, he wouldn't be able to stay. However, this woman Li Liyun was just a clown, and Li Moying's real wife was watching by his side. If he really left like this, he would probably be beaten to death by his narrow-minded junior sister. Li Shihong was also one with experience. Seeing Lu Bian's appearance, he knew that his attitude had loosened, so he hurriedly said, "Divine Dr. Lu, I see that you and young Miss Li are also tired. I have already prepared 2 superior rooms for you." Lu Bian didn't reply. He just glanced at Li Liyun and said coldly, this is considered an apology? How about my junior sister? What did you say? Your junior sister? Hearing this, Li Lian had a look of disbelief on her face, and stared at Huang Yueli incredulously. She couldn't believe what she heard. She was already reluctant to apologize to Lu Bian, but he still has some blood of the White Fin clan after all, and he was indeed the person who was most likely to rescue Li Moying. But, to apologize to Lu Bian's junior sister? Did he make a mistake? Why should she apologize to that lowly human woman? Moreover, seeing that woman look so beautiful, she was much younger than her, as delicate as a lotus flower emerging from water. If she had known that Lu Bian's junior sister was so beautiful, she would never have let this dead girl take a step closer to Li Moying from the very beginning. Who knows what kind of plan this pair of brothers and sisters are planning? To cure a disease was to cure the disease, but to bring such a beautiful junior sister with him, maybe at that time, he will also want to use the kindness of curing Li Moying to let his junior sister marry into a wealthy family in one fell swoop, and hug the thigh of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Filled with such thoughts, Li Lian's heart sank, and the anger that had been suppressed with great difficulty rose again. She stubbornly raised her chin, and instead of apologizing to Huang Yueli, she said disapprovingly, "Divine Dr. Lu can treat elder brother Moying, so I'll just apologize to him." Humph, what's with this mere girl? I don't care, I didn't say anything to her, so what is there to apologize for? Lu Bian pursed his lips, his gaze turned cold immediately. It has to be said that Li Lian's intuition was quite accurate sometimes. Lu Bian brought Huang Yueli to treat his illness. He really had no good intentions, and the target was indeed the position of the young lady of the Cloudy Qilin clan. The occasion for Li Lian's words was not right. As soon as the words came out, even the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan couldn't listen anymore. Li Shihong immediately scolded, You girl. You have been spoiled rotten by your father and I. Why can't young Miss Li accept an apology from you? She's the assistant of Divine Dr. Lu, you question Divine Dr. Lu's medical skills, that also means that you are questioning her. Say sorry to her. Actually, Li Shihong also felt that Lu Bian was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, at this juncture, no matter what Lu Bian asked, they could only agree to it, let alone asking Li Lian to apologize to Huang Yueli for such a trivial matter. Hearing Li Lian's rebuttal, Li Shihong's first reaction was that his niece was too ignorant. What situation was this? She still cares about her own face and doesn't even care about the seriousness. Li Lian almost cried out of anger. She was a dignified daughter of the ancient god clan, but now she was not as good as a wild girl of the human race? Still being forced to apologize to her? However, the situation forced her to bend. Under the unanimous gaze of many elders, Li Lian could only bow her head in the end, and said to Huang Yueli, Young Miss Li, I'm sorry, please stay and treat brother Moying. After hearing this, Huang Yueli didn't mean to make things difficult for her, but just smiled lightly, there's no need to apologize. However, if the masters of the Cloudy Qilin clan don't believe that my senior brother and I can cure young Master Li, why invite us here? Wait a minute, we have spent a lot of effort, but because you don't trust us, and you sabotage it halfway, isn't it a waste of time for us? Li Shihong hurriedly said, Young Miss Li, we are really very sorry about today, and we won't do it again. Young Miss Li, why don't you persuade your senior brother? We really didn't mean to offend you. Isn't it? We are just impatient. Young Miss Li, seeing how kind-hearted you are, you'd surely won't stand by and not save our young master, right? The elders behind Li Shihong had come to their senses at this time, and they all saw that Lu Bian's insistence on asking Li Lian to apologize to his junior sister must have attached great importance to this junior sister. Maybe they were a couple. Since Lu Bian's attitude was tough, he might as well work hard on his junior sister. Generally, girls were more soft-hearted. Seeing someone like the unparalleled young master lying on the bed was somewhat unbearable, right? Well, luckily for them, they bet right. Although Huang Yueli was not a soft-hearted girl, the one who was lying on the bed was her most important husband. Hearing that the elders described Li Moying as miserable, she immediately felt distressed, and she couldn't show her tough attitude anymore. She looked at Lu Bian, senior brother. Lu Bian knew what she was thinking, so he could only sigh helplessly. Forget it, since you are willing to forgive them, then let's continue seeing young Master Li. A gleam of joy flashed in everyone's eyes. However, before they were happy for a while, they heard Lu Bian continue to say, but. This but lifted their hearts into the air again. Li Shihong hurriedly said, Divine Dr. Lu, what else do you want? Just say. Lu Bian said, however, starting from tomorrow, all diagnosis and treatment plans must be in accordance with what I said. I have agreed in advance, when the time comes, you can't interrupt in the middle, and you can't even send someone to guard the door. Otherwise, if something goes wrong during the treatment, I will not be held responsible. When Li Shihong heard this, his face showed a look of embarrassment. I guarantee that no one will interrupt your treatment midway, but, we will send 2 people at the door, not because we don't trust you, but, in case the something is needed in the midst of treatment, you can also order someone, and other doctors are like this. I'm not any other doctor. If there's anything I need, I'll let my junior sister take care of it. Lu Bian said, calmly. Speaking of which, Li Shihong couldn't object anymore. He was very worried that if he continued, Lu Bian would really no longer care, so even if the elders were worried, they had no choice but to agree to Lu Bian's conditions. After the 2 parties reached an agreement, Li Shihong sent Huang Yueli and Lu Bian back to their rooms. The rooms of the 2 were next to each other. Lu Bian sent Huang Yueli to the door of the room, and said, Junior sister, you've exhausted yourself too much today, you should take a rest soon. Moying's condition can't be too late to study until dawn tomorrow. Did you hear that? You have to take care of your body first, if you fall down too, no one will be able to save him. Huang Yueli pursed her lips and nodded, I know what's in my heart, senior brother, don't worry. Lu Bian was still not at ease, but he had said all that needed to be said, so he could only go back to his room. Before dawn the next day, the 2 ran into each other in the courtyard. Lu Bian saw Huang Yueli's face, and immediately turned dark. Didn't I tell you to let you take a good rest? Huang Yueli appeared in front of him with 2 giant panda eyes. The originally fair and tender skin was now sallow, and it looked like she hadn't slept all night. Huang Yueli didn't seem to hear Lu Bian's reprimand. As soon as she saw her senior brother, she immediately ran over excitedly, Senior brother, I thought about it for a long time last night, there is still a way to save Moying. The corners of Lu Bian's mouth twitched, I know that you will definitely find a solution, but this is not a reason for you to stay up all night. It's just that this method is a bit troublesome to use, and I need your help, senior brother. Huang Yueli didn't listen to his accusation again, and continued to rattle on. Lu Bian was out of luck now. This little girl. As long as Li Moying was involved, she would never listen to anyone's advice. Forget it, even her father can't control her, what was him, a mere senior brother. However, what should he do if he still feels upset? Just when he was depressed, Huang Yueli's voice stopped, and when Lu Bian came back to his senses, he saw the little girl had already moved in front of him, blinking her big eyes and looking at him expectantly. Lu Bian immediately felt all the hairs on his back stand and a bad premonition arose in his heart. You, what do you want to do? Huang Yueli smiled sweetly and said, Senior brother, you must help me find a way, this matter can only depend on you. Rely on me? Lu Bian frowned. Of course I will do my best to help you. Isn't that the purpose of me coming here today? What are your plans? Tell me first. Huang Yueli's face suddenly turned a little red, she bit her lip, with a look of hesitation, and after thinking about it for a long time, she didn't speak. Lu Bian felt even worse. This little girl was not afraid of anything, and she can't even talk about it, how dangerous it is. Could it be that she dug a hole and waited for him to jump down? Lu Bian asked nervously, "What's the matter? If you have something to say, hurry up and say it." Huang Yueli hesitated for a while, then coughed heavily, and said, "Ahem, this matter. First of all, I have to tell you about the results of my meridian treatment for Moying yesterday." "Didn't you already say it yesterday?" Lu Bian interrupted her, and asked suspiciously. "The evil qi in Li Moying's body was too strong, and you, although you have learned the secrets of Saint Iniquitous' Shadow Secret Manual, the ability to control the evil is stronger than him, but your own cultivation base is 2 small realms lower than his, which makes you unable to completely control the evil in his body. That was the conclusion you had after you tried yesterday. After trying again, you still had to give up in the end. Am I right? Have you discovered anything new?" Huang Yueli nodded vigorously. "Senior brother, you summed it up very well, that's right. I don't have anything to add. Because of this situation, I thought about it for a long time last night and thought about it several times. I feel that there must be a way to solve this problem. Just when I was so anxious and almost went crazy, I found a manual that Saint Iniquitous Shadow forced upon me when I left. This may be of great help to Moying's condition." When Lu Bian heard this, he was immediately pleasantly surprised. "What? There actually is an even more powerful technique than Iniquitous Shadow Secret Manual? Why didn't you come up with it sooner?" Huang Yueli hesitated suddenly. "Well, I had already forgotten about this. If the situation wasn't so bad, I wouldn't want to take it out." After hearing these words, Lu Bian's brows that had been relaxed just now were wrinkled again. "What kind of manual is this? Why does it sound so unreliable? Was it really given by Saint Iniquitous Shadow? Will there be any side effects?" He pondered. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became, and he couldn't help suggesting and said, "If it's convenient, take out the manual, let's take a look at them together. If there is danger, it is better to find another way." He looked at Huang Yueli, but found that Huang Yueli was still standing there motionless, not intending to share the manual at all. Lu Bian was startled, thinking he understood. He clenched his fist and coughed wryly. "It seems that I have said something wrong. The skills imparted to you by Saint Iniquitous Shadow are naturally unique secret manuals. I am not evil cultivator. I really shouldn't ask you casually." "Senior brother, I didn't mean that." Seeing that he had misunderstood, Huang Yueli immediately explained. She also knew that she couldn't hide this matter from him, so she gritted her teeth and said, Actually, this manual in my hand is a double cultivation manual." What manual did you say it was?" Lu Bian's jaw almost fell to the ground. Once Huang Yueli said the words, she felt less embarrassed, so she simply explained seriously. "As you heard, I have a copy of the dual cultivation method of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. According to him, this set recorded in the manual is very powerful and can greatly improve the cultivation of both sides, especially for the cultivation of evil cultivators. It reaps twice the result with half the effort." Lu Bian was now sure that he had heard correctly. All of a sudden, the muscles on his face began to twitch uncontrollably. He never dreamed that Huang Yueli would actually come up with a double cultivation manual. What does this mean? Was she planning to double cultivate with Li Moying? To be honest, even though he no longer had any thoughts about Huang Yueli, hearing such words still made him very upset. Enough. He really had enough from the two of them. They were endless. One has been in a coma in bed for several months and hasn't woken up yet she still is able to somehow display her affection every day. How was this all done? Why were there such crazy people in the world? Seeing that Lu Bian's eyes were blurred, Huang Yueli couldn't help but frown. Senior brother? What's wrong with you? Did you hear me talking to you?" It was only then that Lu Bian came back to his senses. Yes. I heard. You said that the Saint Iniquitous Shadow gave you a dual cultivation technique? Huang Yueli nodded, yes. Lu Bian calmed down for a while, and thought of something. By the way, when I was in Soaring Heaven's continent, I heard people say that the wife of the Saint Iniquitous Shadow was also a peerless powerhouse in the life-profound realm. It was indeed very rare for a husband and wife to be such masters. At that time, some people speculated whether they had a special method of dual cultivation. Now it seems that it was so. When he said this, he suddenly paused, and turned to look at Huang Yueli, with a suspicious blush on his face. However, although I don't understand this kind of thing, and I haven't seen this kind of exercise, but I also know that if you want to practice this kind of exercise, you still need both parties together? When Lu Bian said this, although he tried his best to appear calm as usual, in fact, there was still a look of embarrassment on his face. Why does he, a bachelor who has been around for 10,000 years, want to discuss such an issue with his junior sister? It seems that he was very wretched, all right? However, since he thought of this, he couldn't help but say it. Because this matter was related to Li Moying's condition, there was absolutely no room for mistakes, and any doubts cannot be easily let go. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, Li Moying's life would be in danger, and they will be torn apart by the elders of the Cloudy Qilin clan. Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes. Senior brother, you really deserve to be the famous #1 playboy in Soaring Heaven's continent, you know a lot. It may be the case for others, but Moying's situation is different for me. Moying used the soul-splitting technique before, and part of his primordial spirit was once in my body. Although he has taken back the primordial spirit, I can still control his consciousness, to a certain extent. Otherwise, I would not be able to guide the evil chi in his body. When Lu Bian heard this, he almost vomited blood. He knows a lot? What does he know? Even if he knew a little bit, it was the result of being stuffed with pink bubbles every day. However, Huang Yueli's words reminded him of when he was in the lower realm, and Lu Bian's face revealed a look of surprise. By the way, it turned out to be like this. If that's the case, then do you think that relying on this dual cultivation method, how certain are you? Are you sure you can cure him? Huang Yueli contemplated for a moment before she said, it's definitely not a problem to be cured, but... This raised Lu Bian's curiosity, but what? However, I'm not sure how long it will take. Huang Yueli frowned. When Lu Bian heard this meaning, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he did not forget to give Huang Yueli a glare. You almost scared me to death. I thought there is something wrong with this. It's just a matter of time, so what's the matter? Worried? Huang Yueli said, the problem of time is the biggest problem. If I want to practice this exercise with Moying, then you have to avoid it? But would it be reasonable that you, the majestic divine Dr. Lu, are alone outside, and leave your junior sister to treat young Master Li alone inside? You have to think of a way. Lu Bian was taken aback for a moment. He didn't think of this question at all. However, after Huang Yueli's reminder, he immediately realized that this was not only a problem, but also a very serious problem. This was not the Blue Profound sect, but the territory of the Cloudy Qilin clan. If he was found wandering around the door, people from the Cloudy Qilin clan would definitely find out sooner or later. However, it was impossible for him to stay in the room. Then what should I do? Lu Bian looked confused. Huang Yueli said helplessly, I came to you because I wanted you to think of a way. How about we make up some reason? While the two were still discussing here, they heard eager footsteps coming from the door. Huang Yueli and Lu Bian were very vigilant. They immediately closed their mouths and turned to look at the person who came. They saw two maids appearing at the gate of the courtyard and saluted them. Divine Dr. Lu, young Miss Li, you've woken up so early? Lu Bian nodded slightly. What's the matter? The maid said respectfully, the patriarch is waiting in the back mountain. Please come over and have breakfast together. Hearing this, Huang Yueli and Lu Bian looked at each other with a bit of helplessness in their eyes. As long as one wasn't a fool, they could tell that Li Shihong's invitation to them to have a meal was only secondary. The key was that he was anxious for them to treat Li Moying, so he sent someone to remind him early in the morning. It was nothing more than tactful words. Since the two maids were here, there was no way for them to carry on their discussion. In desperation, the two had no choice but to go back to their rooms, change their clothes, and follow the two maids to the back mountain. While the maids were not paying attention, Lu Bian sneaked closer to Huang Yueli and asked in a low voice, "Junior sister, what should I do now? Have you thought of any ideas yet?" Huang Yueli shook her head slightly. "No, it seems that we can only take one step at a time and play by ear." Lu Bian frowned and wanted to say something more, but the two maids leading the way in front had already turned their heads and looked at them curiously. "Divine Dr. Lu, young Miss Li, please follow us closely. There are dozens of ancient arrays arranged in the back mountain of the Cloudy Qilin clan, and the paths are very complicated. If you don't have the bloodline of the Cloudy Qilin clan, you will definitely get lost." Huang Yueli quickly responded by following them closely. She also saw that these two maids were not lying. The array here was indeed very unusual. With her attainments in array, she couldn't recognize the road they walked yesterday at all. If she doesn't follow closely, she might really get lost here. The two of them had nothing to say all the way. When they arrived at a small pavilion with elegant scenery, Li Shihong had already prepared a hearty breakfast and sat there waiting for them. In front of Li Shihong, the two naturally had nothing to say. Fortunately, the breakfast prepared by the Cloudy Qilin clan was very good. Huang Yueli ate it with great relish. While eating, she also asked Li Shihong how these dishes were made. Li Shihong was able to answer one or two questions at first, but when Huang Yueli asked in detail, he was stunned, so he had to find the chef to come over and answer Huang Yueli himself. Seeing that Huang Yueli was having a good talk with the chef, Li Shihong turned to Lu Bian with a smile. "Divine Dr. Lu, your junior sister is not only beautiful, but also has good medical skills. What's more rare is that she is also very virtuous and proficient in cooking. It is really a blessing to marry her." Lu Bian hooked the corners of his mouth and said meaningfully, "Patriarchally also think so?" Li Shihong didn't know what he meant. He had already misunderstood the relationship between Lu Bian and Huang Yueli. Hearing Lu Bian's question, in order to win over this divine doctor, he naturally followed him, of course. Facing such a good girl, only the most outstanding young talents in the god realm can match her. "When young Miss Li gets married in the future, I will definitely give you a big gift." Lu Bian chuckled, "Then I'll thank the patriarch for my junior sister first." Seeing him happy, Li Shihong also twirled his beard and laughed, feeling that he had observed the details and found the right way to win over Lu Bian. At such a young age, Lu Bian became a spirit medicine master with superb medical skills. Maybe he didn't care if he was given money and fame, but young people always care most about the girl they like. Complimenting his junior sister was the most economical thing. A way to save effort. As everyone knows, Lu Bian almost couldn't help laughing out loud at this moment. He really couldn't wait to see on the day Huang Yueli really gets married, if Li Shihong can still laugh. Huang Yueli had been talking to the chef the entire time, so she didn't notice the conversation between the two of them, until Lu Bian's laughter reached her, and she looked over suspiciously. "Senior brother, what are you talking about?" Lu Bian raised his teacup, blocking the smile on his lips. "I'm not laughing at anything." "Junior sister, you've asked so many recipes, have you learned all of them?" Although Huang Yueli felt a little strange, she didn't take it to heart. Lu Bian was completely different from Li Moying's stern personality, who doesn't get close to strangers. As long as one doesn't offend him, he will definitely act like a romantic nobleman, and he can chat with anyone. It's not surprising to be able to chat and laugh with Li Shihong. She smiled and said, "I didn't learn everything, but I still remembered a few, such as this crystal dumpling, this plum cake. She pointed them out one by one, as her gaze became gentle. Li Shihong also laughed when he heard that, young Miss Li's taste is very similar to Moying's. He likes these dim sum the most. Huang Yueli pursed her lips and smiled, that's really a coincidence. She didn't think about choosing Li Moying's favorite dishes to learn, but it was based purely on her own preferences, but maybe because the two of them have been together for a long time, their tastes have become very similar, so she picked out these dishes. These dishes were exactly the same as Li Moying's favorites. However, Li Shihong didn't think much of it at all, thinking it was really a coincidence. After the three chatted for a few more words, Li Shihong gradually became restless. Lu Bian and Huang Yueli exchanged glances, knowing very well that Li Shihong couldn't wait to urge them to treat Li Moying, but he didn't know how to speak so as not to appear rude. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli took the initiative to say, "Senior brother, we've almost finished eating, shouldn't it be time to check on young Master Li's situation?" Lu Bian naturally listened to his junior sister's instructions, and immediately responded, "Exactly, we came up with a rough treatment plan after discussing it for most of the night yesterday, and we have to try it today." When Li Shihong heard it, the two of them actually worked so hard. "When I went back in the middle of the night yesterday, I didn't rest right away, but was still discussing Li Moying's condition, and he was immediately very moved. He said a few more polite words before personally sending the two of them to Li Moying's room. After Li Shihong left, the two were about to enter the house. But when she reached the door, Huang Yueli's footsteps suddenly stopped. "Who is it?" Huang Yueli's gaze suddenly became cold, and she swept to a hidden corner outside the courtyard gate. "Come out for me." Lu Bian's cultivation was far worse than hers, and she didn't feel any abnormality at all. When he was astonished, he saw two figures appearing in the shadow of the corner. Both of them were dressed as guards, and when they realized that their whereabouts had been spotted, they both seemed a little flustered. However, they quickly calmed down and came forward to salute. "Divine Dr. Lu, young Miss Li, subordinates, greet you both." Lu Bian recalled it at this moment, frowned, and said, "Who sent you here? Didn't I say yesterday that no one was allowed to approach this room within a radius of 10 miles during my visit?" "This." The two hesitated for a moment before replying. This subordinate was following the orders of several elders. "Several elders' order?" Huang Yueli sneered. "The person who agreed to our conditions was your patriarch. In the end, the elders actually acted in such a manner and sent someone behind Patriarch Li's back. Everyone said that a big clan like the Cloudy Qilin clan has strict rules and regulations. I didn't expect it to be nothing more than that." Huang Yueli deliberately spoke heavily, and cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the two guards. For an ancient god clan like them, there was nothing more important than family reputation. For a moment, neither of them knew how to answer. Lu Bian snorted coldly, "What are you still doing here? Why don't you hurry up and get out of here? You must be satisfied if I go to the Patriarch Li and make it clear that I will stop treating Li Moying?" "No, no, no. Divine Dr. Lu, please calm down. Don't go to the Patriarch, our young master was still waiting for your treatment." Upon hearing this, the heads of the two guards shook like rattles. "That's right, Divine Dr. Lu, we know we're wrong, so we're leaving. We're leaving immediately." The two of them were obviously frightened by this threat. They didn't dare to make any more excuses, and immediately turned around and ran away. The speed was like a tiger chasing after them. Lu Bian frowned, and looked at Huang Yueli beside him. "Junior sister, it's really thanks to your strong spiritual sense. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble today." Huang Yueli shook her head slightly. This was the territory of the ancient gods. "If we are not careful, we will not know how we died. Fortunately, Patriarch Li is a gentleman who keeps his word, he does what he says, and he didn't make any sneaky moves here." What kind of tricks? Otherwise, even if he doesn't send someone over, there is nothing he can do if he wants to know our every move. When Lu Bian heard this, he became even more worried. Junior sister, then quickly check, is there anyone else watching us around here? Huang Yueli calmed down and spread her spiritual consciousness to a 10-mile radius. After her divine consciousness was combined with the Sky Phoenix ring, she experienced the baptism of evil qi, and her sensitivity was even far surpassed by many experts in the Tao Profound realm. After a while, she shook her head, there should be no one else. Seeing that Lu Bian was still worried, she added, Senior brother, you don't have to worry too much. Generally speaking, without Li Shihong's order, other clan members would not dare to spy on the residence of the young master of the clan easily. Those two people should be just a special case. Lu Bian's frowning brows relaxed a little, but there was still doubt in his eyes. Special case? What do you mean? Aren't these two guards sent by the elders? Huang Yueli slightly lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes drooping down, covering the light in her eyes. It's hard to say. For a big family like the Cloudy Qilin clan, the internal relationship is intricate, and outsiders like us can't guess it. It seems that we really need to be extra cautious in the diagnosis and treatment this time. As she spoke, she greeted Lu Bian, let's go in and see Moying first. Lu Bian nodded, and walked into the room with her. In the quiet room, there was a touch of calming incense. The fragrance was light and dense, which made people feel refreshed. Lu Bian sighed, it's really worthy of the ancient gods. This tranquilizing incense was made from the dew on the scales of real ancient dragons, which was enough to heal most internal injuries. The reason why Patriarchly can afford such rare spices is to let Li Moying sleep well. TSK, this brat is really lucky. Wherever he goes, he was a winner in life. It's not like him, when he first arrived in the god realm, he was so miserable. And not long after Li Moying came here, he became the young master of the ancient god clan, a peerless genius second to none in the god realm. This gap was really too big. After hearing this, Huang Yueli couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Speaking of which, Li Moying's luck was really much better than hers. Although she too was the same and was a god-level talent, after she arrived in the god realm, nothing had been smooth. She even has her own clan, yet she could not return. She had to avoid Huang Sanbai's pursuit everywhere. Li Moying was different. When he was alone, everything went smoothly. Yet every time he was unlucky, he was with her. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Lu Bian's cry rang in her ears. Huang Yueli suddenly came back to her senses, and shook her head, it's all right, I'm just a little distracted. As she spoke, she walked to Li Moying's bedside. On the bamboo bed, Li Moying was still lying flat, looking as if he was asleep, no different from when they saw him yesterday. Huang Yueli's slender fingers brushed across the bridge of Li Moying's nose, her gaze fixed deeply on his face. After a while, she finally said, Senior brother, it seems that there is no other way. Lu Bian nodded upon hearing the words, then I'll go out and avoid it for a while. I'll come back here in the evening. As he spoke, he turned around and was about to go out. Huang Yueli stopped him from behind, wait, Senior brother, where are you planning to hang out for so long? Lu Bian paused, I haven't thought about it yet. However, Patriarchly has promised us just now that he will not send anyone within a radius of 10 miles from this hut. If he can really keep his promise, then as long as I don't leave the vicinity as much as possible, we should be fine. Huang Yueli was not as at ease as he was. She frowned, what Patriarchly said should be fine, but I'm worried that there are guards, like just now, spying on us. Then what should we do? Lu Bian hesitated. Huang Yueli thought for a while, and suddenly her eyes lit up, yes. She made a move with her right hand, and after a golden light flashed, a little phoenix with golden red feathers appeared in the room. As soon as Huang Yueli saw the shining feathers on it, she hurriedly shouted, "Wait, little Wang Kai, you can't appear here like this, quickly transform into a human form. Hurry up." Under her repeated urging, the little phoenix, which was still flapping its wings and didn't stop, suddenly swayed, and when it reappeared, it turned into a little boy. He was obviously frightened by Huang Yueli's nervous urging voice, and thought that something serious had happened, so he was looking left and right nervously, observing the surrounding situation with a look of shock on his face. After he saw clearly that there was no danger around him, a look of irritation appeared on his chubby face. "Female devil, why are you making such a fuss? You scared me to death." "Huh? Isn't that the Great Demon King? You finally found the Great Demon King?" He stretched his neck and looked towards Li Moying, who was on the bed. Huang Yueli said, "That's right, we found Li Moying, so now we are on the territory of the Cloudy Qilin clan." After hearing this, little Wang Kai's face froze. "Ah? This was the place of the Cloudy Qilin clan? No wonder I feel so uncomfortable. I am not acclimatized, I feel dizzy and have a stomachache. I'm going to pass out." As little Wang Kai was talking, he really rolled his eyes and fell backwards. Huang Yueli was speechless for a while, reached out and grabbed the collar behind his back, and lifted him up. All right, how can it be so serious? Although the thunder attribute energy here is indeed a bit stronger, there has never been any evidence that a majestic ancient phoenix would be allergic to thunder attribute energy, and would faint because of it. Little Wang Kai was picked up, his face was ruddy, and he looked extremely healthy, but his eyes were still tightly closed, and he muttered, "Who says phoenix would not be allergic to thunder attributes?" "Well, I am." "Ah. Female devil, this is the territory of the Cloudy Qilin clan. You don't want to live anymore, let's run away." Huang Yueli put him on the chair, dumbfounded, and said seriously, "All right, don't make trouble on purpose. We came here to save Moying's life, and we can't leave until he wakes up. Now I have a task for you, you take my senior brother to walk around, not more than 10 miles around. Once you find someone watching us nearby, you should remind senior brother in time, do you understand?" Only then did little Phoenix open his eyes, his face full of bewilderment. "Why? If you want to save the Great Demon King, isn't Lu Bian a spirit medicine master? Why did you tell him to go outside? Also, why do we have to hang around outside? This is a place deep within the Cloudy Qilin clan. It's very dangerous. If I'm caught by them, all my feathers will be plucked and I'll be made into stewed chicken in minutes." The corners of Huang Yueli's mouth twitched again, she was very speechless about little Wang Kai's strange thoughts. She said patiently, "That's why I told you not to go out within a radius of 10 miles. It should be safe around here, but once you go far, you will be easily spotted by the people of the Cloudy Qilin clan. My senior brother's spiritual sense is not strong enough, and he needs your help. Well, it's getting late, you two go now. Little Wang Kai, you must remember to listen to Uncle Lu." Little Wang Kai still had a confused expression on his face. Actually, whether he understood what Huang Yueli said, his heart was full of doubts. "Wait. Female devil, you haven't answered me yet. Why did you drive the two of us out for medical treatment? What are you two trying to do in the room?" Little Wang Kai was still asking questions, but didn't notice that Huang Yueli's face had darkened. Lu Bian has been observing the expression of his junior sister. Seeing her unkind expression, he was afraid that little Wang Kai would be beaten, so he quickly lifted the little brat's collar and dragged him out. "Junior sister, let's go now. Don't worry, I have no other advantages, but I am cautious enough, so there will be no problem, young. Little Wang Kai and I will watch out for you." The door slammed shut. Little Wang Kai was still yelling, "Uncle Lu, let me down. What on earth is the female devil trying to do? She actually put a noble phoenix, like me, on the territory of the Cloudy Qilin clan. No, I will definitely be killed if I'm caught. I want to go back. Alright, stop yelling. If you offend my junior sister, she will beat your ass, and I won't be able to save you. Lu Bian looked at little Wang Kai with a headache. To be honest, he still kind of understands why Huang Yueli always wants to beat people up. Because this little guy was really too abominable. And every time it comes out, there are 100,000 questions to ask, which can really make people collapse.